Friday 1/4th April 2282. Staff room, Udata High School. After all the chaos that had swept the school on Tuesday, the students were happy to return to a sense of normalcy. The teachers assured them that all was fine, and the moment Amaterasu made her first appearance after her rage in the cafeteria, she made it very clear that while their actions hadn't been okay, she wouldn't hold it against them. She took the apology from the student council as it was intended and treated everyone exactly as she had before the incident. She took special care to apologize to the third-year heroes for missing their class, which they accepted, and promised All Might she'd work extra hard on future classes to make up for it. The next 2 days passed like normal for Isumi. She attended classes until after lunch, then dressed in her hero gear and went to assist All Might with hero classes. Wednesday was 2A's day, and Thursday was 2B's, and they spent the classes at the USJ along with 13. The rescue training was intense, but simple. Each of the USJ disaster zones had a number of humanoid robots placed inside them and the students had to enter the zones in teams and extract every robot to the designated recovery point. The complexity of the task was turned up for the more experienced students. The first years would be placed into 5 teams of 4 and be required to clear the zones one after the other, with the zones being reset after each attempt. They had a generous time limit and the robots' higher motor functions were basically switched off, leaving them as essentially mannequins that flailed in place and screamed for help to make them easier to find. The second years had it harder. They were in teams of 5 and had a much lower time limit, with the robots having the ability to move completely on their own, or feign unconsciousness so they didn't make noise. The third years had it the worst. The entire class was one big team with a simple mission: you have 1 hour to save everyone in the USJ. They had to coordinate themselves and spread out to each of the zones without any guidance from All Might and 13, essentially acting like their own hero agency coming across a massive disaster. The robot's AI was turned up to the highest setting, to the point that they acted almost exactly like humans, and even had simulated injuries the students had to deal with. According to All Might, it had been quite impressive to watch. Izumi was still waiting for the spare time to watch the tapes, as what spare time she did have after school was currently being used to repair the U-Data barrier. It was too big to fix in one shot with rejuvenation, so she'd been working at it bit by bit every day after school, and during a brief stop in her morning run. Now it was Friday, the day 1A would head to the USJ, and Izumi was excited. All Might had been out all morning doing hero work, but he had just returned and with lunch almost finished for the day, Izumi headed to the staff room to coordinate with him. "Hey All Might," she greeted cheerfully. "Ah. Hello young Izumi." All Might smiled at her. "Are you ready for another exciting day of rescue training?" Izumi grinned, "Definitely. The USJ is amazing, and 13 is incredible at rescue. I'm learning a lot and I'm not even a student." All Might guffawed and patted her head. "Excellent, my young assistant. One is never too old and experienced to learn." So did you encounter any interesting quirks in your hero work today?" Izumi asked, already pulling out a notebook to make notes. Alas, it was mostly a day of brute force. It kicked off with a hostage situation where a serial thief and murderer by the name of Habit Headgear used a young family to try and escape empty lady in Kamui Woods. He didn't see me coming though, and a Missouri smash had him napping all the way to prison. Then there was a hit and run. The number 1 hero happily told the stories of the day's exploits to his eager young assistant, filling her in on the occasional interesting quirk, though like he'd said, most of the quirks he'd encountered that day had been fairly straightforward strength and destructive quirks. Izumi still liked hearing about them, but they didn't capture the imagination like the truly strange quirks did. All Might had nearly finished his story when Principal Nizu suddenly appeared in the room from the ceiling, using overhaul to turn the vent he was in into a set of stairs, startling Izumi and All Might. "Principal Nizu?" All Might gave him a questioning look. The diminutive hero was panting slightly like he'd run the whole way, and he held a pager in his hand. "Hey All Might. Where is your pager?" Nizu panted. "Oh. I must have left it in my suit pants." The number 1 muttered ashamedly. He was currently in his hero costume, having shucked his usual yellow suit in anticipation for work. The pager must have been forgotten in the pocket. Nizu growled, but shook his head. "Forgot that for now, we have an emergency. I'd have called you via the intercom, but I couldn't risk setting off another panic." All Might and Izumi both blanched as they exchanged looks. "Sir, what's going on? Is there signs of another attack?" Izumi asked. "Yes, but not here. Tartarus prison has been attacked," Nizu revealed. Surprise gave way to shock and horror as both heroes' jaws hung open in disbelief. Tartarus prison was the most secure prison in Japan, and arguably the entire world. Only the most dangerous villains or those with the longest list of crimes ended up in there. It would require someone with incredible power or stupidity to try and break in there. Who's attacking? Izumi asked, already up and raring to go. Nizu gave her a worried look before confessing the answer, the remnants of the Shai Hasaikai. Izumi's eyes flashed dangerously as she growled, so the vermin that escaped all those months ago have come crawling out of the woodwork to try and free the lieutenants we captured. Well, if they want to get into Tartarus so badly, I'll be glad to send them right there. No. Nizu interrupted, we don't know much about their strength, but we know the Shai Hasaikai's remnants are causing enough trouble that the prison has called for assistance from the top 10. Despite your strength, you are an unranked hero without permission to enter Tartarus premises. If you show up, it'll cause a problem. Besides, you would likely be a massive target for these Yakuza fools and we'd rather not risk you. Izumi growled in irritation, unwittingly making Nizu back off a bit due to his animal instincts, but she calmed down quickly. The principal was right, if Izumi showed up at Tartarus without permission, she'd only add to the chaos, and if the Shai Hasaikai suddenly swarmed her with the kind of power needed to attack Tartarus, she wouldn't get away unscathed. I understand, she finally relented, I'm sorry, the Shai Hasaikai are still a major sore spot for me. Don't mention this attack to Arie please, it would only scare her. Nizu nodded, of course. All Might, please hurry to Tartarus. You know the way. Of course. Amaterasu, I leave the class to you and 13. Do not worry about the Yakuza, I will ensure that none escape. All Might declared, ruffling her hair before leaping from the room. He was sure to make a quick stop to grab his pager, before leaving the school grounds. Once he was gone, Nizu turned back to Izumi, I'll ask Eraserhead to cover for All Might so you'll have support for your class. Hurry along now, I'll send an email to him to let him know. Got it. Izumi replied distractedly, still thinking about the Yakuza. She left the staff room, leaving Nizu to his business. Nizu climbed back up the stairs he'd made and used overhaul to restore the vents and ceiling to their original state. As he walked through the vents to his office, he sent an email to Eraserhead to let him know about the change of plans. He'd just sent the email when he realized he'd forgotten something, Arie was having a quirk lesson with Eraser that afternoon. The mouse-like hero was about to send another email to let Eraser know that he'd take Arie for the afternoon, but he got a reply before he could. Got it. I'll take Arie with me to the USJ. The principal blinked, he'd assumed Eraser would complain about being busy. Then again, he did have a soft spot for Arie in his class this year, so maybe he was happy to have them all together for a lesson. He put his phone away and kept walking, unaware of the true threat lying in wait. Friday 1/4th April 2282. 1A Classroom, Udata High School. Izumi met Eraserhead outside the classroom just as the bell for the next period was ringing. He greeted her with a brisk nod. I've been briefed on what's happening. You and I will handle this lesson together, along with 13. Also. The Erasure hero moved aside to reveal a giggling Arie, who'd been hiding behind him, along with Ishiko. Izumi was in her demigod form, so she had caught her daughter's scent before seeing her, but she still made a show of gasping and pretending to be surprised. I was supposed to be helping her with her quirk this afternoon, so she'll be coming along, he finished. Oh. That's nice. You'll get to see your mama at work. Izumi grinned. Yeah. It's going to be amazing. Arie gushed, vibrating with excitement. This'll be my first time seeing you as a teacher too. I'm interested. Ishiko smirked. Neither she nor Arie counted what they'd seen during the third year's first disastrous class, since it had mostly been a showcase of Izumi as a hero, rather than as a teacher. Izumi rolled her eyes before standing and whispering to Eraserhead, Sensei, not that I'm unhappy about this, but why bring Arie along and not just reschedule? Is it really okay to take Arie to the USJ? She asked, mildly concerned. Eraser shrugged, not my idea. The principal asked me to, he said, pulling out his phone and showing Izumi the email. Sure enough, at the end of the email telling him what was happening there was a short postscript reading, please take Arie with you to the USJ for her lesson, it's no problem. Izumi raised an eyebrow, was Nizu busy with the Tartarus break-in too? Or the attack on the Udata barrier? It seemed odd that he'd ask Eraserhead to take Arie along during a hero class and not just a recovery girl watch the child. I guess if the principal says it's okay. Come on Arie, we've got a class to teach. Izumi turned, smilingly brightly at her daughter. Arie bounced eagerly on the balls of her feet, performing a cute little salute. Eraserhead took the lead and entered the room, followed by Izumi and then Arie and Ishiko. The students of 1A immediately quietened down and turned to their teachers, though they smiled at Arie when they saw her. Alright, it's time for your practical hero training. You were supposed to have All Might and Amaterasu again, along with a third teacher, but due to another commitment, All Might had to step out for a while. I'll be taking his place. Arie was supposed to be having a quirk lesson with me, so she's coming along too. I'll be doing that and helping supervise you lot, so Amaterasu and your third instructor will be the ones in charge. Eraser lectured. The class muttered amongst themselves for a few moments while Arie waved adorably at everyone. So our mascot will be cheering us on. That's great. I'm already feeling motivated. Toru chirped. Sensei, what are we doing today exactly? Shiro asked, raising his hand. Eraser gestured to Izumi, and she stepped up to the lectern. Last time, All Might asked you about the different types of hero work. Broadly speaking, the 5 core classifications were combat, rescue, support, investigation, and patrol. Combat and rescue are the most prominent and intense types, and since last week you covered combat. Izumi reached into her pocket and pulled out the prepared card which showed bright red letters reading, Rescue. This week, you'll be training in rescue. Most of the class lit up at that, being more excited for this than they were combat training. Even Katsuki was smirking, despite rescue being his weak spot when it came to heroics. Izumi was sure today would be an exciting day. Rescue, huh? Sounds like it's gonna be another tough day. Kaminari said with a sardonic smile. I know, right? It'll be great. Mina cheered. Yeah. This is what being a hero is all about. I'm getting pumped up. Aijiro grinned, pumping his fists. I'll be right at home in a flood or coastal disaster. So you croaked. Aizawa-sensei glared, we're not done you know. His menacing stare silenced them, so he pulled out a small remote and pushed a button to once again reveal the costume cases in the walls. Your costumes. Wear them if you want, but be warned that some might not be suited for this. I'd recommend wearing them to see how you can edit them for rescue work. Now the training site we're using is at the far end of the campus, so we're going by bus. That's all, get ready and meet us in the main building's parking lot. Yes sir, the class hollered together. 10 minutes later Class 1A gathered in the parking lot, now clad in their costumes. Izumi would never get tired of seeing them, and Arie was especially interested since she hadn't gotten a chance to see them properly before. She giggled and gushed as she looked at all the cool, cute, and crazy costumes that 1A wore, asking questions that the students were happy to answer. Even the cool and aloof Shoto allowed her to touch the icy covering over his left side. I'm so glad I get to wear this again. After my fight with Kaken, I was sure I'd need to wait forever to get it repaired. Himiko said, twirling in her kunoichi-style costume. It, along with the other costumes, were in pristine condition. I used rejuvenation to repair them. It's part of my job. All Might handles the reports and takes responsibility as the main teacher, while I repair what you guys break and support him. Izumi explained, idly watching Momo shepherd everyone onto the bus. Once they were all aboard and on their way, and Arie had gotten over the fact that the bus was driven by a robot, which she found amazing, the students began to chat. A few wondered about All Might, but Izumi refused to comment even when they gave her some pointed, questioning looks. She couldn't go telling them why he was gone after all, they'd be terrified and so would Arie. When they got bored of that, conversation moved on to quirks and Tsuyu turned to Izumi, having sat on Arie's other side. Say, Amaterasu-sensei. I like to say what's on my mind so. I think your quirk is very interesting. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Izumi chuckled, it's not that unique. There are other powers like it, sort of. Hey yeah, I actually looked it up online after Togata-senpai mentioned your fan page. Your quirk is a super rare type, a compendium quirk. Aijiro said. Izumi's eyes widened with surprise as she smiled, wow. You must have really studied this if you came across that phrase. It's not often used. What's a compendium quirk? Ojiro asked. It's a quirk that grants the user multiple unrelated abilities. Momo answered. Being the most intelligent member of the class, it was no surprise that Momo knew of them. Compendium quirks are also known as spellbook quirks, they are very rare and grant people a host of different abilities. So there are other quirks like Okami? Ochako gasped, I wonder what they're like. There are only 3 known compendium quirks, Okami, Pantheon, and Bardic Inspiration. Izumi said, there are probably more, but they're usually classified to protect their owners. All 3 of the known quirks are owned by pro-heroes. Okami grants me powers related to the Shinto goddess, Amaterasu. Pantheon belongs to a Greek hero and gives him the powers of the god Poseidon. Bardic Inspiration belongs to a funny hero by the name of Eloy, in the southern USA. He can apparently use all the bardic spells that exist in Dungeons and Dragons. Izumi explained, laughing at the last one. Izumi had often wondered if that Greek hero, his name escaped her at the moment, was a reborn divine like she was. After all, if Amaterasu could exist, then why couldn't all the gods of legend? She also wondered if quirks evolved according to human intent, and that was why quirks like bardic inspiration came to be. Either that or the quirk was made artificially, but considering her past with Chisaki, Izumi didn't want to think about that. Izumi had begun looking into these sorts of quirks to better learn how to hide her own powers, as well as see if she could find other gods, as if she had other examples to point to, then people would be less suspicious of her quirk. She'd even learned that she didn't have the only resurrection power, though very little could be found online about the owners of those powers, and how they worked. Having a quirk like that must be awesome, even if it's complicated as heck how all the different powers work. Ijiro smiled. He raised his arm and hardened it. My hardening's nothing like that. It's pretty good for fighting, but it's pretty boring. No way. A quirk like that is ideal for a hero. It provides great offense and defense, and if you harden yourself creatively, you can do all kinds of things. Like making your hardening fingers into knife-like claws. Izumi assured him. Ah, thanks sensei. That means a lot coming from such a big quirk lover. Ijiro beamed. Being a famous hero also requires popular appeal, mon ami. A quirk like my naval laser is both strong and magnifique. Perfect for someone such as moi to become a pro. Aoyama chimed in, his usual smile and sparkle-eyed expression on his face. Mina giggled, it's great Aoyama, but only so long as you don't hurt your stomach with it. Aoyama's expression remained in place, though it lost some of its shine. Aoyama didn't tend to speak much, preferring to offer occasional comments while going about his own flamboyant business. Izumi and her friends had no idea what to make of him. There are a ton of strong and cool quirks in this class now that I think about it. Guess that comes with being in a hero course. Ijiro commented, come to think of it, Class 1B have some crazy quirks too. Heck, even Lil Arie has an awesome quirk. Me? Arie squeaked in surprise. Yeah. You've got your mama's awesome wolf transformation, a barrier quirk that even Bakubro can't get past, and you can rewind injuries and stuff with lightning that comes from your horn. That's totally badass, awesome, the redhead gushed, correcting his language before Izumi could glare at him. Arie blushed bright crimson and fidgeted, why you think my quirk is awesome? It is. With powers like yours. Arie, do you want to be a hero? Tsuyu asked, her tongue poking out slightly. Arie nodded enthusiastically, yeah. I want to be an amazing hero like Mama. I'll be her sidekick when I grow up. Tsuyu nodded seriously, then smiled widely, I think you'll be able to do it. When we're pros, let's work together. The little girl hummed happily as the rest of the class watched affectionately and voiced their own desires to work with her when she grew up and they were all pros. Himiko and Katsuki ended up getting in a light-hearted argument with Kaminari and Shiro over whose agency Arie would join, making Izumi smile. Leaning over a little so she could whisper to Tsuyu, Izumi gave the frog girl a smile, thank you for saying that. Arie is still very shy, but that helped her get a bit more confident. Tsuyu riveted, of course. I have a little sister the same age as Arie, so having Arie around helps when I'm missing her. Izumi smiled, wondering if Tsuyu's sister had a frog quirk too, or perhaps some other kind of aquatic or amphibious quirk. The image of a smaller Tsuyu with a tadpole tail flashed in her head, making Izumi grin. Alright you lot, look sharp. We're here. Aizawa-sensei suddenly called. Yes sir, the class responded. The bus came to a stop outside a massive stadium-like building with a huge domed roof made from some kind of privacy glass that looked opaque from the outside, but clear from the inside. Eraser and Izumi led the group through the massive double doors to reveal the inside of the colossal building, immediately drawing gasps of surprise and amazement from everyone in Class 1A, even Arie and Ishiko. The interior of the building looked like a massive rescue-themed amusement park. The floor inside the building was a few stories lower than normal ground level to allow the various areas to fit, requiring the students to go down a massive flight of stairs if they wanted to get to the main area. The center of the building had a small plaza with a fountain, and 6 disaster zones were built around this central point like spokes on a wheel. There was the ruins zone to the left of the entrance, consisting of a ruined cityscape that looked to have been hit by a major earthquake or catastrophic terrorist attack. Then there was the landslide zone, which resembled the ruined zone if it had been buried in tons of loose sand and earth. Then there was the mountain zone, an artificially created mountainous region with gorges, crevices, and cave systems alongside the usual narrow passages and cliffs. Next was the conflagration zone, a closed-off dome that kept the burning city within contained. Beside that was the flood zone, used to simulate aquatic disasters like sinking ships, rocky rapids, waterfalls, and maelstrom. Finally, to the right of the entrance was the downpour zone, another area in its own dome so the rest of the building wouldn't be bothered by the simulated torrential rain and gale force winds. Small rest stops and storage sheds were scattered about between the zones, further selling the image that the building was a theme park. "Is this Universal Studios Japan?" Zero exclaimed, the first to find his voice. "Welcome," greeted the space hero, 13, who was waiting for them just inside the gate. "We've got floods, landslides, fires, and all kinds of disasters, both natural and man-made for you to deal with. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I designed this place myself. I call it." She paused for emphasis, the unforeseen simulation joint. USJ for short. So it is Universal Studios Japan, several students thought. 13 took a step towards them as the students spread out a bit so everyone could see her. 13's real appearance was a mystery as she was always seen with her costume, a big puffy space suit with fingertips that could flip open and a completely black glass helmet that covered her face perfectly. The only part that was out of place was the odd, yellow sneakers she wore. Even her gender wasn't decipherable by looking at her, though Izumi knew she was female thanks to being a huge hero nerd. "Ooh. 13. I love her." Ochako cheered. 13 paused at hearing that, and Izumi was sure she was blushing under her helmet. 13 is the resident rescue expert here at UA. Izumi introduced for the rest of the class, her record for rescue is surpassed only by All Might. The students clapped politely, looking interested. 13's body language perked up, showing she was happy as she enjoyed the team's appreciation, and she patted Arie on the head as the little girl trotted over and hugged the hero. Her space suit made her quite cuddly. "Alright, we're all here so let's get started," Aizawa-sensei said. "Right, but first I want to discuss something, maybe 2 things, or 3. 13 slowly devolved into muttering as the class waited for her to decide on how many things she actually wanted to discuss. Eventually she stopped and got on with the introduction. "Well, Amaterasu already introduced me but she didn't tell you my quirk. Some of you may already be aware of this, but it is called black hole and can be used to create a nigh inescapable suction that reduces everything caught in it to mere atoms." Ochako was nodding rapidly in her excitement. "Yeah. You use it to suck up fire and rubble, saving tons of people from disasters," she exclaimed. 13's tone became very serious, "Indeed. However, my power could very easily kill." A sudden coldness seemed to descend on the class as their expressions melted from eagerness and excitement to worried and serious. It was as if Shoto had just frozen them all to the bone. "I've no doubt that many of you have similar abilities, quirks that are amazing and powerful, but potentially lethal," 13 said, head lowered slightly as many in the class flinched. Katsuki scowled, remembering whispered comments made by teachers at Hibana Elementary. "That boy's going to end up killing someone with that quirk." Arie shuddered and hid her face by hugging her mama's leg, the words of Chisaki in her head. She made her own father disappear, rewound him out of existence. Izumi stroked her daughter's hair to soothe her, even as her own memories haunted her. A child's cry. A parent's scream. A villain's laugh. A flick of her finger. A head laying in the surf, the waves lapping at the blood. A shudder coursed through Izumi's body as she solemnly listened to 13's speech. "In our society full of people with superpowers, the use of quirks is limited and monitored to keep the peace. That system has kept us relatively safe so far, but we mustn't forget that it only takes a single lapse of control from the wrong person at the wrong time to create a disaster. To take a life. In Eraserhead's quirk assessment, you demonstrated your ability to use quirks to give yourself an edge in various physically demanding activities. In All Might's combat trial, you demonstrated the power of your quirks against people, either to defeat threats or defend against them. Today with me, you will undergo a rescue trial to show what I believe is the true purpose of a hero's power, saving lives," 13 declared. The oppressive atmosphere began to lighten as the students' discomfort morphed into determination. Katsuki, Arie, and Izumi felt their hearts warm as more pleasant memories filled them. Katsuki remembered Izumi as a small girl, offering her hand as he lay in a creek. Arie remembered becoming one with her mama, and saving everyone from Orochi. Izumi remembered the gratitude of the water hose duo as they cradled their son Kota. 13 smiled beneath her helmet. "Well, that's all I've got to say. Thank you for listening," she said, performing a showman's bow. The class clapped and cheered, now as pumped up for their rescue class as it was possible to get. 13 straightened up and both she and Aizawa-sensei looked to Izumi to explain the exercise. "Right. Okay guys, we'll be splitting you up into teams again for this one. You'll be in teams of 4, with your teammates being those that sit in the same row as you in class. That means Aoyama, Ojiro, Shoji, and Toru are Team A, Ishido, Kaminari, Jiro, and Bakugu are Team B, Azuri, Kirishima, Siro, and Himiko are Team C, Ida, Koda, Tokoyami, and Shinso are Team D. And lastly, Uraraka, Sato, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu are Team E. Izumi began, you'll be tasked with entering the different disaster zones and dash. The young heroine immediately went silent as an extremely familiar feeling settled into her. Her eyes widened and she spun around, looking down towards the plaza. She could sense demons. In particular, she sensed the bizarre stitched-together malice that she'd detected during the entrance exam, as well as a second very similar feeling that had less demonic power, but more of a twisted, maddened soul. Seeing her reaction, the other heroes and her friends were immediately on guard and turned to look down at the plaza as well. There, in front of the fountain, was a steadily growing mass of black mist, swirling ominously. Then a pale hand reached out from the mist and the terrifying visage of a young man appeared, his hair a bluish-white, his eyes crimson and bloodshot, and the rest of his face hidden behind a disembodied human hand. "Huddle up and don't move." Eraser suddenly yelled back at the students, who flinched in surprise. Izumi silently plucked a shiko from Arie's horn and put her in her reinforced pouch, before passing Arie to Tenya. 13. Amaterasu, protect the students. Eraserhead ordered. The young man stepped out of the black mist, which had now expanded into a massive warp gate, and was followed closely by dozens of people in various shapes, sizes, and costumes. Izumi narrowed her eyes on the mist, which appeared to have glowing yellow eyes within it. That was the person she had sensed. As well as that person, the young man was giving off an incredible amount of malice and hatred, more than any human and even more than most demons, his body covered in disembodied hands that were gripping onto him. Beside him was a colossal creature with the body of an obscenely muscled man with pitch-black skin, a bird-like beak, and an exposed brain, wearing torn brown shorts with skull-shaped knee guards. That beast was the source of the second twisted demonic power Izumi could sense. Behind the heroes, the students looked on in confusion. What the heck is that? Some freaky robots? Is this part of the trial? Ijiro asked, not grasping the danger he and his classmates were in. Don't move. Those are villains. Eraser yelled, slipping his signature yellow goggles onto his face. The entire horde of villains had fully emerged into the USJ Plaza and the black mist shrank down to a vaguely human-shaped cloud with yellow eyes and a metallic neck brace of some kind. 13 and Amaterasu, and it looks like Eraserhead filled in for All Might, the mist villain said, his deep voice sending a shiver up Izumi's spine. Only she with her wolf hearing and Jiro with her jacks could hear him. According to the staff schedule we retrieved the other day, this is Class 1A under the tutelage of All Might, Amaterasu, and 13. Would that be correct? The villain asked cordially, looking up at Izumi. She growled as she repeated what he said to Aizawa. The villain knew she could hear him. So that incident with the press was their doing after all. That black mist villain, is he the one you sensed before? Eraser asked. Yeah. He's the source of the weird, twisted power I sensed, like a Frankenstein's monster of different malicious feelings. The big dude with the exposed brain is the same, but feels less demonic and more insane. The handsy guy is human, but the malice I can sense from him is on par with Orochi. Izumi explained quietly. The hand villain suddenly looked up at Izumi, making eye contact despite the distance. So, our plan worked, we separated them. By the time he comes back, we'll have tamed that little wolf brat. We brought a lot of playmates for you all, Amaterasu. He said in a soft, creepy voice. The minor villains suddenly twitched unnaturally as a foul-smelling black and purple fog began to emerge from them. The fog quickly began to form into a small army of demons, which must have possessed the villains, though Izumi didn't understand why as they hadn't looked to be controlling the villains. Still, the hand villain's words had confirmed one thing, the Tartarus attack had been a part of their plan, which meant. Kurojiiri, our plan worked, so call in the B team too, the hand villain ordered. The mist villain, now identified as Kurojiiri, obediently expanded his body into another warp gate. This time, a group of more smartly dressed men marched out, all wielding improvised weapons and wearing gaudy suits, as well as some manner of mask. At their head was a man that Izumi had never met, but knew from police reports, Kendo Rappa. Arie began to shake with terror in Tenya's arms, while Izumi let out a vicious growl. The USJ was being attacked by a combined force of villains, demons, and the Shy Hasaikai. Izumi's eyes flashed silver and the rumbling within her became a deep, menacing snarling. The hand villain smiled widely, his grin visible from the sides of his hand mask, let's kill us some kids, then when we're done taming the wolf, All Might should show up and be nice and broken. Today, we're killing the symbol of peace. Next chapter, The League of Villains. To be released, February 4th, 2022. And finally we get to the main conflict of the arc, the attack of the League of Villains. The next 11 chapters will detail the attack from start to finish, and every single student will get a moment to do something, be it major or minor. This arc is going to be a big one, and introduce a lot of new demon types, which the students will have to deal with. As for the events of this chapter, you can probably tell already, but the Tartarus attack was nothing more than a way to separate Izumi and All Might so the League could take out Ami, though more details will be revealed later. It wouldn't be the only thing the League did in this chapter to make sure people were where they wanted them. Next chapter will officially begin the Battle of the USJ, with Izumi showing her power and displeasure towards the Shai Hasaikai remnants, the beginning of the student evacuation, and the first casualties of the hellish battle to come. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Today, we're killing the symbol of peace. Those words, roared at them with terrifying confidence, had tremors of terror surging through the bodies of the students, who went white as snow with disbelief. Only Katsuki and Himiko, who had experience fighting for their lives, and Shoto, who remained stoic, stood strong against the waves of fear. Villains. No way, exclaimed Kaminari, what villain would be dumb enough to sneak into a school for heroes? Sensei, aren't there intruder sensors and alarms? Momo asked urgently, looking to 13. 13 nodded, of course, but the villains must have stopped them somehow. Shoto scowled dangerously down at the horde of villains. Aside from the hand villain's loud declaration, only Izumi and Jiro could hear what the villains were saying thanks to their enhanced hearing, so he had to guess at their plans. Did they target us specifically because we're isolated, or are they attacking other parts of the school too, he thought aloud. If the alarms aren't working, then one of their quirks probably interferes with communications somehow. As if to prove his point, one of the weaker-looking villains handed some sort of microphone to the hand villain, whom was leading the attack. Gripping it with only 4 fingers, the hand villain tapped the mic, and the speakers around the USJ suddenly flared to life. Can you all hear me up there, little heroes? Since you've decided to hide in your spawn point instead of coming to us, I'll talk with this, he said, idly scratching at his neck with one finger. His creepy voice echoed across the USJ via the speakers, allowing the students to hear him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Tamura Shigaraki and I'm the guy that's finally going to kill All Might. My teammate here is Kurojairi, and the muscly dude is Kendo Rappa, the now named Tamura pointed the mic at Rappa. I'm the new boss of the Shai Hasaikai, after Amaterasu and the heroes took out and arrested everyone else. Rappa introduced with a big grin. He was buff man, though not on the level of All Might or the odd-beaked creature, and had long, messy rust-colored hair and yellow eyes. He wore plain black pants and boots, a white t-shirt, the remnants of a light blue tunic tucked into his belt almost like a skirt, heavy metal knuckle dusters and a ragged bird-shaped hood with the beak ripped open to show his lower jaw. Izumi narrowed her eyes dangerously on Rappa, a low growl rumbling out from her throat. Within her secure pouch, Ishiko spoke to her via her earpiece, deep breaths, Izumi. Don't lose your head. I'm trying. Izumi muttered angrily, before roaring at the villains, what the hell do you villains think you're doing? Bringing the Shai Hasaikai is one thing, but those things. She pointed to the demons, are monsters. You really think you can control them? Tamura chuckled, I think we made her angry, that's good. Since you're all about to die, I'll tell you the reason for this little raid. The League of Villains has a really big, evil ally that wants Amaterasu tamed and brought to M while we want to kill All Might. We needed you nice and isolated, so we used the press as a distraction to steal your schedule and find out where you'd be. Since you, Amaterasu, are always with All Might and you'd be too tough together, I decided to have some of these Yakuza guys attack Tartarus to draw All Might's aggro away from us. By the time he gets the message and comes back here, all these brats will be dead and you'll be tamed, he boasted. Izumi sneered. Shigaraki was a complete man-child, boasting about his big and clever plan to get what he wanted. Still, as much as she hated to admit it, it was a clever scheme. Only Orochi, who had incredible protection and regeneration, had been able to stand against the combo of Amaterasu and All Might, and Izumi doubted these guys had the same powers. By using the Shai Hasaikai to attack Tartarus and draw All Might away, the League of Villains had successfully divided them. Despite her disgust with the man, Izumi wouldn't underestimate Shigaraki. He might be overconfident, but he was working with demons and by his own admission, was working with the Evil One or one of the demon generals. Combining that with Kurojiri and the as of yet unnamed beaked villain meant that he could be a major threat. So you want to kill my colleagues and students, tame me, then kill All Might? As motives go, you've picked a lofty one, but you won't be succeeding. Izumi told him, before looking back at Kendo Rappa. And these thugs of the Shai Hasaikai. I'm assuming you want revenge for destroying your little gang, she sneered, looking at the gangsters as if they were less than filth. It made her classmates shudder to see how cold she was with them, though since they'd seen the Orochi video, they couldn't blame her. There are only 8 of you left, including Rappa. How fitting for the 8 precepts of death. The 7 lower-class Yakuza looked at her murderously, while Rappa just grinned and laughed. We had more guys, but they got beaten and captured at Tartarus. We'd all have been caught if this guy and those little freaks hadn't bailed us out, he said, pointing to Kurojiri and a few of the imps behind him. Izumi scowled. If there's one place in the world that shouldn't have demons inside it, it would be there, too many strong bodies to possess and make stronger. She'd have to pay the place a visit after all this and clear it out. One of the Yakuza thugs stepped forward. You took the boss from us, you little bitch. You also took the brat that he needed to achieve his dream, he screamed, looking between Izumi and Arie. Arie whimpered and hid her face in Tenya's arms. Izumi snarled, watch your tongue, Yakuza scum. Chisaki was evil to the core, torturing my child. He deserved to be defeated. The Yakuza thugs I twitched with rage, you'll pay. Once Shigaraki tames you, we'll take back that brat and continue the boss's work. The experiments will continue, he declared, earning shouts of agreement from the other Yakuza, sans Rappa. A suffocated silence descended upon the USJ as Arie shook with terror and Izumi went completely still. Eraser, 13, and Izumi's siblings winced and took a step away as they watched Izumi's eyes turn silver and the pupils narrow into slits. Within her pouch, Ishiko was facepalming and silently decrying the stupidity of the Yakuza, while offering a prayer for their souls. Izumi, her expression eerily blank, tilted her head until her neck made a satisfying crack, then tilted it the other way to get the same result. Every muscle in her body tensed one by one and her bones cracked and popped, before she completely relaxed. Down in the plaza, Tamura, his villains, the demons, and even Rappa took a step away from the 7 doomed fools. They were criminals and monsters, why risk themselves for a mouthy idiot? One green imp hollered, I call dibs on their livers. The Yakuza blinked in confusion, then suddenly Amaterasu was in their midst. Using her bangles to spark a flame, and then manipulating that flame into jet-like streams with Inferno, followed by a quick transformation, allowed Izumi's wolf form to reach the group of hapless thugs in mere moments. What followed was the most brutal takedown of villains that the students of 1A had ever seen. Still in wolf form, Izumi leapt up and grabbed the mouthy Yakuza's head in her jaws to force him to the ground, then summoned the divine retribution to deliver a devastating reflector-style, 4 winds combo that left the hapless fool unconscious on the floor in a pile of his own vomit and blood, with a broken jaw and a hell of a concussion. Next she summoned her Tsumagari and swatted the remaining 6 Yakuza with the flat of the massive blade, knocking them all off their feet. Izumi then switched back to her demigod form and summoned her devout beads to unleash a new move. Rosary style, crown jewel, she roared, firing all 6 of the beads at once. Having loosely arranged the beads beforehand, the shotgun-like blast sent one of the beads directly into the forehead of each thug with enough force to leave a tomo-shaped mark on their skin whilst knocking them out. With all 7 thugs defeated, Izumi repeated her flame-powered dash to return to the entrance and the students. The students gaped, while the teachers shook their heads, Izumi's siblings openly laughed, and Arie gave a little cheer. Down in the plaza, the villains looked at their 7 unconscious allies with fear or amusement, depending on how confident they were in their own power. The fuck was that? One thug yelled loud enough to be picked up by the mic. Katsuki roared with laughter, you pushed the Arie button. You shouldn't have did that. Izumi rolled her eyes, but smiled since Katsuki's comment had drawn a giggle from Arie. She turned back to the little girl, I won't let them hurt you, I promise. You don't have to be afraid. Arie nodded, relaxing a little. Izumi took a deep breath, feeling better now that Arie wasn't as scared and she'd worked out her frustrations on the Yakuza. Her attention was drawn to Rappa, who was now laughing uproariously. That was great. Aw man, I hope we can get a recording of that. These guys were talking shit, then got their asses handed to them like the little bitches they were. Wahaha, he laughed, wiping away an imaginary tear. You should surrender, Rappa. I'd hate to do the same to you. Izumi warned. Rappa kept grinning, no way. This is why I'm here. I only joined up with the Yakuza because I lost a fight to Overhaul and wanted a rematch. Since you kicked his ass, and he's dead, I want to fight you instead. I also want to fight All Might, since he kicked my ass back during the attack on the base. Izumi raised an eyebrow. What an odd man. Unlike the other villains in Yakuza, Izumi couldn't sense any evil or malice from him. It felt like Kendo Rappa was just in it for the fight. Still, he was attacking the school, so she'd treat him like a villain, even if she found she didn't hate him like the other Yakuza. Eraserhead brandished his capture weapon and took a step towards the stairs, preparing to leap down and fight. 13. Amaterasu, begin evacuating the students and try to contact the school. If the alarms aren't working, then chances are they have someone with some kind of jamming quirk, so you should be able to use communication devices if you get out of range. Until then, Kaminari, use your quirk to try and signal for help, he ordered. Got it. Kaminari nodded fearfully as he began fiddling with his earpiece. Understood, Eraser. Be careful until help comes. Izumi said, turning to leave. She wanted to stay and fight, and would have to come back to stop the demons, but getting her classmates to safety first was more important. But Amaterasu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei can't take all of them by himself. Isn't he specialized for ambushes and hit-and-run tactics? Momo argued. Eraser turned back and gave the girl a confident look. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Amaterasu, take care of them, he declared. Without another word, he spun on his heel and ran at the stairs. He didn't even touch the steps, instead leaping down and using his capture weapon on a handrail and a villain to slow his fall and let him land safely. Ranged squad, get ready, one of the villains with gun barrels for fingers shouted. Several other villains moved to back him up and pointed their quirks at the rapidly advancing hero. Eraser's eyes flashed red behind his goggles, and in an instant, the villains began to panic as their quirks failed to activate. With a flick of his wrist, Eraser wrapped 4 of them up in his scarves and yanked them into the air, knocking them out by slamming their heads together. Idiots. That's Eraserhead, yelled a rock-skinned villain with 4 arms, he'll erase your quirk with one glance. Doesn't work on us mutation types though, he boasted, lunging for the underground hero. No, it doesn't. Eraser said calmly, socking the mutant villain right in the face. The villain flew back before being caught in the hero's weapon and thrown into a group of his friends that had tried to flank Eraser. But you guys tend to be the close combat type. I'm prepared for that, he finished as the villains crashed into each other, ending up as a pile of unconscious bodies. Tamura scratched his neck as he watched Eraserhead take apart a group of his cannon fodder. He was holding the demons back, as he wanted to save them for the students, and his secret weapon was for All Might and Amaterasu only. He's leveled his hand-to-hand skill, and those goggles hide who he's using his quirk on. Our grunts aren't even slowing him down. Should have expected this from a mini-boss, but still. I really hate pro-heroes, he grumbled to himself. Up with the students, Katsuki whistled, damn, sensei's almost as brutal as a pissed-off Izuken. Should have figured from an underground pro. Now isn't the time, Kaken. Let's get going. Himiko grabbed his elbow and pulled him along. The rest of the class turned away too and began heading for the door whilst trying to remain calm. 13 led the group while Amaterasu covered the rear. Oh no you don't, yelled Rappa as he suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs, warped there by Kurojiri, and took an incredibly fast swing at Izumi. The wolf girl scowled and summoned her Tsumagari in divine retribution in front of her to block his punch, remembering his quirk from the reports that she'd read after the Shai Hasaikai were defeated. Strong arm allowed Rappa to swing his arms with incredible speed and velocity, allowing him to deliver earth-shattering blows. Thankfully, Izumi didn't have to see if those blows could get past her instruments, as Rappa's punch was stopped by the sudden appearance of a shimmering gold barrier. It covered the entirety of Class 1A, including the teachers protecting them. Rappa blanched while Izumi grinned and looked over her shoulder at Arie. The little girl was being carried by Tenya, and had clapped her hands together to create the barrier. Fast reaction, pup. Good job. Izumi praised. Rappa shook himself out of his shock and laughed, ha. So Tenya gave his quirk to you, and you gave it to the pipsqueak. That's fucking hilarious. Izumi scowled, watch your language in front of my daughter. A cherry bomb suddenly appeared under Rappa's feet, spawning from a mark of Bakugami that Izumi had left behind as a distraction for pursuers. It detonated and sent Rappa barreling halfway down the stairs with an indignant squawk of surprise, while Arie's barrier ensured the students weren't harmed. Rappa slowly got to his feet, dizzy from the unexpected blast. Sorry pipsqueak, he said, once again making Izumi think he was oddly jovial and friendly for a Yakuza-turned-villain that wanted to fight death matches with her and All Might. Amaterasu. 13 suddenly yelled, making the Okami hero spin on her heel and look towards her. 13 pointed to the massive doors that lead to the outside, which were slowly being closed by 2 small hordes of green imps that had snuck around behind them while everyone was distracted. With a growl, Izumi ran at them. Arie, drop the barrier, she ordered, and the golden dome disappeared immediately. Using green sprout from her feet to produce a tree beneath her that launched her into the air, Izumi took aim at the green imps. Power slash, she cried, drawing a quick line of ink that sent an invisible blade at the ape-like demons. Their shrieks of surprise was cut off as the attack sliced both groups in half, bifurcating them with one blow. Their bodies slumped to the ground and transformed into black smoke and disappeared, and Izumi landed in front of the gate. Damn it, they managed to shut the gate this much. Izumi scowled, looking at the tiny gap. The gates were automated and required massive strength to open and close with force alone, and with the villains able to manipulate the USJ's electronics, Izumi didn't think she could open the gate normally. Plus the doors were a blend of tough metals, requiring an upgraded power slash to break, which she didn't want to waste the energy on with so many enemies still to deal with. There's still enough space for a normal person to slip through. Shoji and Sato might be too big, and 13 might be too puffy in her suit, but with a little grease made by Momo, you should be able to get everyone out. Ishiko assured her, having a good eye for size. Izumi nodded and turned to her classmates, only to find them staring at her in horror. Everyone. What's wrong? Sensei, you just killed all those people. Momo said fearfully. Izumi's eyes widened. Of course most of her classmates would be scared after seeing her chop a ton of demons in half. They could see the demons, but didn't know what they were. Excluding 13, Arie, Katsuki, Himiko, and Fumikage, everyone thought she just murdered villains in cheap costumes. Okay, now isn't really the time to explain, but you don't need to worry. They aren't human. They're a kind of monster that are created, not born. If you see others like them then use lethal force, it's the only way to ensure they won't recover quickly enough to hurt you. I promise I'll explain in more detail later, but for now we need to evacuate. Izumi said urgently. She needed to get Arie to safety, then head back to support Eraserhead. 13 and the students that knew of demons quickly made noises of agreement, and Izumi's newer friends chose to trust in their friend's good nature and accept her word. That was enough to convince the few remaining doubters of the class, and they all calmed down enough to continue with the evacuation. Izumi quickly told them of the gate issue, and had them begin lining up in single file from smallest to largest while Momo worked on making something to try and force the doors open or help them slip through. There was only one exception. Tenya, you and Arie are first. Izumi ordered, pulling the boy to the front of the line. The instant you're outside, run full speed to the main building and warn the principal. Tell him it's a code purple and he needs to get All Might to come back immediately. Protect Arie with your life, she commanded fiercely. Tenya gaped, but I can't just run away and leave you all behind. Evacuating together is one thing, but this is dash. Izumi cut him off by lifting her hands to his cheeks and holding his face gently, yet firmly. Tenya, look at me. Arie is the #1 priority here, not just because she's my daughter, but because she's a 6-year-old civilian while the rest of us are heroes. She can't fight like us if things go badly and her stamina won't let her hold up a barrier for that long. Please Tenya, you need to do this. Do as 13 said, and use your power to save someone. The straight-laced boy grimaced, clearly still struggling with the idea of leaving his classmates behind, but he chose to put his trust in Amaterasu. All right. Brace yourself, Arie, this will be quite fast, he warned, making Arie hold on to him tighter. Izumi smiled, thank you, Tenya. Arie, be brave all right. Everything will be okay, I won't let anyone hurt you. I promise. Oh okay. Be safe mama. Arie replied. With one last kiss on her daughter's cheek, Izumi ushered Tenya through the small gap in the gate. The instant he was outside, Tenya shot off towards the school, shifting into his highest gear and running as fast as he possibly could whilst shielding Arie with his arms. Once Tenya was safely escaping with Arie, Izumi turned back to her classmates to evacuate the next person. She was interrupted by Himiko's sudden cry. Izumi, look out. Izumi spun around just in time to see Rappa and Kurogiri appear via a warp gate, with Rappa laughing and throwing a punch. She barely had time to resummon the divine retribution to block the punch, but she didn't have the time to brace it or herself, so Rappa's punch only slowed a little as it slammed into the mirror, which was forced back into Izumi. The young heroine cried out as she felt several ribs break under the force and she was launched backward, narrowly missing her classmates, as she flew into the plaza. Izuken! Katsuki yelled in a panic, before calming as he saw Izumi land safely, using the topiary around the plaza as a spawn point for vines that caught her and dropped her safely beside Eraserhead. A quick use of rejuvenation and she was fine, but the villains and demons moved to surround her, preventing her from getting back to the entrance and her friends. Rappa ignored the students entirely and ran after Izumi, laughing happily in anticipation of the fight he'd been waiting so long for. That left 13 and 1A to face down Kurojiri, who stood between them and the exit. My apologies, but I won't allow any more of you to escape, he said politely, his body returning to its more humanoid shape. I would introduce myself, but Tamura Shigaraki largely did that already once he realized our plan had worked. However, with that boy having escaped with the 8 precepts prize, All Might may return faster than anticipated. I'm afraid that we no longer have the luxury of letting you live. I will perform my role and split the party, as Tamura likes to say. The fact that Kurojiri's sinister voice never lost its polite, almost butler-like tone made him even more unnerving than normal. His body began to expand into a warp gate again, but the students weren't about to let that happen. Katsuki, Ijiro, and Class 1B's Toguru, seemingly appearing from nowhere, charged at the villain, with Ijiro hardening his arm to deliver a chop while Toguru created a blade from his arm to slice the missed villain, and Katsuki blasted him with a mid-level explosion. We'll stop you before you get a chance. Betcha didn't see that coming. Ijiro yelled, before taking notice of the mysteriously appeared Toguru. Whoa. Bro, when did you get here? It's Himiko, the transformed girl said, making the head of the transformation melt away a bit to show her real face within Toguru's. He gave me some blood earlier this week so he could one day spar with himself. Before another comment could be made, Kurojiri reformed, his yellow eyes widened slightly. That was rather close, students you may be, but you are still among the best. As expected of you. A's golden eggs. I should have known this would be the case, especially with Amaterasu's adoptive siblings. He looked to Katsuki and Himiko. Hey Misty, what was your name again? Onijirai? Hitoshi asked mockingly, hoping to use his quirk. To his surprise, Kurojiri merely looked at the boy and one glowing eye widened while the other narrowed, giving the impression that he was raising an eyebrow. He didn't say a word in reply, making the insomniac boy growl. Did they know his quirk? Everyone, get back. 13 yelled as Kurojiri stepped forward. It was too late however. The villain declared, "Begone," and his body exploded into a massive cloud of black mist that quickly engulfed the entire class. Struggle on wherever you fall, you will be scattered, and tormented, until you breath your last, a sacrifice to the evil one. The demons will feast on your bones. That last statement was said with such hatred and malice that it froze the students in place, ending any escape attempts and fully allowing all the students to be captured by the warp gate and scattered to the different zones of the USJ. Not a single one remained, not even Katsuki and Himiko, who'd not been as badly shaken by the man's sinister words. 13 looked around desperately, trying to see where the students were being dropped. Thanks to her elevated position, she was able to witness the black warp gates opening above the disaster zones, excluding the enclosed conflagration and downpour zones, and see who had fallen where. Uraraka, Kurishima, and Shinso had fallen into the water of the flood zone. Ashido, Azui, and Kaminari had fallen into the landslide zone and landed safely thanks to Azui's tongue catching her classmates, and her strong legs allowing her to withstand the fall. Midoriya, Jiro, and Shoji had landed in the mountain zone, with Midoriya using transform to turn into hawks and save her classmates. Todoroki, Koda, Sato, and Hagakure landed in the ruins zone, with Todoroki making an ice ramp to slide them onto a desolate rooftop. 13 couldn't see Bakugu, Yayorozu, Tokoyami, Aoyama, Siro, or Adrio, so she guessed they'd been sent to the enclosed zones. The space hero dearly hoped they were okay. Turning your back on an enemy is unwise, hero. Kurojiri said, his body reforming as he closed the warp gates. You and Amaterasu were too slow in getting these children out of the way, and only allowed 2 to escape. The rest will undoubtedly suffer and die now, thanks to your mistake, he taunted. 13 grit her teeth. Don't underestimate the students of U.A. They'll survive and win, she declared, spinning around and pointing her finger at Kurojiri. The cap on one of her suit's fingertips flipped open and the full force of 13's black hole quirk roared out, creating a super powerful vacuum that began sucking up Kurojiri's mist. Despite the seemingly dire situation he was in, the villain merely narrowed his eyes. Such a dangerous quirk. It's too bad for you though. Kurojiri's body shuddered, and 13 suddenly gasped as she felt the suction from her own quirk coming from behind her. In an instant, the back of her helmet and suit was torn open as her own black hole stripped a layer off her back. Kurojiri had turned his body into a warp gate and opened the other end behind 13, essentially redirecting the power back at her. Gasping at the pain she felt as the skin of her back began to tear off, 13 just barely managed to stop her quirk in time to save her life. The villain watched dispassionately as the hero hit the floor, barely clinging to consciousness. As expected, a rescue-oriented hero like 13 can't measure up to the average hero when it comes to a fight, and now your own power has brought about your downfall, the villain said disappointedly. You're useless now. I'll leave you here to watch as your students and Eraserhead die. You'll have front row seats to Amaterasu's capture and corruption too. With those parting words, Kurogiri warped away. He had another task to complete. Meanwhile, down in the central plaza, Izumi and Eraserhead were back to back, fighting the horde of lesser demons and villains that had gathered there while Tamura and the bizarre monster with the exposed brain watched them. Strictly speaking, calling it a fight was a generous description, it was more like a one-sided slaughter. Amaterasu and Eraserhead were tough heroes to fight when alone, but together they were proving to be almost unstoppable. Tamura was scratching his neck more aggressively as his frustration built up, their combo was too damn strong. Kendo Rappa was stuck on the outskirts of the group, wanting dearly to get stuck in and fight Amaterasu himself, but knowing he'd never get the one-on-one fight he wanted with Eraserhead there too. It pissed him off, but he'd have to wait until Eraserhead was knocked out or killed before he could get the fight he wanted, as there was no way the man would just let Amaterasu go off and fight alone. Instead he observed them fighting together, impressed by their teamwork and feeling almost nostalgic for his old partnership with Tenai. Eraser and Amaterasu were a perfect match, both were analytical fighters that focused on controlling the enemy and the battlefield with corralling/binding tactics then defeating their foes with swift melee strikes. Amaterasu focused on fighting the demons, since only her power could permanently remove them, and the mutant types that Eraserhead couldn't nullify, while Eraser focused on erasing the quirks of the others and knocking them out, or corralling them into one spot so Izumi could bind them all with a tree, or knock them out with a swift cherry bomb. Dozens of thugs were being beaten every few moments, and since Amaterasu was unaffected by erasure, sans her quirk exchange, Eraserhead didn't have to be mindful of her, which was why he usually preferred working alone. Fighting with an ally for once is almost refreshing. Eraser said, ducking beneath a mutant type's punch as he erased the quirks of a pair of ranged emitter types. He turned his back on the mutant type, knowing Izumi would take him out for him, which she did with a heavy smash from Tsumagari's pommel. Our styles fit together well, don't they? We'll have these guys knocked out in no time. Izumi replied, using Vine to grab a red imp and tossing it into a yellow imp. A random thug tried to get in the way so Izumi couldn't power slash them, as they knew she wouldn't kill people, but Eraserhead snagged his leg and pulled him over, giving Izumi the opening to end the demons. Good, my eyes are getting sore. Eraserhead whispered, knowing Izumi's wolf hearing could pick it up. The girl frowned for a moment, and Ishiko spoke, Hey Izumi, why not break out that move you wanted to try? The one inspired by that normal hero? Great idea. Izumi grinned. Using water spout to gather some water from the plaza fountain, Izumi brought it to her hands and dripped some rejuvenation ink into it, before manipulating it into the bottom of Aizawa-sensei's goggles so it could touch his eyes without blinding him. Once the water was in place, the ink glowed as Izumi activated regeneration. Celestial combination, Eagle Elixir, she declared. Eraserhead sighed with relief as the water rehydrated his eyes and the rejuvenation healed some of the strain, allowing him to keep them open for longer. Thanks Amaterasu. Where the hell did you get an idea like Eagle Elixir, he asked, grabbing a green imp by the throat and throwing it to Izumi, before jumping above the charges of two muscle-bound villains, making them crash into one another and knock themselves out. I copied it from Manual. The normal hero based in Hosu. I saw a video online of him using his water quirk to clean out the eyes of a child who'd gotten accidentally pepper sprayed in a hostage situation. I just added my rejuvenation to make it a perfect support move for you. Izumi answered, tossing a cherry bomb at the green imp that had been thrown her way, killing it and letting her knock out a female villain with a horse quirk that had been startled by the explosion. You have a support move just for me? I have support moves for almost everyone. Plus Ultra, right? Freaking problem child. Eraser chuckled to himself. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't engage in idle conversation during a fight but the villains saw it as the heroes not taking them seriously, which made them angry. That made them sloppy and made it even easier for the heroes to defeat them. Half the enemy was already unconscious and Tamura's demon horde, mostly imps, was almost completely depleted, while Rappa was the only Yakuza left, sulking off to the side. Off to the side, Tamura growled, TCH, I should have power leveled these weaklings before bringing them along. Maybe it's time for the boss already. Unaware of this, Izumi began to smile to herself, maybe I was wrong, this was scary at first, but these guys aren't much of a threat after all. With Arie already safe and 13 evacuating the others, there's nothing to be worried about, she thought confidently, completely unaware that elsewhere in the USJ, her friends were fighting for their lives. Next chapter, Chaotic Survival Part 1. To be released, February 6, 2022. Well, the Shai Hasaikai didn't last long. Tamura really only brought them along as cannon fodder to rile up Izumi, so at least they served their purpose. And hey, Arie and Tenya got away to safety so that's good. Too bad the rest of the class couldn't do the same. Now they are scattered and forced to deal with not only villains, but the bizarre and powerful beasts known as demons. They're in for a rough time. The next 3 chapters will detail these chaotic battles, and give most of the students a moment to shine. Note that not everyone will get a big moment in this arc, but those that don't will get one in the future. Next chapter will see Momo, Fumikage, and Katsuki battle it out in the conflagration zone, Sato, Koda, and Toru watch Shoto do his thing in the ruin zone, and the odd trio of Shiro, Ojiro, and Aoyama dealing with the cold and wet of the downpour zone. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday, April 14, 2282. Conflagration Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. When the warp gate opened and Fumikage found himself being spat out into the conflagration zone, he thought for certain that he was about to die. After falling into a darkness that even he couldn't stand and then falling from the ceiling of the fiery zone's protective dome, there really wasn't another option in the Raven Boy's head. He was falling from too great a height to survive, and even as he fell he could see the horde of demons and villains that roamed beneath, having been summoned straight into the conflagration zone as part of a trap. Desperate to survive, Fumikage tried to summon Dark Shadow, but the light cast by the inferno around him made the quirk too weak to stretch far enough to grab anything. Damn it! Cast into the Stygian pits and unable to do anything to protect myself. This is the end. He thought bitterly. He closed his eyes and thought of his family and of the friends he'd made in the last several days, feeling that his last thoughts should be of happier things. Thankfully, death wasn't coming to reap his soul just yet. Nevermore, roared a familiar voice, amidst the sudden din of explosions. Fumikage's eyes snapped wide open and saw Katsuki blasting his way towards him, having just been warped to the conflagration zone too. Like a human rocket, Katsuki slammed into Fumikage and made him hang on to his belt, before changing the direction of his explosions to slow himself down and land safely on the ground below. Fumikage gasped with relief, he'd only been a few feet from a very messy death. Thank you for the rescue, Katsuki. Fumikage panted gratefully, breathing deep with relief, I'd have perished without you. Forget about it, we're heroes, remember? Katsuki replied gruffly, looking around irritably. The conflagration zone was basically a small simulated cityscape that had been built inside a fireproof dome, then set on fire so the students could practice rescues from burning buildings. There were powerful water hoses and sprinkler systems all over the place, but the villains taking over the USJ's control systems were preventing them from activating, as well as preventing the fire jets from being turned off. Look alive nevermore, we've got company, the explosive boy suddenly warned. He and Fumikage had landed in the middle of a simulated 4-way road with no cover, and now all the villains knew where they were and were out for blood. Both boys scanned the crowd of advancing thugs with narrowed eyes as they got into combat stances. They didn't recognize any of these villains from the plaza, so they had likely been warped straight here from their base. That was a problem, as it meant the heroes didn't know how many opponents were actually attacking them. Worse still, these villains all looked to be well suited for the conflagration zone, sporting fiery or heat quirks and wearing black market support gear to help them deal with the heat. You fuckers came prepared, springing your little trap. Katsuki growled as they were surrounded. One of the villains, a man with red scales and wearing some kind of metallic muzzle, stepped forward and laughed. Ah, are the little baby heroes scared? You should be, 'cause we're going to turn you to ash. Fumikage shook his head, there is no need to be afraid, since your superior already bungled the trap, he said, summoning Dark Shadow. The light of the flames was limiting his size and range, but they weren't so intense as to render him completely harmless. Oh yeah, how'd you figure that? Asked a woman wearing clothes made of fire, with a bloodthirsty smirk on her face. When it comes to fire and heat traps, there is one thing you never put in it. Fumikage replied. And what would that be? Asked the muzzled villain. Katsuki suddenly roared and blasted himself forward with one hand, his explosion much larger and stronger than usual. The villain straight ahead of him flinched back at the sudden movement, not expecting the students to be so vicious looking, only to then be blasted into the nearby buildings by a massive explosion from Katsuki's other hand. He cackled with a bloodthirsty smile of his own. He immediately leapt at the villains he'd scattered one by one, effortlessly destroying their support gear with an explosion or two, then viciously beating them unconscious or blasting them into walls if they were resistant. Fumikage shook his head, almost pitying the villains. Sending the boy that produced explosive sweat into the hottest place in the USJ was very unwise. Even those villains with resistances to his heat and explosions weren't able to stand up to the onslaught of heavy blows from Katsuki's gauntlets, knee pads, and boots. While Katsuki was busy taking out 25% of their group, the rest decided to rush him. 50% of the villains charged at him in an attempt to overwhelm him, while the remaining 25% went for Fumikage so Katsuki would be alone. This was bad for both the villains and Fumikage. Katsuki's power was being increased by all the sweat he was producing, and it was overpowering the villains quickly, blasting their defenses to smithereens and leaving them scorched and unconscious. However, all the light his explosions created, including the occasional flash-bang style explosion used to stun the horde of enemies, weakened Dark Shadow too, leaving Fumikage almost unable to fight back. Additionally, the villains largely had fire quirks too, which meant their own attacks weakened him. If Katsuki was the worst person to send to the conflagration zone, then Fumikage was probably among the best, only Tsuyu and Shoto would have had more trouble. Dark Shadow was just barely able to function as a shield for his master, but another sudden flash bang from Katsuki dispersed the quirk and left Fumikage open. "You're dead now, kid," roared a villain wielding a flaming sword. He slashed down at Fumikage, who couldn't evade thanks to a wall of flame put up by another villain. His life once again flashed before his eyes, and the Raven Boy braced himself. Bang! "Gah!" cried the sword-wielding villain as he suddenly fell to the ground, a rubber pellet bouncing off the side of his head. "What the fuck? Where did that come from?" yelled the villain making the firewall. There was another bang, and he too fell to the ground with a cry of pain. 2 more bangs swiftly followed and 2 more villains fell unconscious. Fumikage looked in the direction the shots came from and smiled with relief at what he saw. High up on a rooftop that wasn't engulfed in fire was Momo Yaoyorozu, wielding a sniper rifle she had created and loaded with rubber rounds. "Heh, guess Ponytail's here too. Lucky us," Katsuki commented as he effortlessly fought off the villains. They were no match for him. He'd been training in combat since he could walk and was a natural genius when it came to fighting, while the scumbags were just opportunists that couldn't match his skill. Momo waved, seeing the boys looking at her, then returned to firing at the enemies surrounding Fumikage. They turned to try and launch ranged attacks at her, but the shadowy boy wasn't going to give them a chance. Dark Shadow burst out from his master's stomach and knocked the distracted villains to the ground by pulling their legs out from under them, allowing Momo to effortlessly snipe them and knock them out. Between Momo's sniping, Katsuki's raw power, and Fumikage's sneak attacks, the horde of villains were quickly defeated. Once the enemy was unconscious, Momo jumped off the building and used a grappling hook she'd made to swing down and land safely beside the boys. "Katsuki, Fumikage. Thank goodness you're okay. I'm sorry I didn't arrive sooner, but I tried to survive the initial fall by making a parachute. The hot air ended up floating me to the roof and I had to cut myself down." The rich girl apologized profusely, her sniper rifle slung over one arm. "I have no complaints. You saved my life," Fumikage said gratefully. "Sorry about the flashes, never more. I got carried away." Katsuki apologized awkwardly. He was bad at this sort of thing, and while he was fairly good at controlling his quirk, the heat of the conflagration zone making him sweat more did make it much harder to manage the strength of his explosions. Still, that was good shooting, Ponytail. Where'd you learn that? Momo smiled. "My parents and I are fascinated by British nobility, to the point that my father took up clay pigeon shooting after seeing it in a documentary. It looked entertaining, so I joined him. Hitting villains is much easier than those clay discs. I certainly owe my life to your talents. You've both saved my life today," Fumikage said. "I'm glad I got here on time. This place is probably the worst zone to send you to, Fumikage. Speaking of which, don't you think that it was odd for that Kurogiri villain to send us 3 here?" Momo asked. Katsuki and Fumikage exchanged puzzled looks. "What do you mean?" Katsuki asked. "Well, sending Fumikage here makes sense. The light of the flames would make it harder for him to act. But why send you, whose power relies on sweat, to a hot area?" She pointed out. "It would have been better to send you to the downpour zone where the rain and cold would interfere with you. It would have made more sense to send me there too, since my costume isn't exactly suited for colder temperatures." Fumikage blushed and looked away from Momo's very obvious cleavage, while Katsuki frowned in thought. "Maybe they just don't know our quirks and got lucky with me," the Raven Boy suggested, eyes firmly on the ceiling. Momo nodded. "I'd have thought so too, but..." Katsuki scowled. Misty Fuck seemed to know Ibag's quirk. He ignored him when Ibag spoke, as if he knew the condition for brainwashing. "That's what you're thinking, isn't it?" The girl nodded seriously. "That's odd, don't you think?" Kurogiri looked right at Hitoshi when he spoke, as if he was making a point to ignore him. Why do that if he didn't know about brainwashing's condition? It could just be a coincidence. He might have just done that to show he was above such obvious taunting. Fumikage offered. Misty Fuck didn't seem the kind of guy to rise to bait like that, so it may have just been bad luck for us. Katsuki agreed. Momo couldn't deny that, but the whole thing was setting off alarm bells inside her head. Truth be told, it was bothering the boys too, but they didn't like the implications of Kurogiri knowing Hitoshi's quirk but not theirs. The way I see it, there's 3 possibilities. Either he doesn't know any of our quirks and got lucky with eyebags, he knows eyebags' quirks and but not everyone else's, or he knows all our quirks and warped us randomly. The first is the safest theory. The second raises unfortunate questions, like how and why. The third seems the least likely. That villain seemed far too serious and methodical to drop us haphazardly if he knew our powers. Fumikage thought aloud, we don't have enough information. We'll need to capture him to find out for certain. Katsuki's frown deepened. Catching a villain that could warp and seemed to have a body made of mist would be nearly impossible. He already had a good idea of the guy's weak point, but if Izumi was right and the guy had demonic power of some sort, then only she would be able to stop him completely. Either way, we need to get back to the others. We should get out of the conflagration zone and head back to the entrance. Momo ordered, slipping into vice-rep mode. Fumikage nodded, while Katsuki bristled at being ordered around, but he kept his mouth shut and agreed. Now wasn't the time to argue. With a basic plan of action in place, the trio began searching for the exit to the dome. Momo had spotted it not too far from them while she was on the rooftops, but on the flame-filled streets it was much harder to navigate. Worse still, the flames were getting far more intense and Katsuki was forced to walk a short distance away from the others, as random sparks and licks of flame would ignite his palm sweat and cause uncontrolled explosions. Momo and Fumikage learned many fascinating compound swear words and insults by listening to Katsuki's displeased reactions. Why the fuck is it getting hotter? Katsuki roared after a particularly big blast had knocked him on his ass. Are those cock-sucking villains turning up the fucking thermostat? It is getting hotter in here. We'll be cooked if we stay much longer. Momo panted, feeling dizzy and dehydrated. She was running low on strength after creating her large sniper rifle, a parachute, and all the rubber ammunition. We must be near the exit by now. Fumikage groaned, having removed his costume's cloak to reveal the basic black clothing he wore underneath. Damn it, I'm just going to go blast a hole in the fucking dome. Katsuki growled, getting to his feet. Unfortunately his quick action sent some of his sweat into a nearby fire and the resultant explosion once again had him on his ass. Motherfucker. I am done with this bullsh dash. The boy froze, eyes widening. Momo and Fumikage looked at him in confusion as he quickly shifted so he was on all fours and put his ear against the ground. Katsuki? Momo asked concernedly. Something's coming. I can feel a rumbling from all around us. Katsuki answered, focusing his anger on what was likely a new threat. Momo and Fumikage went down on one knee to touch their hands against the ground. They gasped as they felt the soft vibrations too, and they were getting stronger by the second. Before the 3 teens could get back on their feet completely, the source of the rumbling suddenly burst out of the flaming buildings around them. Katsuki and Fumikage growled, while Momo screamed in surprise at the bizarre creatures that had appeared. What are these things? She cried, brandishing her snipe rifle as she looked at the monsters. They were being surrounded by creatures shaped like wagon wheels, with a giant bloodshot eye in the center of the spokes and smaller eyes along the rim of the wheel. Flames were billowing out from the pupils, and they released horrifying, otherworldly screams as they encircled the teens. They're called fire eyes. Katsuki growled, getting to his feet slowly and pointing his palms towards the encircling demons. Ishiko and Izumi had told him and Himiko about almost every demon they knew about, and the creepy will demons, consisting of fire eyes, ice mouths, earth noses, and thunder ears, were among the most disgusting and unnatural in appearance. Fumikage hadn't known the names of the creatures, but he had guessed they were demons. No holding back on these ones. No. Destroy them completely. Izuken will have to clean up when they regenerate. Katsuki nodded, before leaping at one of the fire eyes. The demon reacted by stopping and spinning around like a top to repel the explosive boy, but Katsuki didn't need to make direct contact and simply blasted the demon with the full strength he could manage without hurting himself. The demon shrieked, injured but not defeated. It and 2 of its allies immediately tried to run into Katsuki. He dodged, but they began rapidly moving around him while a 4th jumped into the air to drop down on him with a diving attack while he couldn't escape. Thankfully, Dark Shadow caught the airborne fire eye by one of its spokes and used it as a cudgel to smack away the fire eyes that had surrounded Katsuki, as well as 2 others that were attempting so crush Momo between them. The fire eyes were dazed, but barely injured, their flames providing supernatural protection. We can't hurt them properly as long as they're on fire. Momo, can you create something to smother their flames? Fumikage asked as he directed Dark Shadow to grab one of the spinning wheels before it could whip up a flaming tornado. I can, give me one moment. Momo replied, focusing on the proper chemical structure. The book she kept on the back of her hips, her lexicon of chemical structures, was hit by a stray blast of fire from the fire eyes and burst into flames. Momo shrieked and tossed the book away before she could be hurt, and thanked her lucky stars that she had the object she wanted already memorized. A pair of small fire extinguishers appeared from her thighs, spawning from the pixelated light that came with her creation quirk. "Catch!" she shouted, tossing one of the items to the boys while she began spraying her own. Fumikage ended up catching the other one and helped Momo extinguish the fire eyes. The monstrous creatures screamed in agony as their flames were doused, and the heat of the conflagration zone decreased noticeably, as did the intensity of the nearby flames. Without their fire, the fire eyes had lost their protection and were now much slower. Katsuki and Dark Shadow immediately began slaughtering them with ruthless efficiency. Katsuki grabbed the demons by the central eyeball before blasting them with the same hand, destroying the eye that acted as the creature's brain, while Dark Shadow ripped the eyes out by grabbing the spokes and using his beak to grab the formerly flame-spewing eye. It was hard to watch, but before long the fire eyes were left as nothing but broken wagon wheels slowly disintegrating into black and purple smoke. Once the fight was over, Momo looked at Fumikage and Katsuki with horror. "Why, you slaughtered them completely. They were monsters, not people. Izuken warned us." Katsuki reminded her. "But these didn't look anything like those green monkeys," Momo argued. "They were still monsters. Trust me, I fucking know. I grew up with Izuken and she told me about these things. They won't even stay dead, only special powers can kill them for good, so they'll be back in like a day," the explosive boy explained, wanting to end the conversation quickly. He didn't know how Izumi wanted to explain the demons to their classmates, so he didn't want to say too much in case he ended up contradicting her by mistake. Momo didn't look completely convinced, but she didn't seem to be afraid of the boys or judging them either, so they took that as a win. Thankfully, now that the fire eyes were dead, the conflagration zone was much cooler, though still uncomfortably hot, and the exit was now visible, having previously been concealed by the demons' flames to stop them escaping. "I hope the other groups aren't forced to kill these creatures too," Momo said sadly as they pushed open the door and stepped into the significantly more comfortable air of the USJ. Katsuki and Fumikage exchanged grim nods. Somehow they doubted Momo's hopes would come true. Meanwhile, Ruin Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Sato and Koda had initially been terrified when they'd suddenly fallen out of the sky into the Ruin Zone, an area that resembled the urban training area from the battle trial, only pre-destroyed. They'd been sure they'd die, but thankfully those two weren't the only ones sent to the Ruin Zone. Todoroki had been warped there too. Almost immediately, he'd managed to blast out enough ice to freeze over his arm and extend the ice to a nearby rooftop, creating ramp that they could all land on and slide onto the roof. It had been a mildly painful landing. The ice wasn't exactly soft after all, but falling on it from only a few feet wasn't enough to do serious harm, and it was better than the messy death that waited for them below. Shoto melted himself free somehow and then slid down the ramp to join the others. "So, we're stuck here now." Shoto frowned. "Sure looks like it. Look down there," Sato said, pointing off the edge of the building. The heroes followed his finger and quickly saw a slowly growing crowd of villains and strange monsters, some of which were identical to the green monkey monsters they'd seen Izumi kill. There were clearly too many to have come from the group at the central plaza, so Shoto quickly realized that the warp villain had summoned more allies. "This is going to be annoying. Follow me, I'll get us down and deal with all of them," Shoto ordered in a monotone. Both boys nodded and Koda said, "Oh okay," in a feminine voice. He hadn't moved his mouth either, somewhat surprising Shoto. Shrugging that off since he'd never seen or heard Koda talk before, Shoto approached the edge of the rooftop and stamped his foot, creating another ice ramp that slid down to the next rooftop. He couldn't create complex shapes with his current level of control, so he had to slowly ease them to the ground with straight ramps. As he had the others slide down first, he briefly noticed a pair of discarded gloves and shoes that looked familiar, but he shrugged it off as something that had been dropped during the warping. It took a few more ramps, and some dodging of ranged attacks from the trash-talking villains, but the group eventually managed to touch down on the ground, where they were immediately surrounded. "Hee hee hee. End of the line, you little shits," one villain cackled. Sato and Koda looked fearfully at the group, even as they raised their fists to defend themselves. Shoto just looked unimpressed and once again stamped his right foot. In an instant, all boasting and bragging from the enemy stopped, as a sheet of ice rapidly expanded across the entire zone. Sato and Koda gaped. This was like what he'd done in the combat trial, only turned up to 11. In an instant, all the villains and monsters were completely frozen, with only their faces exposed. "Pathetic. You all lost so easily," Shoto said scornfully, icy cold vapors still wafting from his right side. You're out our mercy now, so I suggest you talk, he said, before walking over to one of the frozen green imps and freezing it once again, this time ensuring the ice covered it completely, before Shoto kicked it and shattered the frozen creature into a million pieces. The villains shrieked in surprise, while Sato and Kota shuddered. Amaterasu-sensei had told them it was okay to kill those monkey things, but it was still unsettling to see Shoto shatter one without a second thought. It made for an effective tactic though, as the villains immediately began offering information. I've already got the basics. The mist villain, Kurojiri, scattered us to random zones that had been loaded up with you guys. Simple divide and conquer. You lot barely seem dangerous though, thugs with quirks you can barely use. Your little league of villains orchestrated the press break-in to steal our schedule and find a good time to attack us, then used an attack on Tartarus to separate Amaterasu and All Might. You then separated us to be killed, while Amaterasu was tamed. Then when All Might came to our rescue, he'd be emotionally broken and easy to pick off. Is that about right? Shoto asked coldly. Why yes, the closest villain shivered. There are only maybe 4 or 5 dangerous individuals here. That creature with the exposed brain, Kendo Rappa, Tamura Shigaraki, and Kurojiri, plus whoever is jamming our communications. These guys are cannon fodder. Are they meant just to kill us, or were they planning to overwhelm All Might with numbers? Shoto thought to himself, still staring coldly at the villain. Hey, if I leave you in that ice, you'll get frostbite soon and then the skin will rot off your body. I'm trying to be a hero, so I'd rather avoid that. So tell me, how exactly do scum like you think you're going to tame Amaterasu and kill All Might? He demanded. Ah. No. I'll talk, the villain whimpered. I don't know how exactly, but the boss, Shigaraki, has some little black box with stuff in it. I don't know what it is, but I overheard him talk about how it'll make Amaterasu go wild and then he'll be able to make her join us. I figure it's some kind of drug, like Trigger or something, but I never saw it. As for All Might, Shigaraki was going to use those weird monsters that can possess people. He called them demons and said that the big dude with the beak, Nomu he called him, would be able to defeat All Might so the demons and tamed Amaterasu can tear him apart. There was also something about the little white-haired girl those Yakuza were after, but I never paid attention, he said desperately. Shoto scowled and looked past the villain to the others. Any of you know more? Answer fast, I'm running out of patience and you're running out of time. The other villains cried out, but none knew anything else of interest. Some had seen Shigaraki receive the box from some old dude in a lab coat, while others had heard that the Nomu was like a mix between a normal person and a demon, but otherwise they knew no more than the first villain. Satisfied that he'd gotten all the information he could, he turned to Sato. I have to defrost these guys soon. Go around and knock them out before I do. I'll shatter the demons, he ordered. Sato frowned. Won't me hitting them like that kill them? They aren't frozen deeply enough. Shoto answered, putting his hand on another green imp and freezing it to the bone as a demonstration, before shattering it with a solid kick. Sato accepted that and scarfed down a few sugar cubes to boost his strength before moving through the frozen villains, smacking them all solidly and knocking them unconscious. Once all the creatures Shoto were sure were demons were shattered, and all the villains were out cold, the dual-colored boy began releasing heat from his left side to melt the ice, wearing a sour expression as he did so. It was during this that a soft whimpering reached Shoto's ears. Who is there? He demanded. Me. Answered the feminine voice from earlier. Sato and Kota gasped, and the former looked around desperately. Hagakure. Shoto's eyes widened. That voice hadn't been Kota after all. It had been Hagakure. He'd mistaken them in all the chaos. Hagakure must have also been the one those gloves and shoes had belonged to. The boy growled, cursing himself for not realizing. Where are you? He demanded. Oh, over here, on the edge of the ice. YUF froze half of me before I could move out of the WA. The invisible girl shivered. Shoto looked around and quickly spotted her now that he knew what he was looking for. Sure enough, there was half a nude female silhouette made from ice on the edge of the safe zone he'd not frozen. Shoto rushed to her side and began carefully thawing her out with his left side, cursing under his breath as he did so. Why didn't you announce you were with us? He demanded. I did, back on the R roof, remember? I said okay. Toru reminded him through chattering teeth. The boy couldn't dispute that. He believed it was Kota, but in hindsight that was his mistake, not Toru's. She couldn't switch off her quirk, so it wasn't like she was hiding from him on purpose. She'd been quiet after that out of fear and to hide from the villains. That had been why she'd stripped off the gloves and boots that made up her sole clothing. Being completely naked, Toru was extremely vulnerable to the cold, and Shoto's ice had been formed with the intention of freezing a person's clothing. Since Toru didn't have any, it had instead frozen the top layer of skin, leaving her dangerously close to both hypothermia and frostbite. Shoto had to work carefully to defrost her without either burning her or sending her into shock. If he was patient then Toru wouldn't be severely harmed by the ordeal, but she couldn't be moved just yet and thus Shoto couldn't go either, as he needed to regulate her temperature. Sato, Kota, Hagakure and I are going to be stuck here for a while. You two go back to the entrance and try to get help. Either evacuate and warn the heroes or tell Amaterasu that we're here. Hagakure will need proper healing, he commanded, leaving no room for argument. Kota and Sato nodded in agreement and began working their way out of the zone, leaving Shoto and Toru behind. After the majority of the ice on Toru had been melted away and the girl was beginning to feel better, Shoto left her for a moment to steal some clothes from the unconscious villains, heating them up and wrapping them around Toru so he could hold her in his arms without her being naked. Once she was nestled into his lap and had his arms wrapped around her, Shoto could regulate her temperature much more efficiently. Thanks, Todoroki, and sorry for the trouble, she shivered against him. Shoto growled as anger bubbled up within him again. His temper was getting the best of him, the villain attack, being forced to use his left side, even if it wasn't for fighting, and the guilt he felt at hurting the invisible girl were all making his insides burn, and he lashed out with words. You shouldn't have gotten in the way. You're useless in this situation. How are your allies supposed to fight effectively if they can't trust you to stay out of the way? Now I'm forced to stay on the sidelines and babysit you when I could be helping the others fight and survive. If you can't help with your quirk, then stay out of the way. You're a liability, he scolded angrily. Toru didn't answer right away, but there was a slight change in the way her body shivered. Shoto began to feel something wet drip on his arms and immediately his heart clenched, his ears picking up the quiet sniffles and suppressed sobs of the girl. I'm sorry. Toru said, her voice barely above a whisper. She couldn't speak louder without her voice breaking into sobs. Shoto's mouth went dry and his stomach dropped, he felt like a complete bastard. In a moment of anger, he'd viciously insulted her after already nearly maiming her, that was the kind of thing he'd expect from his father. It was victim blaming, plain and simple. His anger melted away and regret built up in its place. The worst part was that Shoto knew he was the one to blame for the situation. Toru wasn't hurt because of her mistake, she was hurt because of his. He was so self-centered that he never bothered paying attention to his classmates, only Izumi had managed to pierce his icy walls so far, but the rest remained a mystery. It was his fault for not paying enough attention to recognize Toru's voice, or her discarded costume. It was his fault for not knowing Kota couldn't talk with his mouth closed, though in fairness, such a thing was common, especially for those with voice-related quirks, so it wasn't a completely unreasonable assumption. It was his fault for not noticing her immediately after freezing her. This was his mistake. Shoto had no right to insult and belittle Toru for it. No. I am sorry, Hagakure. I shouldn't have said those things. I am just anxious. Please forgive me, he apologized, trying to sound sincere. Toru's quiet sobs slowly came to an end and she sniffled loudly, Sakai. She whispered, I know you're right. I'm a liability, her thoughts finished for her. Shoto's frown deepened, he didn't understand people and emotions very well, but even he didn't feel Toru's reply was very convincing. He couldn't take back what he'd said, and the damage had been done. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree after all, does it, Endeavor, the boy thought bitterly. Meanwhile. Downpour zone, unforeseen simulation joint. If there was one thing that Hantasiro, Masahiro Ojiro, and Yuga Aoyama agreed upon, it was that, it absolutely sucked being stuck in torrential rain and gale force winds. Ever since they had landed in the downpour zone, an enclosed cityscape with a perpetual simulated rainstorm, they had been soaked, cold, and miserable, the combination of rain and frigid wind chilling them to the bone. To make matters worse, the moment they hit the ground, Siro's tape and Ojiro's tail allowing them to grapple poles and window ledges to descend safely, saving Aoyama on the way, they had been accosted by a small horde of unfamiliar villains accompanied by those bizarre monsters they'd watched Izumi kill before. The resulting fight was a miserable affair, but not particularly difficult for the three young heroes. The rain soaked Ojiro's cloth costume which made him feel uncomfortable, and it made Siro's tape less adhesive and easier to tear, but for dealing with the remarkably unskilled villains, this wasn't a problem. The trio quickly came up with an effective combo. Aoyama blasted their opponents with his naval laser to stun and mildly injure them, then Siro would quickly bind them with his tape, and lastly Ojiro would knock out the captured villains and monsters with a heavy strike from his tail. The villains, more like common street thugs, hadn't expected such a forceful resistance and lost the element of surprise and their numbers advantage very quickly. The only snag had been the monsters, which were far harder to knock out. Thankfully, Aoyama hit them harder with his laser, weakening them more than their human conspirators. Once every enemy in the downpour zone was defeated and restrained, Shiro and Ojiro began dragging the villains inside one of the buildings and replacing their restraints with fresh tape. This was so the villains didn't get sick or freeze in the sodden climate, as well as so their restraints stayed crisp, dry, and strong. While they were doing this, Aoyama dragged the monsters off elsewhere. Since they had worked together, Shiro and Ojiro were done first and remained in the building they'd chosen as the makeshift villain jail. Man, we got seriously lucky. If these villains had been as tough as that Rappa guy, or the warp villain, then we'd have been screwed. Shiro sighed with relief, flexing his elbows to keep them loose. Ojiro nodded in agreement, this could certainly have gone worse. We should get moving soon though, I'm worried about the others. They'll be fine, I'm sure of it. If these guys were this weak, then the ones they sent to the other zones are probably weak too. All the strong guys are fighting Aizawa-sensei and Amaterasu-sensei. I'm not so sure. Besides, we had an easy time since the effects of the zone weren't that big of an issue for us. Plus, others in the class aren't as skilled at combat. Ojiro pointed out. Shiro winced, imagining Koda and Hagakure being stuck together, trying to fight villains. He liked the both of them, but he had no delusions that they'd be great in a fight, not without luck, stealth, and some strong animals handy. Their conversation was abruptly cut off by the sounds of demonic shrieks and a laser going off. Without a word, both Shiro and Ojiro raced off to where Aoyama had been dragging the monsters, fearing he was being ambushed. They skidded around the corner and immediately froze at what they saw. Every single monster they'd captured was lying around in the middle of the crossroads Aoyama had dragged them to, all clearly dead and slowly disappearing into black and purple fog. Aoyama stood in the middle, his naval laser's emitter smoking slightly as the blonde boy looked down at his cell phone with an oddly pensive expression. Ojiro was shocked into silence by the apparent execution of the monsters by Aoyama, while Shiro couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell, Aoyama? The blonde boy's expression returned to the usual smile, and his sparkle returned full force. Ah, Mon Ami. I take it you finished capturing the villains? Yeah, capture, as in restrain and then not brutally murder. Shiro yelled, what the hell did you do, Aoyama? I know they were trying to kill us, but we're heroes. We can't just kill our enemies. Ojiro said quietly, wondering if he and Shiro would have to fight and restrain their own classmate. Aoyama put his hands up in surrender but didn't change expressions. But Mon Ami, did you forget? The Lupin Mademoiselle herself told us that these things were monsters, and that it was okay to kill them. The other boys couldn't argue with that, but not all the monsters had looked like the ones Isumi killed, something they were quick to point out. Aoyama was nonplussed. When injured, all these monsters release that fog instead of blood. That's how you can tell they're monsters and not real people. And they disappear when they die. Look around, do you see any bodies? He asked. Sure enough, all the monsters had fully turned to fog and been blown away in the wind during the confrontation between the boys. Not even their clothes or weapons, if they had any, remained behind, only the leftover tape Shiro had bound them in. Shiro and Ojiro couldn't really argue with that either, and considering the seriousness of the entire situation they decided to drop the issue for now. They'd bring it up to the senseis later and hope Aoyama was right. Fine, let's just get out of here. The rain is going to make my tail fur stink, and we need to find and help the others. Ojiro said, turning away to try and find the exit. Let's try and meet up with the others and head for the entrance again. That'll be where the other heroes will be when Ida gets back with help. I hope Arie is okay. Shiro nodded. Aoyama walked behind the other two, his expression becoming pensive now that they weren't looking at him. He looked back down at his phone and read the familiar message he'd read over and over since he received it on Monday afternoon. Beware Akuro. Aoyama scowled and put the phone away. I hope so as well, Mon Ami, for all our sakes. Next chapter, Chaotic Survival Part 2. To be released, February 8, 2022. 3 zones down, 3 to go. This wasn't a very action-heavy chapter, and was mostly character moments mixed with foreshadowing. Since these were the least interesting zones and teams in my opinion, I combined them into a single chapter to beef things up a bit. The other 2 chaotic survival chapters will have a lot more meat to them. The main things to take away from this chapter is, the mystery around Kurogiri knowing, or seemingly knowing, Hitoshi's quirk, Shoto's temper getting the best of him, Toru's self-esteem taking a pummeling after she is overlooked, again, and Aoyama being, well, Aoyama. All I'll say on these topics is that things might not be how they first appear. Next chapter will have the trio of Himiko, Jiro, and Shoji dealing with a tense situation in the mountain zone as they face a demon we've not seen before. Meanwhile, the students who've won their battles begin to regroup and prepare a counterattack. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Chapter Notes. Trigger warning, this are mentions of sexual assault and torture in this chapter. Nothing is actually done or depicted, but I thought it would be safer to put a warning just in case. It's really just villains saying some really gross things. Friday, April 14, 2282. Mountain Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Himiko remained cautiously hidden behind a small rocky outcropping within the mountain zone, occasionally peeking out to look down the mountain and see how the horde of villains and demons had moved. Beside her was Jiro, who had stabbed her earphone jacks into the ground to try and pick up the enemy's plans, as well as Shoji, who was using his dupli arms to make eyes and ears pointed in all directions, ensuring they weren't snuck up on. Their sudden appearance above the manufactured mountain had nearly resulted in their deaths as the three plummeted to the ground, but Himiko's quick use of transform and her stockpile of hawk's blood had allowed her to catch her classmates and lower them safely to the ground. She would have flown them all straight back to the entrance, but Shoji was too big and heavy for her to fly properly, restricting her to a slow downward glide. Since neither she nor Jiro were willing to abandon the quiet boy despite his offer, the trio were stuck together near the peak of the mountain zone. This gave them a great view of the rest of the zone, including the horde of villains and demons, most of which were thankfully just imps. Some of the enemy had spotted them and were now trying to navigate the narrow cliffs to get to them, but Himiko had her eye on the only safe route and her comrade's sensory quirks ensured they'd be pre-warned against sneak attacks. Jiro carefully peeked around her cover to look at the main horde, specifically the demons, before turning to Himiko. "Hey, those weird monsters down there, they're the same as the creatures Amaterasu killed at the gate, right?" she asked. Himiko nodded, "Yeah. They're called imps, and are color-coded. The green ones are the weakest, the red ones are slightly tougher, the yellow ones can burrow underground, the blue ones can fly, and the black ones are the leaders and toughest." Jiro gulped, "So, are we going to have to kill them too? I heard Amaterasu call them demons." Was she being serious? "Does one of the villains have a quirk that creates real demons?" she asked nervously, though whether those nerves came from the idea of killing or the idea of demons was unknown to Himiko. "If you don't want to kill those things, then leave it to me," Himiko offered kindly. "If it helps, then you should know that none of us can actually kill them permanently. Only Amaterasu or others with specific special powers can permanently destroy them. If we kill them, they'll reform in a few hours." Shoji scowled behind his mask, "There's more to this." "Something you aren't telling us," he said, turning his head to look at Himiko while his arms remained focused on their task. His gaze wasn't accusatory, but it still made the blonde feel guilty. "Sorry, but I can't say much more. It's not my story to tell," she apologized. Jiro and Shoji exchanged looks, but before they could say anything, both suddenly heard something coming. "We've got incoming. 8 enemies from the path at 12 o'clock. Jiro exclaimed. "We've also got 7 more climbing the cliffs. They're at the 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions," Shoji added. Himiko growled and ran over to the 6 o'clock position and looked down the sheer cliff face to find 2 green imps attempting to climb up. Without a second thought, Himiko transformed back into Toguru and used his blade creating quirk to produce long blades from her palms that shot down and pierced the shrieking demons through the head. She shuddered as the demons went limp and slid off her blades, falling to the ground below. They turned to smoke before they hit the unforgiving rock, however, so Himiko was spared seeing them splatter apart. This was her first demon kill, temporary as it was, and it sent a shudder up her spine, momentarily distracting her. Thankfully, Shoji and Jiro were already acting on their own. In a copy of Himiko's maneuver, Jiro approached the cliff face at the 3 o'clock position and looked down to see who was climbing up. It was a green imp and a red imp, each shrieking at her like wild apes. Jiro's heart was pounding rapidly in her chest at the spike of fear the manic creatures caused, but she pushed past it and acted. Snaking one of her jacks down to boots and plugging into the built-in speaker, Jiro made a show of backing away in panic and allowing the imps to leap up and reach the peak. Unfortunately for the demons, the moment they reached the peak, Jiro used her quirk to channel the sound of her rapid heartbeat through the speaker in her boot, which blasted out a devastating sound wave right into the demons' faces. The demons gripped their ears even while still in midair, and they promptly failed their landing and were blown off the mountain top by the force of Jiro's sound wave. The girl didn't dare look over the edge to watch them die, but a cautious look a few seconds later confirmed that they'd disappeared and left only plumes of demon smoke on the ground below. Shoji, who had no ranged attacks, chose not to try and stop the remaining enemies climbing the side of the mountain and instead focused on using his large body to block the narrow pass that the majority of the incoming foes were coming from. The group of 8 consisted of 5 demons, all green and red imps, and 3 villains. The boy narrowed his eyes on the demons, knowing they were the only ones he could risk fighting on the narrow path. If they fell and died then it didn't matter, at least according to the Midoriyas, who he had no cause to doubt, but the villains were still people he didn't want to see murdered. Thankfully the path to the peak was narrow enough that the enemy was walking single file and didn't have the sturdiest footing, and with Shoji stood in their way, the demons and villains were left exchanging fearful looks. The multi-armed boy swept one arm to the left, knocking a green imp off the path and sending it careening to his death with a scream. The second in line, a villain, looked terrified at sharing that fate and tried to take a clumsy swing at Shoji, only to slip and fall on his own. Eyes widening, Shoji lunged and grabbed the man before tossing him violently on the ground behind him, dazing him but also saving his life. He repeated this with the others that followed, knocking the demons off the path and tossing the villains behind him. One green imp managed to get a lucky shot off by extending its flute and using it for a pole jump onto the open area of the mountain top, then pouncing on Shoji's back and stabbing him in the shoulder once its flute had shrunk back to normal size. Shoji hissed in pain, but seeing as the imp was the last of the enemies coming up the path, he jumped in the air and allowed himself to land hard on his back, crushing the imp with his body. It howled in pain and released him, allowing Shoji to rip the flute out of his shoulder and toss it off the mountain, before grabbing the imp and snapping its spine over his knee then throwing it away to join its flute at the base of the mountain zone. By that point, the girls had dealt with their own enemies and turned to deal with the villains Shoji had merely dazed, as well as the last 3 demons that had been climbing up the 9 o'clock position, a duo of red imps and a dangerous black imp. Almost immediately, the black imp slapped its drum and summoned the glowing skulls that its kind could control, then had the skulls begin firing blasts of evil energy at the young heroes. Shoji ducked behind a boulder for cover, while Himiko transformed into Ijiro and hardened herself as she stood in front of Jiro, protecting both herself and her classmate from the blasts. Seeing Himiko with her arms up to shield her face, one of the villains pointed his palm at her and shot a heavy metal chain at her, which wrapped around her and bound her arms in place. He then tried to pull her towards him while the black imp continued to pepper her with laser blasts in an attempt to get through her hardening. Thankfully, since the imp was now focused on Himiko, Shoji was able to quickly leap out of cover and grab the chain around her, using his own strength to overpower the chain villain and drag him off his feet just as he was attempting to do to Himiko. With the villain on the ground and being picked up by the other 2 villains, Jiro had the opening needed to stick her leg out and blast them with her boot speakers, rendering all 3 human foes unconscious. Jiro and Shoji didn't get away unscathed though. The black imp's laser blast struck them both, shooting off one of Shoji's hands and blasting the speaker Jiro had used. Both teens screamed in pain, Jiro only avoiding losing her leg thanks to the thickness of her speaker, and Himiko immediately roared with anger. The chain villain was unconscious, allowing her to easily slip free from his binding before transforming into Katsuki and unleashing an explosion that was just a bit too strong for her, straining her wrist. It was effective though, as not only did the explosion kill the weaker red imps, but it also destroyed the black imp skulls, causing them to explode too and utterly vaporize their master. In the aftermath of the brief skirmish, the demons were dead and the villains were unconscious, but all 3 teens were hurt. Both Himiko and Shoji were nursing injured hands, though Shoji's had started regenerating already, thanks to his Dupliarm's quirk, and Jiro was limping a bit. The music-loving girl ditched her destroyed boot, the jagged insides of the destroyed speaker hurting her more than the burn from the laser blast. It left her with one bare foot, but at least she could walk more easily without it. Damn, that stings. Jiro cursed as she gingerly rubbed her injury while sitting on a rock. Hey Himiko, I don't suppose you can transform into Amaterasu and heal us, could you? Himiko shook her head. I could transform into her, but I can't use her quirk. It's different, she said, not going into details. Her transform let her copy the quirks of the people she turned into, which actually did include Izumi's quirk transfer, but it didn't work on divine powers, though Himiko sorely wished it did. We need to come up with a plan, Shoji said while peeking over the edge of the mountaintop. The enemy down below were watching the path that led to their position, waiting for their fellows to return. Thankfully, they couldn't see what was happening on the mountaintop from their position, but they'd send reinforcements if they didn't hear from their allies soon. What do we do? We managed to deal with these guys easily enough, but that's because we could toss those imp things off the mountain and focus on the villains. Plus we still got injured. If we go down there, we'll be swarmed and killed. It'll be like the mosh pit from hell. Jiro frowned. Himiko thought about it for a few moments. Jiro's right. If we run into that group without a plan, we'll be killed. But if we stay, they'll swarm us up here. We got lucky they didn't send the blue and yellow imps, but that luck won't last. If we can get into the middle of that crowd, I've got something that'll even the odds, but the paths are so narrow that they'll take us out before we can get that close. Jiro pointed to the villains. Can we use them as hostages perhaps? If we bluff and threaten to hurt their pals then they might let us through, she suggested. Himiko shook her head. Wouldn't work. Villains can't be trusted to care for their allies and the demons don't care about humans at all. They'd just as likely kill their own allies for getting caught, she told them, remembering stories of the demon's brutal nature. The two girls went back to the drawing board, but their discussion had given Shoji an epiphany. Wait, Jiro's plan might just work after all. It will. But what about what Himiko just said? Jiro asked. Shoji pointed to the chain villain. We won't take them hostage. We'll make them think they took us hostage. The girls grinned in understanding. I get it. Himiko uses this guy's blood to turn into him and capture us in chains. That way she can get right into their midst and use a sneak attack. Jiro grinned widely. If I can get a good angle, I could take out a third with one sound wave. Exactly. Then you can use that trick of yours to even the odds, Himiko, and I can help deal with the rest. Shoji nodded. It's a good plan, though it's also risky. The villains are aiming to kill us, so if I pretend to capture you guys then they might want to play with you. We'll need a signal for when to drop the act. Himiko warned. Let's use the word dubstep as the signal. No way that word's going to come up normally. Jiro offered. Shoji and Himiko both accepted that and began preparing. Himiko pulled out one of the syringes hidden in her kunai and put her mask over her face so she could extract some blood from the chain villain. After finding a good place to insert the needle, Himiko allowed the syringe to do the work for a few seconds while she handed her twin tontos to Jiro and Shoji and had them hide them in their clothes, so they had an extra line of defense if things went wrong. With them armed, Himiko began drinking the chain villain's blood, gulping down 3 mouthfuls which would be more than enough. She also took the same amount from the other 2 villains, in case their quirks were useful. One had a transformation quirk that turned their lower half into octopus tentacles while the other had an emitter quirk that produced an oil slick from the soles of his feet. Combined with the chain villain, Himiko could tell why these 3 were sent up first. We're in luck, looks like they wanted to capture us first after all. That means they'll be expecting us in chains, which is good. Himiko said, now transformed into the chain villain. But it also means they're prepared to either interrogate or torture us. Not many other reasons to capture us, unless they want hostages. Shoji warned. And that's bad. This is still our best bet though, so let's get going. Jiro said. The others nodded and after Himiko had taken a few moments to practice with the chain quirk, summoning them, binding a target, releasing the target, and dismissing the chains, they were ready. Himiko had Jiro and Shoji put their hands behind their backs, near where they'd hidden their borrowed tontos, before binding them in the chains. Okay guys, this is going to be rough on you and I'll have to say some horrible things to sell the image. Endure it, I won't let them hurt you. Himiko promised. Jiro and Shoji nodded, putting their faith in her. With that said, Himiko began her acting. Right you hero whelps, get moving, she commanded, waving the chains as if they were the reins of a horse. Shoji put his head down in faux surrender, while Jiro made a rebellious expression and periodically tried to escape the chains, selling the image of reluctant and angry captives. Himiko's pleased smile looked more like a cruel smirk on the chain villain's face, but that also helped the act as she began herding her captives down the narrow pass. It was fairly tricky, since they had to move in single file to get past the most treacherous sections, but they were soon past it and moving down the mountain via a relatively safer path. In the distance, the rest of the villains and demons saw them coming and began to shout and jeer, mocking Jiro and Shoji while shouting praise to the disguised Himiko. They reached the plateau near the mountain zone's entrance, where the enemy had gathered and were immediately met by the horde of invaders. Ha! You caught a couple of the little shits, one villain cheered, lightly slapping Himiko on the back as she tried to slowly urge her prisoners into the center of the crowd. It wasn't too tough, though the guys that went up with me got knocked out by the third brat. Himiko lied. A few of the human villains grumbled while some imps shrieked with laughter, and Himiko kept moving them forward, eyes firmly on those foes surrounding her friends, watching carefully for any kind of hostile move towards the chained teenagers. Halt, came a robotic voice from the center of the crowd, right where Himiko wanted to be. The crowd of enemies parted immediately, turning to face the leader of the mountain zone invaders. This being took the form of a humanoid doga statue, almost identical to the ones dug up from the later Jomon period of Japan. The torso was long and thick, while the arms and legs were short and stubby, and the odd teapot-like head seemed to scan Himiko, Jiro, and Shoji with squinted eyes. Its body appeared to be made of metal and only capable of moving with an awkward waddling of its short legs. Its head was detached from the body and floated a few inches above the neck, while it wielded a pair of Jomon-era swords, almost identical to the one Tashigami wielded, only silver in color. Himiko gulped. None of their family had encountered one of these creatures before, but she knew what it was from the stories Ashiko told them, passed down from her ancestors. This was a very powerful demon known as a dogu, not the most original name, in Himiko's opinion, and was actually considered one of the strongest, common, demons, beneath only unique demons like the brush demons and demon generals in power. Dujiu. The dogu scanned Himiko carefully, but apparently couldn't see any signs of treachery, so it continued speaking like a robot. Inquiry, where is the third human student sent to this location, it asked. Ah, she sort of blew herself up. Our guys swarmed her and she freaked and lost control of her quirk or something. Sent some of your guys off the mountaintop and did some damage, knocked out the others. Only a couple of your dudes are still around, scooping up what's left of the bitch. Himiko lied expertly. Her use of Katsuki's explosion and the subsequent destruction of the Black Imp skulls had no doubt been seen from the plateau, so it was a safe thing to blame Himiko's death on while she was disguised. The dogu paused as it processed, and a few of the villains mocked Jiro and Shoji for being unable to protect their friend, making both lower their heads and grit their teeth to keep silent. After it was done processing, the dogu spoke again. Acceptable. Inquiry, what are the quirks of these two humans? Himiko smirked cruelly as she jostled the two forward a step, moving them closer to the center of the crowd. The boy's got some kind of mutation quirk. Gives him 6 arms, but that's it, she lied, the girl can sing and pacify whoever hears it. What's with those earlobes? A villain asked, coming up and grabbing one of Jiro's earphone jacks. The girl whimpered as he squeezed it and yanked on it, but Himiko quickly flicked the chain attached to Jiro and made it smack the villain's hand, forcing him to let go. Hey, no manhandling the bitch. I caught her, so I get first dibs and I want her intact for my fun. Himiko spat, those things are probably just some weird leftover from an ancestor's quirk or something. Anyway, she used the speakers in her boots to boost the range of her song, and had a microphone connected to it via her clothes. The guy with the magic skulls shot one of them and stopped her using her quirk, so I figure she needs them for it to work. You sure? Another villain asked. Himiko steeled herself and pulled Jiro close to her before holding her in a leering manner. Oh yeah, she can't use it now. I took special care to remove the mic from her clothes. It was great fun, wasn't it, sweetie? She grinned perversely. The villains laughed uproariously and some made a few lewd comments, with a couple of female villains even grinning cruelly at Shoji, making obscene gestures. A few of the demons joined in, but most seemed more annoyed and disgusted by this behavior, reminding Himiko of what Orochi had said before his fight with Isumi, I am an evil demon general, and I take great pride in that. However, there are forms of depravity even I cannot stomach. Orochi's distaste must have been shared by some of his demon kin. Jiro blushed crimson and made a show of struggling in her chains while whimpering. Why, you bastard? She cried weakly, her genuine humiliation helping to improve her acting. Both she and Himiko were mortified by the experience, while Shoji was trying to block out his own feelings and maintain his calm. Their only comfort was the knowledge that they only needed to walk a few more steps and they'd be able to unleash their plan. The dogu was unconcerned by any of this and continued its questioning, turning its gaze to Jiro. Inquiry, girl, are you the human designated as Himiko Midoriya? The captive teen's eyes widened with surprise while Himiko fought to keep her own shock off her face. This demon knew of her. And no. Jiro answered truthfully, pointedly not giving her actual name. The dogu accepted this and turned to Shoji. Inquiry, boy, are you the human designated as Katsuki Bakugo? No. Shoji answered in a monotone. It appeared the demons were aiming to collect Izumi's siblings, they knew they'd be there, but not what they looked like apparently. Final inquiry, was your now deceased classmate the human designated as Himiko Midoriya? Both Jiro and Shoji shook their heads. No, they said. They lied, just in case the dogu knew Himiko's quirk. If he did and thought she had been present in the mountain zone, he might have grown suspicious. The dogu's head spun around for a few moments, processing, before it completely turned around and walked a few steps away, allowing Himiko to follow and get just a bit closer to the center of the group. The villains that had parted to let them through returned to their positions, now fully enclosing them. So neither of these kids are important, right? Does that mean we can do what we want? One villain asked. The dogu's eyes flashed for a moment before it answered, affirmative. All UDATA students and staff excluding Izumi Midoriya aka Amaterasu, Arie Midoriya, Himiko Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo are to be terminated. Order, begin termination of the captives. The cold, emotionless way in which the demon automaton handed them a death sentence sent a shudder of real fear up Jiro and Shoji's spines. A few of the villains, as well as most of the demons, made a move towards them, but Himiko and the others objected. Ah, come on. I went through all the trouble of dragging these brats back down here. Can't we have a little more fun with them first? The boss won't care so long as they're dead at the end. Himiko argued. Yeah. We're not exactly getting paid much for this job, and we're basically done once these two are dead. At least let us pass the time with them. Another villain asked petulantly. The Dogu scanned the crowd, pausing for a moment on each of those that wanted to play with the captive teens. Those villains and demons had pushed their way to the front of the crowd and were looking hungrily at the teens, each and every one of them clearly wanting a piece of flesh from Jiro or Shoji, though whether it was for food or pleasure varied. Himiko could tell from the scattered expressions of the demons that not all shared Orochi's dislike for that particular kind of assault either. Jiro and Shoji were in real danger here. They would only have a brief window to act. Request. Approved. The Dogu said, taking another few steps away as it turned away from the captives completely. Himiko grinned widely as she was finally able to push Jiro and Shoji into the middle of the crowd. Now they were in the best spot to unleash their attacks, and the enemy was totally unprepared. They just had to wait for the perfect moment. The villains that wanted to abuse the captured teenagers were too busy cheering to notice Himiko's grin, or dismissed it as her own pleasure at the decision, and the Dogu continued speaking. Order, the captives must be terminated the instant the retreat signal is received. Until then, their health is of no consequence. One particularly bold female villain reached for Jiro. I usually prefer girls with more meat on their bones, but you'll be a ton of fun, I'm sure. Your screams are going to be music to my ears, she leered. Jiro recoiled. If you want music, listen to some dubstep, she cried angrily. Her use of the signal came just half a second before Himiko and Shoji could use it themselves, so both were instantly prepared to act. The villains thought they had already won. The three kids they'd been sent to defeat either captured or killed. They'd expected easy targets and some cruel fun, so they weren't prepared for the instant it was turned back on them. The chains binding Jiro and Shoji melted away as Himiko abandoned her villain disguise and transformed into Jin instead, immediately unleashing his quirk to create two clones, which each created two of their own, and so on and so forth until the villains and demons were easily outnumbered 5-1. The Jin clones, each having his personality, happily charged at the enemy in defense of Himiko, swarming them and causing the overconfident invaders to descend into chaos. Jiro and Shoji drew the tantos they'd hidden to defend themselves with, and Jiro extended one of her jacks down to her remaining boot speaker before unleashing a full-power sound wave into the crowd in front of her. She hit more Jin clones than enemies, but that wasn't a problem as more could easily be made, and her actions resulted in a third of the villains being knocked unconscious by the violent sound wave. Ha! Jiro laughed, feeling vicious after the comments and perverted eyes of the villains. How's that? Sounds like your screams are my music. Shoji and Himiko grinned, glad Jiro was getting some catharsis from this. She wasn't playing around either. Straight after her comment, Jiro easily moved through the piles of unconscious bodies, all covered in the slime caused by destroyed clones, and began slashing the throats of the imps, any scruples she had for killing them forgotten. Of course, it helped that they didn't bleed or leave a body, instead popping into smoke like a certain other kind of clone. The other two-thirds of the enemy were defeated almost as easily. Jin's clones choked most of them out instantly, or snapped the necks of the imps, while Shoji used his own incredible strength and multiple arms to do the same to up to 6 foes at once. He ended up throwing the tanto back to Himiko, as she was staying in her Jin disguise so the clones wouldn't disappear and thus had no weapon of her own to fight with. Even with Jin's body, Himiko was still an artist with a blade and quickly slashed apart demon after demon. The demons were dying so quickly and in such large numbers that the smoke they released was actually getting rather thick and making the humans nauseous. Blue imps were held to the ground by Jin clones while yellow imps were killed before they could burrow underground. The green and red imps had all been felled, and the few remaining black imps couldn't fight back thanks to Jin clones holding onto their skulls and gumming them up with the slime they turned into. Upon death. It was a massacre, and before long it was only Himiko, Shoji, Jiro, and a small number of Jin clones stood on the plateau, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of villains, the dissolving bodies of dead demons, and the remaining slime from destroyed clones. Himiko nodded with satisfaction as she returned to her own form, making the remaining clones disappear. Our plan worked perfectly. Himiko cheered. She felt a little bad for Izumi, who'd have to re-kill all the demons plus the ones from the other zones, but it would likely be even easier for her than it was for the teens. Jiro, still riding high on adrenaline, laughed. There were tons of them and we took them down. It was so easy. They underestimated us. They expected teenagers with barely any training, and thought we'd already been beaten and captured. If we'd attacked them without tricking them first, we'd have had more trouble. Shoji reasoned. Plus, the quirk of the person Himiko turned into was ridiculously strong. Himiko grinned. Jin-chan's quirk is amazing. He can make clones of anyone or anything he knows enough about, and the clones are almost identical to the original right down to their quirk. Hey, can you use that to make a massive army and just steamroll the entire USJ? Jiro asked. The blonde shook her head. Sorry but no. The real Jin could, but I've almost run out of blood to turn into him. If I'm only copying a person's appearance, then transform gives me about a day of transformation time per cup of blood. But if I use their quirk too, the cost grows massively. A cup of blood would equal about 5 uses of a quirk, or 5 minutes of maintaining a continuous quirk, she explained. Shoji and Jiro were disheartened to hear that, but their disappointment soon turned into surprise as a massive sword flew at Himiko's neck. Get down! Jiro cried, and Himiko ducked just in time to avoid losing her head, though one of her cute hair buns was sliced off. Cursing, Himiko spun around and leapt backward so she was stood with her allies while the sword returned to its owner. The dogu was still alive, even after Jiro thought she destroyed it with her soundwave attack. The sword it had sent flying at Himiko returned to its side and joined the other sword in its hand. Report, damage to exterior armor by soundwave attack has decreased structural integrity by 4%. Threat assessment, negligible. Ultimatum, surrender to termination painlessly, or be subjected to termination via painful methods, it said robotically, its eyes scanning all 3 teens in turn. Jiro growled, that sound wave was at full power and it only did 4% damage to this thing. It's robotic and made of some otherworldly metal. This demon is one of the toughest defensively. Himiko frowned, slipping her tanto back into its sheath. It would be useless in this situation. Shoji flexed his arms. Should I try and grapple it? If we can hold it still and find a panel to open, we could hit it from the inside. Before Himiko could answer, the dogu interrupted. Inquiry, shall I take your current actions as a refusal? Hell yes. We aren't laying down and dying for you. Himiko spat. The dogu's head spun around for a second before stopping. Situation report, regrettable. Commence action, terminate. The robotic demon began to vibrate, then suddenly disappeared in a flash of blue light and purple smoke. Before the teens could react, the dogu reappeared directly in the middle of them and held its swords around it, including 3 more identical ones it had summoned from seemingly nowhere. The 5 blades spun around the dogu like a spinning top, forcing the 3 teens to back off to avoid being sliced. The dogu then focused its attention on Jiro and sent all 5 swords at her. She easily rolled away from the initial attack, but the blades quickly performed a U-turn and homed in on her. Shoji jumped at them and was able to use his significant strength to grab 2 of them by the hilts and stop them, though it took great effort and 3 arms per blade to keep them still, while Himiko transformed into Togru and parried 2 more blades away with his quirk. This left only 1 blade still homing in on Jiro, but she quickly spun on her heel and kicked at it while blasting a sound wave from her speaker. That was enough to send the 5th blade spinning backwards, where it stuck into the ground. 3 of the swords, including the one stuck in the ground, vanished in a flash of blue light and the other 2 returned to the dogu's side. Immediately the dogu held them out in its short hands and began to rapidly rotate its torso while its head and legs stayed in place, effectively turning the dogu into a waddling saw blade. Despite the creature's stubby legs and awkward waddle, it could move shockingly fast and the teens had to scramble to get away. Even worse, the dogu didn't care what got in its way and very nearly murdered several unconscious villains. They only evaded a gruesome death by Jiro quickly using her jacks to pull one of the villains out of the pile they'd ended up in, toppling the rest before the blades got to them. Seeing as neither Shoji or Himiko could get close and the dogu was focused on her, Jiro tried to stop it with another powerful sound wave, but the robotic demon barely seemed fazed, having braced itself since it saw the attack coming. Crap. We can't get close with it spinning like that. Himiko, do you have a quirk that can help here? Jiro asked as she ran and dived to get away from the dogu. Himiko grimaced, my stockpile of blood is running low after using so many quirks and abilities in the combat trial. I haven't had a chance to stock up. But here goes nothing, she cried, transforming back into the chain villain, who possessed the only restraining power she had at the moment. Firing a chain from each hand, Himiko managed to wrap one around the dogu's left arm and the other around its right leg. Unfortunately, the force of its spinning was almost enough to rip Himiko's arm off as she didn't have the strength to stop it. She screamed as her shoulder was almost dislocated, but luckily Shoji was there in an instant and pulled on the chain holding the dogu's arm, using all of his considerable strength to stop the spinning. The dogu was now unable to move, but both Himiko and Shoji were stuck too, so Jiro shouted to them as she brandished Himiko's other tanto. "Cross the chains," she yelled. Himiko obeyed, moving her arms, with great difficulty, until one of the chains crossed over the other. Jiro then ran up to the chain and thrust the tanto through a link in each of the chains and stabbing it into the ground, essentially nailing the chains down. With the chains nailed down, the dogu had an even harder time moving, allowing Shoji to swap places with Jiro. The two girls kept the dogu restrained while Shoji ran at the demon and clambered up onto its back. "Let's see what's inside this thing," he yelled, grabbing the dogu's head with all 6 arms and yanking it off. It required tremendous effort, as a magnet-like force held the dogu's head, torso, and lower body together, but he was eventually able to lift it up. He gaped as he looked down into the dogu's body. "This thing is completely hollow. There isn't any flesh or gears or anything," he exclaimed. His surprise made his grip on the dogu's head slacken, allowing it to begin spinning rapidly and knock Shoji flying. The boy quickly recovered, and joined the girls in holding down the chains while the dogu's head returned to its place on the torso. "What do we do? If it's hollow then it doesn't have a weak spot to smash," Jiro pointed out. "No, the inside might still be our best bet. Your sound wave couldn't do much to the outside, but what if we damage it and blast the sound wave through a crack in the armor? Wouldn't it reverberate through it with enough force to break it?" Himiko suggested. Jiro frowned in thought. "It's possible. If we weaken the armor enough that I can stab my jacks into it and then inject the sound of my heartbeat directly into it, it could do some serious damage. It being hollow might work in our favor then. Are you sure it's okay to kill this thing though?" Himiko nodded. "It's definitely not human, trust me. I still have enough of Kaken's blood in my system to do some solid damage to that thing with his quirk. I'll blast it from the outside, then crawl inside and stab the weakened section with my knives. It might just make a big enough hole for you to get your jack into and save me some blood for future battles." "Sounds good, but how are we going to do that? You need to drop the chain villain disguise to turn into Bakugo and that'll let this thing go." "Leave that to me. I'll hold him still," Shoji said, releasing the chains and running at the dogu again. He gripped its arms with 2 of his own, putting the dogu into a full Nelson, then used the other 4 to lift the demon into the air, and hold it there. "Ugh. This thing weighs a ton, so please be quick." "Thanks Shoji," the girls cried. Jiro released her hold on the chains too, and since Shoji was holding the dogu in the air by the torso while it was still trying to spin, the creature's lower half ended up spinning rapidly instead. Unfortunately, this meant that there was still stress on the chains and without someone helping Himiko hold them, all that stress went into the tanto holding them down. The tanto snapped, its pieces going flying, and Himiko just barely had the chance to release the transformation before her arms were torn off too. "Shit, my knife." Himiko cursed to herself as she transformed into Katsuki and ran at the dogu. "I found a replacement. Catch!" Jiro yelled, tossing a weapon she'd quickly picked up from among the unconscious villains. Himiko turned and caught the blade, eyes widening as she quickly examined it. It was a dark purple crystal shaped like a razor-sharp fang, with the crystal gradually lightening in color to an almost pinkish purple at the tip. Himiko, assuming it had been made by a villain's quirk like the crystal daggers the Maeda sisters could make, felt a bizarre sensation in her chest, a sense of wrongness she couldn't quite shake, but she ignored it and immediately continued running for the dogu. She leapt at the trapped dogu and shouted to Shoji, "Brace yourself," before unleashing the strongest explosion she could from both hands, holding back only enough to stop herself from being hurt. The dogu made a bizarre pixelated scream at the impact, and Shoji groaned as the blast sent him skidding back several feet. He just barely managed to stay on his feet and keep his grip on the demon. Himiko grinned, allowing her Katsuki disguise to melt away as she took in the sight of the glowing, discolored metal of the dogu's chest. It was weakened and slightly dented, just as she'd hoped. "Shoji, hold on just a little longer. I need a mouthful of blood from you," she called, throwing one of her kunai syringes at him. The boy didn't even flinch as the needle embedded itself in his thigh and Himiko used the connecting tube and her mask to suck up a small mouthful of his blood. It was just enough for her to transform into Shoji and use his impressive strength to pry off the dogu's head and allow her access to its hollow interior. Slipping back into her own form, Himiko easily slid down the dogu's neck hole and into the hollow torso, where she could see the weak spot she'd made. It was glowing from the heat even on the inside, and looked like a literal weak point in a video game. Himiko slashed it with her tanto and the odd crystal fang, creating a tiny X-shaped cut that she then stabbed with her tanto. The combination of the explosion weakening the metal and the blade attacks were just enough to make a small nick in the thick metal-like body. Clambering back out of the body, Himiko yelled to Jiro. "It's all yours. Rock this thing," she grinned. Jiro didn't need telling twice. She charged the dogu and jammed one of her jacks straight into the nick, hissing as the hot material burned her. "Shoji, move," she yelled. Shoji immediately dropped the dogu, and before it could do anything to attack or move, Jiro blasted her heartbeat through its body via her jacks at the highest strength she could manage. The dogu's head, despite being detached and not yet able to return to its body, still gave another robotic screech as the sound wave reverberated through its body. Immediately, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread from where Jiro's jack had stabbed it, until the entire body looked like it was one strike away from shattering. Jiro pulled her jack free, allowing the dogu's body to stagger back a few steps before Shoji smashed 3 of his fists into it as hard as he could. All this punishment was too much, and the dogu's body broke apart, shattering under Shoji's fists like a cheap china teapot. The dogu's head shrieked as its body and swords fell to the ground in pieces, making satisfying clinking sounds before they began to turn to smoke. "Error, body inoperable. Defeat imminent," the dogu's head said. "Yep. Don't worry though, you won't have to think about it for long," Himiko said, casually walking up to the dogu's head. She used her foot to flip it up so it was looking up at her, then stabbed it in the eye socket with the odd crystal fang. The dogu tried to speak, but its voice glitched as it died, its eyes nowhere near as well protected as the rest of it. It quickly turned to smoke, but to Himiko's surprise, a small white orb of light shot out of the dying demon and began to fly around her for a moment. "Thank you," a voice whispered. The orb of light then flew into the sky and disappeared. Himiko blinked, momentarily stunned by what had just happened. Was that a soul, she thought, but I thought demons didn't release souls, theirs or those they'd stolen, unless they were permanently killed. You need divine or demonic power to kill one, so I couldn't have finished it. Himiko looked down at the crystal fang in her hand. Could this weapon, if it really was a weapon, have some demonic power in it? Before she could question this any further, a cheering Jiro and relieved Shoji came over to her, so Himiko stowed the fang in her costume sash and turned to them. "We did it. We beat it and everyone else in the mountain zone. We rock." Jiro celebrated, raising her hands. Himiko and Shoji raised their own, and the trio exchanged a high five. It was touch and go for a bit, but we were victorious. Now we should plan what to do next, Shoji said. Himiko looked over herself and her classmates, frowning as she did so. Shoji still had a wounded shoulder and was showing signs of fatigue, while Jiro was sweating profusely and had an injured foot and mildly burned earphone jack. Himiko wasn't much better, losing strength quickly now that the adrenaline was fading, and her blood stock for her more useful transformations was low. They couldn't afford another intensive fight like this one. We should try and get back to the entrance and meet up with the others. I'd wager anyone else escaping from the disaster zones would go there too, Himiko said. Jiro and Shoji readily agreed, that's a good idea. Let's lay low and sneak back to the entrance, Jiro said. With that, they took a brief moment to catch their breath, and Himiko scavenged the shards of her broken tanto, and a replacement combat knife so she didn't have to use the fang, then made their way down from the plateau and out of the mountain zone entirely. The battle in the central plaza was slowly moving closer to the landslide zone on their right, so the trio decided to take the long way around and headed left. They snuck past the conflagration, flood, and downpour zones and managed to reach the edge of the entrance stairway. As they approached and planned to climb the wall so they didn't have to expose themselves on the stairs, Himiko, Jiro, and Shoji smiled broadly as they discovered they weren't the only ones with the plan. Katsuki, Momo, Fumikage, Aoyama, Shiro, Ojiro, Koda, and Sato were whispering in the corner, discussing the best way to stealthily climb the wall too. Guys, Himiko said quietly, smiling widely as she and her group rushed over to join their classmates. Sunny. Good to see you're okay, though I figured you would be. Katsuki greeted, his casual smirk hiding how relieved he really was. It's great to see you three. Did you have much trouble? Momo asked, using her creation to produce some bandages for their wounds and a new boot for Jiro, sans the speaker. Some weird creatures that Himiko and Amaterasu called demons, and a crap ton of villains. Jiro answered, blushing slightly as Momo fussed over her mildly injured leg and even slipped her boot on for her. Shoji nodded, what about you guys? The same for us too. We got soggy in the downpour zone but didn't have much of a problem. Aoyama took out the monsters, and Ojiro and I took out the crooks, Shiro said. It was the conflagration zone for Katsuki, Momo, and I. We encountered fire eyes that made it worse, but we got through relatively unscathed. Fumikage added. Todoroki, Hagakure, Koda and I ended up in the ruins zone. Todoroki basically won the fight on his own by freezing the whole place and interrogating the villains, but he didn't realize Hagakure was there, so she got frozen and hurt too. He stayed behind to look after her, since it wasn't safe to move her. Sato explained. Ojiro scowled upon hearing Toru was injured, making Himiko wonder if something had happened between those two. She'd seen them talking a lot during their Sunday outing to Valor Village, maybe they'd gotten close at that time. Look, save story time for later. We need to get up there and get control of the doors so the injured can escape. Katsuki said testily, do you have any ideas on climbing this thing without drawing attention to us? I'd go myself, but my explosions will draw every motherfucker in this place right to us. Momo, if you make me a rope and some climbing spikes, I can get up there and drop the rope down for the rest of you to climb up. Himiko suggested. Momo nodded, good plan. One moment. She turned her back on the group so she could open her costume, making everyone but Katsuki and Shoji blush as they averted their eyes, and begin creating 50 feet of rope and a handful of climbing spikes. Once she was done, she helped Himiko wrap the rope around her torso before handing over the spikes. Alright guys, wish me luck. Sato, give me a little boost. Himiko asked, taking a few steps away for a running jump. Sato squatted next to the wall and put his hands together, then nodded to signal he was ready. Himiko ran forward, hopping up so Sato could catch her foot and boost her up as high as he could. She got some impressive height with his sugar-enhanced strength, transforming into Izumi mid-jump since she was the lightest and most limber person Himiko could turn into. Stabbing into the wall with Momo's climbing spikes, Himiko made short work of the climb and reached the entrance in record time. She clambered over the safety railing and tied the rope to it firmly, before lowering it down for the others. A few moments later and the entire group had reached the front gate of the USJ, which they noticed was now completely closed. They didn't have time to worry about this though, as a choked cry caught their attention. Why you're okay, croaked the heavily strained voice of 13, who was laying in a heap a few feet away. 13-sensei. Momo cried, running over to her with the others following swiftly behind her. The students paled as they looked at their teacher's condition, her suit was ripped to shreds on the back and she was severely hurt. Who did this to you? Ojiro asked furiously while Momo, Shiro, and Himiko moved to help 13 sit up. Keikuro Jairi. He tricked me and redirected my quirk back at me. 13 explained as Momo, Shiro, and Himiko worked to perform some first aid as well as patch the hero's suit. Shit. The misty fuck isn't here now, so who knows where he went. What now? Katsuki growled. We should get the door open and evacuate the injured first of all. Momo said. Himiko nodded in agreement, that would be best. Most of us aren't in a fit state to be fighting. Everyone who's tired should evacuate while the rest cover their retreat and help the others who haven't gotten here yet. Ugh, I'm sorry but we can't leave. 13 groaned, feeling a bit better after the first aid and repair to her costume. After Kurojairi left me here, the USJ gate closed up and then locked. Whoever's controlling our systems must be behind it. Can't we just blow through it, or the wall? Heck, we could go through the roof Mission Impossible style. Have Himiko fly up in her Hawk's transformation and drop us another rope. Sato suggested. 13 almost chuckled at the idea, but shook her head. I'm sorry, but the USJ is a dangerous site, so the entire building is reinforced to be almost disaster-proof, so the simulated ones we use here don't get out of control. The walls, doors, and roof are all tougher than a zero-pointer's armor. Not even Amaterasu's super power slash could get through it. You'd need All Might level power to break through. Couldn't your black hole get us through? Shiro asked. Not while I'm hurt. 13 answered, my quirk is hard to control, I can't risk using it while I'm impaired like this. Katsuki growled, so we're stuck. I'm sorry. 13 replied, lowering her head in shame. Well, if we aren't getting out of here, we need a new plan. Katsuki said, looking down to the plaza where the main force of the villains and demons were still fighting Izumi and Eraser. We should stay here and await rescue. We aren't qualified to fight real threats yet. Momo reasoned. Fuck that. Let's show these villains that we're not locked in here with them, they're locked in here with us. Katsuki declared, restraining his quirk only so as to not draw attention to the tired and injured. Bakugu, don't. 13 ordered, if you go down to the plaza, you'll get in their way. Eraser can only work with Amaterasu because her quirk can't be erased by his. Without your quirk you'll be a hindrance. Katsuki snarled at that but couldn't truly argue, fine, then I'll stay on the edge as backup if things go bad. Sunny and I know how to combo with Amaterasu, so if anything happens to Eraserhead then we can help. That might not be a bad plan. If we're grouped together up here then we'll be noticed eventually. If we hide down there amongst the knocked out villains then we'll be out of the way and ready to help if needed. Izumi will smell us and she knows how to signal us to help. Himiko agreed. 13 tried to argue, but she knew the two wouldn't listen. They were too wound up by the attack and the presence of demons, and as much as she hated to admit it, 13 was sure the duo knew how to fight demons and lower-class villains. Ponytail, nevermore, you two back us up. You two have the best support and defense, while Sunny and I have the best defense and movement. The four of us can support Amaterasu easily. Katsuki ordered. Fumikage nodded in agreement, and seeing as she was outnumbered, Momo reluctantly agreed, if only to keep her 3 reckless classmates safe. That left Aoyama, Shiro, Ojiro, Jiro, Shoji, Sato, and Koda. What should we do, class rep? Shiro asked, looking to Himiko. Himiko frowned. 11 of us are here, and 2 are stuck in the ruins zone. With Tenya escaping with Arie and Izumi down in the plaza with Aizawa-sensei, that just leaves Tsuyu, Mina, Ochako, Hitoshi, Ijiro, and Kaminari unaccounted for. They probably got sent to the flood and landslide zones. If they aren't already back then they might need rescue. Azui, Ashido, and Kaminari fell into the landslide zone. The other 3 fell into the flood zone. 13 informed them. Himiko nodded, okay. Aoyama, you stay here with Koda and protect 13. Shoot your laser at the ceiling to signal you need help. When the heroes arrive, tell them what's happening. Koda nodded shyly while Aoyama performed a flashy bow, of course, Masheri. My signal will be dazzling. Next up, Shoji and Shiro, go to the ruins zone and pick up Shoto and Toru. Between you and Shoto, you should be able to get Toru back here safely. Himiko instructed. The boys nodded and immediately headed off, using Shiro's tape to swing down to the ruins zone that was close to the left side of the stairs. Himiko then turned to Jiro and Ojiro, you two go to the flood and landslide zones. Don't fight though, if you see the others need help then signal us. Kaken, Momo, Fumikage and I will flank the plaza so we'll be close to both those zones if you need help. If they don't need help then join up with them and bring them back here. Jiro and Ojiro both nodded, and with a final nod to their injured teacher and a promise to return, the young heroes of 1A once again ran onto the battlefield. Next chapter, Chaotic Survival Part 3. To be released, February 11, 2022. Today was a longer chapter than I initially thought. It is certainly the longest of the Chaotic Survival chapters. It introduced us to a new demon type, Dogu, who was rather amusing to write, since I made it kind of a robotic demon. Dogus in the game are the last enemy to be introduced I believe, and are one of the toughest enemies in the game, so it took a lot of work from our 3 heroes to kill it. Aside from some of the gross stuff, writing their plan was also pretty fun. Speaking of which, I hope none of you were upset or overly disturbed by the creepy things the villain said. At least now over half the zones are cleared, and those from the cleared zones have escaped and met up to prepare their counterattack. There may be no escape not until help arrives, but even if they've taken more damage than they did in canon, they are still willing and able to fight. We're almost halfway to the end of the arc. Next chapter will feature Tsuyu trying to rein in Mina and Kaminari as they freak out in the landslide zone, while Ijiro, Hitoshi, and Ochako reenact the movie Jaws in the flood zone. Will they all get out unscathed? And what horrors will Tamura unleash in the meantime? Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday, April 14, 2282. Landslide Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Have I mentioned how much I hate sand? It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere, cried Kaminari, after once again losing his footing and faceplanting into the sand and soil of the landslide zone. Tsuyu's tongue quickly grabbed him and pulled him back to his feet before a yellow imp could leap out of the ground and crush his undefended form. Mina, busy throwing acid at a pair of green imps trying to flank her, groaned loudly and yelled back, Kaminari sweetie, I love you, but can you not quote 200-year-old memes while we're in the middle of fighting for our lives? Not a chance. Kaminari shot back, released from Tsuyu's tongue and once again running away from the yellow-furred demons that pursued him beneath the sand. I'm being chased around by freaky monsters and my quirk won't work thanks to giant wagon wheels with ears on them. I'm freaking out and making all the dated references I want because I'm completely freaking screwed, he panicked. Kaminari wasn't completely wrong either. For 3 teenagers with no experience or knowledge of demons, the situation they'd found themselves in was terrifying, especially as their quirks were of limited usefulness. The whole situation had started with Kurogiri warping Mina, Tsuyu, and Kaminari into the air high above the landslide zone. That would have been the end of them, but Tsuyu's legs were strong enough to endure a fall from this sort of height, so she was able to use her tongue to grab her two falling classmates and then brace herself for a hard landing in the sand. They'd taken a very quick look around the landslide zone, which consisted of several concrete buildings that had been buried beneath a huge amount of loose soil and crumbly yellow sand, simulating the effects of the titular landslide. The landing had been a bit rough, with Tsuyu hurting her ankles, though thankfully not seriously, and as soon as they had gotten their bearings, the teens had been surrounded by villains and bizarre monsters. The monsters, identical in general appearance to the two they'd seen Amaterasu kill at the entrance, were the real threats, as the relatively small number of villains were quickly left defenseless by Mina's acid, allowing Tsuyu and Kaminari to knock them out with strong kicks and a piece of salvaged rebar respectively. Once the human enemies were unconscious, the monsters had swarmed the trio and begun causing trouble. The yellow imps chased Kaminari, hiding underground to avoid being harmed by his electrification quirk, while blue imps flew about with their kites and dive-bombed Tsuyu, always staying just a little out of her reach. The red and green imps focused on Mina since they had no specialties of their own, though they were also the ones who were most easily beaten. The imps weren't the real issue though. The real enemy were a class of demon that was completely unfamiliar to the trio, and hadn't even been encountered by Isumi yet, not that they knew that. This demon was the Thunder Ear, the cousin to the Fire Eyes and Ice Mouths. As expected, it had an identical wagon-wheel-shaped body with a massive ear at the center, with smaller ears on the end of each spoke, along the rim. The ears were producing dark gray clouds full of electricity, which the demons occasionally shot bolts of lightning from. Thunder Ear. This was a major problem, as Tsuyu was incredibly weak to electrical currents, and Mina wasn't much better thanks to all the liquid acid she produced, which served as a great conductor for electricity. Only Kaminari was immune, and could act as a lightning rod for the demons' attacks, but he couldn't resist their physical ramming attacks, and they could act as lightning rods for his quirk too, leaving him unable to use it. To make it even worse, the clouds and electricity surrounding the small group of Thunder Ears, there were only 4, rendered them immune to most attacks thanks to an electrical barrier they created. Dang it, Kaminari's losing it. Mina groaned, got any plans, Tsuyu? The frog girl, landing after leaping up and using her tongue to catch a blue imp before breaking its neck with her tongue, answered calmly, there are too many of these strange apes. I don't like killing them and they're getting harder to catch. We need to take them out fast, but I don't know how. If Kaminari could unleash a massive discharge, we'd take them all out at once. Mina yelled. The boy in question shook his head as he dived out of the way of a rogue red imp's lewd attack. Not with these ear wheels. They absorb my electricity so I can't use my quirk properly. I swear, if they start shooting ear wax at me, I really am going to lose it. Calm down, Kaminari. We want to be heroes, right? Then we need to stay composed. Tsuyu instructed him as she leapt forward and slammed her feet into a yellow imp that had jumped out to club Mina from behind. We're fighting monsters trying to actually kill us during our second week of classes. It's normal to be scared, the blonde boy insisted as he ran over and touched the stunned yellow imp, electrocuting it in the process and turning it into smoke. He was still able to use his quirk to kill the demons if he had direct contact, which at least let him do more than run in circles. Mina, splashing acid on a blue imp that had just dived down to take Tsuyu out while she was distracted, looked between the spot the yellow imp had just died in and the Thunder Ears. Hey, you can absorb electricity, right? Maybe if you touch those freaky ears, you'll be able to steal their lightning. Then they'll be defenseless and I can melt them, she suggested with a bright smile, feeling proud of her idea. Tsuyu agreed, it could work. Plus once they're beaten, Kaminari can release all his electricity to knock this horde out in one shot. Kaminari blanched, wait, how do we know it'll work? We have to try, it's the only plan we have. Tsuyu declared, quickly wrapping her tongue around Kaminari's waist and then tossing the boy at the closest Thunder Ear. The boy squawked indignantly as he hit the Thunder Ear, toppling it over in the process. The Thunder Ear tried to spin rapidly to get Kaminari off, but the boy held on to its spokes for dear life and focused on his quirk. Just as Mina had hoped, he began to absorb the demon's electricity faster than the creature could produce it, giving Kaminari a feeling like he was on a sugar high. With a bizarre groan, the teens had no idea how a creature with no mouth could groan. The Thunder Ear went still and its shield of clouds and electricity dissipated, leaving the creature seemingly dead. Mina took no chances though, and the moment Kaminari staggered off the creature, she doused it in acid. With an ear-splitting shriek, the Thunder Ear turned into smoke and disappeared, signaling its defeat. It worked. Mina cheered, ecstatic, my plan actually worked. Whoa. I'm actually really strong and useful. You can depend on me. Kaminari suddenly grinned, his success and extra energy restoring all his lost confidence. Good work you two. Let's finish this with a quick combo. Tsuyu said, grabbing Kaminari with her tongue again. Woo! Go Operation Thunder Dart Frog. Kaminari cheered, now enjoying the ride. Tsuyu repeated the previous tactic, dodging around the imps while flinging an excitable Kaminari at the remaining thunder ears. Each time, the electric blonde would grab hold of them and drain their power, allowing Mina to dispatch them with her acid while Tsuyu was already tossing him at the next one. It took only 2 minutes to kill the remaining 3 thunder ears, leaving only the imps. With his quirk's electricity no longer being drawn away, Kaminari prepared to release a massive burst of lightning, while Tsuyu grabbed Mina and dived into the remnants of a tunnel that a yellow imp dug. With his teammates out of the way, Kaminari unleashed his attack with a cry of, indiscriminate shock 2 million volts. Yellow electricity arced across the landslide zone, jumping from imp to imp as it tore them apart with its power. A cacophony of terrifying, ape-like screams filled the air before being replaced by deafening silence and the wisps of black and purple fog released by dying demons. Once the sound of screams and crackling lightning ended, Mina and Tsuyu peeked out of the hole to find all the demons gone, and Kaminari wandering around aimlessly, pulling a dopey expression as he waved his hands back and forth, each with a thumbs up. Yay, he said mindlessly. Mina and Tsuyu giggled at the amusing sight, before cheering for their victory, woo. All villains and freaky monsters beaten. The landslide zone is cleared. Good work, Mina. Your quick thinking with that plan saved us. Tsuyu complimented, making the pink-skinned girl grin even wider. Ah, thanks Tsuyu. It's a bummer that Kaminari's turned stupid though. For such a strong quirk, it's got one heck of a downside. Mina said, trying not to laugh again as she looked at the boy aimlessly wandering about. True. It's going to be harder to sneak away with him like that. Let's wait a bit and recover our stamina, then try and get to the others. Tsuyu suggested. Mina agreed and the 2 girls wrangled the temporarily mindless Kaminari over to a safe spot to rest, their own minds wondering to how their classmates were doing. Friday, April 14, 2282. Flood Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Ochako, Ijiro, and Hitoshi stood on the deck of a small ship floating within the flood zone, scowling out at the water around them, completely stranded. The trio had considered themselves lucky when they were dropped into the flood zone, as the water allowed them to survive the long fall after Kurojiri dumped them through his warp gate. Not only that, but the trio seemed to be completely alone in the water, at least until they saw a shadow in the depths moving rapidly towards them. Ijiro had seen a glimpse of terrifying jaws, before he and Hitoshi were whisked out of the water with Ochako's zero-gravity quirk. It had taken some effort in swinging one another in the direction they wanted to go, but the trio were eventually able to float onto the flood zone's boat, placed there to simulate shipwreck rescues. Ochako had looked incredibly sick after all that effort, and had to take some deep breaths to stop her losing her lunch. Ugh, I need to include a grappling hook or something in my costume. Or maybe jets. She complained. Zero gravity was a great quirk, but it was hard to maneuver with nothing to hold on to. That had led the trio to their current situation, looking out at the water and watching the large, menacing shadow that swam beneath the surface. They were safe, relatively, but they were stuck. TCH, this is a real pain. We can practically see the fight in the plaza from here, but we can't help or even escape. Hitoshi grumbled, trying to think of a way out of the current situation. Ochako, who'd recovered from her nausea, nodded. If we can find some fire extinguishers, then I can remove our gravity and we can use them to control where we float. If we're quick and careful, we could even float all the way back to the entrance. Good plan. Let's raid this place for supplies. Ijiro said, pumping his arm with a confident grin. Hitoshi, also agreeing, joined the other 2 as they explored the boat for anything usable. Hitoshi found some rope, and even a flare gun, while Ochako found some life jackets, but Ijiro only found something very unwelcome. The lower decks are completely empty, and flooded, he groaned, shaking some of the water off himself as he appeared back on deck. He'd found the first of the lower decks to be flooded up to his waist and completely barren, and the stairs to the next deck were completely underwater. Ijiro had tried swimming down regardless, but he couldn't hold his breath long enough and turned back before he risked drowning. Hitoshi and Ochako scowled at the news. That's bad. I was hoping there'd be a kitchen on this tub, since it's modeled on a small cruise ship. That way we'd be sure to find fire extinguishers. The insomniac boy complained. He lifted up the rope he'd found. This isn't long enough to go from the boat to the shore, so it won't be much use for escaping. I hate to say it, but maybe we should just stay put. Ochako said reluctantly, we're safe for now, kinda, and Izumi and Aizawa-sensei are fighting right over there. Let's wait until they kick the villains' butts, then use the flare gun to let them know we're here. Hitoshi begrudgingly agreed, but their red-headed teammate was against it. But what if the others need help? There's something in the water ready to kill us, so what if the villains sent their allies to the other zones too? They might need our help, he said imploringly, we can't just kick back and relax while our friends get hurt. Cool it, Ijiro. Ochako and I want to get out of here and help too, but we're out of options for the moment. Hitoshi frowned, that thing in the water is big enough to swallow any of us whole, not to mention the teeth you saw. If we act recklessly, we're chum. Ijiro grimaced, his own sharp teeth on display. He couldn't dispute Hitoshi's logic, the purple-haired boy and Ochako didn't have any defenses like Ijiro did. But the thought of the others scattered around the USJ, being preyed on by villains without a shield to defend them, it drove Ijiro nearly mad with desperation. He wanted to be a hero to protect and save people, how could he not do that for his own classmates? Then I'll jump in the water and distract the villain. My hardening should be enough to withstand their jaws. I'll hold it long enough for you guys to swim to the shore. Ijiro declared, turning to march towards the ship's railing. Ochako gasped at the suicidal plan, and Hitoshi grabbed Ijiro before he could take a single step. Don't be stupid. Even if your hardening is strong enough to resist those jaws, what's stopping the villain from dragging you under and drowning you? We haven't seen it surface even once, so it can probably breathe underwater. Ijiro opened his mouth to argue, but the fierce look in Hitoshi's usually tired eyes made him hesitate. Getting himself killed wasn't going to help anyone, and Ijiro knew better than anyone that his quirk would make him sink like a rock once activated. I just want to help the others. He ended up whispering, feeling useless. Damn it. I came to you Dade so I could become strong and stop being a weakling. How can I be a real man if I can't help at all? Ijiro thought bitterly, old insecurities rearing their heads. Ochako looked between the boys with a worried frown, before looking out across the water to where Izumi was fighting alongside Aizawa-sensei. The wolf girl had become a source of strength and inspiration for Ochako ever since the zero-pointer incident, and Ochako found herself looking to her more and more when she didn't know what to do. As she looked out across the water, she noticed the shadow in the water below, which had become curiously still. Guys, the villain has stopped moving, she said, trying to keep her voice down while portraying her urgency. The boys looked to where she pointed and noticed the shadow too. It wasn't moving from its spot, but it was squirming and making some truly bizarre shapes as the owner of the shadow contorted itself until finally, the shadow split into two. The fuck? Hitoshi swore in surprise. The two smaller shadows swam around each other for a moment, then promptly swam away at high speed, one going under the boat and the other swimming towards the bow. Hitoshi ran to the other side of the boat to see if the first shadow had shown up on that side, while Ochako and Ijiro followed the other one to the bow. They had just seen the shadow get smaller for a moment as the owner swam deeper, before suddenly growing as the mysterious enemy swam back up at great speed, finally bursting out of the water. A blue blur shot from the water right at Ochako's and Ijiro's heads. Ochako tackled Ijiro to the ground just as there was the clacking of pincers where their necks had been, followed swiftly by a crashing sound as the villain landed roughly on the deck behind them. The teens staggered back to their feet, ready to fight, but the boat suddenly shook as the second shadow burst up through the boat, leaving a fairly large hole through the entire thing and allowing water to pour through. Hitoshi cursed loudly and ran back to the others, brandishing his rope and a combat knife to defend himself with. The three teenagers finally got a good look at the enemies they faced, and were more than a little shocked. The enemies were a pair of giant hermit crabs with faces that looked like halfway transformations between a human's and a hermit crab's. The one that tried to decapitate Ochako and Ijiro was greenish-blue in color and had an enlarged left pincer and a shell that looked like some kind of armored fish head. The one that had dug up through the deck of the ship was orangish-red with the same enlarged left pincer, and a shell that was clearly made from the tail of a giant fish of some kind, with the same gray armor plating that could be found on the first crab's shell. The two crabs immediately moved towards one another and began snapping their pincers together, before turning back to the teens and slowly approaching them in a menacing fashion. Crab demons, Jiro and Saburo. Ijiro stood in front of his two classmates and activated his hardening to defend against any attacks while Ochako and Hitoshi tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Hermit crabs. I've never seen a mutation quirk like that before. Ochako commented, feeling disgusted by the extremely bizarre appearance. Something about them just looked wrong to her. I know people can look like just about anything with quirks these days, but that's just weird. Hitoshi agreed. The villains didn't look to be very intelligent and were currently in the process of trying to intimidate them by snapping their pincers loudly, so Hitoshi decided to take a chance and attempt to use his quirk. Oi, crab cakes. Mind keeping some distance? We can smell you enough from here, he mocked, hoping for a reaction. He wasn't lying either, the two of them stank to high heaven, filling the flood zone with the odor of rotten fish. The villains didn't respond, or even act like they'd heard Hitoshi, they just kept walking forward with the predatory look in their eyes. Hitoshi growled, "Did you hear me? Or do you fish buffet freak shows not have ears?" Again, there was no response. The bizarre creatures didn't even glance at him, both fully focused on Aijiro. Hitoshi grit his teeth in anger, "Shit, do these bastards know my quirk? That Kurogiri guy seemed to know too. But does that mean they know all our quirks?" he thought, trying to make sense of the situation. Before he could think about it anymore, the crab monsters suddenly leapt at Aijiro and grabbed him with their larger pincers, the red one getting him around the waist while the blue one got him around the throat. They squeezed their pincers with enough force to decapitate and bifurcate any normal human, but thanks to Aijiro's hardened skin, they only managed small scratches to the sides of his neck and waist. The strength of their vice grips was still incredible though, and Aijiro groaned as he worked hard to keep his quirk active, knowing that if he let it stop for even a second he'd be dead. "Aijiro!" Ochako cried, running to attack the monsters and free her friend. "Ochako, take these," Hitoshi ordered, tossing her his knife and one end of the rope. She grabbed them and kept charging, fastening the rope around her waist and tackling the blue crab. The creature was heavy and strong, so her tackle was useless and she simply bounced off. Getting to her feet quickly, she stabbed Hitoshi's knife at the creature's larger pincer, but found she couldn't get through the hard, chitinous exterior. Annoyed by her futile attacks, the blue crab snapped at her with its smaller pincer, nearly managing to lop off her right arm. She was saved only by Hitoshi quickly yanking on the rope and pulling her to safety. "Their bodies are too tough," Ochako yelled, looking over the crab's bodies. The only area unprotected by chitin was their odd, fleshy heads, but if Ochako stabbed them there then she'd likely kill them, something she couldn't bring herself to do. "Ugh. Guys, run. If these things were the ones in the water, you can swim away now. I can endure and keep these things trapped here until you get help," Aijiro told them, growling with the effort of maintaining his hardening even as he reached forward and grabbed the crab's wrists, stopping them from escaping even if they let go. "We're not abandoning you," Ochako cried. She racked her brain, trying to figure out what to do. The problem reminded her of the zero-pointer situation a bit. Izumi had fought it to save her, but hadn't been able to slice through its thick armor at first, just like Ochako was fighting to save Aijiro but couldn't get through the crab's defenses. The only real difference was that Izumi had eventually gone plus ultra and managed to slice through, but Ochako doubted she'd suddenly be able to do the same. She needed a sharper blade, or more force. "I could really go for one of those Tashigami heavenly arts of Izumi's right now," she thought desperately. Suddenly, inspiration flashed. The thought of the heavens gave Ochako an idea. "Hitoshi," she cried, "I'm going to erase my gravity. When I float up, swing me around until I build up speed, then slam me down on these guys at my signal," she ordered. Hitoshi blinked in surprise, but he wasn't about to argue. Ochako touched her finger pads against her own shoulder and removed her gravity, causing her to begin floating up. With the rope still around her, Hitoshi kept her tethered like a helium balloon and began swinging her in the air like he was flying a kite in circles. Spinning through the air while suffering the nausea of her quirk was a hellish experience for poor Ochako, but she pushed her discomfort out of her mind and focused. Once she'd built up some impressive speed and Hitoshi couldn't make her go any faster, she shouted to him. "Now! Arie!" Hitoshi bellowed, swinging his Ochako on a rope down on the crabs. The moment Ochako was sent flying down on them, the girl put her hands together to return her gravity, then brandished the knife. "Here's my own improvised heavenly art. Shooting star slash." Ochako cried, slashing down with Hitoshi's knife with her full strength and all the momentum of the swing and fall. The blade, which had previously bounced off harmlessly, sliced straight through the thinner section of the red crab's giant pincer, right below where Aijiro was holding onto it. The crab shrieked in surprise and pain as black smoke billowed from the wound, its now detached claw disappearing entirely in the process. In an instant, several things happened at once. First, Aijiro let go of the crabs in surprise at the sudden attack. Second, the blue crab, concerned for its partner, shrieked and released Aijiro, freeing the boy and making him stagger backward. Third, the blue crab grabbed its comrade and scuttled to the other side of the boat at insane speeds. Fourth, Ochako managed to erase her gravity again just in time to stop herself hitting the deck at high speeds, with Hitoshi pulling her towards him the instant she'd sliced through the villain. She ended up landing in a heap on top of the insomniac boy after she erased her gravity, and had to struggle to her feet so she could release her nausea down the side of the ship. Once Ochako had recovered and stopped throwing up, Aijiro and Hitoshi ran to her sides. "Holy shit, Ochako. How the hell did you know that would work?" Hitoshi asked, both impressed and terrified by the reckless tactic. Man, you were freaking awesome. You came smashing down like a meteorite. That was manly as hell. Ijiro gushed. Ochako smiled as she wiped her mouth. That was the idea. A meteorite, even a tiny one, can cause a huge amount of damage because of how fast they land, right? I figured if I used my quirk and some momentum, then I could hit with this thing hard enough to do some damage. Didn't expect to cut that guy's arm off though. The boys grimaced at that and looked over to where the crabs were stood. The boat was sinking very slowly thanks to the hole that one of them had put in it, and the two monsters were currently beside the side tilting into the water, making incomprehensible noises. The red crab fussed over the blue crab's wound, but the sight of the billowing smoke and lack of blood was surprising to the teens. Hey, that stuff looks like the same smoke those green monkey things turned into after Amaterasu killed them. Do you think they're the same kind of monster? Ijiro asked. Ochako shuddered. I hope so, if they are then I won't have to feel bad about chopping its arm off. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. That's probably true, but we shouldn't make any assumptions. If we kill them and turn out to be wrong, then we're in deep trouble. For now, let's just capture them or escape somehow. Ijiro grinned. Without both those big pincers to hold me down, I can take them. I'll punch right through those shells, he declared, charging forward. Thanks to the incline of the sinking ship, he ended up running even faster than he expected and barreled right into the two crabs with his hardened fists. His punches slammed into them and sent both crabs flying backward with surprised shrieks, landing in the shallow water that had begun to form around the hole in the deck. The redhead was about to attack again, with Ochako and Hitoshi rushing to help him, when the three teens were made to remember that originally, their foes had been one massive jawed creature. They received this reminder as the two crabs embraced within the shallow water, and began to press and twist their bodies into one another until only their large shells were visible, their shells which resembled a fish head and tail. Their shells fused together into the shape of a shark, and then swelled up to an even larger size as they combined to once again form the terror of the deep that had nearly chummed the trio. The result was a colossal shark, long enough that it just barely fit on the ship widthwise and with a mouth large enough to swallow all three of them in one gulp if it got the chance. The gray armor plating that had decorated the shells of the crabs now formed a suit of protective armor over the body of the shark, coating the entire back of the beast as well as the bottom half beneath its jaw. In addition, its dorsal fin had wing-like armor attached to it, turning it into a razor-sharp blade, and two similar blades were attached to the shoulder joints for its primary fins too. Shark Demon Ichiro. The teenage heroes didn't even have time to react as the shark monster began thrashing around, destroying the sinking ship and making it flood even faster. It snapped the entire thing in half, sending the stern, the more heavily flooded half, straight to the bottom of the flood zone, while a flick of its powerful tail shattered the bow into flotsam. The teens were sent flying, but thanks to Ochako's zero gravity and the rope still tied to her, she and Hitoshi were able to land on some of the larger flotsam and remain above the water. Ijiro wasn't so lucky and fell straight into the water. Ijiro! Over here! Hitoshi yelled, untying the rope from Ochako and flinging the end to the boy, ready to pull him to safety. Ijiro had to release his hardening in order to swim and grab the rope, but he almost immediately had to activate it again as the shark lunged out of the depths and grabbed him in its jaws. Ijiro, his friends cried, seeing the boy struggling between the deadly teeth of the monster. Ijiro grimaced. The strength of the jaws was on a whole different level from the pincers of the crabs. He not only had to keep himself hardened, but he also had to use all the strength he could muster to stop himself being crushed. Ugh, crap. Guys, a little help, he cried, thanking his lucky stars that the shark wanted to bite him and not simply dive down and drown him. Oh no. What do we do? Ochako gasped as she watched the shark trying to chew her classmate. Hitoshi quickly reeled in the rope, seeing as Ijiro couldn't grab it in his current state, and turned to the worried girl. Let's try another shooting star slash. That thing's armor looks pretty thick and since we can't beat it in the water, this is our best bet. Ochako reluctantly nodded and tied the rope to her waist again. She looked nervously at Hitoshi's combat knife, which hadn't gotten through the last attack unscathed. The blade was slightly bent to the side and the edge was blunted. It wasn't intended to be used with the force that came with the shooting star slash and was unlikely to survive for a third attempt. Hitoshi's expression let Ochako know that he was thinking the same thing, but they didn't have any other plans. Removing her gravity and bracing her stomach, Ochako jumped into the air and allowed Hitoshi to begin spinning her by the rope. Once she'd built up the necessary momentum, she gave him the signal and Hitoshi slammed her down with all his might. Ochako released her quirk and slashed the combat knife down on the shark's armored back, hoping that a serious blow there would be enough to make the shark drop Ijiro without killing the villains. Shooting star slash, she cried, slashing the blade down as hard as she could. There was a loud clang, followed by a heart-stopping crack as Hitoshi's combat knife snapped off at the hilt after leaving little more than a scratch in the shark's armor. Time seemed to slow for the three teens, during which Ochako managed to erase her gravity again before hitting the water, but made eye contact with the monstrous shark in the process. Ochako fell into the water and quickly surfaced again as Hitoshi shouted to her and began reeling her in with the rope. The shark, sensing vulnerable prey, swam after her faster than Hitoshi could ever hope to pull. Thankfully, Aijiro was still in its jaws, and now that Ochako was the alternate target he began to pull on them rather than trying to push, stopping the shark from dropping him with the same strength he'd used to stop it eating him. Aijiro's hardened fingers dug into the shark's gums like fish hooks, releasing small wisps of black fog and an angry roar from the aquatic monster. Angry and in pain, the shark began to thrash around and ended up smacking Ochako with its armored tail. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of her, and likely cracked a rib or two, but it also sent her flying straight into Hitoshi's arms. Ochako and Hitoshi weren't out of danger yet though, as the enraged shark leapt out of the water entirely and attempted to belly flop on the flotsam they were sitting on. Shit! Hitoshi yelled, holding Ochako and leaping out of the way just in time to avoid being sent into the depths with the rubble. Ochako, pushing herself, managed to remove Hitoshi's gravity so they were both weightless and flying towards the rocky outcropping that made up part of the flood zone. Once they hit it and Hitoshi got them to a spot where both could stand on their own, Ochako returned their gravity and retched down the cliffs, her stomach already empty after the last time she'd overused her quirk. Are you alright? Hitoshi asked worriedly, rubbing Ochako's back. I am fine. The girl replied, definitely not looking fine. She was pale and sweating like she had food poisoning, and she had a green tinge to her cheeks. You're at your limit, shit. What now? Hitoshi scowled. We need to help Aijiro. Ochako said exhaustedly, looking out to where the shark still held Aijiro in its jaws. The boy was holding on through sheer determination, and the angry shark was jumping up and down in the water in an attempt to shake him loose. It would have been dangerous, but the leaps into the air gave Aijiro a chance to breathe and the villains didn't seem smart enough to just drown him yet. That gave his teammates some precious time to think. Hitoshi looked around at where he and Ochako were standing, hoping for something to help him. The flood zone was split into four main sections with a large body of water between them, the shipwreck, a simulated whirlpool, and some artificial cliffs that had been shaped into giant, rock-filled water slides to simulate rapids and a waterfall. They were currently stood on the edge of the cliffs that made up the bottom part of the rapids and had no clear or safe path to anywhere. If they climbed up, they'd be in the rapids, and if they climbed down, they'd been in the water. There was nowhere to go. Come on Hitoshi, think. You don't have brawn like Aijiro or the other tough guy heroes, use your brain and work out a logical solution, he scolded himself. Ochako was trying to come up with something too, and kept looking back and forth between Aijiro, the flare gun they'd found on the ship, and the rope still tied around her. And maybe if we shoot this at the villain, he'll get spooked and drop Aijiro, then I can float over and pick him up and you can pull us out with the rope, she suggested. Hitoshi shook his head, bad idea, more likely it'll make the villain dive underwater, taking Aijiro with him. I can't think of anything else. What do we do? Ochako began to panic, her fatigue making it harder to think straight and keep her cool. Hitoshi was in the same predicament, though more due to frustration than fatigue. Ochako and Aijiro are at their limits, and they're the only reasons all three of us have lived this long. I've barely been able to do anything. Come on, think. Approach the problem logically, our goal is to rescue Aijiro and escape the flood zone. We don't need to defeat that thing, we just need to keep it busy long enough for us to escape. An idea came to him, it was a long shot and would exhaust their resources, not to mention take Ochako out of the fight entirely, but they had no other options. Ochako, can you use your quirk to remove gravity from a large object? He asked. Ochako eyed him, how large? Hitoshi pointed at the shark, about that large. The girl grimaced, shuddering at the thought of the awful nausea removing the gravity from such a large creature would cause. She knew she was at her limit but a memory from the entrance exam echoed in her mind. This is U.A, and I am OkamiHeroAmaterasu, an official student of this school. So let me tell you our motto. Go beyond. Plus ultra. I'll do it. Ochako declared, finishing her thought with fire in her eyes despite her sickly appearance. Izumi hadn't given up, so neither would she. Hitoshi gave her a wry grin, then here's what we're going to do. He explained his plan quickly, making Ochako chuckle at the simplicity and danger of it. Still, she agreed and the two immediately burst into action. Ochako removed the gravity from herself and Hitoshi, then the two kicked off the rocky cliffs to shoot themselves towards the shark, using the rope to swing one another back and forth to help control their trajectory. The minute they got close to the jumping shark, Hitoshi grabbed hold of Ijiro and Ochako grabbed onto the shark, releasing her quirk to restore gravity to herself and her teammate, before using it again to remove the gravity from the shark. She almost began retching again from the strain, but endured with a cry of plus ultra. Holy shit. Guys. Ijiro gasped as Hitoshi hung onto the redhead's belt. Brace yourself. We're landing rough. Hitoshi yelled as the shark began to bob into the air like a parade balloon. Pulling himself up by one hand with all his strength, Hitoshi pointed the flare gun down the throat of the shark villains and prayed that it was either an inhuman monster or capable of surviving. He pulled the trigger and the burning red projectile was launched into the shark's gullet, making it roar in pain and release its grip on Ijiro. With nothing holding him anymore, Ijiro, and by extension Hitoshi, fell into the sea below, with Ochako diving after them. The trio hit the water hard, but they weren't harmed and Hitoshi immediately swam to save Ochako, who was too weak to swim while keeping her quirk active on the giant shark. With their worn-out companion on their backs, Ijiro and Hitoshi swam for a large piece of the sunken ship still floating on the surface and climbed aboard so they could catch their breaths. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Holy shit. Ijiro panted. Erp. Was the only answer they got from Ochako, who was suffering a lot thanks to her quirk. Let's get our breath back, then make for the shore. Once we're out of the flood zone, Ochako can release her quirk safely. Hitoshi said, leaning over to stroke Ochako's back and try to ease her sickness and give her some relief. It wasn't very effective, but the girl appreciated the effort, not that it would have mattered if it did work, as any relief she felt was immediately erased by an ominous cracking from above them as the floating shark monster began to twitch and twist, as if some giant invisible hands were breaking it open like a lobster. The trio watched with disbelief as the shark's back half twisted a full 180 degrees and snapped off entirely, causing both halves to deflate and turn back to the monstrous hermit crabs from earlier. The blue crab that had made up the shark's head remained floating, as that was where Ochako had touched it, but the red crab that made up the tail fell from the sky and landed in the water, dazed but very much alive. Are you fucking kidding me? Hitoshi screamed, beyond enraged that the damn thing was still getting in their way. These things don't know when to quit. Ijiro growled, hardening himself and preparing to fight as the red crab turned towards them and began swimming in their direction. Ugh, at least one crab is easier to float than that whole shark. Ochako groaned, shakily getting to her feet. I can just about keep moving. The red crab, thanks to having the shark's tail as its shell, swam fairly quickly and was soon upon them. However, despite the fact they hadn't beaten the villains yet, the teenage hero's efforts had borne fruit. The red crab only had its smaller pincer left along with its tail, limited how powerful it was. The moment the crab leapt out of the water in an attempt to smash the bit of ship they were standing on, the teenagers moved. Hitoshi grabbed Ochako and ran to the side to get out of the way, while Ijiro roared and grabbed the crab by its tail-like shell before dragging it closer to him and punching it hard in the gut. The crab villain groaned and snapped its small pincer around Ijiro's face, but the boy's hardening let him shrug it off without even a pinch. You two are the brains of this operation, so leave me to be the hammer and the shield, he declared, pounding away at the red crab. Hitoshi grinned, the villains aren't the only ones with a ridiculously tough shark that doesn't know when to quit. Right, Shark Tooth, he yelled, using Katsuki's preferred nickname for their red-headed companion. Hell yeah. I'll show these villains how manly we are. Ijiro cheered, not slowing his punches. The crab's shell was tough enough that he wasn't really getting anywhere, but the crab wasn't either, and that bought more time for the others to think up a way to finally get rid of the persistent creature. Normally, I just ask Ochako to erase that thing's gravity so we can escape, but with their tenacity and lethality, it'd be illogical to leave them alone. They can move on land in crab form and are too tough for all but the most destructive quirks. Unless Ochako can hold them in the air. Until the heroes arrive, we'll be leaving a dangerous enemy at our backs. Hitoshi thought, taking the moment of downtime to come up with a plan. The blue crab, still floating around a dozen feet above them, wasn't completely out of the fight either though. While it couldn't move on its own, it still had a trick up its sleeves. With a horrible gagging noise, the crab began to spit out venomous purple spheres covered in spikes and glowing faintly with bioluminescence. These spiky spheres rained down on the trio, bouncing harmlessly off Ijiro's hardened skin but much more painfully off the other two. One bounced off the flotsam and hit Ochako in the leg, making her cry out in pain as the spikes pierced her through her boot, while another stuck itself to the back of Hitoshi's hand. Ijiro stepped into the path of the rest of the spiky rain, protecting his classmates, but Hitoshi wasn't taking chances. Thinking quickly, Hitoshi used a spike of wood from the flotsam to flick the spiky balls off him and Ochako, then pulled off Ochako's boot and pulled up his own sleeve to expose the impact zones. The skin was turning purple slowly, so Hitoshi reached into one of his pouches and pulled out 2 small shots of antivenom. Whoa! Why do you have that? Ochako asked as Hitoshi injected her with it. The purple discoloration of her skin began to recede. Poison is a common weapon for villains and it's hard to defend against. Statistically 90% of effective poisons used by villains are derived from venomous creatures, so at my request the support company gave me a few shots of a generic all-purpose antivenom. It'll counteract all but the strongest poisons if applied quickly enough. Hitoshi answered, injecting himself too. Those things look like sea urchins, so the poison shouldn't have been lethal anyway, but better safe than sorry. Suffering only from shallow puncture wounds and some numbness, Ochako and Hitoshi were back and ready to fight, while Ijiro kept pummeling the red crab and standing in the way of the blue crab's attacks. Hey Ochako, can you use the same trick as last time to break this thing's shell? Ijiro asked, getting tired of punching a villain that couldn't really feel it. No, the knife broke. We need something harder. Ochako said. What about me? If you swung me around with the rope, surely I could break through their shells, he suggested. Hitoshi shook his head, and who's going to hold it down while we're swinging you? Those things are too quick in the water without something holding it in place. Then maybe a bit of the ship. Ochako offered. Hitoshi scanned the flood zone, before suddenly grinning as he spotted the perfect projectile. Oh, I've got something all right. Ochako, do you still have the hilt of my knife? He asked. Ochako blinked in surprise, then nodded and handed the broken hilt over. What good will that do? I only held onto it so Izumi could fix it later. On its own, nothing. But if I combine it with this. Hitoshi tied the end of the rope around the hilt then swung it around a bit to get a feel for the weight. Good, with some proper weight on this thing, it'll be easier to throw. Still spinning the rope in his hands, Hitoshi took aim at his target and took a deep breath. Calmly now. You've seen Eraserhead pull off this trick. You've practiced it. Now execute, he thought, swinging the rope until he had enough momentum, then throwing it at his target. The rope wrapped around his target just as he hoped, the hilt of the knife successfully holding the makeshift lasso together. Without stopping to celebrate, Hitoshi began to spin the object through the air, making Ochako gasp and Ijiro grin. Wait, we're using dash. Ochako began. Yep. What's the best thing to throw at a villain? Another villain. Hitoshi grinned manically as he spun the hapless blue crab through the air with enough speed to ensure that any attempts by it to spit sea urchins would result in them being blown straight back into its face. Ochako, release your quirk on my signal. Ijiro, when you hear it then toss the other one into the air. Hitoshi yelled. Got it, the other two yelled back. Hitoshi built up all the momentum he could by swinging the blue crab, having experience with it after doing the same to Ochako twice before, then once he was sure there would be enough force behind the impact, he swung the captive crab downward. Now. Release. Ochako clapped her hands together, returning the blue crab's gravity. Take this. Ijiro roared, swinging the red crab upward as hard as he could. Meteor hammer, cancer. Hitoshi declared with a wide, toothy smile. The two crabs slammed into each other in mid-air, shell first. The sound of the two shells colliding echoed across the entire USJ, as did the shrieks of pain from both crab villains. Cracks began to appear in the shells, before they began to crumble away as the two dazed foes fell into the water, their main defenses completely broken. All right. We did it. Ijiro cheered. Hitoshi nodded with a grin and tied the now empty flare gun to the other end of the rope so he could throw it and lasso the other crab too. Once both were caught, he reeled them in and stood back while Ijiro punched them both in their exposed backs to render them unconscious. He then tied them both up properly, ensuring their remaining pincers and mouths were held shut to stop them cutting themselves free or spitting more sea urchins. Finally, after a tough fight in unfavorable terrain, the heroes emerged victorious. Ochako, Ijiro, and Hitoshi took the opportunity to grab a few minutes of rest and properly bandage their wounds with Hitoshi's first aid kit. I can't believe we're finally done. Ochako sighed with relief. I really hope we get a couple of days off after this. You guys deserve it. You both rocked. Ijiro pumped his fist excitedly. We'd be screwed if it weren't for you guys. Hitoshi chuckled tiredly. Don't sell yourself short, we'd have been eaten by that shark if you weren't so damn tough. You're pretty manly, Ijiro. That compliment had Ijiro smiling ear to ear, making Ochako giggle. After getting their breath back and letting the adrenaline wear off, the boys got back into the water and began swimming for the edge of the flood zone, carrying the still exhausted Ochako on their backs and leaving the villains tied up on the flotsam. With nothing to get in their way, it didn't take long for the heroes to get to the shore, emerging from the water close to the downpour zone and a good distance from the plaza, just in case the villains there took notice of them. They had only just pulled themselves out of the water when they were met by a familiar face. Shinso. Uraraka. Kirishima. Ojiro gasped happily, running over to them from the spot he'd been hiding in near the downpour zone. Thank God you're okay. Ojiro. What are you doing here? Ijiro asked, careful to keep his voice down. The group I was warped with managed to take out the villains attacking us and meet up with almost everyone else at the entrance. We found 13 injured and we were missing the teams that ended up in the flood and landslide zones, so we all decided to split up and find you guys. Ojiro explained, urging the sopping wet trio over to the cover he'd been using to hide near the flood zone. So everyone else is okay? Ochako asked hopefully. Some are a bit battered, like you three, and we don't know how Azui, Ashido, and Kaminari are doing since they were the other missing group. Toru was also hurt in an accident with Todoroki. The tailed boy growled before catching himself and calming down. I'll explain it all on the way back. It's dangerous to linger too long near the plaza. The flood zone trio exchanged worried looks before nodding and following Ojiro back along the route he'd used to sneak back from the entrance. They had barely taken 5 steps when the very air seemed to shift around them and all 4 young heroes were frozen in place. They could barely breathe as an oppressive atmosphere filled the USJ, making their hearts beat painfully against their ribs and sending a wave of unparalleled terror through them, shaking them to the bone. Something truly malicious had just appeared. Anyone with even the smallest amount of spiritual awareness could sense it, and unbeknownst to the students trapped in the USJ, everyone in Udare was feeling it. Shaking like they'd been swimming in the Arctic, Ochako and the boys turned towards the plaza, the source of the incredible hatred they were feeling, and witnessed an enormous stream of black energy erupt upwards in an intense beam. The entire USJ was silenced by the sudden blast of energy, and everyone watched as it tore through the center of the dome ceiling like it was nothing but wet tissue paper. Ojiro almost choked at the sight of it. Impossible. 13 said it would take someone with All Might level power to get through any part of the building. None of the others could say anything in response to that, and the black beam eventually stopped, leaving a hole in the roof that was rimmed with glowing hot glass and metal. Whatever had been touched by the beam was gone completely, reduced to atoms. Even the clouds far above had been pierced by the hateful energy. Then, as the last of the black energy dissipated, there was a monstrous roar of hatred, sorrow, and indescribable pain. It shook the souls of all that heard it, and all across Japan, spirits and demons alike trembled. A being of unrestrained malice had just appeared. Next chapter, The Beginning of Despair. To be released, February 14, 2022. Another longer chapter, and the end of the chaotic survival section of this arc. While this ends the secondary fights of the arc, we still have the primary ones to go, and the students will get more time to shine in those too. This chapter was fairly entertaining to write, what with Kaminari's dumb memes and freaking out, as well as trying to find a way for the Flood Zone trio to actually beat their enemies. Poor Ochako had a really rough time, and it's surprisingly tough to use Hitoshi in a fight when he can't use brainwashing. But what exactly appeared at the end of this chapter? We'll see over the next few chapters. Next chapter will take us back in time a bit to the plaza battle before the end of the Flood Zone battle. With Izumi and Eraser fighting hordes of enemies, and the students now on the edge of the battle, will things continue to go the hero's way, or will Tamura and his secret weapon prove too much? Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Landslide Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. While the trio in the flood zone were still dealing with their shark/crab problem, the trio in the landslide zone were just about done with their post-battle break and preparing to move on. Tsuyu and Mina were feeling fine now that they'd had a chance to catch their breath, though Tsuyu's ankles still ached a bit from the rough landing, and Kaminari was slowly getting his mind back after overloading himself to take out the monsters that had attacked them. It usually took about an hour for him to get his full functionality back, so the short break had only been enough to turn him from mindless to extremely dizzy and confused, slurring his words and making odd gestures as he staggered about under the careful eyes of his female comrades. He's in no state to be moving quietly. We might have trouble sneaking out. Tsuyu commented, looking between Kaminari and the battle raging in the plaza. It was worryingly close to the landslide zone, and the last thing the frog girl wanted was to get caught up in it. We're going to have to carry him or something. Mina sighed. Tsuyu nodded and quickly grabbed Kaminari with her tongue, wrapping him up tightly so he couldn't wander off, as well as covering his mouth so his confused muttering didn't alert the enemy. Mina then picked him up and held him over her shoulder to help take the strain off of Tsuyu's tongue, and the girls began making their way to the exit of the zone. As they were climbing over a sand dune, they noticed a familiar face standing at the top, looking around for them. It was Jiro, a frown on her face as she tried to spot them. She couldn't use her jacks properly with the loose ground. Jiro! Mina yelled, waving frantically to catch her classmates' attention. Jiro immediately turned to them and smiled broadly. There you are. It's so quiet in this zone that I was getting worried, she said with relief, offering her hands to Mina and Tsuyu and helping to pull them up to the top of the tall dune. It's good to see you're safe. Did you come looking for us? Tsuyu asked. Yeah. It's a long story, but everyone except you and the Flood Zone group managed to meet up at the entrance. We can't get out of the USJ and 13 is hurt, so we all split up to help the stragglers. Ojiro is heading for the Flood Zone, and I came here to find you. Mina gasped, you came here by yourself? Not exactly. Look down there. Jiro said, pointing back and forth between 4 different spots in the plaza. Mina and Tsuyu squinted to see what she was pointing at, then smiled as they spotted Katsuki, Himiko, Momo, and Fumikage scattered around the edges of the plaza battle, hiding behind piles of unconscious villains and the foliage around the plaza. I should have figured Bakugu would do something like that, kind of surprised the other 3 went along with it. Mina commented. Heh, I'm more impressed he restrained himself from jumping in completely. Jiro smirked, before looking over at Kaminari. She noticed the glazed look in his eyes and grimaced, crap, he zapped himself stupid, didn't he? That's a pain. Better than us dying. Tsuyu said matter-of-factly. Jiro nodded in agreement. Okay, enough standing around and gawking. I know a relatively safe path back to the entrance. Follow me. Jiro said, turning to leave with Mina and Tsuyu following closely behind her. They started to slowly make their way down the side of the dunes, backtracking along the path Jiro had taken, but just as they were about halfway down a black imp came flying at them, crashing into the sand after being launched there by either Amaterasu or Eraserhead from the nearby battle. The imp was dazed, but not dead, so as it pulled itself free from the sand and took notice of the students, it opened its mouth to shriek. Thinking fast, Jiro stabbed her jack directly into its forehead and blasted her heartbeat into it with enough force to knock it out. Unfortunately, this had the side effect of vibrating the imp's entire body, resulting in the loose sand it was standing on suffering the same fate. The ground beneath the teen's feet began to shudder and crumble as the dune was destabilized, and fittingly for the zone, caused a miniature landslide. The black imp was promptly buried, while Jiro, Mina, and Kaminari escaped the same fate only thanks to Tsuyu quickly grabbing them and leaping as hard as she could. The teens escaped the landslide, and the entire landslide zone in fact, but in her urgency Tsuyu hadn't taken into account where they would land after her jump. They ended up landing right on the edge of the plaza battle, right beside where Momo was hiding. The hard landing aggravated Tsuyu's aching ankles and she ended up spraining one, making her let out a quiet, pained rib bit. Thankfully, the enemy were too preoccupied with Amaterasu and Eraserhead to truly notice, allowing the young heroes to creep closer to Momo's hiding spot. Are you guys okay? The vice rep asked worriedly. Could be better. Wasn't expecting to be dumped right onto the battlefield. Mina frowned as Momo created an ice pack for Tsuyu's ankle. Are we going to be safe here? Tsuyu asked after thanking Momo for her help. Momo nodded, the villains don't know we're here, but Amaterasu-sensei and Aizawa-sensei do. She sniffed us out the moment we snuck down here and signaled Aizawa-sensei, who then signaled us to stay back. We're waiting for their orders. The others looked out at the battle cautiously, the villains and monsters seemed endless, and while their teachers weren't having much trouble dispatching them, both were clearly getting tired. The teens watched worriedly, each silently praying that help would come soon. Unbeknownst to them, Izumi was thinking the exact same thing as she ducked and weaved around Kendo Rappa's insanely fast and hard punches. Once the number of villains and demons had decreased enough, Rappa had ordered them all to focus on Eraserhead so he could fight Izumi without interruptions, leaving the heroes split up and essentially fighting by themselves now. Rappa fought like a brawler, throwing vicious punches at incredible speeds thanks to his quirk. He could land 3 punches in the time it took the average person to land one, forcing Izumi to focus all her instincts on dodging and blocking with her divine retribution and the flat of her Tsumagari. This unfortunately left Izumi without many chances to counterattack. Gur, back off a bit would you? Girls don't like guys that get too clingy, she yelled, using her foot to stamp a mark of Bakugami on the ground. The resulting cherry bomb exploded and blasted Rappa back several steps while launching Amaterasu backward too, allowing her to land beside Eraserhead and knock out a couple of the villains bothering him with her mirror. Rappa laughed, clearly enjoying the fight. Don't be like that. Come back and enjoy the fun, he declared, running at Izumi and forcing her to leap away again so the muscle-bound Yakuza didn't attack Eraser. This guy has got fighting on the brain. He's like Katsuki on a sugar high. Ishiko commented from within her secure pouch. Izumi nodded and used the distance she'd made to cast Bloom between her and Rappa, then growing a grove of trees as he passed over the plant life. She snaked the growing trees around Rappa's limbs in an attempt to restrain him. Hanagami art, Sakura embrace, she cried. Rappa frowned for a moment as the trees held him, but they weren't thick enough to stop him completely and so he was able to use his quirk's heavy punches to smash himself free. Nice try. Overhaul like to try and tie me up too. Except he used rebar and shit like that. Izumi growled, don't compare me to that guy, she demanded, actually rushing to meet the man's next flurry of blows. She dodged the first by ducking, then leapt over the second, blocked the third and fourth with her divine instruments, and prevented the fifth by using the plants she'd grown to cast vine and bind Rappa's arm. Still in the air after leaping over the second punch, Izumi clashed her bangles together to create a spark of flame for Inferno, which she then used to boost her speed as she slammed her foot into Rappa's face. Moegami art, Phoenix Talon, she announced as she made impact, eliciting a pained groan from Rappa before he was blown back from the flame-boosted kick. The Yakuza barely managed to land back on his feet, skidding a short distance before running back at Izumi, laughing like he was having the time of his life. Izumi braced herself, ready to defend again, but as Rappa went to throw a punch he found his quirk failed to activate, so the punch he threw was significantly slower and sloppier, made even worse by the resulting surprise. Rappa looked over to Eraserhead and saw the man's glowing red eyes focused on him right before Izumi transformed into her wolf form and snapped her jaws around the man's wrist, dragging the man to the ground with all her strength. Rappa was forced to his knees as he lost his balance and Izumi released his wrist so she could quickly turn around and buck her back legs like a horse, kicking Rappa hard in the face and knocking him onto his side. With the man distracted, Izumi, still in wolf form, howled and used Inferno to coat herself in flames, using the burning grass she'd grown and ignited with her Phoenix Talon. With her entire body covered in flames, Izumi looked like a wolf made of fire, terrifying many of the lesser villains and demons still facing Eraserhead. There. Fear distracted them, allowing Eraserhead to defeat most of them swiftly, then wrap up the demons and throw them at the dazed Rappa. With Rappa dazed and buried under a small horde of dizzy demons, Izumi charged them at her top speed while in her full flaming glory. She smashed into them with the force of a trebuchet and the weaker demons were killed instantly, while the stronger ones were ignited and sent flying. Rappa, who was at the bottom of the pile, took only moderate damage from the impact and was set on fire, but Izumi saved him from a painful death by using her jaws to pick him up by his belt and toss him into the plaza's fountain. Whoa! That was a brutal combo. Ishiko commented, hopping back onto Izumi's head after she dismissed her flames. The punkle woman usually stayed in Izumi's reinforced pouch while the girl was in her human/demigod forms, but that pouch disappeared with the rest of Izumi's costume when she transformed into her wolf form, leaving the punkle to ride on the wolf's head, unless she was on fire of course. Izumi transformed back into her demigod form and smiled, putting her comrade back in her pouch. I adapted the Phoenix Regalia move I used against Mirio-senpai and combined it with my wolf form. I think I'll call it Moegami art, Hellhound Regalia. Eraserhead walked over to her, eyes flickering between the now drenched and panting Rappa, the mysterious monster with the exposed brain, and Tamura Shigaraki, who was watching the whole battle impatiently. Worry about naming your super moves later. There are still a few demons that survived that last attack. Eraserhead pointed out. Sure enough, the stronger demons, mostly dead fish, red imps, and black imps, were rolling on the ground or jumping in the fountain with Rappa to put out the fire. Sighing, Izumi used another eagle elixir to rejuvenate Eraser's sore eyes. He hadn't asked, but the rawness of his eyes was obvious, and then secretly ate a few of Doi Nezo's holy bone bites to regain some stamina, before moving to attack the surviving demons alongside Eraserhead. During this, Tamura watched with growing irritation as his army was demolished. Op. The combo of Amaterasu and Eraserhead is way too OP. If I didn't have my trump cards, I'd be in trouble, he muttered to himself, unaware that Izumi's wolf ears and the nearby Jiro's earphone jacks were picking up every word he said. At that moment, the air beside the villain shifted and a swirl of black mist appeared, which quickly reformed into Kurojiri. The man had been absent ever since attacking 13 and leaving her crippled, and no one knew what he'd been doing. Kurojiri, are you done with your jobs? Tamura asked, not looking away from where Izumi and Eraserhead were killing the last few demons in the plaza, while a grumpy Rappa waited for them to separate again so he could continue his fight with Izumi. I did. 13 is out of commission and the students, excluding the one that escaped with Amaterasu's child, have been scattered throughout the USJ. It isn't going well however. Kurojairi reported, one of his jobs apparently having been to spy on the fights in the various zones. Tamura narrowed his red eyes on the mist man. What do you mean it isn't going well? How hard can it be for our party members to swarm and take out a bunch of brats? Apparently very hard, seeing as no students are dead. Only one is even injured severely, and that was an accident caused by an overzealous classmate. Kurojairi explained, every zone but the flood zone has been cleared by the heroes, with most of the demons being temporarily killed and our men knocked out. Tamura snarled to himself and began scratching violently at his neck, leaving it red and raw on both sides. His frustrated expression was hidden by the disembodied hand on his face, but it was clear in his voice. I knew they were cannon fodder, but to lose to brats. Even our demons lost. The students are all capable of seeing them apparently. They're spiritually strong, the mist villain said. The villainous manchild took a deep breath to calm down, then looked away from the fight to face his fellow villain. All Might will show up soon. We need to hurry up with the plan to corrupt and tame Amaterasu, he said. Take me to where you put our special item. Kurojairi nodded and opened a warp gate for Tamura to step through, but the two villains had spent so long talking that their heroic opponents had finished the demons and were now running at them. Rappa tried to grab Isumi and force her into a fight with him, but Eraserhead stopped his quirk and Isumi immediately sent Rappa flying with a cherry bomb. If you think we're letting you escape, think again. Eraserhead yelled, throwing his capture weapon and successfully grabbing Tamura's wrist, yanking him away from Kurojairi before the enemy could enter the warp gate. Tamura sneered behind his mask and decided to run at Eraser, who was erasing his quirk. The Erasure hero was undeterred and slammed his elbow into Tamura's gut, making the villain groan in pain. However, before Eraser could follow up with another attack, Tamura put his free hand against the hero's elbow and slammed his head forward, headbutting Eraser. The unexpected blow wasn't enough to stop Eraser, but it was enough to make him blink. In an instant, a searing pain flooded through Eraserhead's elbow as the skin began to crack and decay at Tamura's touch. Even with Amaterasu healing your eyes over and over, you've still got to blink some time. Don't go overdoing it now, Eraserhead. Tamura grinned, feeling the hero's elbow slowly crumbling under his touch. Eraserhead. Izumi cried, switching her weapon to the devout beads and firing at Tamura's head and hands. Not so fast. Kurojairi interrupted, creating a second warp gate to intercept the beads and redirect them at Eraser's back instead. Izumi gasped and dismissed the beads entirely to protect her teacher and comrade, but the moment of distraction allowed Rappa to charge her again and punch her in the side, finally landing his first direct blow on her. The wolf girl screamed as her ribs broke and she was knocked flying into one of the decorative bushes in the plaza. Not allowing himself to be distracted by the attack on Izumi, knowing she could take care of herself, Eraserhead instead punched Tamura hard in the face, knocking the man-child on his ass and letting him retreat, though Tamura had managed to touch and decay the end of the capture weapon. That had gripped his wrist. Eraser looked to his elbow and his capture weapon, both of which had begun to crumble apart. The weapon was no big deal as he still had most of it, but the elbow was a bigger issue. He disintegrates things with a touch. Getting up close and personal with him is a bad idea. Eraser thought with a frown, cautiously examining his wound. The skin and some of the muscle on his elbow had completely decayed, exposing the rest of his elbow's muscle tissue. If it weren't for Izumi's rejuvenation, Eraser would likely have suffered a permanent scar and some lost motor function in that arm. As it was, he only had to worry about either wrapping his wound to stop the bleeding or risk running to Izumi for her assistance. The girl was currently trying to heal her own broken ribs while dodging Rappa. Tamura got up from the floor, chuckling darkly to himself as he watched Eraser struggle with what he should do. I know all about you, Eraserhead. You're not good in long battles, or group battles. You're a career rogue, using quick, stealthy attacks to take enemies one at a time. You'd be dead by now without that girl supporting you, the demons would have assured that. The leader of the League of Villains clapped mockingly, even as Kurojairi was trying to urge him through the still open warp gate. Tamura wasn't done boasting and taunting though. You knew all that though. You knew you'd probably die, but you jumped in anyway to make those brats feel safe. I've got to admit, you're really cool, Eraserhead. But you made a big mistake. A shadow loomed over Eraser, making the man turn just in time to see the massive, beaked villain reaching for him with incredible speed. I'm not the final boss. In a single instant, Eraser's head was smashed into the ground by the villain, who'd managed to get in his blind spot and attack with sheer speed. The impact shattered Aizawa's goggles and splashed blood across the floor, but the villain wasn't done yet. It crouched over Aizawa's prone form and grabbed his injured arm, before twisting it like a pretzel, snapping every bone and bending it the wrong way. Izumi and the students watching from hiding spots all over the plaza watched with abject horror as their teacher was thoroughly brutalized. The hero cried out in agony, and Izumi, who'd only just managed to finish healing herself under Rappa's assault, screamed as she ran towards him, dodging Rappa and easily outspeeding him. Eraser. Tamura laughed, this is the creature we created specifically to defeat All Might. He can even survive just about everything Amaterasu could throw at him too. He's the anti-symbol of peace, Nomu. Izumi transformed into her wolf form and leapt at the now identified Nomu, wrapping her jaws tightly around the wrist that was gripping Eraser's mangled arm. She ripped and tore with all her might, doing some significant damage to the Nomu's arm before Rappa caught up and distracted her by throwing rapid punches at both her and the prone underground hero. Izumi was forced to release the Nomu so she could dodge and effectively defend Aizawa, which led to the Nomu backhanding her with enough force to have her careening through the air, a wolfish cry on her lips. Even as she landed hard and forced herself to get back on her feet, Izumi saw the wounds she'd inflicted on the Nomu begin to close up and heal. He has some kind of regeneration, she growled, still in wolf form so only Ishiko understood her. Isn't that Nomu guy kind of strange? Like Kurojiri, you said he feels like a bunch of different evils glued together. Maybe he's a new kind of demon? Ishiko suggested as Izumi ran back at Nomu and Rappa, whose attention was completely on her. Tamura clapped with joy as he watched, even as he wobbled on his feet slightly as he recovered from Eraser's last punch. Canceling out other quirks is pretty cool, but has some major loopholes. Against strength like Nomu's, you might as well be quirkless, he boasted. Aizawa grimaced and the Nomu raised his other hand to crush the hero's intact arm. Izumi wasn't about to let that happen though. She shifted back to her demigod form and prepared a technique. If you're human, then I'm sorry and I promise to fix you later. Izumi shouted at the Nomu, unleashing a power slash. It flew at him and sliced the Nomu's arm off at the shoulder, saving Eraserhead's own arm from destruction. Blood splashed forward from the Nomu's wound, making Izumi frown and prepare to heal it just enough to stem the bleeding, but to her shock the bleeding almost immediately stopped by itself. She watched with horror as the creature's arm began to regrow on its own, not unlike when she used rejuvenation on someone. Super regeneration, it's a pretty nice quirk to have, Amaterasu. You're not the only one with healing. Tamura taunted. Izumi scowled, before suddenly grinning, oh, and I guess he's not bothered by pain either, she said, noticing how the Nomu hadn't so much as flinched or made a sound as his arm was lopped off. Tamura's cruel grin was the only answer she received, confirming to Izumi that short of killing Nomu outright, nothing she'd inflict on him would be permanent or painful. That meant the restraints she placed on herself when dealing with human opponents could be safely ignored. In that case. Tashigami art, delta slash, she cried, firing 3 power slashes in a triangular formation. They sliced through the Nomu with deadly accuracy, slicing his arms off at the shoulders and cutting him in half at the waist, making the artificial monster collapse backwards and lose its grip on Aizawa's damaged arm. Rappa tried to use the opportunity to kill the downed hero before Izumi could stop him, but Eraser managed to turn off his quirk and reduce the Yakuza's punching speed enough that Izumi got there first. Reflector style, 4 wins, she declared, summoning forth her divine retribution for her standard combo. For quick blows to the back of Rappa's head, then his kidney, then his chin, then finally his gut was enough to have the brawler gasping for breath and completely disoriented. Izumi used the opportunity to turn back into a wolf and grab her injured teacher before retreating a short distance. She saw Katsuki looking at her urgently from his nearby hiding place, desperate to jump in and help, but Izumi shook her head subtly to signal him to hold his position. She couldn't allow her friends to get involved in this battle. Tamura, Rappa, Kurojiri, and Nomu were far too dangerous for normal heroes when together like this. With Eraser on Izumi's back, Ishiko took the opportunity to glance over his wounds, grimacing as she did. Ugh. Ami, Eraser's really messed up, she said, looking between his mangled arm, decayed elbow, and heavily bruised face. Izumi whined in response, too focused on getting distance from the villains to stop and speak properly. Eraser groaned and roughly twisted his damaged arm back into a less mangled appearance, suppressing a scream as he did so, then used some of his capture weapon as a makeshift sling. Nomu and Tamura are no joke. The latter can decay anything he touches, and the former snapped my arm like a twig. I was using my quirk on him at the time too, so Nomu's ridiculous strength is no quirk, he reported, growing dangerously pale. Izumi transformed back into her demigod form once she was on the other side of the plaza from the villains. She ended up close to the hiding landslide group, and began tending to Eraser's injury, scowling as she did so. These wounds are really bad. She muttered, creating some rejuvenation ink. Don't. Eraser said as she reached for his arm, you've overused your powers already. Healing yourself earlier, continuously healing my eyes, the cherry bombs, the power slashes, and that flaming wolf trick earlier, they've all drained your stamina a lot, I can tell. Izumi couldn't argue with that, she'd had to eat some of her holy bone bites to recover her stamina already. I can still fight. I'm not telling you to give up, you just need to fight smarter. With Nomu in play, my quirk is only good at stopping the other three from getting involved and there's no way I'm strong enough or have the energy to fight directly. Save the majority of that rejuvenation for yourself and just give me enough for my eyes. Aizawa-sensei instructed her. The wolf girl nodded and applied some rejuvenation ink to the man's sore eyes, healing his broken nose and other facial injuries in the process, and then using some of the water in her canteens to rehydrate them too. Thank you, now you should move. Eraser suddenly yelled, shoving Izumi backward. The girl stumbled back and just barely managed to throw herself sideways in time to dodge a punch from Rappa, thankfully slowed by Aizawa quickly erasing his quirk. Izumi got back to her feet and rushed at Rappa, only for Nomu to suddenly appear beside her and grab her arm. Her eyes widened, I didn't smell them coming. Did Kurogiri warp them, she thought. Her thoughts were soon occupied by horrendous pain as the fully regenerated Nomu gripped her torso with his free hand and promptly yanked her arm clean off. She screamed in agony, and the students hiding around the plaza looked on in horror at what they'd just witnessed. All but the landslide group, who'd seen the injury close up and were now shocked into stillness, began standing from their hiding spots to rescue Izumi. Stop! Izumi cried, tears cascading down her face as she gripped the stump where her left arm had been. Tamura chuckled, are you seriously begging for mercy? He asked, not realizing she wasn't talking to the villains. She glared furiously at the villain, before using power slash to cut Nomu in half at the waist again and then forcing her rejuvenation into overdrive to restore her ripped-off limb. Panting, and now maintaining her powers with life force rather than stamina, Izumi charged at Rappa, who had also been frozen with shock at the loss of Izumi's arm, turning into wolf form midway into her run so she could headbutt him away and then turn back to her demigod form to stand protectively over Eraserhead, using her divine retribution and Sumagari like a shield and sword combo. Tamura and the hiding hero students watched Izumi with wide eyes, shocked by how she could take such a serious injury and keep fighting. So cool. Amaterasu. I'm starting to understand why Sensei wants you so badly. Tamura muttered to himself. Holy crap. I knew Amaterasu was tough after seeing the Orochi video, but that's nuts. Mina gasped. No wonder she's All Might's assistant. Can you imagine if he was fighting beside her and Aizawa-sensei? Jiro asked with wonder in her voice. Yay. Kaminari muttered, still not recovered from his overload. Tsuyu shook her head, this is bad. Amaterasu-sensei is pushing herself to protect us, just like Aizawa-sensei did. If things keep up like this, she could be beaten, the frog girl frowned. Izumi, who could hear these comments, smiled sardonically, heh, Tsuyu can see right through me. I'm on my last legs, and every power I use now will bring me closer to death, she thought. The brush gods within her remained silent, opting instead to channel their emotions at her to show their concern for her, as well as their faith. Izumi took comfort from this display, as well as the whispered encouragements of Ishiko. Aizawa-sensei was behind her and couldn't fight, so if she failed here then he'd die and Izumi would quickly be overwhelmed by Nomu's strength and the quirks of the other three villains. As things were, Eraser was keeping his eyes on Kurogiri to stop him from warping Tamura to wherever their secret weapon was. Izumi began trying to come up with a plan as she watched with revulsion as Nomu's lower body regenerated. Since his pants were still on the first set of legs Izumi had chopped off, Nomu was now completely naked, though he thankfully appeared to be genderless. His regeneration must have a limit somewhere. It isn't instant and takes a few seconds after the injury is inflicted to activate, while also taking a short time to complete the healing process. If I use those windows to damage Rappa. Izumi thought, keeping both of the muscled villains in her sight. Nomu ran at Eraserhead, being almost too fast to see, while Rappa threw a flurry of blows at Izumi. Wanting to keep her use of powers to a limit, Izumi blocked Rappa's attacks with her mirror while stabbing Sumagari through Nomu's thighs, essentially pinning them together and making him trip and faceplant just before Eraser was in reach. Izumi then pushed Rappa back with a roundhouse kick to his face so she could attack Nomu, using her mental control of Sumagari to slowly drag the creature away. Unfortunately, while Izumi was trying to stop Nomu clawing his way back to Eraserhead, Rappa switched targets and attacked Eraser too. The poor man took a hard punch to the face, staying conscious only thanks to his erasure of Rappa's quirk at the last second. Rappa went to throw another punch, forcing Izumi to abandon Nomu to knock Rappa away with the divine retribution. With Rappa occupied again, Eraser was able to focus his quirk on Kurogiri once more, allowing Rappa to use his quirk and give Izumi a workout as she struggled to block and dodge everything he dished out. But then it was the Nomu's turn to try and blindside him while Izumi was busy, as the artificial creature yanked Tsumagari out of its body and threw it at Eraserhead. Izumi was forced to dismiss it to save the man's life, and her moment of distraction allowed Rappa to smash her in the face full force, nearly knocking the girl out right then and there. It was only pure determination, and some donated power from the brush gods, that allowed Izumi to maintain her consciousness, though she was forced to drain her life force to heal her broken nose and keep her sense of smell working. Rappa. I thought you wanted a one-on-one fight with me. Izumi yelled. I do, but that eraser guy isn't going to let me. He keeps erasing my quirk and getting in the way. Once he's dead, I'll have you all to myself. Rappa grinned. Izumi scowled. Nomu was under orders to kill Eraser, and Rappa would do the same to get him out of the way. If Izumi focused on one, then the other would attack and kill Eraser. Even at full strength, Izumi would have had significant trouble dealing with both villains, but while severely weakened and protecting Aizawa, she had next to no chance. Izumi, I wouldn't normally suggest this, but maybe now would be a good time to channel some praise. Ishiko said, it's been about a month since last time, and you could really use the boost. That was actually a decent suggestion. Izumi could channel her gathered praise into either her brush gods to improve their corresponding techniques, or herself to improve her own stamina. Considering she was on her last legs and needed to hold out until help could arrive, a boost to her stamina was just what she needed. Alright, I'm going to give it a try. Izumi said, before flaring her power. Just as it had when fighting the zero-pointer, Izumi's remaining divine power flooded her body to the point that it began to leak out, forming a blinding aura resembling white flames. All those watching, heroes, villains, and students looked at the display with confusion, with only Eraser recognizing it from the recordings of the entrance exam debacle. The light grew more intense and all of them were forced to shield their eyes, while Izumi's mind entered a state of meditation. Izumi felt the world around her melt away, being replaced by the mental world within her soul. The brush gods awaited her on the other side, already having brought forward all the praise Izumi's body could handle. It formed a miniature white sun in front of her, which Izumi immediately walked towards. Great Mother, do you intend to focus this praise solely into yourself? Yamagami asked. Yes. I need the extra stamina to keep the enemy busy until help arrives. Izumi said, stopping in front of the massive ball of light and preparing to absorb it. Very well. Be warned however, while channeling praise to your own body will increase your stamina and life force, it will not make you any hardier. Your body will be just as easy to harm as it was before, you'll only be able to survive more grievous wounds for longer. Also, while I'm loath to admit it considering how willing you are to sacrifice yourself, the increase in life force will allow you to use it to fuel your abilities for longer too, just like the increase to your stamina, the dragon god explained. Izumi nodded in understanding, I had thought as much. Still, it's what I need to do for now, she said with determination. The gathered brush gods bowed their heads with respect, and Izumi turned back to the large ball of praise, which represented 3 months of hard work helping others. Preparing herself for the strong sensations that came with channeling praise, Izumi thrust her arm into the small sun. Immediately, she felt an insane rush of power flowing through her, making her heart and mind race like she had just imbibed the world's most caffeinated energy drink. The familiar vibration in her blood vessels and nerves was disorienting, and Izumi had to focus as best she could to fully absorb the entire sun's worth of praise. Eventually, the entire thing was drained into her, giving Izumi an aura of white flame to match the one she had in the real world. Since she wasn't channeling this power to a brush god this time, Izumi had to follow her instincts and allow the power to slowly meld and blend together with her own, pre-existing power until all the sensations died down. Her aura faded and Izumi began to feel normal again, though the tiredness that had slowed her mind was gone and she felt much sharper and more alert, demonstrating that her stamina had increased as she'd hoped. There was no vision this time, which Izumi was somewhat disappointed by as she'd hoped to regain some more of her old memories. Instead, the moment her body had finished absorbing and integrating her praise, Izumi was thrust back to the real world. Her light receded and her aura vanished, revealing Izumi to the watching allies and enemies. There was no real difference other than Izumi's posture being steadier and her face more relaxed as she held her protective stance in front of Eraser. While the villains were confused and trying to work out what had changed, Izumi put a hand behind her back and began making hand signs towards Eraser. The man watched closely as she made the signs, I'll create an opening. Rendezvous with nearby students and evacuate. I'll cover. Eraserhead whispered, got it. Jiro, warn the others and prepare to evacuate. Amaterasu will cover us, so get to Bakugu, Midoriya, and Tokoyami and have them assist in our retreat. He'd spoken so quietly that only Izumi and Jiro could hear, and since his mouth was covered by his capture weapon the villains couldn't potentially read his lips. Jiro whispered an affirmative response to Izumi, who performed the appropriate signals for Eraser. All this took place in only a few seconds and right under the villains' noses. As Jiro told Momo and the hiding landslide group what to do so they could begin moving, Tamura grew impatient. That light show must have been a bluff. She doesn't look any stronger than before. Nomu, Rappa, kill the hero already. I want to see him squirm before I get to the experiment. Rappa yelled back, don't order me around, while Nomu immediately charged at Eraserhead to complete his master's order. Izumi took a deep breath and attacked, getting in Nomu's way and slicing forward with her Tsumagari. Glaive style, 3 shears. Izumi announced, using her heavy blade to once again slice Nomu's arms off with 2 slashes, before using the third to bifurcate him. Honestly, having done the same thing before with Delta Slash, not to mention the other times she'd sliced the Nomu, Izumi began to feel like she was pruning a stubborn bonsai tree. With Nomu once again left limbless, Izumi stabbed Tsumagari through the creature's back, burying the blade to the hilt in its flesh and the ground beneath it. With Nomu now pinned, Izumi turned to look at Rappa. Rappa, Eraser won't use his quirk on you now, so leave him out of this. You want to fight me one-on-one, then this is your chance, she challenged, putting her fists up while her divine retribution hung beside her left arm like a shield. Rappa grinned widely, finally. I'd have rather done this when you were still at full power, but I'll take what I can get, he declared, before rushing into close combat range. Izumi stood firm and began exchanging blows with him, dodging and blocking his seemingly endless barrage of punches. Izumi's praise boost had definitely increased her life force and stamina, but only by about 10% each, and considering the condition she was in, that only pushed her back to the point she had enough stamina to use maybe 3 or 4 smaller brush techniques, or one really big technique, which was why she was currently sticking to her divine instruments instead. She needed to save her remaining stamina to heal herself or the others if things went wrong. Izumi fought hard, dodging Rappa's blows by the smallest margin she could and using her mirror to block every blow she couldn't dodge while occasionally landing a blow of her own in Rappa's sparse openings. Rappa wasn't in perfect condition either, and the scratches Izumi's claws kept leaving on him were definitely beginning to have an effect. As she dodged, Izumi made a mental note to thank All Might later, as it was her training with him that allowed her to deal with Rappa. If she hadn't had to contend with the #1 hero and his insanely hard and fast punches during training, she'd have been pummeled by Rappa. Even with his training, she was still having to push her instincts and her body to the limit to keep up. Because of this, Izumi couldn't pay attention to anyone else, forcing Ishiko to peek out of her pouch to watch what was behind her, the wolf heroine. The punkle watched Eraser slowly shuffling backwards towards the landslide group's hiding spot while Momo was creating a miniature remote control car to deliver a written message to Katsuki and the others, letting them know what to do. Ishiko reported this to Izumi, before noticing Nomu. The artificial monster had regenerated its limbs and used its colossal strength to push itself up from the ground, even with Tsumagari pinning it down. Once the creature was on its feet, Tsumagari still impaled in its back, it once again attacked Eraser to fulfill Tamura's order. Izumi, Nomu's moving. Ishiko yelled. Izumi snarled and ducked beneath a punch from Rappa and forcing him to step back with a double palm strike to his chest, giving her a chance to deal with Nomu. Dismissing Tsumagari and then resummoning it so she didn't have to pull it out of Nomu, Izumi used another 3 shears combo to once again prune and pin the beast, which was clearly too stupid to avoid falling for the same tactic twice. Izumi had moved efficiently enough that she had just a second of breathing room before Rappa was upon her again and the previous flow of dodging and blocking returned. Tamura watched this with annoyance. I'm getting bored. Nomu is meant for All Might, so all its points were put into strength and endurance, he said, exasperated by Nomu falling for the same tactic over and over. This is what we get for using intelligence as the dump stat. Kurojiiri took a step towards his leader, Tamura Shigaraki. We need to do something. If All Might or other Udata heroes get here before we corrupt Amaterasu, then our chances of success reach nil. We must begin the experiment. Easy to say, but you can't warp me to our secret weapon while Eraser is still keeping his eye on you. Tamura pointed out. Then perhaps we should take measures to remove that eye. Kurojiiri replied. The pale-haired villain grinned widely, the perfect thing to blind Eraserhead with. Before the heroes could respond, Tamura suddenly dashed at the landslide group, revealing he'd known they were there the whole time and simply ignored them. How about we blind him with the dust of his precious students? Shit. Scatter. Mina screamed as Tamura ran at them. The girl stood and threw some acid at the villain before turning tail and fleeing with Kaminari, now unbound, over her shoulder. Her panic affected her aim though, and Tamura easily dodged and threw his hands forward. Seeing as the students had no other defenses that could stand up to Tamura's decay quirk, the others ran too. Until Tsuyu's sprained ankle made her trip. Instantly, several things happened at once. Eraser turned his eyes towards Tamura to erase his quirk, only to be blinded when Tamura threw dust in his eyes, the dust he'd made destroying a piece of Eraser's capture weapon earlier. This also made him miss his attempt to catch Tamura in his scarves, not that it would have held the man for more than a few moments. Katsuki, Himiko, and Fumikichi all leapt out of their hiding places and ran for their allies as fast as they could, desperate to save them by either pulling them out of Tamura's range or attacking the man. They were all too slow however, and Tamura's hand was inches from Tsuyu's form, about to disintegrate her face as she looked back with fear. Thinking fast, and using up one of her last few techniques, Izumi created a cherry bomb and used the blast to knock Rappa back and blast herself directly between Tamura and Tsuyu. Both the hand villain and the frog girl looked on with shock as Tamura's hand made contact with the back of Izumi's head. The wolf girl barely had the chance to shout, "Run," and throw Ishiko to safety before Tamura's quirk caused her entire body to crumble into pale white dust, which spilled out and coated Tsuyu's body. Tsuyu, almost unable to believe her eyes, felt that awful dust on her skin and promptly screamed with horror, "Izumi." But the girl was already dead. The villains had, however temporarily, managed to take Amaterasu out of the fight. They'd drawn first blood, and set in motion something that would change the students of Utada forever. Next chapter, Despair Event Horizon. To be released, February 16, 2022. Well, that happened. I think this is the 5th time in this story that Izumi has died. Poor girl can't catch a break. So, for those of you who may be confused, this chapter takes place between the end of the landslide zone segment of last chapter and the end of the flood zone segment, so we've gone back in time by about 10 minutes. This is so we can see the lead up to this arc's real final boss. On the topic of bosses though, it's surprising how easy Nomu can be to deal with if you have sharp attacks and are willing to just cut him up. He may have shock absorption, but that means nothing to someone with a sword or instant cutting technique. Next chapter will show the shock of the students at seeing death, the resurrection and resurgence of Amaterasu, more of the battle with Rappa, and the summoning of the most powerful demon they've ever seen. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday, April 14, 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. While Izumi's friends and classmates tried to process the sight of her death, and mentally deal with the emotions that flooded them, even among those who knew she'd return shortly, Tamura stared wide-eyed at the dust still on his hand, feeling an odd tingling sensation. "Amaterasu, you really are pretty cool," he muttered, completely ignoring Tsuyu and the rest of the landslide group in favor of examining the dusty remains of Izumi. He didn't stay distracted for long, as a furious roar drew his attention. Tamura turned just in time to see the attack coming, barely dodging the punch thrown at him. Without needing an order, Nomu, who'd since freed himself again now that Sumigari disappeared along with Izumi, sprang to his master's defense and stopped the follow-up attacks. Tamura frowned at his attacker, so, betraying another party? Kendo Rappa glared furiously at Tamura as he pounded away at Nomu's body. "You motherfucker. She was mine to fight. It's the only reason I joined you in the first place," he yelled, not slowing his pace at all, even as Nomu began to lazily respond with weak punches of its own. It was far below the creature's usual level, which pissed Rappa off even more, as it hadn't been ordered to kill or knock out the furious Yakuza. Kurojiri approached Tamura. "We don't have time for this. Now is the perfect chance to get what we need for the experiment." Tamura ignored the man as he was once again drawn to the dust on his hand. It felt wonderful in his hands, so smooth and soft, covering his already pale skin in powdery whiteness. He still felt the lingering sensation of the girl's white hair between his fingers, a phantom silkiness that he almost missed. As Kurojiri tried to get the distracted Tamura's attention and the brutish Rappa and Nomu exchanged blows, Eraser picked up Tsuyu, the poor girl almost catatonic as she stared at the dust on her body, just as Katsuki, Himiko, and Fumikichi reached the group and helped lead them to safety. The villains were so distracted that the entire group made it back to the base of the stairs leading to the entrance, tempting the furious Katsuki to attack them. He held back though, so his classmates and injured sensei wouldn't get caught up in the villains' counterattack. "That Nomu thing is too strong. Rappa isn't going to last long, and when he goes down it'll probably attack me again." Eraser frowned. "We need to get you kids to safety. There isn't any safety until someone with All Might level power busts through the door. Some shitty villain has taken over the USJ's systems and locked us in," Katsuki reported, hands twitching with the desire to explode. He was pointedly not looking at Tsuyu, who was covered in his sister's dust. Momo, Jiro, Mina, and Tsuyu looked at their sensei, as well as Izumi's siblings with shock. How could they be so unaffected by the brutal murder of one of their own? Of course, for those who knew what to look for, the signs of their anger were clear. Eraser's eyes looked dead, Katsuki was nearly vibrating with suppressed rage, and Himiko was taking deep breaths to keep herself together. They weren't unaffected, they were simply keeping their cool for the sake of the class's survival. Tsuyu was the first to realize this as she felt Himiko's shaking hand brush some of Izumi's dust off her body. The frog girl began to cry. Himiko. I'm so sorry. Because of me, Izumi is DDEA-. Don't. Himiko cut her off quickly, making the other girl freeze. Seeing Tsuyu's sorrow, Himiko put on a brave face. It's not your fault and I'm not mad. Izumi knew what she was doing. It's just a shock to see her die. The landslide group looked between each other. Himiko sounded awfully casual considering she was talking about the murder of her sister. The girl realized what they were thinking and grinned. Wait, you guys forgot, didn't you? The full power of Okami. The teens exchanged confused looks and began to mentally go over the list of powers they knew Okami granted Izumi, trying to remember what Himiko was talking about. Tsuyu was the first to grasp the truth, and a spark of hope shone from her eyes. One by one, the others came to the same conclusion and looked over to where the villains bickered and fought. Before any of the heroes could voice their thoughts, a blinding flash of light shone out from the plaza, drawing all attention there. Ishiko, who'd been silently sat on Himiko's shoulder since Izumi tossed her to safety, chuckled. Did you guys seriously forget? Ami's fought real monsters before, a 2-bit thug like that Shigaraki dude stands no chance. The light in the plaza faded, revealing a fully intact and completely rejuvenated Izumi. There wasn't a scratch on her, and her revival had restored her to peak condition, as if she hadn't been fighting at all. Astral resurrection. Tsuyu cried with the biggest smile she could manage. Izumi had told them all about that power the first day they met. She told them specifically so they wouldn't all freak out if she died in their presence, but the stress and shock of the situation had made them forget. Izumi stretched her body and grinned at the shocked faces of Tamura and Rappa. Nomu and Kurojiri never changed expressions. Sorry about that. I took a little break, hope you're ready for round 2, she declared, summoning her reflector and glaive. She briefly glanced over at her friends to confirm they were safe, and gave a guilty frown as she saw the tears on Tsuyu's cheeks. Sorry for scaring you guys. I guess you forgot my powers, huh? Don't worry, I'm not going to go down that easily, she assured them. Izumi. I'm so sorry. Because of me, you . Tsuyu tried to apologize, only for Izumi to shake her head. Better me than you. No one's to blame but this guy, she declared, pointing Tsumagari at Tamura, who was staring wide-eyed at the girl. Unlike the heroes, Tamura hadn't forgotten Izumi's resurrection power, which was why he hadn't freaked out upon killing her. He looked between the revived goddess and the dust still on his hand, before slowly raising the dusty appendage and rubbing it against his neck. The dust mixed with the blood slowly seeping from his self-inflicted scratch marks, and an indescribable feeling flooded Tamura's body. So cool. The power of the sun goddess, you're just like he described. Tamura muttered to himself, rubbing the dust deeper into his neck, relishing the feeling. It wasn't quite pain and it wasn't quite pleasure, the sensation was somewhere between them and he relished it. Tamura Shigaraki, her strength has returned. We need to begin now or the plan will fail. Kurojiri yelled. Amaterasu. Fight me. Rappa screamed, laughing with delight as he realized his opponent could come back from the dead. He hadn't known the full extent of her powers after all. Unfortunately for the Yakuza, Nomu wasn't about to let Rappa run away from the fight he'd started and kept the man occupied, leaving Izumi and Tamura to stare one another down. Izumi didn't wait for him to keep talking, instead using her newly restored stamina, which was 10% more than before thanks to the praise boost, to leap at Tamura and aim to knock him out with her mirror. Kurojiri tried to open a warp gate to stop her, but found his quirk stopped working as Aizawa-sensei used erasure to cover his student. Tamura ducked beneath the mirror strike and reached up, grabbing Izumi by the front of her costume. Since it was made from her cells, it was restored with her body by her resurrection, and swinging her around so they were both behind Kurojiri and Nomu, getting them out of Eraserhead's sight. Izumi, wanting to prolong the fight so Nomu and Rappa didn't stop their own battle to deal with her, decided to forego any techniques or weapons and instead punched Tamura in the face, almost knocking his hand mask off. Tamura responded with a punch of his own, which Izumi easily dodged only to discover it was a feint. Tamura's other hand shot out and gripped Izumi's forearm, beginning to decay it. Izumi briefly panicked, wondering why Tamura was aiming for the kill when he wanted to corrupt her, but she quickly regained her composure and began using rejuvenation to heal herself. Her technique restored the damage Tomura's did faster than he could inflict it, making it look like his quirk wasn't working at all. The only signs of decay being in effect was the burning in Izumi's arm, the faint gold glow of rejuvenation, and the steady drain the technique had on her stamina. Sorry, but looks like your quirk isn't going to work. Izumi grinned. Tomura's eyes widened, before a creepy grin nearly split his face in two. It was so wide that the edges of his smile could be seen on either side of his mask, showing his pearly white teeth and the dry, wrinkled skin around his mouth. He leaned in close to Izumi's face, making the girl recoil in surprise. I can touch you. I can touch you, and you won't disappear. It's just like Sensei said. Tomura said, his tone and grin reminding Izumi of a mentally disturbed little boy. She was so surprised that she almost wasn't prepared when Tomura suddenly raised his hands and ran them over her cheeks and through her hair. Izumi hissed at the burning sensation of his quirk, and mentally requested Yamagami to automatically heal her while she focused on fighting, which resulted in the damage Tomura inflicted being healed. Not having to worry about healing for the moment, Izumi slammed her knee forward, hitting Tomura in the gut and knocking him on his back with a gasp. She then backflipped until she was back in Eraser's line of sight. Tomura lay on the floor where Izumi had knocked him, wheezing as he tried to contain his joy and catch his breath. Oh, Sensei was right about everything, he laughed, almost rolling on the floor like an excited toddler. He eventually calmed down and sat up, staring at Izumi with desire. The plan has to work. I must have her, he declared. Kurogiri ran over to him. Tomura. We're running out of time. Yeah, without her astral resurrection as a safety net, I can't afford to be too rough. I'll have all the time in the world to play with her once she's mine. Let's begin the experiment. Tomura said, suddenly calming down. His manic energy had transformed into deadly focus and a new determination to succeed. Nomu, forget Rappa and kill Eraserhead, he ordered. Immediately, Nomu turned away from Rappa, taking a punch that it completely shrugged off in the process, and charged at Eraserhead. The hero yelled for his students to run while he ran the other way, ensuring Nomu wouldn't hurt them. Izumi's eyes widened and she ran to intercept Nomu, using her wolf form to dash past the frustrated Rappa in the process. She leapt at Nomu and used her now signature prune and pin method to put Nomu down before it could reach Eraser or the students. Unfortunately, when she turned back to the other villains, she found only Rappa waiting for her, Tomura and Kurogiri having temporarily escaped through a warp gate. Izumi scowled, but with Rappa still attacking she had no time to worry about where the other two had disappeared. She ducked Rappa's first punch and then easily blocked the follow-ups after Eraserhead stopped his quirk again, allowing Izumi to knock Rappa back a step with a palm strike. She then swatted him into the air with the divine retribution, and activated a mark of Bakugami she'd stamped on his chest with her palm strike, creating and detonating a cherry bomb that made the man scream in pain as he was launched all the way to the conflagration zone. He ended up smashing through the domed roof, allowing some of the flames inside to be seen from the plaza. Dusting herself off, Izumi smiled, well that's him out of the way. Hopefully he's knocked out so we don't have to worry about him, she said, turning back to her friends. Good work, Ami. Ishiko praised, standing on Eraserhead's shoulder. The use of the nickname earned the punkle some odd looks from the others, before they decided to ignore it. Katsuki grinned, heh, these extras are useless against us, and without their quirks they're completely screwed. You're not wrong. Now we need to prepare. Shigaraki and Kurogiri said they were going to do some sort of experiment that they think will tame me, so they'll definitely be back. Let me heal you all up before that. Izumi said. Thanks to her death and astral resurrection restoring her stamina, Izumi had all the energy she needed to begin healing the group. She healed Eraserhead's damaged arm, Tsuyu's sprained ankles, and Jiro's minor injuries, as well as repairing any damage to their costumes such as Himiko's snapped tanto. The only exception was Jiro's speaker boot, since she hadn't brought a piece with her. She even used rejuvenation to restore Himiko's chopped-off hair bun, the absence of which had made her look oddly lopsided. The only one she couldn't help was Kaminari. The boy's synapses were damaged and already slowly repairing themselves, and it would take too much time and power to heal them without direct access to the boy's brain, and the USJ really wasn't the place to attempt brain surgery. Instead she used Bloom and Vine to create a harness that Mina could use to carry him more easily on her back. By the time she was done with that, Nomu had managed to free itself. With a weary sigh, Izumi pruned its limbs and pinned it to the ground again. This thing is persistent, she griped. Momo looked at the momentarily captured creature for a few seconds, maybe I can make something to help hold it down. Izumi shook her head, save your remaining energy. This Nomu thing is too strong, no restraints you could make would keep it down for long. I've chopped off its arms and legs at least 5 times now and it doesn't even care. Tsuyu, who was still trying to shake off the feeling of Izumi literally disintegrating on her, crept a bit closer to the captive Nomu. Is it okay to just cut off its limbs like that? This thing isn't releasing black smoke, so it can't be the same as those other monsters. Soyu's got a point. This thing's technically human, right? Himiko said. Izumi idly pulled on her lip in thought, I'm not so sure, both this Nomu and that Kurojiri guy feel like demons. My senses haven't been wrong before and I can feel their twisted natures. Shigaraki was bragging that Nomu was created to defeat All Might, so it may be a new kind of demon. It doesn't seem to feel pain and can't think for itself, so I don't think it can be considered human anymore, if it ever was one to begin with. What exactly are these monsters, or demons, or whatever? You and Himiko know a lot more about them than you're letting on. Jiro said, crossing her arms. Katsuki, Himiko, Fumikichi, and Aizawa looked to Izumi, wondering how the girl would answer. She either had to lie or tell the truth about what she was. Ultimately Izumi chose to sidestep the problem. Now isn't the time. We have a short time before the enemy returns, we should check on everyone else, she said, trying to ignore the dissatisfied and annoyed expressions from Mina, Jiro, and Momo. Soyu's face didn't change, but Izumi was sure she was disappointed too. Taking a deep breath and drinking in all the sense of the USJ, Izumi got a fairly decent picture of where everyone was. Aoyama, Koda, and 13 were safely watching from atop the entrance stairs. Shoji, Siro, and Shoto were slowly making their way along the edge of the USJ with the injured Toru, and Ojiro was creeping towards the flood zone, where the fight between Ochako, Hitoshi, Aijiro, and the crab demons had finally ended, allowing the teens to stop and rest. Alright, I've got a decent picture of what's going on. You guys stay with Aizawa-sensei and go back to the entrance. I'll go meet the team carrying Toru and heal her up, then bring them to you at the entrance. Then I'll heal 13 and it should be safe for her to use Black Hole to rip open the gates. Once you've all evacuated, I'll grab the guys over at the flood zone and get out. Izumi planned. The teens all nodded, while Eraser pointed to the regenerating Nomu. We won't get far with that thing on our trail, he pointed out. Izumi turned back to look at the struggling monster. She needed to permanently incapacitate it, but she wasn't sure how. It wasn't bothered by lost limbs and it possessed incredible strength and toughness, taking a flurry of Rappa's punches without breaking a sweat, so Izumi didn't think she could knock it out. The only options she could think of were to decapitate it, incinerate it, or drown it. If it really was a demon then there would be no problem with that, but if it was some new kind of specially possessed human, then she'd be killing a person and a potentially innocent one too. I'm going to attempt to use Sunrise on it. If it works and purifies it, then that'll solve the problem. If it doesn't, we may need a new plan. Izumi said, walking over to the Nomu. She reached out to place her hand on it and begin the technique. Suddenly, Izumi sensed the familiar, stitched-together power that she'd come to associate with Kurojiri and was immediately on guard, leading the others to brace themselves. The black warp gate opened right in front of the plaza fountain and Tamura stepped out, his hands ominously covered in blood and dust. Ah, sorry for our short disappearance, Amaterasu. Tamura greeted with an unsettling grin, but I had to do some experimenting with the materials Kurojiri snagged for me. Izumi growled and charged at him, wanting to end this whole affair once and for all. Her wolf form left Eraserhead and her friends in the dust, but as soon as she was halfway towards him, Amaterasu skidded to a stop and turned back to her demigod form. Her friends looked at her with confusion, which became worry as Izumi's expression became one of disbelief. The wolf girl sniffed the air, then shook her head and sniffed again, as if not believing what she'd smelled. Eyes wide, the girl looked at Tamura with growing horror. What have you done? What have you done? She demanded. Tamura's grin grew wider, until it looked like his face was about to crack in half. I told you, I was doing some experimenting. It was a bit messy, but we got a lot of useful materials, and some not so useful ones, he said, casually dropping an object at his feet. Shaking with the fear of what she'd see, Izumi almost couldn't bring herself to look down. But no amount of refusing would change the reality, so she looked. Her skin immediately turned a ghostly white, and the heroes behind her gasped with utter horror as they all looked at the object. It was a small, bloody, broken horn. A very familiar broken horn. Izumi went dangerously still as she whispered a single name, one that drove a spike of ice into the hearts of Eraser and his students. Arie. Tamura nodded and clapped mockingly, very good. You recognized it right away. Just like a mother should, of course, a better mother would have probably saved her child, but I guess even a goddess like you can fail, he laughed. Izumi stopped shaking. Stopped blinking. Stopped even breathing. She stared at Tamura with complete stillness, her arms limp at her sides. The students watching began to shake their heads in denial, while Eraserhead watched Izumi fearfully. Katsuki roared to his sister. Don't listen. He's lying. The villain raised an eyebrow in Katsuki's direction, his smile not faltering for an instant. Lying? Oh no, I'm telling the very unpleasant truth here, he said, opening his bloody hands to reveal a few strands of familiar white hair in one and a bloodied scalpel in the other. A simple lie like that would never trick the great Okami Amaterasu, right? No, your nose is almost impossible to trick. But you can smell it, can't you? You could never forget the scent of your beloved daughter's hair, or her blood. Izumi remained eerily still, staring at Tamura. Her irises had now turned blood red, and her divine markings had darkened to a deep crimson. Within her the brush gods were crying out, both for Arie and for Izumi, as the growing darkness forced them to take shelter within the core of Izumi's heart, where the rapidly dimming light might keep them safe. They knew what Izumi did, even if her mind wasn't working at that moment. The blood on Tamura's hands really did belong to Arie, as did the hair and the blood on the scalpel. It wasn't fake, which meant Tamura had really. An involuntary shudder coursed through Izumi's body like an electric shock at the mere attempt to think the rest of that sentence. Instead, a sound like shattering glass echoed within soul, then an insidious and familiar voice whispered in the back of her head, finishing the sentence for her. He killed her. Murdered her. Izumi's mind went blank as indescribable agony filled her chest. Her heart felt like it was being torn from her chest, incinerated, frozen, pulled apart, melted away, decayed, and all manner of other horrors all at once. The girl almost wanted to rip her own heart out just to stop the infernal pain, to stop the emotions that raged through her. Seeing Izumi's reaction, Katsuki and Himiko felt their hearts shatter as all hope left them. Jiro, Mina, Momo, Fumikage, and Tsuyu were trying to make sense of it, still in denial and believing it was all just a trick. Eraserhead closed his eyes with an expression of pain, stuffing down his own emotions. No one else present would be able to keep themselves calm in this situation, so he had to bury his sorrow and be the voice of rationality. Tamura drank in their looks of despair, but his smile faltered as he looked at Izumi. She wasn't reacting as viscerally as he'd hoped. He wanted a bigger reaction, so he twisted the knife. It really was stupid to send the kid away with that Ingenium cosplayer. You can't outrun a warp gate, so Kurogiri caught them both right after he took out 13. Took them back to our base for some playtime. I didn't need the cosplayer, so he's dust now. No big loss, I'm sure, but little Arie? Oh, I had fun with her. I only wish I'd had more time. I had to rush so I could show you the experiment's results before All Might showed up. Tamura said, explaining it like he was discussing how he'd cooked his breakfast. The nonchalant way he spoke of murdering Tenya sent a wave of disgust and misery through the students, and Izumi's hair began to turn black as she slowly transformed from a goddess to a demon. He murdered Tenya. The stink of death clings to him. The voice in Izumi's head crooned. The thought of Tenya slowly turning to dust while Arie was swept away by Tamura brought a spike of fresh agony to Izumi's soul. Another life snuffed out, because he had gotten involved with Izumi. Perhaps everyone had been right all those years ago, when she was just 5. Perhaps Izumi really was cursed, everyone who got involved with her suffered somehow. Tamura grinned upon seeing Izumi's slow transformation. She's almost completely turned. Just a few more pushes, he thought. You know, it was really irresponsible of that reporter to record those memories Orochi broadcast. Thanks to that, everyone who wanted to could see how that has been overhauled did his experiments. It wasn't hard to replicate, and little Arie made such delightful screams. Of course, I don't actually need any of her parts like Overhaul did. I just wanted to see what would happen when I gutted the daughter of a goddess. Too bad she didn't inherit your astral resurrection, Amaterasu. Bastard! Katsuki screamed, rushing forward. Eraserhead grabbed him with his capture weapon to stop him running to his death, and the enraged blonde snapped and snarled like a rabid animal as he tried to get at Tamura, who smiled mockingly at him. Himiko fell to her knees as she began to sob, remaining silent only because the shock had knocked the breath out of her. Ishiko shook her head frantically, muttering that it wasn't possible over and over. She took one look at Izumi and knew that if Tamura was telling the truth, then everything was over. Izumi wouldn't be turning back after this. The voice within Izumi kept whispering, you feel the torture in your heart. Your very soul burns with hatred. You can hear your beloved brother, driven to animalistic brutality by the death of his dear niece. You can practically taste sweet Himiko's tears on your tongue, as she weeps for the pup that had barely learned to live. You can smell the sweat on the punkle's brow as she denies all of reality to maintain her vain bastardization of hope. So much agony, so much sorrow, how it tears at you. Have you not suffered enough? Do you not long for respite? Your very tears have been stained with your despair. Tears as black as pitch began to pour from Izumi's eyes as her pupils and sclera turned the same bloody red as her irises, making the whole eye appear to be solid red. She was now completely transformed into her demon form, and Tamura smiled triumphantly. He was unable to stop himself twisting the knife one last time, however. You know, she cried and begged a lot. Poor little Arie screamed for her mama, calling out for you to save her. He stooped to pick up Arie's broken horn and held it up. But you didn't come, so she died alone and in agony. You heroes can't even save the ones you love most. With those last words, Tamura closed his fingers around the horn and turned it to dust. For a moment, there was no sound other than Himiko's gasping sobs, Katsuki's rabid fury, and Ishiko's mutters of disbelief. Everything else had gone silent as the corrupted Izumi watched the dust flutter to the plaza floor. This man, this festering, barely sentient carcass, he took what was ours. He killed our pup. He tortured her, all for his amusement. He took that which we love most in this world, so let us take what he loves most. Slowly, with her inky black tears painting thick lines as they flowed down her face, Izumi looked up at Tamura. They made eye contact and Tamura smiled, knowing his plan had succeeded. Amaterasu was corrupted and all he had to do now was follow his sensei's instructions and she would be his loyal pet. This man relishes in the darkness, so let us wrest it from his grasp. Let us show him that we are no mere demon. We are a demon goddess. We have been Okami for long enough, my dear sweet Amaterasu. Then Izumi's blood-red eyes turned black, her once vibrant eyes replaced by the insidious obsidian orbs. She opened her mouth to speak. I am going to kill you. Everyone in the USJ, both villain and hero, and whether they heard those words or not, was suddenly frozen. A nearly suffocating pressure filled the entire building and even stretched beyond it to the rest of U.A, filling everyone within the premises and leaving them all overcome by pure, unadulterated terror. Hatred and malice so thick that it was almost tangible flooded outward from Izumi, whose body was beginning to glow with a deep red aura and release thick black fog, not unlike when a brush demon transformed their host. Ice filled the veins of everyone in the USJ, with the worst of it being reserved for those unlucky enough to be in the plaza to witness the events firsthand. Katsuki's rage, Himiko's sorrow, Ishiko's disbelief, and Tamura's smugness all evaporated, replaced by the kind of true fear that could only come when one was in the presence of hell itself. Izumi hadn't shouted. She hadn't raised her voice above a soft, emotionless tone. She hadn't even worn an expression of anger, but those words carried the kind of hatred and despair that could make even angels weep and demons shudder. There had been no distortion in her voice, it had been purely Izumi speaking from the heart, and all who heard knew exactly what those words were. They weren't a threat or a promise, they were a pure statement of fact, as indisputable as the setting of the sun. Izumi was going to kill Tamura Shigaraki. The finality of her sentence and the eerie calm of her expressionless face nearly made Tamura's heart stop right there. This was different, this wasn't what Sensei and his ally had said would happen. Before anyone could take a single step or breath, Izumi's entire body turned black, which made her appear to be composed entirely of ink and black fog, almost like Kurogiri. Then, in an eruption of power, the blackness blasted upward into a massive pillar of black energy. The force of the eruption knocked everyone in the plaza off their feet, forcing them to look up at the ceiling as the black energy born of Izumi's anguish ripped through the near-indestructible roof of the USJ, melting a hole through the reinforced glass, metal, and concrete before piercing the sky itself, tearing the clouds asunder. After several heart-stopping seconds, the beam thinned until it dissipated entirely. Everyone in the plaza shakily got to their feet and looked to where Izumi had once stood, only to be faced with something else. Izumi had changed, the beam of energy being nothing but the byproduct of her transformation. A massive creature comprised entirely of black fur, blacker fog, and blackest darkness stood where the young heroine once had. Deep within, the voice spoke once more, "It is time for Akuro to make her move." The creature looked up to the sky, and in the first display of Izumi's unrestrained emotion at her daughter's death, it opened its mouth and howled. The howl, almost sounding more like a roar, carried so much hatred, sorrow, and deep, intolerable pain that every soul that heard it shuddered. A goddess had fallen. And a calamity had risen. Next chapter, Akuro Amaterasu. To be released, February 18, 2022. High above our tiny world. Her radiance did shine. And to her we offered prayers. And named her our divine. But then came he, the Ashen Man. Whose touch turned all to dust. Whose words and deeds were truly cruel. and preyed upon the just. And lo, did he, this savage thing. With eyes and blades so wild. He tore a piece from the sky. The divine's only child. Now innocent blood has been spilled. And the mother's heart is broken. And now the world shall weep with her. For the hell that hath awoken. High above our tiny world. Her radiance once shone. Now we pray to no one. For all our hope is gone. Elegy of Akuro. Chapter Notes. Trigger warning, blood, gore, and torture. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Central Plaza, unforeseen simulation joint. Everyone in the USJ, be they hero, villain, or demon shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat, the anguished roar of the newly born calamity washing over them like the frigid Arctic Sea. Those in the plaza had it the worst, they could barely think as the howl radiated boundless rage, sorrow, and agony through their souls. They could almost feel Izumi's emotions as if they were their own. Combined with their own feels towards Arie's death, Ishiko and the heroes felt that they could almost go mad. Only Kaminari, whose mind was still addled by the overload of his quirk, was spared this. It did succeed in snapping him out of his stupor however, as the waves of terror sent his instincts into overdrive and got his brain to correct itself faster. The howl of the calamity slowly descended into quiet whimpers and growls, stopping the transfer of emotions and allowing everyone in the plaza to get a grip on themselves. Regaining some clarity, the group looked up at the monstrous demon that had once been Izumi Midoriya. The beast was massive, easily visible from any part of the USJ and large enough to fill any of the individual zones completely. Its body had both human and wolf characteristics, making it resemble a giant werewolf. It had the basic torso shape of a very muscular woman, and matching arms and hands, complete with proper thumbs, and it had the legs, head, tail, and claws of a feral wolf. The rear legs were as muscular as the rest of the body, but their shape made it hard for the beast to stand like a human, instead using its hands to support itself. The beast's entire body was covered in fur of the deepest black, seemingly made partially of darkness and demonic smoke. The entire creature was black, including its eyes, claws, and razor-sharp fangs, with only the bloody crimson variants of Izumi's divine markings on its head and shoulders to add color to its visage. The darkness of the beast made it look like it was a living shadow, and inky black tears continued to leak from its eyes. Ishiko looked at the monster Izumi had become and slumped against the side of Aizawa's neck. "It's over," she whispered despondently, "all hope is lost. Izumi's become fully corrupted. She transformed completely. Now isn't the time to lose our heads, Ishiko. Amaterasu became a demon before and snapped out of it, she can do it again," Aizawa said, preparing to protect his students once more, potentially from even Izumi. Ishiko shook her head in defeat, it wasn't this bad before. That other form was like the demon equivalent of the demigod form, sort of like a half-demon form. That, she pointed up at the shadowy monster, is what a fully corrupted demon goddess looks like. I don't think Izumi has the strength or will left to beat back that much corruption. Himiko turned to the punkle, ignoring the confusion on the faces of those who didn't know Izumi's secret. "Ishiko, are you really saying that this is the end? That there is no way to save Izumi?" The punkle reluctantly nodded, "I'm sorry." Katsuki growled and punched the ground, "Fuck. This can't be it. We didn't come all this way to lose. Izukin wants to be a hero more than anything. She has to snap out of it. I don't understand what's happening, but if Izumi transformed into that thing because Arie and Tenya were killed, she might not be able to turn back unless she gets them back." Momo reasoned. "That's not possible though. Unless anyone has a necromancy quirk they forgot to mention," Jiro said, panicking. Kaminari, now having regained his normal intelligence, gaped up at the monstrous demon and pinched himself. "This is hell. I died against those monsters didn't I, and now I'm in hell. What the fuck?" Mina gently tapped the boy's cheek, "Now isn't the time to lose it, Kaminari. We need to do something." "What can we do?" Tsuyu said, sounding almost as defeated as Ishiko. The loss of Arie and Izumi's subsequent despair hit her especially hard, as the former had reminded her of her younger siblings and the latter was exactly what Tsuyu herself had gone through when she thought Izumi had been murdered for her, as well as what she'd have felt if her precious siblings were taken from her. If Tsuyu heard that Samidare or Satsuki had been tortured to death, she was sure she'd reap a terrible revenge on whoever did it. What will fix this? What will make Izumi let go of the pain she's feeling now? Tsuyu asked, her soft voice full of sadness. Almost none could answer, none but Fumikage Tokoyami. "We must try, even if it seems hopeless," he declared, running towards the corrupted Izumi. Fumikage had always been a dark child, he relished the shadows and darkness, but as Izumi herself had said, he wasn't evil. There was a fine line between darkness and evil, one that he had always been on the right side of. Now he saw Izumi, his friend, standing on that line and one step away from the abyss that was true evil. He had to do or say something, anything, to make her step away from the edge. He relished the darkness, but this creature before him was something he couldn't stand. Izumi, he yelled, coming to a stop just a few paces away from the corrupted creature. It ignored him, instead lowering its eyes from the sky and looking at Tamura, who was staring at the beast with confusion. Fumikage didn't let that stop him though. Izumi, you need to listen to me. I know you're in horrible pain right now. I can never know how painful it is to lose someone you loved so dearly. I'd probably react no differently than you are, lashing out and wanting to kill whoever was responsible. But this isn't what your daughter would have wanted. You were her hero. Arie would never want to see you stoop to the level of a villain. She wouldn't want her to be the reason you did the unthinkable. The beast shuddered and slowly turned so one of its obsidian eyes was looking over its shoulder at the raven boy. The eye, only distinguishable from the rest of the darkness due to the way it caught the light, pierced Fumikage with its gaze, seemingly seeing right to the depths of his soul. The boy flinched, swallowed thickly, then took a step forward. I know you're still in there. Please Izumi, don't give up. How touching. Fumikage growled as he turned to look at Tamura, who was now casually walking towards the corrupted Izumi while clapping his hands mockingly. You say some pretty words, bird boy, but do you think that's enough? Besides, look at her. Tamura waved his arms in the beast's direction. She's become something amazing. A demon even above the likes of that idiot Orochi. The darkness in her has leveled her up so much that she's evolved into something way better than some pitiful hero that couldn't even save her own kid. With her on our side, the League of Villains will be unstoppable, he boasted. Katsuki snarled, Izuken would never join you. Tamura grinned cruelly and raised his right hand, which was now surrounded by 3 intertwined rings of light, one red, one purple, and one black. That's what you think. With this power that Sensei and his partner gave me, I can tame any demon and bend it to my will. Why do you think I tried so hard to corrupt her in the first place, he declared, before rushing forward and slapping his hand against the bestial Izumi's arm. Immediately, the 3 rings around Tamura's hand grew to massive proportions and wrapped themselves around the beast's body, the red one binding its muzzle, the black one binding its arms to its chest, and the purple one binding its legs and tail. The beast was silent as the rings pulsated and began channeling some kind of energy into its body, not moving or trying to escape. Tamura laughed madly as his plans came to fruition and the beast finally began to move. Slowly, the rings disappeared and the demonic wolf lowered its head towards him, seemingly bowing in obedience. Then Izumi's voice, carrying a demonic distortion, rumbled out from the creature's unmoving mouth. I am going to kill you, she said, exactly as she had before. Tamura's eyes widened. What? Was one use not enough? Have another, he yelled, his fear at her words making him panic as he used that same odd power on Izumi for a second time. This time, the moment the rings were in place, Izumi flexed her massive body and they shattered into particles. Tamura gasped and fell back in fear. I will rend the flesh from your bones. Tamura. Kurojiri yelled, opening a warp gate under his master and warping him back to his side just before the demon Izumi's massive claw could slam down where Tamura's legs had been. I shall burn this world until you and all who ever loved you are ash. At that moment, Rappa finally managed to make his way back to the plaza after being tossed away by Izumi earlier. He took one look at the creature slowly walking towards Tamura and Kurojiri, before yelling, what the fuck is that thing? No despair as I reduce your souls to dust. The corrupted Izumi raised her claws and prepared to strike the villains, when Fumikage sent Dark Shadow forward. The sentient shadow wrapped itself around the beast's forearm as best it could and used all its strength, which was boosted by the demon's own darkness, to hold it back. Izumi, this is not who you are. You must remember. You are a hero. More than that though, you are the sun goddess. You are OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Fumikage cried, struggling hard to hold back the demon's monstrous strength. Looking back at him once more, the demon spoke, no. Not OkamiHeroAmaterasu. I am Akuro-Amaterasu. The distortion in the beast's voice disappeared as it cried its name and effortlessly swatted Dark Shadow off with a flick of its wrist, before turning its attention back on the villains. Fumikage was sent flying, and ended up being caught by Eraserhead's capture weapon. The moment he was back on the ground, Fumikage was surrounded by Katsuki, Himiko, Eraserhead, and Ishiko. Did you hear what she called herself? Akuro. Himiko exclaimed. Yeah, the same thing that Prophet warned Izumi about on Monday. Ishiko nodded. It was a demon after all, but not just any demon. it was Izumi's own demon form. Eraser scowled. Katsuki grit his teeth, that fucker prophet always gives us warnings too fucking vague to do anything about. If he knew this was going to happen, he could have told us to protect Arie. I still have no idea what's happening. What is all this crap about goddesses and demons? And what the hell does Akuro mean? Jiro yelled. Momo frowned. Akuro is one of the pieces in certain variants of shogi. Translated literally, it means evil wolf. Considering what Izumi's turned into, it's an apt name. There was a loud crash as Akuro leapt at Tamura with her considerable strength, aiming to slice his legs off with her claws so she could prolong his death. The villain gasped, having no chance of dodging by himself, but he was suddenly saved by Nomu, who slammed into Akuro's clawed hand and knocked it to the side. Kurojiri used Akuro's distraction to warp himself and Tamura to the other side of the plaza so they could keep trying to salvage their plan, leaving behind Rappa and Nomu to face the wrath of the demon they'd unleashed. Rappa. That wolf monster is Amaterasu's current form. If you wish to defeat her with your own hands, now is the only time she'll fight you seriously. Kurojiri yelled. Rappa frowned and looked up at Akuro. His frown became a furious scowl. What the fuck happened when I was sent flying? Damn it. This isn't the Amaterasu I wanted to fight. I want the chick that kicked the crap out of Overhaul. I'm not interested in some mad dog. Wake the fuck up and fight me for real, Amaterasu, he demanded, running forward and unleashing a flurry of punches on Akuro's stomach. Punching the demon was like punching a titanium wall. She was ridiculously solid and barely even noticed the punches, instead focusing her wrath on grabbing Nomu. Akuro was so large that the massive Nomu could be grasped easily in just one of her hands. Nomu was fast however, and managed to evade Akuro's attempts to grab him and leap up to deliver an uppercut to the demon girl. Akuro's head didn't even shift under the incredible power of Nomu, strength that rivaled All Might himself. Instead, she smiled widely and bared her teeth. You're quite quick, with that beak, you look a bit like a chicken. I wonder how you taste. It seemed the Akuro persona was now fully in control, burying the grief-stricken Izumi personality deep into their soul. Moving faster than anyone thought possible for such a massive creature, Akuro swept her claws forward and caught Nomu in an instant, proving she was just playing earlier. With a sinister grin and her black eyes gleaming with desire, Akuro opened her mouth wide and placed Nomu's head between her teeth. With a sickening crunch, her teeth bit through Nomu's neck and tore its head clean off, which she promptly spat into the plaza fountain, dyeing the water red with its blood, before she held the Nomu's body over her open mouth and squeezed the blood down her throat like the Nomu was one of Aizawa's juice packs. Rappa and the villains, who could see it clearly, turned green with revulsion at the disturbing sight, while the heroes were thankfully spared the sight thanks to them being behind Akuro's giant body. Once Nomu had been squeezed into pulp, Akuro put the rest of its body in her mouth and devoured it, before licking her paws clean. Not bad. Definitely some demon taint in that meat. Now, which is next? She asked, making eye contact with the now terrified Tamura. I don't understand. We followed Sensei's plan perfectly. We drew All Might away, separating him from Amaterasu, invaded the USJ and got that Arie brat away from her, then successfully turned her into a demon. The power Sensei gave me should have worked to tame her. Tamura screamed, acting like a petulant child as he stomped his feet and clawed at his neck. Tamura, we should retreat. We weren't prepared for this. Kurojiri tried to reason as Akuro slowly stalked towards them, tormenting them with the aura of fear she naturally exuded. Rappa was trying in vain to hold her back by punching her shins, but the Lupin Demoness was more amused than annoyed, and was going out of her way to not step on the man. No. Tamura spat, I think I get it. If I'd used that power when she was still in that black-haired human form, it would have worked. I pushed it too far and now she's leveled up too high. But if we do enough damage, then it should still work, he tried to reason, desperate to salvage his victory. Oh. Done running away? Akuro asked, grinning viciously. Come then, see if you can weaken and capture me. For what you did to my pup. I'll decorate my fur with your entrails, she declared, her grin turning into a murderous snarl as she prepared to pounce. Don't ignore me, damn it. Rappa yelled, grabbing Akuro's tail in a futile attempt to get her attention. While he didn't manage to stop her, he did accidentally pull out some fur and that elicited a growl from Akuro, who finally turned her attention to him. With lightning speed, Akuro grabbed him and brought him up to her snarling face. You aren't my prey, so be a good little gnat, and be gone, she roared, blasting Rappa with the full force of her rage and aura of fear. Rappa almost wet himself as he was overcome with primal terror, and he genuinely saw his life flash before his eyes as he looked at the blood and saliva on her fangs, each half as big as he was. Shocked into inaction, Rappa was then casually tossed across the USJ by Akuro, landing in the water of the flood zone. Akuro began stalking towards Tamura again, only for her to be interrupted yet again, this time by Nomu suddenly appearing and grabbing her ankle. The demoness raised an eyebrow. Oh. You can even regenerate from just a head? Why yes. That's right, Nomu was created to bounce back from anything All Might can toss as us. He won't go down that easily. Tamura yelled. Akuro was unconcerned however, and in fact began to grin even wider. She plucked Nomu from the ground and held it in both paws like a giant chicken wing, before biting into its side. The Nomu didn't react to having half its body torn away, and Akuro watched curiously as she chewed on the raw meat, swallowing just as Nomu began to regenerate. Her grin grew even wider. You brought me a never-ending meal. I accept your offering, Tamura Shigaraki. In return, I'll kill you 5 seconds faster. Of course, that still leaves roughly 1,000 years. I'm going to make sure you feel every second of it. Akuro threatened viciously, taking another bite out of Nomu. While Akuro was busy enjoying her new snack and Kurojiri was desperately trying to convince Tamura to flee, Ishiko and the heroes were left with nothing they could do. None of them believed they could even face Nomu, so their chances of subduing Akuro and calming her down were about nil. She was too distracted and angry to listen to them, and given how different Akuro was from Izumi, they couldn't guarantee she wouldn't attack them if they bothered her. We need to rendezvous with the rest of the class and get out of the USJ. It's the only thing we can do now. Eraser said, his body slouched defeatedly. But Izumi didn't get a chance to heal 13, so we don't have a way through the gate. Momo pointed out. If we combine all the students' quirks, we might have a chance, the teacher countered, Ashido's acid, Aoyama's naval laser, Jiro's sound waves, Tokoyami's dark shadow, Todoroki's ice and fire, Bakugu's explosions, Himiko's mimicry of explosion, and your quirk-created weaponry might just be enough to get us through, Yaoyorozu. Reluctantly, the other students nodded and began moving up the staircase to the entrance, but Katsuki, Himiko, and Ishiko, who jumped onto Himiko's shoulder, remained in place. Seeing the trio weren't following, the others turned back to them. Bakugu, Midoriya, come on. There's nothing more we can do here. Eraser said regretfully. You go on ahead. We're not done here. Katsuki said, his previous rage turning into an eerie calm. He, Himiko, and Ishiko were staring at the fight in the plaza with blank expressions made creepy by the raw hunger in their eyes. You three. Eraser began, only to be cut off by Himiko. Go on, sensei. After today, we aren't going to be your students anymore. Himiko said, Izumi is our little sister. Arie was our niece, now one is dead and the other is never going to be the same again. Our dream to be heroes together, it's over now. Guys. Kaminari gasped, why you can't be serious. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, what are you three planning to do? Katsuki looked back at Eraser, you know the truth about Izuken. You know what's going to happen to the world if she doesn't fight and defeat the evil one. Now that she's like this, Izumi is going to rampage until she kills that Shigaraki fucker. Ishiko nodded, the only way for her to turn back is if she lets go of the darkness within her. With Arie dead, that probably won't happen. So if we want to save the world, we only have two choices, let her rage and hope she targets the evil one and succeeds in killing him without being tamed. Or kill Tamura Shigaraki ourselves, and hope the loss of her target is enough to snap her back to her senses long enough to be talked down. Himiko finished. Eraserhead and the other students looked at the trio with shock, almost unable to comprehend what they were saying. Eraser narrowed his eyes dangerously and took a step towards them. So you're planning on killing Shigaraki with your own hands? Why? If his death turned Izumi back to normal, why not let Akuro do it? Why do it yourselves, he demanded. The teens gave him sad smiles, if she kills Shigaraki, she'll hate herself even more. If we manage to save her from her current state, she's going to have to deal with what she turned into on top of Arie and Tenya's deaths. If she has to deal with the fact she tortured and murdered Shigaraki too, I think she'll break. Himiko explained, remembering how Izumi had reacted after killing Muscular. If Izumi breaks, then all hope is lost. Ishiko added. This is a tiny, vain hope of victory, but damn it, it's all we've got left. So one way or another, the chances of the three of us being heroes together has just hit zero. Either Izuken breaks and stops being a hero, or we kill that bastard ourselves and lose our own chance. Katsuki said gruffly, cracking his knuckles. Eraser's eyes lost their anger, instead looking at his students with sorrow and pity. You understand that murdering Shigaraki would cost you any chance of being a hero, and yet you're still willing to do it? The world needs Izumi, needs OkamiHeroAmaterasu. It doesn't need us. If saving her from herself is the only way to save the world, then we'll do it. Himiko declared. We're prepared for this. All we need to do is get our hands on Shigaraki for an instant, and we'll reduce him to ash. Katsuki said viciously. Eraser looked at them both silently for a moment, before marching towards them. Both teens were on guard, preparing to fight if she tried to stop them or restrain them, and Ishiko watched tensely, preparing to use storage to steal Eraser's capture weapon if necessary. But Eraser didn't use his quirk or even touch his scarf, instead he walked right up to the teens and grabbed them both, before holding them to his chest in a tight embrace. I understand your feelings, you've both just watched as a villain took everything from you. You're hurting, angry, and so incredibly miserable that you don't know what to do with yourselves. Few people can understand the grief a mother feels losing their child, but just because you aren't suffering as much as Izumi doesn't mean you aren't still hurting deeply too, he said softly, gently petting the blonde teen's hair. Himiko's shoulders began to shudder as she lost her battle with tears, while Katsuki grit his teeth and tried to force his own tears back. Ishiko was crying too, and Eraser had carefully plucked her off Himiko's shoulder as he embraced the pair, holding her gently between his fingers and rubbing her back with his thumb. We just want to help her, even as a Kuro, Izumi sounds like she's in so much pain. Arie suffered so much because of that bastard. Poor Tenya died protecting her, it's just not fair. After we all worked so hard, why does it end like this? Himiko sobbed. God fucking damn it. It's the same fucking thing again. Katsuki swore loudly, struggling with all his might not to burst into sobs. We stand back and end up doing fucking nothing to help. Izuken saved us from Akumabaku and Akumatachi. She saved us both from Akumahana. And when she needed us most against those fucking Yakuza, we weren't fucking there. Now, just like then, she's suffering and we're fucking useless. How can I call myself a fucking hero when I can't save a single fucking person? Eraser felt his eyes prickling with tears. In the time he'd known these kids, he'd gotten fairly attached even while trying to keep his usual distance. But faced with their tears and grief-stricken faces, he couldn't help but be reminded that for all their strength, and for all the things they've endured and conquered, they were still just children. Children who just lost their niece, and who were on the verge of losing their sister and even their very dreams. He couldn't bring himself to stay detached and professional. Listen to me carefully, you two. And you as well, Ishiko. I know this is hard and it's going to sound cruel, but I need you to take deep breaths and think about this logically, he said, keeping his tone as soothing as he could. Even if everything goes as you want and Izumi turns back to normal after you kill Shigaraki, she will still be deeply hurt by everything that happened. She'll need you two as support, something she won't be able to do if your actions cost you your dream. Running back into a battle you'd already escaped, getting in the way of a hero, and killing a villain you had no business fighting will definitely result in expulsion at the very least, if not outright imprisonment. Izumi would never forgive herself if her actions made you choose such a thing. Katsuki and Himiko recoiled, shocked into silence. Ishiko wouldn't suffer any direct consequences since no one outside their group knew she was a real person, but the teens would certainly be held responsible. Eraser nodded as the teens realized the truth of what he was saying. They were extremely emotional, but they weren't stupid. And that's only if things work out in the best possible result. Killing Shigaraki might make a Kuro go wild and rampage, killing indiscriminately now that she had no one to work her fury out on. It might not turn her back at all, which would make it pointless. It might even make her turn on you for taking her prey away. Imagine how much worse she'd feel in those situations. You might even fail and be killed yourself, since Shigaraki and Kurojirai are a dangerous combination. One touch and you'll be dust. If that happens, we may never get a Kuro to turn back to Izumi. I know you just want to help save Izumi, but this path you've chosen is too dangerous, he reasoned. The two teens continued to silently cry as they considered their sensei's words. He was right, there were too many unknown variables, and even if it all worked out as they wanted, the consequences of their actions would only make Izumi feel even worse. They couldn't pile on more grief to the already insurmountable amount their poor sister was buried under. Seeing the fight going out of his students, Eraser smiled sadly and hugged them close once more. Believe me, I know how you feel. I want to save Izumi and kill Shigaraki too. Izumi, Arie, and Tenya were all my students and I failed to protect them. If I could guarantee it would turn her back to normal, I'd go and kill Shigaraki myself and accept the responsibility, but I can't bring myself to cause my student any more pain. So please, come with us back to the entrance so we can escape. Ishiko and the teens exchanged looks, and with a great deal of reluctance, they wiped their eyes and nodded. Eraser smiled softly and stroked their hair, before gently urging them towards the stairs. They met up with Momo, Fumikage, Jiro, and the landslide trio, who patted their friends on the back comfortingly and offered them handkerchiefs, then headed up the stairs to the entrance. When they arrived, they found everyone else in the class had also made their way back, bringing everyone together again for the first time since they arrived at the USJ. 13 and the students who hadn't been in the plaza were watching Akuro fight the Nomu with morbid fascination as they tried to figure out what was going on. Eraser. Thank goodness you're all okay. What's happening down there? What is that horrible monster, and where is Amaterasu? 13 asked, feeling a little better now that she'd had some first aid. I'll explain in a moment. First, how is everyone? Eraser asked. The rest of 1A answered honestly, most were unhurt, had very minor injuries, or were simply exhausted. The worst off were 13 herself and Toru, who had some frostbite and was shuddering in a makeshift blanket made from Aoima's cape and being held by Ojiro. Ochako also looked a bit worse for wear after overusing her quirk, but she was handling it well. After confirming there were no other serious injuries, Eraser sighed heavily and tried to figure out how he'd explain everything to the others. He tried avoidance first. We need to get out of the USJ. All Might isn't here yet and we can't be sure how close he is. Some of the enemy's chatter implies he left the decoy attack on Tartarus, but that place is far away even for him, and if he doesn't know something is wrong, he might not rush here, he said, before repeating his earlier plan to get through the USJ gate. 13 and the 1A students listened, but none could ignore the looks on the faces of the Plaza group, nor the fact Ashiko was currently nestling herself against Himiko's neck. All that, plus the appearance of the monster in the plaza was making them very uneasy, as was the absence of Izumi. They had all heard Akuro's howl and witnessed the black energy that had erupted from her upon transforming, and none could shake the chill in their bones. Wouldn't it be better to have Amaterasu help us? Shoto pointed out, her power slash and cherry bomb would increase our chances of successfully punching through the gates. Plus her healing could help 13 and Hagakure. Why yeah. And as scary as it is, that big monster is holding the villains back, so Amaterasu doesn't need to cover us. She should be up here. Sato argued. Eraser had averted his eyes, avoidance hadn't worked, but he couldn't be careless with how he broke the news. If the whole class reacted the way Katsuki and Himiko had. Hitoshi noticed this and frowned, what aren't you telling us? The Plaza group looked down with depression, and before Eraserhead could choose his words, Tsuyu pointed down at the massive monster, that is Amaterasu. What? The class exclaimed, the members of the Midoriya lunch group being the most shocked. Ochako and Shoto looked like they'd just been punched in the stomach, Ijiro and Hitoshi were looking to Eraserhead for confirmation, and Toru was shuddering even harder than before in Ojiro's arms. Eraser, what the hell happened? 13 asked fearfully. Steadying himself and bracing for their reactions, Aizawa explained what had happened. The warp villain intercepted Ida while he fled with Arie. Ida was allegedly killed and Arie captured. The villain's leader, Shigaraki, went to where Arie was being held and murdered her. He bragged about it to Amaterasu, and she transformed into that creature down there, Akuro Amaterasu. The class erupted into screams and cried of denial, while 13 went completely silent from the shock. Aoyama flinched violently at the news, though only Fumikage noticed. Many of the teens began to cry, and Ochako fell to her knees as her strength evaporated. He has to be lying. That Shigaraki freak probably made it up to hurt Izumi. Ijiro yelled, refusing to believe what happened. We wanted to believe that too, but Shigaraki produced a bloody scalpel and some of Arie's hair. Amaterasu smelled it and confirmed they were legitimate, right before becoming that. Eraser said, pointing back at Akuro, who was still toying with Nomu. With that frail hope shattered, an even deeper depression fell upon the class. All had loved Arie, and her death crushed them. They tried to hold out some hope that it was all a trick, but they knew Amaterasu's nose wasn't something so easily deceived. The only bright spot left to cling on to was the tiny hope that Tenya wasn't actually dead, since Shigaraki hadn't shown any evidence of that. They might have simply snatched Arie from him, and perhaps he was alive somewhere. It was only the smallest glimmer of hope, but if they didn't cling to it then they'd have nothing but misery. The girls huddled together around Himiko, offering her what comfort they could as she struggled to keep it together, while the boys did the same for Katsuki, who was still fighting his first instinct, which was to go down there and kill Shigaraki for what he'd done. Ijiro pulled Katsuki into a tight embrace, the slight shuddering of his blonde friend's shoulders breaking his heart. Bro, I'm here for you. I'm so sorry, if I can help in any way, please tell me. Katsuki didn't speak, he didn't trust his voice at that moment. The students stayed huddled together for comfort for a short time, Eraser and 13 unwilling to hurry them. But as they huddled together, they all slowly worked their way through their grief. They had gone past denial, and were now left with anger. It's not very heroic to say this, but those bastards deserve to burn in hell for this. Hitoshi said, his eyes looking hollow as they were ringed with both his black eye bags and red soreness. It looks like that's Izumi's, or Akuro's, plan. Shiro replied, glaring down at the plaza. Well, perhaps we should assist her. Ojiro said ominously. Eraserhead and 13 frowned, you students can't be thinking what we think you are, right? You aren't genuinely considering murder, are you? The space hero asked worriedly. They are villains that came to kill us, enslave Amaterasu, and kill All Might. Would anyone really care if they died? Shoto coldly responded. I don't like this. Toru shivered, but if we didn't do it ourselves and just helped Akuro get to them. Aizawa sighed heavily as he prepared to talk down the class just as he did with Himiko and Katsuki. However, it turned out his earlier words had proven more effective than he'd expected. Himiko and Katsuki exchanged a look, each knowing what the other was thinking, before carefully extracting themselves from their classmates' embrace. They walked to the very edge of the stairway, then turned back to the class and got into combat stances, brandishing their weapons at their fellow students. Shoto narrowed his eyes, while the rest of the class looked shocked. Bro. Ijiro said nervously. Katsuki shook his head, sorry, but Aizawa-sensei talked sense into us when we were thinking the same thing. We planned to kill Shigaraki, but he pointed out the consequences of that. Whether we succeed or fail in killing him, the results will only hurt Izumi more. We hate Shigaraki with every fiber of our beings. Himiko clenched her eyes shut with a grimace, beating back her tears before opening them again. Shigaraki deserves to die, but Izumi is our sister. And we won't let her be hurt any more than she already is. Katsuki finished, making a small explosion for emphasis, so come on. Just try and get past me, I won't let Izuken suffer any more, so I'll blow you to hell if I have to. The determination emanating from both teams was enough to make the rest of 1A back off a step, even those with no intention of fighting anymore. For a few tense seconds, the teachers and more peaceful members of 1A wondered if a class civil war was about to erupt and add to their troubles. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed and those who wanted to help Akuro with her revenge backed down. Eraser was proud of them, especially of Katsuki and Himiko, and made a mental note to praise them when they were safe. At that moment, their attention was drawn to the foot of the giant staircase. Akuro, still playing with her food, had smashed Nomu against the lowest steps before picking him up and slamming him down again. Now that she was so close to them, the students could hear Akuro speaking to the Nomu as she pummeled it, her howls and growls punctuating every sentence. Limitless regeneration. You're such a fun little snack, she mocked, grabbing Nomu by the leg and slamming it several times on the floor. Then to the shock of everyone, including those who'd been in the plaza, Akuro lifted Nomu to her mouth and tore half its torso away with one bite. The less stoic students screamed with horror as Akuro messily chewed on her mouthful of meat. Once she'd swallowed, Akuro frowned down at the Nomu, all that tenderizing in your meat is still so tough. You were made to fight All Might, so I'm guessing you have a potent force or shock absorption quirk, she said, howling like a mad wolf after every sentence. Even corrupted, Izumi still had a skill for analysis. Piercing and slashing damage still works, but slicing you up any more will make you too small for a decent mouthful. How should I tenderize you? I know. A little touch of decay will add to your flavor and make you nice and soft, she declared, before the fur and darkness on her back began to pulsate. The fur and tendrils of darkness grew and weaved themselves together until they shaped themselves into a second head, this one modeled after a dragon. Those that knew Izumi's secret gasped as they saw it. It was a pitch-black version of Yamagami, scaled to roughly be the same size as Akuro. The black Yamagami head sprouted from Akuro's back like a long second tail, and peeked over Akuro's shoulder. It opened its mouth and spewed forth blood-red ink, lightly coating the parts of Nomu that had just regenerated. Immediately the ink began to decay Nomu's flesh, revealing it was the same corrupted technique used by Akumiyomi. Before Nomu could be too badly decayed, Akuro took another bite and the remnants of the ink splattered across her lips, making her look like she was covered in blood. Her behavior was more like a child who'd gotten ketchup on her face, however, as she enjoyed her meal. Much better. Akuro praised, making the black Yamagami head disappear back into her back. I wonder what other things I can do to improve your flavor, little snack. How about chilled, like cold soba? Shoto went green as Akuro's left shoulder warped like her back had done, and this time turned into a giant black rooster head. The black Moegami breathed out more red ink, using Akumomo's icy powers to freeze Nomu from the shoulders down while Akuro held him by the head like a popsicle. The Lupin Demonis gave the Nomu a few test licks, before biting an arm off and crunching it, sending shudders up the spines of the horrified 1A. Not bad, but I really do prefer my food to be a little warmer. Akuro frowned, tearing Nomu's head off so its body could regenerate without the ice covering, while the black Moegami head disappeared. This time her tail warped, transforming entirely into a snake, a black Nuregami. The serpent used Akumanure's electricity creating ink to zap the Nomu with several million volts before taking a bite. Akuro grimaced, clearly not enjoying whatever the electricity had done to the flavor of Nomu's flesh. Without a word of comment, the demoness held Nomu in one hand while a giant black replica of a Hanagami monkey's head grew from her other palm. The monkey spewed ink, and as Izumi's friends had come to expect, the result was the inverse powers used by the brush demons. This time it was Akumasaki's ability to create bones. Akuro used it to create a giant rib, which she stabbed through Nomu's torso before walking over to the conflagration zone. Turning her free hand back to normal, Akuro sliced the top of the conflagration zone's dome off with one swing of her gargantuan claws, allowing the flames to roar freely out from the zone. She then held Nomu over the flames, using the rib like a spit to slowly turn the creature, literally spit roasting it. When she was done, she took a bite out of Nomu's cooked flesh and laughed. Much better. How delicious. When I get around to eating you, Shigaraki, this is how I'll prepare you. Maybe I'll find a way to take this Nomu creature's regeneration quirk and give it to you. That way I can cook you in many ways. Akuro declared between howls, continuously eating the Nomu's body, waiting for it to regenerate, then roasting and eating it again. The entirety of Class 1A, their teachers, and Ishiko watched this with horror and revulsion. They couldn't comprehend how anyone could do such horrible things. They all understood that Izumi had become Akuro because she essentially went mad with sorrow, but for her to change so drastically as to enjoy torturing and devouring what was, as far as they knew, a human being. The very thought was alien. It was almost impossible for those that hadn't seen Izumi's transformation to actually believe Akuro was her. In the short time they'd known her, they had all come to think of Izumi as a sweet, caring girl. Just how much had grief warped her? This is fucked up. Kaminari whispered. Oh my god. Izumi. What have they done to you? Ochako gasped, hands over her mouth. If her stomach wasn't already painfully empty, she'd like have thrown up at the sight. A few of the others, namely Koda and Jiro, actually did vomit and had to rush to empty their stomachs over the railings to the side of the entrance. Momo rubbed their backs and created a simple stomach soother for them while doing her best to ignore the crunch of bone and the sound of chewing as Akuro enjoyed her meal. This is wrong. Shoto said, his usual stoicism replaced by a wide-eyed gape, this can't be her. This can't be Izumi. How much is she hurting inside to turn into that? Hitoshi said. He was wondering if he should convince Katsuki and Himiko to let him pass so he can try and use his quirk to stop Akuro. She's a mother who has lost her child. I'm not a mother myself, but I have heard that the pain of losing one's child is enough to drive the strongest person mad. 13 answered. Katsuki and Himiko were watching Akuro too, holding one another's hands. Ishiko watched too, and none of them would turn away. Ijiro looked at them worriedly. Guys, you shouldn't be watching. It must be painful, seeing your sister like that. Katsuki shook his head vehemently, we ain't looking away. Izumi can't look away. She's locked up inside her own head, forced to watch and feel all of that. She can't just shut her eyes and pretend it isn't happening. Himiko continued. So we won't either. We're Izumi's partners to the bitter end, and even if I'm too weak to do anything to help her, I can still stand in solidarity with her. Ishiko finished. The students looked at the Ponkel with respect, and some curiosity, as they'd been told she was just a product of the Okami quirk, and several went to stand beside Izumi's partners. The people who stood in solidarity were Eraserhead, Ochako, Shoto, Fumikage, and most surprisingly, Aoyama. None of the others could bring themselves to do the same. Nobody blamed them. As they watched Akuro's madness, Fumikage muttered a quote, Friedrich Nietzsche said it best, he who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes into you. Izumi has long fought against monsters and faced the evils of darkness and it left its mark, Akuro Amaterasu. Shoto sighed, watching this is definitely making me glad I changed my mind about going down there. I'm afraid that if I tried to kill Shigaraki in anger, I might enjoy it as much as Akuro is enjoying that torture, he said, the unusual situation making him less guarded, especially after accidentally hurting Toru before and taking his anger out on her with harsh words. The rest of the class, even those who averted their eyes from the scene, nodded in agreement. Only Aoyama didn't. Enjoying it? Oh mon ami, I think you may be mistaken, he said, his usual flamboyant tone sounding significantly more forced, look closer and listen hard. The others gave the boy puzzled expressions, making him chuckle sadly before explaining himself. Despite her mocking words and what appears to be a wolfish grin, does she not seem so horribly sad to you all? Her howls are mournful, and her grin looks more like a grimace or sneer. Not to mention her eyes. Her eyes? Ochako asked. Aoyama smiled sadly. No sparkle in this world can escape my eyes. I can see them glistening on her cheeks, tears slowly falling like diamonds. Oh ma chérie, you are weeping even now, seeking anything to numb the pain, even the taste of that monster's flesh. Eyes widening, the entire class turned to Akuro and watched more closely, focusing on her eyes and smile, while listening to her howls. One by one, they felt their hearts break as the truth of Aoyama's words hit them. The howls began to sound like sobs, and no matter how hard they looked, they could no longer see any sign of a grin on Akuro's face, only the clenched teeth of a grieving mother. Finally the streams of tears flowing down Akuro's cheeks, which would have been impossible to see had they not sparkled faintly as the light caught them, brought them all to the same conclusion. Ochako clenched her fist and voiced what every one of them was thinking. We've got to save her. Next chapter, Welcome to My Parlor. To be released, February 21st, 2022. We skipped the author's end note last time, mostly because I didn't want to really say anything after the gut punch of the previous chapter, so we'll have a slightly longer one here. So, there were some strong reactions to the last chapter, as expected, and I'm fairly sure there will be a few to this one too. There is a lot I want to say, but so much of it is spoilers that I don't want to say it here or in the comments. As such, I am making a mini announcement here. From now on, anyone who wants spoilers or answers to questions I can't give on here can send me a message on Discord at OkamiHeroAmaterasu number 0059. I will answer any and all questions posted there to the best of my ability, but do be warned, I will be giving spoilers, so don't ask for something if you don't want spoilers. Anyway, on to the chapter itself. It was a very emotional one to write, and rereading it, there is a lot more emotion and a lot less gruesome murder than I remember, but I'm actually kind of happy about that. On that note, why did Akuro spend so much time bothering with Nomu and not attacking Tamura? The answer is thus: she wanted to torment him mentally first. Akuro didn't just want to kill Tamura, she wanted to break him physically and mentally, and that starts with taking his secret weapon, his anti-all might Nomu, and showing how worthless it is against her. Akuro didn't even care that Tamura could flee with Kurogiri at any time, because she knows in her soul that there is nowhere on this planet that Tamura could go where she would not find him, no matter what she had to destroy in the process. She wanted Tamura to see everything he cared about rot away to nothing, before she finally got to work breaking his body. That is how serious Akuro is, all of Izumi's kindness and intellect, transformed into cruelty with the singular objective of making Tamura suffer. On an out-of-story note, Akuro couldn't do much to Tamura without killing him or mentally breaking him through torture, so I settled for this. It wouldn't be much of a story if one of the main villains went out like a bitch in his first appearance. Anywho, that's everything I have to say for now. Remember to use my Discord if you have something you want to ask. Next chapter will have Tamura make one more desperate attempt to turn the tables, with the unveiling of a new weapon. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Tamura Shigaraki stood on the far end of the USJ Plaza, watching the battle between Akuro and Nomu with conflicting emotions. On the one hand, he felt awestruck. The plan to corrupt Amaterasu had worked better than he could have hoped, and the result was the truly monstrous Akuro, a demoness capable of toying with their anti-all might Nomu like he was literally a chew toy. She was magnificently malevolent, the raw power of a goddess with all the falsehoods of heroism stripped away. On the other hand, this demoness wanted Tamura dead above all things else, and would have already succeeded if she wasn't so busy tormenting him by showing how worthless his trump card was against her. Just as Tamura had twisted the knife as he spoke of torturing and murdering Amaterasu's daughter, her corrupted state was doing the same by showing how easily she could end his life in a plethora of different ways, all while he was powerless to stop her. Tamura wanted Amaterasu for himself. A monstrously powerful creature that he could touch without her disappearing, if only he could tame her successfully. He needed to weaken her somehow, but Nomu and Rappa were their strongest party members, and one was being eaten over and over while the other was currently dragging himself out of the flood zone after being tossed aside like trash. As much as Tamura hated to admit it, the chances of him succeeding in taming Akuro was now zero. Damn it. We were so close. If only we could control her. If we could, she and Nomu could kill All Might easily. That bastard would never hurt his precious teaching assistant, so he'd be decayed in an instant. Tamura complained, scratching his neck. Tamura, we have no other options. We need to retreat. Let's go while Akuro is distracted by Nomu. Kurojiri said, completely willing to sacrifice their defeated allies so Tamura could escape. The League of Villains leader scowled and took one last look at the fight. Akuro had allowed Nomu to slip from her grasp and was now chasing the creature around the plaza as it tried to escape. Despite being a monster that felt neither pain nor emotions, Nomu was fleeing in terror, Akuro's aura of fear and her continuous torture managing to penetrate through the creature's mental conditioning. Her malice was so great that she had taught fear to a being supposedly immune to such a thing. Power like that would have allowed Tamura to bring this rotten hero society to its knees. Bitterly, Tamura turned back to Kurojiri, we have no choice. We're bailing. Leave Nomu to draw Akuro's aggro and open a warp gate, he ordered. Kurojiri nodded with relief and began to activate his quirk, glad Eraserhead was too distracted by his corrupted student to stop him. Before Tamura could step through however, the hand villain's phone began to ring. He growled as he dug it out from his pocket, before his angry expression changed to one of curiosity as he saw the caller ID. He answered it immediately. Sensei. Tamura. You sound panicked, are things not going as planned? His sensei asked casually. It's all gone to shit. The demons are all dead or knocked out, and we've lost all our guys except Nomu and that Yakuza freak. Tamura complained. Unfortunate, but within the scope of my predictions. And what of Amaterasu? Tamura looked over to the Lupin Demoness, I did what you told me to. She transformed into a demon, just like you said she would, but she's different from how you described. She's turned into a massive werewolf monster and the demon taming power you granted me isn't working. She's tearing Nomu apart over and over, and she wants to kill me. Kurojiri and I were about to retreat. Sensei was silent for a few moments, hearing the howls of Akuro in the background, before answering in his usual casual tone, retreating now would be a waste. I have confirmed All Might is on his way back to the school. I suspect he will check in on his assistant and students to see how their lesson is going, so he will almost certainly arrive there soon. If he gets here, we're screwed. It'll be a complete party wipe. Nomu and that Yakuza are useless against Akuro, and I can't risk using my quirk on her now since she already died once. Tamura yelled desperately. There was a pause before Sensei said, I see, in a tone of mild irritation. He quickly returned to his usual tone though, killing All Might and taming Amaterasu will likely be impossible now, but we can still sow the seeds for future attempts. I'm sending another Nomu, one I've prepared especially to support large groups. Use it to defeat and kill as many of the heroes and students as possible, each one that falls will become an ally. If we are very lucky, we may even be able to achieve one of our larger objectives. Kurojiri. The mist villain stood at attention, yes, master. Transport subject NSQ from the warehouse to the USJ. I have already transmitted my orders to it. Kurojiri bowed, at once, he said, before closing his previous warp gate and opening a new one to allow their new ally through. That was the moment that the heroes noticed what was happening, with Zero spotting the warp gate and warning his classmates. Over there. That Kurojiri guy is doing something, he yelled. All eyes focused on the warp gate, the teachers and students of Class 1A looked on with disgust as they saw the creature that emerged from the gate. It was another inhuman monster, likely a demon of some kind, though Ishiko didn't recognize it, and it was even more repulsive and deformed than Nomu with his beak face and exposed brain. This creature had a child-sized torso with no arms or legs, instead having hands and feet directly attached to its torso. The hands had short stubby thumbs tipped with long scythe-like claws, while the other 4 fingers on each hand was impossible long and possessed an extra joint, acting as 8 spindly legs for the spider-like monster. Its toes were also elongated and wrapped around a strange sac of red fluid that grew from the creature's back like a spider's abdomen. The monster's head was adult-sized, making it oddly big for the torso, and most of its features were concealed by a thick curtain of long, dark brown hair that was matted with blood. Its mouth opened vertically rather than horizontally like a normal human mouth, and was full of misshapen fangs of differing sizes that prevented it from closing properly. It had no visible eyes or ears, but hundreds of disembodied eyeballs could be seen swimming around in the red fluid within the monster's abdomen. Finally, the monster had pale skin covered in surgical scars, and a small section of skin on its face, where its nose should be, was missing to expose the brain inside its head. It was a hideous monster that looked like it came straight from a horror movie, a human being mutilated into the vague form of a spider. Immediately, the creature began to skitter towards the other end of the plaza, where the majority of the action had been taking place, making the hero scowl. It's going for Izumi. Ojiro yelled. No. If it succeeds in weakening her, Shigaraki might really be able to tame her. We've got to stop it. Ishiko shouted. We can't get out of the USJ anyway, so let's take that thing down. Katsuki declared, eager to take his negative emotions out on something. Eraserhead reluctantly nodded, we can't afford to let this situation get any worse. Koda, you stay up here with 13 and Hagakure. The rest of you can either stay put or support me. Normally, the man wouldn't allow his students to go back into the battle, but Izumi being successfully controlled by the villains would spell doom for all of Japan, if not the world. Considering Nomu was being taken apart by Akuro, Shigaraki and Kurojiri wouldn't get anywhere near her, and the strength of his students, Eraser felt it was safe to let them fight this new monster under his supervision. They'd managed to defeat the monsters attacking them earlier, after all. With that said, Eraserhead once again leapt down the stairs, using his capture weapon to lasso the safety rail and swing himself at the spider monster while the rest of 1A's students, plus Ashiko, ran down to assist him. The spider monster shrieked unnaturally as Eraser kicked it away, its voice sounding like a mix between a child's and a screeching demon's. It sailed through the air, using a gooey red thread from its abdomen to latch onto the ceiling and pull itself up a few feet above the heads of the advancing heroes, quickly using its spindly limbs to mold the thick red strand into a more comfortable perch. The students took up positions around the plaza, remaining closer to Akuro than Tamura so they could use the threat of the demoness to keep the other villains away. Himiko opted to transform into Master Onijirai so she could use his fighting spirit to grant temporary boosts in strength to all her classmates, in the form of small flame tattoos. The moment Himiko placed them on each of them, the tattoos all began to grow rapidly to reflect the strength of their fighting spirit, which had been heightened by their desire to save Izumi and stop the villains. Even Ashiko received one, and jumped from Himiko's shoulder to Katsuki's so she could use storage on his sweat-filled grenades. With fighting spirit improving her quirk, Ashiko could store up to 3 items rather than just one, making her perfect for support in a big team battle, especially with Momo acting as a walking armory. However, the bioluminescent glow of the punkle caught the spider monster's eyes, and it watched her closely until she landed on Katsuki's shoulder. The moment she landed on him, the spider released a terrifying demonic scream and began nearly frothing at the mouth with rage, though whether the rage was pointed at Katsuki or Ashiko was anyone's guess. For a split second, the spider demon began to glow an ominous purple, before its aura spread out and took the shape of a spectral spider queen, exactly like the one Ashiko had seen murdered by tube foxes when she went with Izumi to clear the Shai Hasaikai base. So that's where the power went. These League of Villain freaks must have used the spider queen's power to create that thing. Ashiko frowned. Tamura, focusing more on the students now since the Akuro/Nomu battle wasn't really changing at all, couldn't help but gloat, so you already know about the Spider Queen. Then you know you're already dead. This Nomu was created specifically to house that traitor's power. It can do everything she could and more. So this thing is a Nomu too. Guess that means it's okay to destroy it. Himiko declared, still in Master Onijirai's form. She couldn't change back without removing the fighting spirit effect from her comrades. The spider Nomu screeched again, and the spectral spider queen aura began to reach out towards Katsuki and Nishiko, ready to grab and crush them. The two were ready to dodge and fight back, but in a move none of them expected, Akuro suddenly reached behind her and grabbed the extended legs. With only a furious growl, Akuro ripped the 2 extended legs off of the spectral creature, making them shatter into tiny particles of purple light. She then howled, causing the rest of the aura construct to shudder and shatter into particles too, leaving behind only the physical body of the spider Nomu. With one last baleful glare at the creature, Akuro turned back to her game of cat and mouse with the anti-All Might Nomu, apparently unconcerned with the spider once its aura was gone. Tamura had no idea how to react to that, and neither did the heroes. Katsuki looked to Ashiko, who just shrugged. Don't look at me. Maybe Akuro just doesn't like giant spiders, the punkle suggested. It doesn't matter. Let's just beat that thing. Shoto said coldly, launching a massive spike of ice at the spider Nomu. It managed to dodge fairly easily by using another thread to swing out of the way, still screeching and frothing as it focused on Katsuki. The explosive boy ran towards the creature, using Shoto's ice as a ramp to get on the same level as the Nomu before using his explosions to fly towards it. Die, he roared, thrusting his palm forward and blasting the Nomu point blank in the face. Its screeches grew louder as it was blasted out of the sky, bouncing towards Shoji and Mina while Katsuki was caught in mid-air by Siro, who swung him around with a lasso of tape before launching him at the downed Nomu, much like Hitoshi had done with Ochako in the flood zone. The Nomu tried to flee, but Shoji grabbed 2 of its bizarre finger legs and held it up easily, allowing Mina to douse its body with her acid, doing significant damage before Katsuki smashed into it, splattering its abdomen like a blood balloon with a stomp from his boot and destroying 3 of its legs with a powerful explosion. It was a brutal attack, but the Nomu was mostly unfazed. Mina's acid had weakened the joints holding its remaining legs, allowing the Nomu to wriggle and tear its own legs off to escape Shoji's grasp. With only 3 remaining legs that were barely hanging on, the Nomu tossed itself sideways to roll away from Katsuki's follow-up strike. It rolled towards Ochako and Momo, both of whom were wielding machetes that Momo had made. The girls tried to strike it, but their weapons were melted by a sudden blast of corrosive poison from the creature's misshapen mouth, forcing them to back off for a moment. With no one else in that direction, the spider Nomu was able to roll out of the hero's encirclement, giving it enough time to regenerate, proving it had the same regenerative quirk as the other Nomu. With its body restored to peak condition, the spider Nomu spewed more poison to keep the heroes away while it dragged itself towards the ceiling with some red webbing. Eraser and Zero used their skills to pull the few students in range of the poison to safety, all while Eraser was using his quirk on the spider Nomu. He scowled with irritation. It's the same as the other Nomu. Its powers, excluding regeneration, aren't quirks. I can't erase them. The only reason the spider Nomu had been able to regenerate at all was because it had rolled behind Aizawa's students, thus breaking his line of sight. Everyone with a ranged ability, fire at it. Keep it out of the sky. Momo ordered, drawing the sniper rifle she'd made in the conflagration zone. The rest of her classmates shouted their agreements, and fired a volley of attacks at the monster. It dodged easily however, its skill with weaving webs and swinging around allowing it to practically fly wherever it wanted. Once it had enough webs to dodge the hero's attacks, the color of the liquid within the spider Nomu's abdomen changed from blood red to venomous purple. It then fired webbing of the same color at the numerous unconscious villains that littered the plaza. As each villain was struck, their body would convulse as the muscles swelled up to twice their usual size and their blood vessels glowed purple through their skin. Then they began to stand up, moving unnaturally as the threads puppeteered them, glowing spider webs appearing on the skin over their hearts. In an instant, the spider Nomu built itself an army of already defeated villains, each left mindless but also strengthened by the demonic webs. What had started as one-sided battle with the single Nomu versus 17 students, one pro-hero, and a Ponko, had now become an even more one-sided battle as the Nomu gained an army of hundreds of villains. Even villains from the disaster zones were shambling out, dragged by threads that had snaked their way through the USJ. Worst still, the threads even worked on Rappa, who had been moments away from reaching Akuro and challenging her again. Well shit. Hitoshi cursed as he and his classmates quickly became the encircled ones. Don't lose hope. We've beaten them all once while we all split up, so we can beat them again. Fighting spirit will help. Himiko shouted, rallying them. Through a combination of their righteous anger and the power of the fighting spirit quirk, the rest of the group let loose a battle cry in response to Himiko's words, and charged at the villains. They were outnumbered at least 10-1, but they weren't going to let that stop them. The horde of villain puppets descended on Eraser and the teens, and they fought back valiantly, holding back the tide through a combination of teamwork, determination, and superior intelligence. The villains were still technically unconscious and simply being puppeteered by the spider Nomu, meaning that only those with mutation quirks could actually use their quirks, reducing the rest to incredibly strong but stupid brawlers. Because of that, Eraserhead didn't even bother with his quirk, especially since it would have interfered with his students, and instead focused on working with Zero to corral villains together so they could be knocked out by bigger attacks from the others. Aoyama and Momo were floated up with Ochako's quirk, the girl being provided with stomach soothers by the vice rep, and used their elevated positions to snipe at the enemy with lasers and rubber rounds. Mina carefully slid around the enemy with her acid, splattering it on the armor and weapons the villains had so the others could safely fight them. Tsuyu was also floated up by Ochako, and used her tongue to grab students in danger of being overwhelmed and toss them to a safer part of the battlefield for some rest. Ochako remained towards the back, protected by an ice wall courtesy of Shoto. She couldn't fight in her current condition and was using all her strength to keep the snipers floating. Ojiro, Aijiro, Sato, Shoji, and Fumikage were acting as the tanks of the class, drawing enemy attention and knocking them flying with powerful blows while defending the less durable students. Kaminari and Jiro formed a tag team, weaving in and out of the enemy horde to use their quirks to electrocute villains or blast them with sound waves, helping to thin their numbers before retreating back behind the wall of tougher students. Zero and Hitoshi fought alongside Eraserhead, using their talents to restrain the mutant quirk users so they could be hit and defeated by the floating snipers. Zero provided Hitoshi with tape to use as a makeshift capture weapon, and through a combination of desperation, fighting spirit, and Eraserhead's tips, the Insomniac boy was keeping up with the others. Lastly, there were the three heavy hitters, Katsuki, Himiko, and Shoto. Himiko remained in the center of the group, using her combat knives, stealth skills, and Master Onigiri's burly form to slip around the battlefield, choking out some villains and slashing the legs of others. Shoto used his ice to shape the battlefield to his will, dividing the enemy with ice walls. which also served to keep the spider Nomu away from the stairs leading to the vulnerable Koda, Toru, and 13, and attempting to freeze large swathes of the enemy in one go. Then of course there was Katsuki, who delivered localized carpet bombing while flying around the battlefield with his explosions, taking out tougher targets and ensuring Rappa was continuously knocked back to keep him from causing trouble. The Yakuza was still conscious, even while controlled by the spider Nomu, and thus could use his quirk. Even Ishiko was doing her bit, using storage to steal weapons from the enemy so Mina could safely destroy them, or sneaking Katsuki's grenades to the optimal location before detonating them. The villains were dropping like flies, and the students were enjoying the catharsis of beating down these criminals that had come to murder them. But despite their victories, the number of villains never actually decreased. The spider Nomu had absolutely no concern for the health and safety of its puppets, and since all but Rappa were unconscious anyway, it didn't matter if the villains were knocked out, the Nomu would continue to control them either way. This quickly became a problem for the heroes, as it didn't matter what they did, the enemy kept coming. The injuries they inflicted didn't deter the demonic puppeteer, so the villain puppets got steadily more and more injured while the students became less willing to fight back, since they could cause irreversible harm if they kept going. It was sickening to watch. Villains with broken legs shambled on as if there was nothing wrong, those with broken arms threw punches with reckless abandon, and all ignored the pain their bodies were no doubt screaming with. Even restraining moves like Shoto's ice or the capture trio quickly became ineffective, as the former could be lethal if overused, and the latter simply couldn't keep enough villains restrained to make a difference, forcing them to keep throwing them back in favor of grabbing other villains causing trouble or trying to get around them. The only way for the heroes to keep the enemy down was to hit them hard enough to rupture the demon spiderwebs inside their bodies, disrupting the Nomu's control, for all of 5 seconds before it took notice and replaced the web. Worst of all, the spider Nomu was still spitting corrosive poison down on the battlefield and didn't care if it hit its own thralls in the process. In fact, it tried to use the controlled villains to hold the students in place so it could bathe them in poison. That forced the students to not only fight the villains, but also try and protect them from the Nomu, who'd otherwise murder them. The tide was turning against them, but Eraser and the teens fought hard to keep the horde busy and away from Akuro and the other Nomu. Then Himiko suddenly reverted to her normal form, her overuse of Master Onigiri's quirk drying up her entire stockpile of his blood. His quirk was hard to use on 5 people at once, let alone 19. With fighting spirits effects disappearing from the heroes, they quickly found themselves outmatched. They became overcome with fatigue from all the fighting, and their quirks were weaker without the boost, making them less effective. Ochako was overcome with nausea and was forced to release her quirk, returning Tsuyu, Momo, and Aoyama to the ground, while Shoto was forced to restrict his ice even more as he steadily succumbed to the effects of hypothermia, his fire side too underdeveloped to counter the effects and keep him warm enough. Without their aerial support and Shoto's ice barriers, the students were quickly overrun. Aoyama was the first to go down, without fighting spirit letting him power through the drawbacks of his naval laser. He couldn't use his quirk to defend himself and was quickly knocked unconscious by a villain with a hammerhead shark mutant quirk. He was followed closely by Shiro and Mina, both of whom had tried to get Aoyama to safety only to be overwhelmed and knocked out themselves. Thankfully, before the spider Nomu could use its webs to control the downed heroes, Fumikage unleashed Dark Shadow and had it rush forward to grab them, knocking villains flying as it went, before extending all the way up to the top of the stairs and depositing them in Koda's care. I hate to admit it. The Raven Boy frowned, but the darkness exuded by Akuro is as effective at strengthening me as fighting spirit was. That small victory aside, the battle quickly became a one-sided beatdown against the students. Kaminari overloaded himself in a desperate attempt to attack the spider Nomu, only to miss and be rendered useless. Jiro was knocked out by a vicious gut punch from the controlled Rappa as she tried to get Kaminari to safety. Tsuyu was knocked flat after a villain grabbed her tongue and used it to pull her into the path of a brutal kick to the face. Sato overused his quirk, turning sugar to strength at the cost of his intelligence, until he was almost as mindless as the villains themselves and was quickly overwhelmed. Shoji fought valiantly to defend Fumikage while the boy used Dark Shadow to pull the fallen out of the battlefield, but he wasn't able to stand up to the massive opposition and passed out from repeated blows and exhaustion just before Katsuki could get to him. Even Eraserhead went down, having his leg broken by a villain that had aimed for Hitoshi. He remained conscious, but couldn't remain standing and refused to allow any of his students to act as a crutch for him, out of fear it would leave them vulnerable. In short order, the heroes left standing had been reduced to just Katsuki, Himiko, Ochako, Hitoshi, Aijiro, Fumikage, Momo, and Shoto. Hitoshi had been lucky and was protected by Eraserhead, while Ochako had only remained in the fight thanks to Aijiro defending her while she caught her breath, and Momo only managed to stay safe by using the remnants of Shoto's ice walls to kite the enemy while she kept them back with the long barrel of her now empty sniper rifle. This is bad. Ishiko cried, unable to effectively fight without her boosted quirk and forced to watch from the bottom of the stairway as the students were pushed back. They'd barely managed to avoid being enveloped and were now forming one last defensive wall at the base of the stairs to try and keep the villains from climbing up and getting to their injured and unconscious classmates. The fuck do we do now? Katsuki growled, using only token weak explosions to knock the enemy back. He was relying more on the shockwaves of his attacks, as the ragged horde of zombie-like villains could be killed if he used more serious attacks. We could try calling for help from Akuro. Himiko weakly suggested, struggling to parry a villain that had grabbed one of the machetes Momo had created and accidentally dropped earlier. Eraser, left unable to move on the stairway, looked over to where Akuro was toying with Nomu. She was currently boiling it in the flood zone by heating the water with Akumanu's electricity and licking her chops as she did so. No doubt she could hear what was happening, and either didn't care if the heroes lost, or was certain they'd be fine. Both were possible, as Akuro was psychotic and Izumi had faith in her siblings. I think she's too focused on her meal. Aizawa-sensei shuddered, watching Akuro pull the boiled Nomu from the water and take a bite. Todoroki, can you use a massive ice attack to freeze the whole horde at once? Momo asked, just long enough for us to take out the spider Nomu. The dual-colored boy frowned and shook his head. I've already overused my ice. An attack on that scale would send me into hypothermic shock. Why not use your fire side to counter that? I know you've got issues with using it for whatever reason. Hitoshi said, remembering the battle trial and Shoto's reaction to almost using his flames, but we're in a real life or death situation here. Shoto grimaced, I've been trying this whole time. I've barely used my fire side, so it's underdeveloped. I'd need double the output to keep me alive after freezing this whole horde. Fumikage used Dark Shadow to swat aside another group of villains, then turned to Himiko, do you think you could help him? The girl nodded, I should be able to. If Shoto gives me some blood so I can copy him, that is. Take it, we can't keep this up much longer and the others are dead if the enemy gets past us. Shoto agreed. Without another word, Himiko left the front line and ran behind Shoto, who was already bracing himself for the needle. Himiko was remarkably skilled, having trained in using a needle at Mizurufu General Hospital, and managed to draw a healthy amount of blood from Shoto without the boy noticing anything beyond a mild pinch in his left thigh. Himiko greedily gulped down the blood and immediately transformed into a perfect replica of Shoto, costume and all. After taking a few seconds to get accustomed to the feel of Shoto's quirk, Himiko held onto his right side and began slowly pumping out heat at the same rate as Shoto's own quirk, allowing him to keep himself warm and free from hypothermia. Everyone get back. Shoto yelled, thrusting a hand forward as frost began to form on it. The remaining fighters retreated to just behind him, excluding Katsuki, who launched himself into the air and towards the spider Nomu, and the instant they were all out of his way, Shoto forced out all the ice he could, blanketing half the plaza. The villains were immediately engulfed and frozen deeply enough that they couldn't simply break free at the cost of ripping off their skin. A few had done just that earlier in the fight, with only their noses and mouths left free so they could breathe. The ice was so effective in covering half the plaza that even Akuro took notice, briefly turning to see what was happening, before grinning wolfishly and looking to Tamura, who was watching this all with disbelief, and making a throat-slitting motion at him, then turning back to her toy/meal, Nomu. Almost immediately, Shoto collapsed to one knee from exhaustion and cold, while Himiko was left to focus on keeping him warm. They'll need to be thawed quickly, or they'll die. Take out the Nomu fast. Shoto yelled through chattering teeth. Way ahead of you, icy hot. Katsuki grinned viciously, already about to blast the infuriating monster. The spider Nomu screeched and spat poison at the boy, but Katsuki simply blocked with one of his grenadier bracers, specifically the revolving barrel one, allowing the weapon to melt and splatter its contents all over the Nomu, before Katsuki tossed it aside and blasted Nomu point blank. The resulting explosion, boosted by the sweat that had just coated the spider Nomu, was enough to almost vaporize the beast. It reduced the Nomu to only a head and half a torso, as well as igniting its hair to ensure it burned to death. Unfortunately for the heroes, the explosion also sent the Nomu flying into the fountain, still full of blood from the other Nomu, which extinguished the flames and allowed the spider Nomu to regenerate itself. Fucking hell. Why do none of these fucking villains just give up already? Katsuki screamed angrily as he landed. We're running out of time. These guys will all die soon if we don't hurry. Ijiro yelled, looking at the frozen villains. At that moment, one of the villains actually managed to break free of the ice. It was Rappa, the sole villain still able to use his quirk thanks to being conscious despite the Nomu's control. He punched himself free and was immediately forced to attack Shoto, splitting the group's attention. Shoto and Himiko couldn't move, as they focused their fire power on warming Shoto's body, so they were defenseless. Eraser removed Rappa's quirk, but that wouldn't be enough to stop the villain doing some serious damage. Katsuki was about to turn away from the spider Nomu when Ijiro, Fumikage, and Momo leapt to the defense of the others. Ijiro immediately hardened himself as much as he could and stood in front of Shoto and Himiko, protecting them with his own body. Rappa pounded away at him, having little effect on the boy until Aizawa's fatigue forced him to blink, returning the Yakuza's quirk. With his powers back, Rappa's next flurry of blows was much faster and stronger, managing to shatter Ijiro's rock-like skin and break his arms. The redhead screamed with pain, but refused to budge. "My friends are behind me. I won't break," he roared. Rappa's fists flew forward with enough force to rip Ijiro's hands right off, but the redhead was protected by Dark Shadow, who took the blows and was blown back, sending Fumikage flying into the stairs too. Rappa tried to finish Ijiro again, but this time Momo got in his way with a pair of shields produced from her forearms. They quickly buckled under Rappa's assault, breaking Momo's arms too, but the girl wouldn't back down either. "We'll hold off Rappa and protect the others. Take down the Nomu," she ordered through pain tears, yelling to Ochako, Hitoshi, and Katsuki. "Hold out Ponytail, we'll blow that thing to hell," Katsuki yelled, running at the Nomu still sitting in the fountain. The spider Nomu screeched and tried to retreat while spitting poison, but Katsuki launched an explosion at the ground to kick up rubble that he could use to protect himself and his classmates. The poison melted some of it, and the rest was touched by Ochako and made to float, so Hitoshi could grab it with his tape lasso and fling it at the Nomu like a miniature meteor shower. The Nomu was pelted and knocked off its feet, left stunned by the assault. It had managed to destroy some of the projectiles with poison though, as well as melt Hitoshi's borrowed tape. "I won't be made useless that easily. I don't need a flashy quirk to be effective," Hitoshi roared, grabbing a length of the spider Nomu's own threads, discarded after its web was destroyed by Katsuki earlier. Quickly tying it into a new lasso, Hitoshi threw the threads just like Aizawa did with his capture weapon, successfully managing to catch all but one of the Nomu's legs and leave it unable to escape. "Shinso, bend the threads more to your left. Use the principle of leverage to reduce the amount of strength needed," Aizawa yelled, seeing Hitoshi struggling against the Nomu's strength. The boy nodded and did as he was told, finding it much easier to hold the Nomu now that he was holding the threads at an angle. With a hard yank, Hitoshi dragged the Nomu out of the fountain, where Katsuki delivered a weak explosion to slap it towards Ochako. Ochako slapped the spider Nomu hard across the face, removing its gravity in the process and allowing Hitoshi to effortlessly swing the creature into the air. Once the Nomu was in position, Katsuki leapt upward with his explosions and shoved his remaining gauntlet into the spider Nomu's face. "Take this fucker. Doom grenade," he roared, pulling the pin. An enormous explosion erupted from Katsuki's cannon-like gauntlet, bathing the spider Nomu in a colossal amount of fire and explosive force, more than enough to almost completely incinerate it. Only the Nomu's head and some charred ribs survived, and were launched straight into the sky thanks to it having no gravity. It flew through the hole Akuro had made in the USJ roof, and disappeared beyond the clouds, vanishing to parts unknown. Immediately, all the frozen villains were suddenly freed from the ice as their swollen muscles shrank back to their normal size and they slumped back to unconsciousness. The ice crumbled around them without their bodies to support it, making it easy for Shoto and Himiko to use fire to quickly melt it. The villains were unconscious, beaten to within an inch of their lives, and now cold and wet, but they were all alive. Rappa came to his senses and immediately stopped attacking, backing off so Fumikage, Ijiro, and Momo could finally catch their breaths and nurse their numerous injuries. Tamura and Kurojiri watched with horror as their second secret weapon was blasted into the stratosphere by the combination of the students, while Katsuki, Ochako, and Hitoshi cheered for their victory. Unnoticed by any of them, Akuro briefly looked back at the heroes with a smirk. Even corrupted beyond belief, Izumi had faith in her friends. With the spider Nomu gone, the only threats remaining were Rappa, Tamura, Kurojiri, and the other Nomu, and possibly Akuro, so all the remaining heroes surrounded Rappa, who was feeling lethargic after being puppeteered by the spider Nomu. Fumikage stood protectively in front of Ijiro and Momo, whose broken arms would keep them out of the fight, while Katsuki, Himiko, Ochako, Shoto, and Hitoshi stared down the tired Yakuza. "Give it up. You've lost," Shoto said, raising his right hand threateningly. Rappa sighed and put his hands up. "I'm not going to fight you. Hell, if you want it, I'll even help you," he said, frowning seriously. "You came here to kill us, and now you think we'll believe you're willing to help us out." Himiko spat. "I came here to fight Amaterasu. The rest of this shit didn't matter. That Shigaraki shit said I could fight her if I helped him, and I'd never get the chance for a proper match if I didn't. But he fucking betrayed me by first killing her, then turning her into that, he pointed to Akuro, and lastly, he used that spider freak to take control of me like a fucking toy. I want to fight Amaterasu, cause I like to fight strong people, but I want to kill Shigaraki for screwing with me from the beginning, the Yakuza growled. The man was fairly simple, and wore his emotions on his sleeve. There wasn't an ounce of deceit in him, and by his own admission, he'd only attacked others if he was being controlled or they were getting in the way of his fight with Izumi. Himiko eyed him carefully for a few moments. Will you seriously help us deal with the last of the enemy? And possibly Akuro too, she asked suspiciously. I give you my word, if the word of a criminal means shit to you. Rappa said earnestly. The remaining students exchanged looks, before nodding grimly. Alright, we need all the help we can get. Don't you dare betray us. Himiko warned. Rappa grinned and slammed his fists together. You got it, tiny boss. Himiko rolled her eyes while the others chuckled at the villain's words. Just as they were about to reconvene with the others and discuss what to do next, the cold feeling that had descended on the USJ with Izumi's transformation into Akuro intensified, making everyone shiver with fear. They all looked towards Akuro, who had grown a bit larger and was now producing even more demon smoke. She wasn't eating Nomu over and over anymore, and was instead simply pummeling the creature against the shore of the flood zone, occasionally stopping to slice pieces of it off with her claws. She wasn't saying a word anymore, only whimpering, growling, and howling as she extracted some bloody revenge on the completely outmatched Nomu. She's losing her grip even more. Katsuki scowled. Ishiko hopped over and jumped on his shoulder. Akuro was acting like she didn't care while we battled the spider Nomu, but I bet it was actually getting to her. She's still Izumi beneath all that pain and hatred, so seeing her friends get hurt while she did nothing to help probably upset her. Now she's just giving in completely to her crueler instincts, losing any real intelligence at all. As if to punctuate Ishiko's words, Akuro smashed Nomu high into the air, before slamming him down into the water right beside where the flood zone group had restrained the crab monsters. Akuro took notice of the creatures, and the heroes were forced to watch as she snatched them up and messily devoured them, effortlessly crunching through the exoskeleton that the flood zone trio had worked so hard to break. The release of demonic smoke was a relief to the teens, since it informed them that they really were just monsters and not people. What do we do now? We've already decided that killing Tamura is a bad idea, but should we try and capture him? Protecting him from Akuro could make her target us, especially if she's gone completely feral now. Momo asked, her broken arms now in slings that she'd made with her quirk. The students looked to Eraserhead, but he had no idea what to do in this situation. They couldn't escape the USJ in their current condition, and were basically helpless against Akuro. They probably wouldn't even survive against Tamura if he tried to attack them. They couldn't run, they couldn't fight, and they couldn't trust Akuro to protect them if they were attacked again. They were well and truly stuck. At that moment, there was a loud bang that silenced all noise within the USJ. The remaining students gasped and looked to the top of the stairway, where the sound had come from. Another bang swiftly followed, and the students ran up to where Koda and the injured were resting, dragging Rappa and a limping Eraserhead with them. Just as they reached the top of the stairs to the USJ entrance, a third bang resulted in the severely dented gates of the USJ slamming open. A single figure stepped through the open gates and looked at the injured and unconscious students, a furious frown on his face. Steam wafted off his body as he stepped forward, the hopeless expressions of the injured being replaced with overwhelming joy and relief. Tamura narrowed his eyes, looks like it's finally game over. Fear not. All Might stepped forward, I am here. Next chapter, The Might of Hope. To be released, February 23, 2022. Well, this battle marks the end of combat for the majority of the students of 1A. They fought long and hard, and escaped death, but they're too wounded to fight anymore. Only a small handful can keep going, and it looks like they won't need to now. The Spider Nomu may seem like a weird addition this late in the arc, but it was mostly brought out to foreshadow a future arc and hint at something I'm planning. Naturally, this won't be the last we see of it. It's a very powerful Nomu, and would have been impossible for the students to beat if Akuro hadn't stopped it unleashing its full power. I'm curious to see if people can identify the clues I left in this chapter. Anywho, we all know the highlight of this chapter, All Might is finally here. Things can only get better from here, right? Next chapter, All Might faces off with the demonic Akuro and learns her true identity, while Katsuki and Himiko, with some help from Koda, enact a plan to finally save Izumi and return her to normal. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday, April 14, 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Fear not. All Might stepped forward, I am here. Half the students that were still conscious, plus Ashiko, burst into tears of relief as they watched the number 1 hero enter the USJ, while the others almost flopped to the ground, knowing they were safe now. The sheer presence exuded by All Might was enough to drive fear into the hearts of the evil, while inspiring hope in all those who needed aid. That was how powerful of a symbol All Might was. Simply by being there, every good person in the USJ knew they were safe now. Katsuki spared a glance at Tamura and Kurojiri, who were both looking skittish and preparing to flee. All Might didn't look at the villains at first. Instead he walked towards where Koda was standing protectively over 13, Toru, and the unconscious students of 1A. The hero's face was like thunder as he carefully looked over each one, cataloging their injuries as best he could with his burning blue eyes. He walked over to Koda, who was one of those crying with relief, and patted his shoulder. "You did well to protect them, young Koda. Don't worry, help is on the way to take them all to safety." All Might promised. Koda nodded shakily, unable to speak through his emotions at the moment even if he wanted to. All Might then turned to Toru and 13, "Are you both alright? I'm sorry but I can't see your injuries." "We're fine for now, All Might. Hagakure suffered some frostbite and hypothermia, and I had my own quirk turned back on me by a villain that can create warp gates." 13 answered for both of them, seeing as Toru was shivering and crying too much to speak coherently. All Might nodded grimly, before walking to the top of the stairs where the remaining fighters of the class were gathered. His gaze swept over them, a vein pulsing angrily on his forehead as he noticed the badly broken arms of Ijiro and Momo, as well as Ochako's sickly pallor and Aizawa's broken leg. His glare intensified as he looked at Rappa, recognizing the man as one of the shy Hasaikai stragglers. Rappa wasn't about to push his luck and immediately put his hands up in surrender. He knew he stood no chance against All Might, who'd kicked his ass while under a drunken quirk last time they'd met. "You are one of the villains behind this attack, correct?" he asked coldly, his lack of smile beginning to really unnerve Rappa. "Why yeah. I joined these guys to fight Amaterasu. I was betrayed though, so I offered to help these kids instead." Rappa explained himself quickly. "He's telling the truth," Himiko said, trusting her intuition. All Might shot one more glare at the Yakuza, before deciding to trust Himiko. All Might turned back to the USJ Plaza and scowled down at the chaos. The fountain was full of blood, a hole had been blasted in the ceiling, and hundreds of badly hurt villains were lying unconscious around the area. Tamura and Kurojiri were the furthest from him, watching the number 1 fearfully, while a massive werewolf monster tore apart some other inhuman creature over by the flood zone. Worryingly, Amaterasu was nowhere to be found, only Ishiko remained. He wondered if she'd been killed just before he arrived and was taking her time to use astral resurrection, or if one of the villains had been possessed by a brush demon and she was currently fighting it in the astral plane. He hoped it was the latter, and Ishiko had been left behind to support the class. "It looks like you students were able to take care of almost everything by yourselves," he said, unrestrained pride in his voice. "Only a handful of villains remain conscious. You all did very well. But you can rest now," he assured them, beginning to walk down the steps. "All Might. You should know Himiko began, only for the hero to gently cut her off. "It's alright, young Himiko. I heard most of the details already," he said, glaring at Tamura. The attack on Tartarus by the majority of the shy Hasaikai remnants was a total failure, only getting through the first layer of defenses thanks to a warp quirk of some kind. "I captured them all easily, and they spilled the beans. They teamed up with you," he pointed at Tamura, "the so-called League of Villains, to kidnap young Arie, corrupt Amaterasu, and then kill me. You are also the ones behind the zero-pointer incident, and the press invasion." All Might clenched his fist so hard that if he'd been holding anything, it would have been powderized. "You've caused a lot of trouble, but your little war with us is over. Surrender, you have no other options." Tamura shivered back at the intensity in the hero's words. All Might wasn't simply mad. No, he was apoplectic. His colleagues were injured, his students had been brutalized while fighting for their lives, and his young assistant was missing in action. Mere anger wasn't enough to describe his feelings. In his full costume, All Might made for an overwhelmingly intimidating foe, managing to be almost as terrifying as Akuro, whom All Might was keeping a careful eye on, seeing as the beast hadn't paid him any attention and was just howling and snarling in its own little world of hate and rage. "TCH, that's just typical. First our plan with Amaterasu goes wrong, then those little shits knock my other Nomu into the fucking sky, and now you've shown up when we aren't fully buffed and prepared. Talk about an unfair boss." Tamura grumbled, scratching viciously at his neck, "But even if you're too early for us, you're too late for them. Almost all your precious students were hurt because you weren't there. Like all the trash in this world of heroes, you're always too late when it really matters." All Might grit his teeth, but refused to rise to Tamura's bait. He could easily see Kurojiri was the one with the warp quirk, his appearance matching that of the warp gate scene at Tartarus. That was why the hero allowed Tamura to monologue like all foolish villains did, while he slowly walked forward and got into the perfect position. That way he could take them both down in one burst of speed before Kurogiri could escape. "You're pretty quick, getting here all the way from Tartarus. But you were still too slow, was sensei right? Have you gotten weaker?" Tamura asked, a creepy grin crossing his face as an idea came to him. "I'd planned for Amaterasu to be on my side so she could help me kill you, but that didn't work out, at least not the way I'd hoped." Tamura reached into his pocket, then gave Kurogiri a side-eyed look, before flicking his eyes up towards Eraserhead. The underground hero wasn't currently using his quirk, instead resting his eyes so he'd be prepared if Tamura tried to lay hands on All Might or Kurogiri expanded into a warp gate, which meant both villains could currently use their powers. Kurogiri nodded subtly, opening the smallest warp gate he could directly in Tamura's pocket. Suddenly, a second warp gate opened directly over All Might's shoulder, just out of his peripheral vision, and Tamura's hand emerged from it. Eraserhead snapped to attention, erasing Tamura's quirk to prevent All Might from being decayed, but Tamura simply smirked. That had never been his plan. Instead, Tamura's hand opened and a small glass vial fell from it, shattering across All Might's rock-hard muscles and splattering its contents on him. Tamura pulled his hand back and the warp gates closed, just as All Might turned to examine what had gotten on him. The hero blinked in surprise. He'd expected acid or some sort of poison that would necessitate ripping off a part of his costume, but to his surprise the liquid within the vial had been much more mundane, and significantly more sinister. Blood. Before the hero could even begin to guess the purpose of this, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. All Might quickly ducked, just barely managing to avoid the muscular Nomu that had been thrown at him. He turned on his heel and was suddenly faced with the rabid fangs and claws of Akuro bearing down on him. Shit! All Might cursed, leaping out of the way just before Akuro's claws could tear through him. Kill! Kill! I'll kill you, the demon snarled, pursuing All Might as he dodged. What the hell is this thing? All Might cried, ducking and dodging as fast as he could. The hero didn't know it, but the Nomu Akuro had been toying with was designed to match him, though it missed the mark by a wide margin, and yet Akuro had been effortlessly knocking it around. As terrifying as it was to admit, the Lupin Demonis might actually be stronger than him. All Might jumped over Akuro's wild swipes, and despite feeling unusually reluctant to hit the creature, nonetheless responded with Detroit Smash. The hero's punch struck Akuro in the jaw with enough force to send the massive creature careening into the side of the downpour zone, ripping the dome to shreds and causing the simulated rain and wind systems to shut down due to the damage. Akuro howled in pain, drowning out the attempts by the other heroes to shout to All Might. The beast's jaw was clearly dislocated, but with another howl, Akuro snapped it back into place and attacked again. That punch was at 75% power and this thing shrugged it off so easily. All Might scowled, once again dodging as quickly as he could to evade Akuro's claws. He'd been aiming for 100%, but he'd subconsciously held back at the last second. All Might had no idea what this creature was, but the heart-wrenching sounds of its howls and the clear tears still cascading down its face made it appear as a pitiful creature despite its strength, and he was finding it hard to fight it. His instincts were screaming at him that something was very wrong here. This thing didn't attack until the blood got on me. Is it like a shark, or does the blood belong to someone it cares about? All Might wondered, narrowly managing to sidestep a downward slash from Akuro that would have taken off his arm. While All Might was faced with Akuro's wrath and the other heroes were shouting in vain in an attempt to tell him who Akuro was, Tamura was sitting back and enjoying the show. Perfect. This way I don't even need to tame her to have her kill All Might, he grinned. Using the spare vial of the Arie girl's blood to draw Akuro's wrath to All Might was clever, but how did you know it would work? Kurogiri asked, preparing a warp gate to finally get Tamura to safety. Tamura shrugged, it was a gamble. The longer Amaterasu is in that form, the more her mind declines. She's completely feral now, mindlessly attacking anyone she views as a threat. How could she not attack All Might after smelling her precious child's blood on him? I wagered everything on that, and it finally paid off. At that moment, Tamura's phone beeped as he received a message from his sensei. He scowled as he read the contents. TCH, sensei wants me to return right now. Just as it was getting good. Did he say why? Kurogiri asked. Nothing. Damn it, the villain turned to the open warp gate, whatever. Either Akuro kills All Might, and we achieve our primary goal, or All Might defeats her and she's left weak enough that I can tame her. I'm going back to see sensei. You stay and observe, retrieve Nomu if possible, and Amaterasu too if she is defeated. Tamura ordered, before tossing his phone to Kurogiri, record whatever you can with that. If All Might meets his demise, I want to see it, he ordered. He then stepped through the warp gate and vanished from the USJ. All Might noticed this, but he was being kept so busy by Akuro's wild rage that he couldn't do a thing about it. The demon could track him even at his fastest, and was durable enough to take at least 75% of his strength without much trouble. Plus, its claws were able to get through his own durability, as the hero had learned after being scratched by the tip of one after underestimating Akuro's speed. Carolina Smash. All Might cried, delivering a cross chop to Akuro's chest at 100% of his power after their battle got a little too close to the stairway where the students were watching. The full force of his blow sent Akuro careening backward into the wall of the USJ, demolishing the rest of the downpour zone entirely and leaving a massive crater in the side of the facility. All Might felt bad as he listened to Akuro's cry of pain, but he needed to defeat it. He had worked out it was likely a demon thanks to the corrupted divine markings on its face and the demonic smoke it was giving off, but he couldn't defeat it until Isumi came back from wherever she was. Akuro pulled herself out of the wall, dazed and with an element of physical pain added to her howls to go along with the emotional pain they already possessed. All Might hesitated, and turned to the students to order them to escape. Eraser, get the students out of here. The rest of the Udata staff are coming as fast as they can, but this is no place for the students, he yelled to them. Katsuki and Himiko tried to scream something back at him, but All Might was suddenly blindsided by Nomu, who immediately began trying to grapple him. Off to the side, Kurogiri narrowed his eyes. He'd ordered Nomu to try and kill All Might too. Destroying the hero was their #1 priority after all, and keeping him from learning the truth about Akuro would ensure he fought hard enough to weaken her before his demise. Nomu punched wildly at All Might, who had a much easier time blocking it than he did with Akuro, but the moment the wolf demon returned to the battle with a bloodthirsty snarl, Nomu bolted in fright, too terrified to be near her after she tortured it. On the bright side, that meant All Might didn't have to deal with Akuro and Nomu at the same time, but on the downside, Akuro was much more troublesome. Focusing intently, All Might ducked a swipe from Akuro's left claw, then jumped over a swipe from the right, landing on the back of the demon's hand. As carefully and quickly as he could, All Might ran up Akuro's arm to its shoulder, aiming for its face. Akuro turned at the last minute, facing the hero, who promptly cried, "New York Smash," before shoulder slamming into the demon's nose with his full strength and momentum. Akuro howled in pain and was knocked sideways, rolling several times in the air before landing in the flood zone. Every structure in the zone was crushed, and Akuro sat in the water like a child in a paddling pool, holding her aching nose. There was blood on it, but none of it was Akuro's. All Might had hit her with the shoulder that Tamura had dumped blood on, and now that same blood was coating her sensitive nose. A desperate, heartbreaking cry ripped itself from Akuro's throat, sounding far more human and feminine than the deep, demonic noises All Might had heard from her so far. In fact, the voice was so familiar that it made him freeze up completely before he could pursue her. Akuro was crying even harder now, so much so that not even her snarls and howls could disguise it, and in her misery, she screamed a name that had All Might's blood turning to ice. Arie! Arie! All Might's mouth hung open with horror. With a shaking hand, he touched the blood on his shoulder and looked at it. It couldn't belong to. The demon couldn't be. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be true. Nomu tried to use Akuro's distance from All Might as a chance to attack him, but the hero was so emotional as he tried to deny what his gut was telling him that he wasn't in the mood to hold back. With a vicious haymaker, All Might whirled around and smashed Nomu into the other side of the USJ, before turning back to the crying Akuro, who was now wildly headbutting the water in an attempt to get the blood off her nose. "Please, tell me I'm wrong. You can't be. Izumi." All Might, bellowed Katsuki, screaming at the top of his lungs through a megaphone Momo had created. The hero gave one last forlorn look at the weeping demon, then leapt up to the students in a single bound. "Young Katsuki. It isn't true, is it? That demon can't be dash," he said, before stopping as he saw the pained expressions on Katsuki and Himiko's faces. "It is, All Might. That demon is Akuro Amaterasu, Izumi's fully corrupted form." Ishiko answered, seeing as the teens couldn't bring themselves to say it. All Might shook his head, "But that can't be. How did this happen?" Eraser once again took on the duty of breaking the news, so the teens could be spared. Right at the beginning of the attack, Amaterasu handed Arie to Ida and had him run for help. That mist villain intercepted them sometime after. Ida was killed, and Arie was captured and tortured to death by Tamura Shigaraki, the villain behind this attack and the one that escaped. Shigaraki showed her blood and hair to Amaterasu, as well as destroying her horn. She must have smelled that the blood was legitimate, because she went completely mad with grief and transformed into that, he said, pointing to Akuro, who was almost drowning herself in an attempt to wash off the blood and scent of her daughter. All Might stared blankly at Eraser for a moment, before his face became one of confusion. But that's impossible, he exclaimed. Believe me, we wish it was. Right now we're trying to figure out how to make Izumi come to her senses. Himiko said. When did all this happen? All Might suddenly asked, looking between the group with urgency. The USJ survivors exchanged a few looks before Momo answered, I can't be sure since it's been hard to keep track of time in all this chaos, but I think it was 20 minutes ago. Maybe a bit less. All Might's face suddenly broke into a massive smile, then I was right. It is impossible. What are you talking about? Katsuki demanded. All Might looked at him with bright, hopeful eyes. I was at the school main building just 5 minutes ago after getting back from Tartarus. Young Ida was there, telling the principal what was happening here. Every conscious member of 1A gasped, new life igniting in their eyes as they looked at the grinning hero. Himiko grabbed him by the wrist and held onto him like she was afraid he was an illusion. Does that mean? Was she? Was Arie? All Might nodded, yes, young Himiko. I saw her clear as day. Young Arie was alive and in perfect health. She is still alive. There was a brief moment of silence, before they all erupted into elated cheers. Katsuki and Himiko held on to one another for support as their legs went weak with pure relief, while Ochako and Ishiko were loudly crying while cheering. Hitoshi and Fumikage sat on the ground as their own legs gave out, and Ijiro and Momo tried to awkwardly pat their friends' backs with their injured arms. Toru was sobbing with happiness while a very pleased 13 and Koda rubbed her back, and even the Iceman Shoto was smiling at the good news. Aizawa looked over at Akuro with newfound determination, and was quickly joined by All Might and the others. We need to tell Akuro. Thanks to Orochi, we know she partially turned into a demon before when she killed Rokuju, but was able to turn back when the reason for her transformation was gone. If Akuro learns Arie is still alive, then she should turn back into Izumi. Aizawa informed them. Without proof, and with some of Arie's blood on All Might, she won't believe us. Katsuki scowled, plus, she's actively trying to kill you All Might. How did Shigaraki even get her blood and hair in the first place? Hitoshi asked. All Might shook his head, a question better saved for later. How do we prove to Akuro that Arie is alive? Should we go get her? Ochako suggested. Bad idea, the enemy might attack her for real. Ijiro said. Then a video call, someone with a phone must be looking after her, so if we contact them and ask them to put her on a video call then Akuro will see and hear her. Momo offered. But everything is still being jammed. Toru shivered, holding up her cell phone to show it had no service. All Might frowned, it's too dangerous to lure Akuro out of the USJ so she can hear the call, so we'll need to stop whoever's jamming the signal. I can do it. Koda suddenly said, speaking for the first time. His voice was high-pitched and feminine, which didn't really suit his bulky body. He clearly knew it too, as his cheeks went red with embarrassment. He shook it off though, I can get birds from the outside to scout the USJ. They'll find the person doing the jamming. Good job Koda. Himiko praised, do it. In the meantime, we'll prepare to beat the crook. All Might, you'll have to hold Akuro off by yourself. Don't hold back. Even if she's Izumi beneath all that hate, she's still a threat. She'd never forgive herself if she hurt you, so kick her ass if you have to. I'll help All Might too. Rappa offered, I feel shitty about the whole thing with the little girl, both today and before when I was under overhaul. And if I make it up to Amaterasu, she might agree to fight me for real someday. The heroes didn't think that was likely, but were willing to accept his help. Rappa had honor, despite his less than legal activities. Everyone nodded in agreement with the plan, and shot off to do their jobs. Ijiro and Momo sat with the injured and unconscious, with Koda's guard post now taken over by Fumikage and Shoto. Ochako and Hitoshi went with Koda to find some birds outside the USJ, and Katsuki, Himiko, and Ishiko prepared to hunt down and defeat the villain behind the jamming. This left Eraser to watch Kurogiri and Nomu while Rappa and All Might charged back down to face Akuro. The weeping wolf demon barely registered the two muscular men approaching her, too busy with washing the blood off her nose, which she was failing to do effectively because of her distress. All Might knew his and Rappa's job would be easier if they left her in that condition, but the sight of his beloved student and assistant in so much anguish was too much for All Might, so the hero washed the remaining blood off his own shoulder, then jumped up and forced Akuro's head beneath the water with a full-force double kick to the back of her head. Once she was submerged, All Might used his incredible strength to whip up the waters of the flood zone until they were swirling around Akuro like the inside of a washing machine, getting the blood off much more effectively. With the smell of Arie's blood no longer filling her nose, Akuro was able to calm down slightly, and immediately grabbed All Might while he was pulling himself out of the water. Akuro lifted All Might to her face, and for several terrifying seconds, it looked like she was about to eat him. All Might would have feared for his life, but the demoness wasn't holding him with anywhere near the strength required to prevent him breaking free, so he decided to take a gamble. Izumi, I know you're still in there. I need you to listen to me. Shigaraki lied and tricked you. Arie is still alive, he yelled. The wolf demon snarled loudly in All Might's face, not believing him at all. In a fit of rage, she smashed All Might into the ground beside the flood zone, almost flattening Rappa, who'd been unable to reach them in the water, making the man gasp and leaving him bruised. It was a good thing his quirk made him so durable, or an impact like that would have killed him. Off to the side, Kurojiri narrowed his glowing yellow eyes. He'd been close enough to hear All Might's attempt to convince Akuro that her daughter was alive, meaning the cat was out of the bag on that particular secret. If the heroes were able to get the evidence needed to convince the demon, then she'd turn back and the whole plan would have been a massive waste of resources. Looking up to the now destroyed entrance gate, Kurojiri saw several of the students were missing and rightly assumed they were planning to get help somehow. Nomu, ignore All Might and Akuro. Kill the students, he ordered. If the students were dead, Akuro would have more reasons to stay corrupted. Without a word, Nomu charged forward to fulfill the command. He ran full pelt at the stairway, reaching it just as Akuro was reaching for All Might. All Might. The NOMU. Eraser shouted, alerting the man. All Might immediately grabbed Akuro's extended claw and pulled hard, yanking the massive demon off her feet and tossing her towards the stairway. She landed directly on top of the Nomu, crushing it beneath her bulk, though the shock absorption it possessed ensured it wasn't actually injured. When Akuro got back to her feet and charged at All Might, the Nomu pulled itself to its feet and promptly retreated, trying to find another way to its objective without getting close to the sole subject of its fears. That proved nearly impossible though, as all the conscious heroes were watching it carefully to ensure it couldn't sneak up on them, and warning All Might whenever it got close. Then it was just a matter of All Might throwing Akuro in the Nomu's direction, or running there himself so the demoness would chase him. Nomu couldn't get close to the students, and Kurojiri was left quietly fuming as Eraserhead kept him from warping. The villain briefly considered hiding out of the underground hero's sight, but with All Might and Akuro being so fast, he couldn't warp himself or the Nomu anywhere in the USJ without them being able to reach them in an instant. Through all of this, Rappa ran back and forth, trying to join the fight, before realizing that he was essentially a normal human in a battle of titans, and wisely stepping back to wait for his moment. While this was happening, several pigeons and crows had begun subtly flying in through the hole in the ceiling. Only Katsuki, Himiko, and Ishiko noticed, as they were actively watching for the birds, and kept a close eye on them to see if they indicated where the enemy was. After a few minutes, the birds all flew away, and Koda, Ochako, and Hitoshi ran back in from the outside. The birds found him. Koda said shyly, there's a man in a small building behind the mountain zone. 13 cursed quietly, of course. The main control room for the USJ's systems is there. I should have said before, but I'd assumed the villain could control it all remotely with his quirk. Forget about it. We'll take care of that scum right now. Katsuki declared. Koda, can you lead us there? Himiko asked. The shy boy nodded and ran in the direction the birds had told him, with Katsuki and Himiko flanking him to keep him safe from any surprise attacks from Nomu or Kurojiri. Thankfully, both were too busy keeping an eye on Akuro to notice the teens, and they were able to make it to the control room with no trouble. Without wasting a single second, Katsuki blasted his way in from the roof of the small building, while Himiko and Ishiko infiltrated through the door, leaving Koda outside. They found the villain responsible, a terrified-looking man who would have looked like a completely average person if it weren't for the antenna sticking about his head. The villain screamed in surprise, but was quickly silenced as Himiko chopped him in the throat with the side of her hand and Katsuki followed up by knocking him out with a brutal hammer fist to the top of the head. The villain hit the ground like a sack of potatoes and immediately, Himiko's phone beeped as the signal returned. With not a second to lose, she grabbed it and called Tenya. The air in the control room was tense as the group waited with bated breath for the call to connect, but then their hearts soared as they heard the familiar voice of Tenya Ida answering the call. Himiko. Are you and the others all right? Is it over? Did All Might arrive in time? He asked frantically. Tenya. Thank God, you have no idea how glad we are to hear you're okay. Himiko smiled, signaling to the boys to follow her as she ran out of the room and towards the plaza. Listen, there's no time to explain. Is Arie with you? Of course. She and I are with the youth teachers. We're on our way right now. Tenya answered. Perfect. The villains tricked Izumi into thinking they'd killed you and Arie, so she's going mad with grief. We need you to put Arie on a video call so we can prove it was all just a lie. Himiko told him. Tenya gasped, and Himiko could hear Arie and the teachers reacting in the same way in the background. There was a moment of silence, then Tenya's face appeared on the screen of Himiko's phone as he switched to a video call. Himiko looked at the screen and smiled brightly, seeing the perfectly healthy, if worried, faces of Tenya and Arie. Neither had so much as a scratch on them. Auntie Miko. Arie called to her. The sight of the little girl, and the sound of her voice, sent fresh relief through Himiko, Katsuki, Ishiko, and Koda, fully reigniting the hope they'd lost upon believing she was dead. Arie. Oh darling, thank goodness you're okay. Your mama is in a bad place right now, so we need you to talk to her and make her happy again, okay? She looks a little scary right now, but she's still the same person on the inside. Himiko told her, reaching the plaza. Oh okay. Arie replied. While Himiko was talking to Arie, Katsuki looked over to the battle and saw that Rappa and All Might were still desperately keeping the enraged Akuro busy, driving her towards Nomu whenever the creature made threatening moves. There was no way the teens would get the demoness' attention through all that chaos, so he decided to do something incredibly dangerous and stupid. Sorry Sonny, Snowball, I'm borrowing this, he declared, snatching Himiko's phone and holding it in his teeth as he rocketed himself up into the air and towards the battle, leaving the others worried and confused. He propelled himself directly towards Akuro and crashed into her face, though he lacked the momentum or weight to even make her flinch, before grabbing the fur of her snout and hanging on for dear life. Then, with his free hand, he grabbed the phone from his mouth and thrust it directly in front of one of Akuro's obsidian eyes. The Lupin Demoness responded with confusion, before suddenly freezing as she recognized the image on the screen in front of her. Her eyes widened and her whole body went slack. Mama! Arie cried, her voice echoing out from the phone speakers and piercing deep into Akuro's brain. The constant tears flowing down Akuro's face intensified, and the corrupted girl whimpered out in her own, untainted voice, Arie. A shudder shook through her body, and before anyone knew what was happening, Akuro disappeared in a massive burst of demonic smoke and pure white light. Next chapter, Beyond the Horizon. To be released, February 25, 2022. Boom! All Might shows up and within one chapter, the situation is finally turning back in favor of the heroes. That's the power of the number one hero. I should explain a bit about what was happening there, because Akuro had grown even more feral and lost all sense of reason by the time All Might showed up. She was much easier to trick and more willing to fight All Might, which she never would have done if she'd still had any sense of reason. Of course, that lack of reason is also why All Might survived, since it ensured Akuro didn't have the intelligence to use her brush demon techniques. Physically, she's as strong as 100% All Might, but with those techniques added in, she would have been able to easily kill him. Akuro is a walking calamity, and what we saw in the last few chapters is only a fraction of her destructive potential. However, I can finally 100% confirm to everyone that yes, Arie is alive and always was. Most people called this, as I expected, but more people than I thought actually believed Arie was dead and needed to be revived in some fashion. I'll say here right now, I'm not killing off Arie, or very many characters at all to be honest. I don't like killing characters, as it means I can't use them again without an ass pull of some sort, so I usually only kill characters that I have no intention of using again, like Muscular, or characters that I hate too much to keep using, like Overhaul. Next chapter will have Nomu finally face off with the man he was made to kill, while Kurojiri reveals a bit of his own power. We are speeding towards the end, with the next chapter being the penultimate episode in the USJ arc. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The moment Arie's voice reached Izumi in the depths of Akuro, the Lupin Demoness began to shriek and howl. Pain unimaginable erupted from within as Izumi's inner light, kept suppressed and dimmed by her grief, suddenly burst free from its dark confines. Arie, Izumi's precious pup, was still alive. Tenya, the friend Izumi thought she'd sent to his death, was still alive. Tamura Shigaraki had lied about everything. That revelation caused a spike of righteous anger, but that only magnified the intensity of her light as it shone from the core of her being. It was agonizing to feel her body split apart as the darkness that partially composed it began to break down, but this was the price of falling to corruption. To have Arie turn up alive and well was more than worth this torture. Izumi could feel her heart being torn into two different directions. OkamiHeroAmaterasu was fighting viciously to free herself from the darkness, while Amaterasu was howling and screaming in pain as she fought to survive the light. Izumi the human was caught between these two entities, these two sides of her soul. Both were her, and so she felt both their pain and both their desire. Eventually, Akuro's grip on their shared body and soul waned and she was forced to give up her hold on consciousness, returning to her slumber in the darkest confines of Izumi's being. OkamiHeroAmaterasu was quick to replace the fallen Akuro, blending with her human half once more to restore their torn soul to its proper form. However, while Akuro had retreated, the dark stains its grip had left remained, and the sun goddess was forced to do all it could to contain this inner darkness. But this was all happening within Izumi's heart and mind. The outside world was seeing something very different. The remaining heroes, as well as Rappa, Kurogiri, and Nomu watched as Akuro howled, her colossal body cracking apart as light shone from the cracks and the corruption smoke dissipated. The aura of fear Akuro had been exuding completely vanished, and the supernatural coldness went with it, making everyone in the vicinity suddenly feel very warm as the temperature shot back up to what it was supposed to be. As Akuro howled with pain, the occasional beam of black light would emerge from the cracks too, confusing Ishiko, Katsuki, and Himiko, who had all seen a demon purified back into a god before. The rest of the process was the same, only the odd black light was different. Eventually, Akuro's body shattered completely and Katsuki was sent flying by the sudden burst of energy. He managed to correct himself and land beside All Might and Rappa, and watched as the pieces of Akuro's broken form became hundreds of tiny balls of light. Roughly half of these balls of light were pure white, while the other half were deep black. They flew around the USJ like a tornado, before fusing together at a single point, right where Akuro had been. The light formed the shape of Izumi's true wolf form, but the silhouette kept flashing between white and black. After a moment, the color settled on black and then the light faded, revealing Izumi's current physical form. She was in her true wolf form, the form of OkamiHeroAmaterasu, complete with her normal red divine markings, but her fur was pitch black and her eyes were a dull red. The wolf looked around in confusion, her expression revealing the muddled feelings in her mind. Everyone in the USJ looked at the wolf with confusion. They'd all expected Izumi to turn back to her white wolf form, even those that didn't understand her true nature. They were all puzzled by her dark fur. Izumi! Ishiko yelled, hopping over to stand in front of the wolf, "Are you okay? What's happening?" The wolf tilted her head, "Punkle. Ishiko? I don't remember. Am I Okami? Am I Akuro? Am I Izumi? Don't remember, fuzzy. Lights too bright. Shadows too dark. Arie," she said, speaking through whines and barks since she was in wolf form. Ishiko blinked in surprise, "What the hell? What's going on?" Katsuki asked after frowning at Himiko's phone. He'd accidentally destroyed it with an explosion while ensuring he landed safely after being blown away by Akuro's transformation, so the call with Arie and Tenya had ended. The punkle stroked her chin for a moment, before jumping up onto Katsuki's shoulder. "I can't be totally sure, but I think because Izumi was completely corrupted, removing the reason for the corruption wasn't enough to fully purify her. She's still a demon, but with all the evil and malevolence drained away and replaced by light." "How does that even work?" Himiko asked as she and Fumikage ran over, leaving the rest of the class to watch with confusion. "I'm not sure. Sakuya would probably know more, being an ancient spirit, but if I was to give it my best guess." Ishiko turned back to the wolf, who was sniffing around and quietly whining for Arie. "Izumi has successfully turned from a full demon to a sort of half-demon, remaining dark but not evil, sort of like when she turned into a demon with the Shai Hasaikai. Perhaps because she wasn't purified with sunrise like the brush demons. So losing the source of her corruption is enough to turn her back from a half-demon, but not enough if she's in full Akuro mode. Then we'll have to bring her to Snowball so she can be purified. We're really fucking lucky that Snowball inherited the power to use sunrise," Katsuki said. The rest of small group nodded, excluding Rappa, who was completely lost. Izumi had turned Arie into a demigoddess by accident when taking her scars away after possessing her. If Izumi hadn't done that, then there was a good chance they'd never have gotten her back. "I wonder why she's having trouble remembering anything though." Ishiko thought aloud. She remembers Arie, but can't remember anything else properly. The way she talks makes it sound like she only has fragments. The stress of everything probably fried her brain. "Let's get her to Arie prompto," Himiko said, walking over to the confused and whimpering black wolf and trying to urge her to follow them. Eventually the confused wolf, she still didn't know if she was Akuro, Okami, or Izumi, began to trot alongside Himiko as they walked back to the stairway to meet with the others. The rest of the conscious heroes eyed the black wolf warily, very aware of how differently she looked and acted compared to the Izumi they knew. Before they could say anything though, a black shape came barreling towards them. All Might barely had a chance to knock his allies aside before the Nomu slammed into him with enough force to have him skidding back several steps. The Nomu used his moment of imbalance to uppercut him and knock him into the sky, making land with a groan on the stairs just above where Eraser was waiting. The students yelled to the hero in surprise, while Nomu immediately reached for Wolf Izumi and grabbed her in one hand, reversing the situation from before. Now that she'd changed shape and wasn't releasing an aura of fear, the Nomu didn't seem to even realize that the wolf in its hand and Akuro had ever been the same being. Across the plaza, Kurojiri nodded approvingly, "Good. Nomu, bring Amaterasu to me, then continue your attempts to kill All Might and the students," he ordered. The mist villain almost couldn't believe his good fortune. Akuro had been defeated and left weak enough to be easily transported and hopefully corrupted. He only had to get her out of the USJ and the mission would have been at least a partial success. Unfortunately, thanks to his shouted order, Kurojiri was now being watched by Eraserhead, preventing him from warping away as Nomu began running towards him to drop off the confused wolf. All Might chased after him, ordering Rappa and the students to stay back while he dealt with the duo. Ishiko went with him, to translate for the still confused and partially demonized girl. Izumi wasn't too happy with being manhandled either, and while her memories were muddled she did have enough clarity to remember that Kurojiri and Nomu were enemies, and were in league with the man who'd faked her daughter's death. As she realized that, the dark Izumi had a thought: how exactly did they manage to fool her? While the horn Tamura destroyed could have been fake, there was no way they could have faked the scent of Arie's hair and blood so effectively that they could trick Izumi's wolfish sense of smell. Either they somehow knew the scent well enough to perfectly replicate it, or the hair and blood were genuine. Izumi didn't know which was more likely, but she was determined to find out. Furious and wanting answers, the half-demon wolf bit down hard on Nomu's fingers, then began flailing and squirming as hard as she could until she did enough damage to Nomu's tendons to weaken his grip. Nomu lost the feeling in its fingers and dropped the wolf, who landed on her feet and began running just as quickly at Kurojiri, howling back to Ishiko as she went. "Punkle, tell the blonde muscle man to fight that odd demon," she ordered. Ishiko, mildly concerned that Izumi couldn't even remember All Might in her current state, nonetheless delivered her message. All Might agreed that he was better suited to fight the Nomu, so shouted, "I'll take care of it, Amaterasu," before tackling the Nomu as it healed its injured hand. With Nomu once again being held off and no more demons, villains, or distractions, Izumi was able to reach Kurojiri with no trouble, skidding to a stop right in front of him. She snarled ferociously, "Now I'm going to force you to bring that scumbag Shigaraki back." Kurojiri chuckled quietly to himself, "Oh. And how do you plan to achieve this, if you don't mind me asking," he said, speaking almost like a butler. The wolf recoiled in surprise, "You can understand me." The mist villain nodded, "Demons and spirits alike can understand animals to some degree. You can no doubt already tell that I possess demonic power. You did too, before you were reduced to this weakened state, Akuro Amaterasu." Izumi snarled and pounced at Kurojiri, aiming to wrap her jaws around his face, only for him to easily evade as his head dispersed into black mist. Confused and left gagging as she inhaled some of the disgusting smelling gas, Izumi landed clumsily and was immediately kicked in the side by Kurojiri. She tried to attack again, this time aiming for Kurojiri's leg, but the villain responded by sidestepping her and grabbing the scruff of her neck as she passed him. He then hoisted her into the air and slammed the foot she tried to grab right into her gut. The wolf whimpered in pain as Kurojiri tossed her to the side. "You aren't using your techniques or weapons, and your movements are slow and predictable. Your emotions are so out of balance that your powers aren't working at all. You can't even remember if you're a goddess, a demon, a human, or something in between. It's almost laughable. You nearly derailed our entire mission and now you can barely fight," Kurojiri said as he shook his head pityingly. Izumi looked at him with confusion. Powers and techniques. She couldn't remember anything about that. She tried to focus and find the answers in the maelstrom of her mind, but all she got were flashes. She knew what gods, spirits, punkles, and demons were, and she knew she had been something else before she believed her pup had been killed, and then something else again before learning Arie was actually alive. But aside from the words Akuro and Okami, she couldn't remember much else. Everything else was just instinct. "I don't care. You faked Arie's death, I want to know how," she demanded, shaking the rest of those thoughts out of her head. Kurojiri paused for a moment, considering his options. He still couldn't use Warp Gate thanks to Eraserhead, and All Might was currently fighting on fairly even terms with Nomu, but the hero was stronger than the mist villain had expected and was quickly overcoming the bioengineered monster. His master had been wrong when he said All Might had gotten weaker, and Kurojiri was sure that he'd quickly be attacked and forced to use his trump card if All Might saw him beating up the impaired Amaterasu. If he was going to have to use it anyway, it was better to do so now while All Might was distracted, and remove Amaterasu from the equation entirely, that way there would be no possible counter. Turning back to the injured Black Wolf, Kurojiri spoke, that Nomu over there was created to be an anti-All Might weapon, in case you forgot that too. However, while I am not a Nomu, I too was given powers, both from quirks and demons, to make me a counter to a specific hero, you. In a sense, I am an anti-Amaterasu villain. Allow me to show you how. To the surprise of Izumi and the watching heroes, Kurojiri began expelling huge amounts of black smoke and looked like he was opening a warp gate, despite his quirk still being erased by Aizawa. For an instant, Kurojiri's glowing yellow eyes turned blood red, and then both he and Izumi vanished completely, disappearing from the USJ in a cloud of black fog. What the hell? Ijiro yelled. That Kurojiri guy, does he have a brush demon inside him? Himiko asked incredulously. Katsuki swore loudly, fucking seriously. How many more fucking surprises are these bastards going to drop on us? Will Izumi be alright? It didn't look like she could transform or use her powers. Will she be able to win against the brush demon? Fumikage asked worriedly, doesn't she need to use Sunrise to beat them? The rest of the in the know group exchanged worried looks, while the others just added it to the list of bizarre things they'd learned about Izumi during the attack. Bakugu, Midoriya, we don't know what you're talking about. Shoto said, stepping forward, but we need to know, has Amaterasu just been kidnapped? Did the villain successfully escape with her? Izumi's siblings frowned, not having an answer for him. Honestly, I don't know. Himiko admitted, feeling powerless. She was emotionally and physically exhausted, as was the entire group. Thankfully Eraserhead was more optimistic. I don't think he's escaped with her, he said. Think about it logically, if Kurojiri had a secondary warp power that my quirk didn't affect, why bother using the other one at all? There must be a limit to it that stopped him using it. That wasn't a normal warp power. Katsuki said, people possessed by brush demons use that power to go to the astral plane and can take others there too. Now the others were completely lost again, but Izumi's allies kept talking. We know Kurojiri's quirk allows him to warp others, but from what I've seen, I don't believe the quirk can warp people through dimensions. Otherwise he'd have sent himself there earlier and used his quirk to warp people where I couldn't see him. Eraserhead pointed out. Which means he'll have to leave the astral plane again if he wants to warp anywhere in the physical world. Himiko smiled, grasping what her teacher was getting at. Katsuki grinned, and Izuken already told us that when a person leaves the astral plane, they reappear in the same spot where they left. That means even if that misty fuck manages to defeat her, he'll have to bring her back to the USJ before he can escape with her. Eraserhead nodded, right. So I'll keep my eyes on the spot he left from and prepare to erase his quirk the second he arrives. So long as Nomu doesn't get in the way, Kurojiri will have no way of escaping. Shoto and the others who had no idea what was happening decided to just stand back and leave the conversation to Katsuki, Himiko, Fumikage, and Aizawa-sensei. Those four seemed to have a plan and knew what to do, so the others opted to stay out of the way. Katsuki, the only one who could still move easily and quickly around the USJ with his explosions, quickly made his way down to where All Might was fighting Nomu to let the number one know their plan. The fight wasn't much of one, to be honest. Nomu's shock absorption meant it shrugged off almost everything All Might hit him with, while All Might's superior strength and speed meant the hero was having no trouble occupying the creature. Katsuki bit back a smirk at the thought. Between All Might being stronger than the villains expected and Akuro being ruthless, the League's so-called anti-All Might weapon had been thoroughly outclassed since it arrived. Of all its opponents, only Izumi's normal state and Eraser had been unable to match it. All Might. Katsuki said, landing a few feet away from the fight, that Kurojiri scumbag has a brush demon inside him. Since he took Izuken to the astral plane, he's going to have to reappear where he left whether he wins or loses. When he shows up, we can beat his ass while Sensei keeps his quirk erased. You just need to finish that Nomu fucker. All Might and Ishiko, who was still on his shoulder, both nodded. For an anti-me weapon, this Nomu is rather disappointing. Still, it's like punching an invincible sandbag. Didn't Shigaraki say you and the other students defeated one already? Is there a trick to it? All Might wasn't worried about losing to the Nomu. It wasn't strong enough to outmatch him, but he was worried about wasting time on it. He was confused how any villain could think this thing would defeat him. His strength was well documented and well above the Nomu's level. Now if All Might had still been injured after his final battle with All for One, or he'd passed along his quirk to a successor already, he might well have had a harder time with the beast. That thought made him pause, almost getting him smacked by Nomu's fist. He ducked quickly though, frowning deeply. This league of villains, does it know about that injury? Or perhaps my quirk, he thought. He shook that thought off, leaving it for a safer time. Meanwhile, Katsuki answered his question. The other Nomu was some weak-ass spider fucker that had the Spider Queen's power put in it. It had hyper-regeneration, just like this gorilla fucker. I don't know if it had shock absorption or not though, round face, eye bags, and I teamed up and blasted it through that hole in the roof, he said gruffly, pointing at the hole Akuro had made. All Might's eyes twinkled, I see. Well done, young Bakugu. You've given me quite the nice idea. This thing has shock absorption, but not shock negation, so there must be a limit. I'm going to find that limit, he grinned, throwing a full-force 100% punch at Nomu's torso. The creature skidded back and threw a full power punch of its own, but All Might countered by punching his own fist against it, overpowering the Nomu and striking it again. He repeated this 3 more times in the blink of an eye, reminding Ishiko, Katsuki, and everyone watching just why he was considered the world's #1 hero. I can feel it. You're approaching your limit. That's because you villains never realize what makes us heroes so powerful. When we hit a wall we can't break through even with everything we've got, we just fight harder and give more than out best. An uncountable flurry of blows that put Rappa's strong arm quirk to shame blasted into Nomu's face and torso, landing 5 blows for every one that Nomu managed to throw. That is what it means to be a hero. To go beyond one's limits to defeat evil and save people. That. All Might reared back and slammed into the creature with one more blow, a vicious uppercut directly into Nomu's diaphragm, is the meaning of plus ultra. The combined force of All Might strikes overpowered Nomu's shock absorption and the final blow sent Nomu flying backwards with the force of a rocket engine. The Nomu smashed into the USJ roof and blew right through it, leaving a second hole as it continued flying into the distance, quickly disappearing into the stratosphere just like the spider Nomu. The other heroes looked on in amazement. All Might's power was something else. Whoa, it's like something out of a comic book. Ijiro said with disbelief, looking at the new damage to the roof. He hit so hard and so fast that neither shock absorption or regeneration could keep up. Shoto nodded absent-mindedly, so that's the top. He thought. That's the power of the world's #1, the power I'm aiming to beat. Katsuki gulped, his mind racing. His eyes moved to the first hole, the one Akuro had made. Izumi, as a demon, you outmatched that. Once you achieve your full power, what can stand up to you? And how am I going to surpass it? His thoughts darkened as he remembered what Sakuya had been saying over the past several years. Izumi would need all her techniques and weapons at full power if she was going to stand a chance against the Evil One. If the Evil One was even more powerful than Akuro, it really could end the world. Chin up, young Katsuki. All Might grinned, seeing the boy's serious expression. It was a little bit harder than I predicted, but the Nomu is beaten, he said, clapping the boy on the shoulder. Yeah, you're right. Katsuki said, shaking off his dark thoughts. That was pretty cool, All Might, he smirked. All Might laughed, indeed. Though between you and me, I think I'm getting old. In my prime, I could have done that in just 5 punches. But I ended up throwing just over 50. Still, I'm uninjured and just a tiny bit winded, more than prepared to take down Kurogiri if he manages to best young Izumi in her weakened state. Good. We need to make sure Izumi gets out of this safely. If we lose her, we lose our chance to stop the Evil One. Ishiko reminded the hero. All Might nodded and began walking back to the others with Katsuki following. Just as they arrived back at the entrance, the USJ group received a very pleasant surprise. The Udata heroes, along with a very much alive Tenya and Arie. Nizu walked in at the head of the miniature army of heroes, a smile on his face that didn't quite meet his eyes. Power Loader, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Midnight, Present Mike, Hound Dog, Cementos, Snipe, and Recovery Girl were behind him, each scanning the area for signs of the enemy while keeping Tenya and Arie behind them where they were relatively safe. The heroes took one look at the injured and unconscious students before their expressions changed from furious to murderous. Recovery Girl immediately marched over and began examining them, using her quirk to heal those that had enough stamina while Nizu and the others moved forward, taking positions around the other students and looking at the extensive damage to the USJ and the horde of unconscious villains down in the plaza. Ah, my apologies. It appears we're a little late. Nizu said, still smiling despite the anger burning in his eyes. Tenya stepped forward, looking at the devastation, his injured classmates, and all the defeated villains with an expression of horrible guilt. He had run back to the Udata main building as fast as he could, but while his body was capable of taking his top speed, he didn't know if Aries could. As such he'd run at a more reasonable pace, which was still very fast, but not faster than the bus ride had been. He also hadn't thought to use shortcuts or his phone to call ahead once he was out of jamming range, so the boy had taken more time than he'd have liked getting help. Tenya had then run right to the principal and told him everything. Nizu had assembled the staff and called for reinforcements from the police and Hero Commission before they all headed off back to the USJ, traveling in an armored bus that was practically a tank. Tenya hadn't thought he and Arie would be allowed to come, but the principal had insisted. There had been another delay when All Might showed up and had to be told everything. And then Tenya discovered that the armored vehicle was slower than the bus, but still faster than a normal person's running speed, so the trip back had been agonizingly long. As Tenya looked at what had happened in his absence, he felt guilt twisting inside him. If he'd been faster, or thought to use his phone to call ahead, then the heroes might have arrived fast enough to stop this. The boy opened his mouth to apologize, but quickly found himself being embraced by Ochako, while Katsuki, Himiko, and Ishiko shot past him and grabbed Arie, holding her between them while they hugged the daylights out of her. Arie. Thank goodness. I know I saw you in the video, but I'm still so happy you're okay. Himiko sobbed happily, rubbing her cheek against Arie's. We're glad you're okay, Snowball. Katsuki said, holding her tightly and giving her a gentle noogie, which was really just an excuse to stroke her hair without looking too sappy. Ishiko held on to Arie by her horn, hugging it like a sloth hugging a branch. Thank God, we all thought you were, just. Thank God, she breathed, unable to articulate how relieved she was. Seeing the trio holding Arie, Tenya felt a little better, at least he'd done something right by getting her to safety. Ochako squeezed him tightly. Oh Tenya, I'm so happy you both escaped. So much happened, this whole place became like hell, and that was before Akuro showed up. Tenya frowned, and Nizu and the teachers turned to Eraserhead, wondering what happened. With a deep sigh, Eraserhead explained everything that happened in the USJ, or at least the important parts. The Udata teachers listened furiously as they heard of their students being scattered and forced to fight for their lives against villains and demons, while 13 was crippled and Amaterasu and Eraserhead had to face countless enemies and even a beast designed to face All Might. They looked on with horror as Eraser explained how Isumi was turned into a Kuro, and the battle with the second Nomu that had taken most of the class out. Finally, Eraser got to the last few parts, the defeat of the jamming villain, Akuro being weakened into a powerless and confused form of Izumi, Kurojiri revealing himself as a brush demon host, and the defeat of the first Nomu. And that's about everything. Ishiko figured Amaterasu needs a shot of sunrise to turn her completely back to normal, so it was a good thing you brought Arie along. Now we're just waiting for Kurojiri to return with Amaterasu. If she won, then she'll have a new power. If she lost, she'll need saving. Eraser said, gesturing to the approaching recovery girl not to bother with his leg just yet. He couldn't afford to be worn out even further. Nizu's expression finally changed into a grimace. I see, my sincere apologies to all of you for not getting here sooner. You all had to fight and win by yourselves and for that, I am sorry. However, I am also extremely proud of all of you, you performed impeccably, he said, turning to the students. The police and Hero Commission are no doubt on the grounds by now and will be on their way here. The students should be taken outside so they can be taken to my office for rest and treatment. Thankfully none are hurt enough to need hospitalization, but they still need to be seen to. Recovery girl said. I'll handle that. Ectoplasm said, creating a few dozen clones to carefully pick up the injured students and carry them outside. What do we do with this guy? Hound Dog growled, pointing a claw at Rappa, who was standing off to the side with a resigned expression. Nizu narrowed his eyes on the man. He may have helped us, but he also helped create this whole scenario, on top of being wanted for his involvement in the Shai Hasaikai. Restrain him and keep him outside until the police can arrest him. Rappa sighed but didn't resist. The truth was that his body had been put through the ringer. He'd fought Amaterasu, Nomu, and Akuro and been smacked around by all three, on top of the damage done while he'd been controlled by the spider Nomu. He wasn't in a fit state to fight back, so he allowed Power Loader to slap some quirk restraining cuffs on him before Hound Dog shoved him towards the exit. As he passed the conscious students, who were all huddled together around Tenya and Arie, he stopped and turned to them. You kids were pretty impressive. Most of those scumbags down there were weaklings, but a few were actually halfway decent. I'd have liked to fight you all properly once you'd grown up a bit, but I guess that ain't happening now, he said with a lopsided grin. He nodded to Ijiro and Momo, you two especially, you jumped in to protect your pals and took some serious punches from me. But if you really want to protect others, you're gonna have to get a lot tougher. Fight on, little heroes, grow up and kick ass, he smirked. Ijiro and Momo stood a little straighter, the former nodding with respect at the manly opponent, while the latter managed a pained smile, trying to look confident despite her broken arms. Rappa grinned wider and then looked to Arie. The little girl looked back at him fearfully, so Rappa reached up and pulled his mask off to reveal his rugged features and long, reddish-brown hair. "You're the kid we hurt, huh? Saying sorry isn't really my style and it doesn't feel like it's enough anyway, but all the same, what the Yakuza did to you wasn't right. That barrier quirk of yours used to belong to my partner, Tenai. He was a pain in the ass, but he was good with that quirk. The fact you could use it to block one of my punches before means you're pretty damn impressive yourself." Arie frowned, putting her hands together and making a shimmering gold barrier appear around the class. Rappa blinked in confusion, before realizing that she wasn't doing it out of fear of him attacking them, but as a declaration that she'd use the power and be a better person than either Tenai or Rappa himself. The former Yakuza grinned, before cracking up and laughing uproariously. He continued to laugh even as he was escorted away, and the sound didn't stop until long after he'd left the building. While this was happening, All Might and the other heroes were properly restraining the unconscious villains, while Koda helped them by using birds to scout the USJ for stragglers that hadn't been brought into the battle by the Spider Nomu. Following the quiet boy's directions, Cementos went to the locations of captured demons and sealed them up in concrete cells for Izumi to dispose of properly, while the tiny number of villains that the Spider Nomu missed were rounded up by the other heroes. Once the injured were evacuated, the villains were contained, and control of the USJ had been fully returned to the heroes. The teachers stood together to quietly discuss the ramifications of this attack as they waited for Izumi and Kurojiri to return, while the students remained huddled around Arie. Ijiro, Momo, Ochako, and Hitoshi were filling Tenya in on what he'd missed, while Shoto stood awkwardly to the side, unsure if he should chime in too, or even if he wanted to. Koda and Fumikage were silent too, and offered quiet companionship to the dual-colored boy. As Ochako was getting to the end of her excited retelling of the Flood Zone battle, Tenya's attention was drawn to Katsuki and Himiko as they walked over to him, Arie holding their hands with Ishiko on her head. "Tenya," Katsuki said, immediately making everyone gape as he actually used his name. "Why yes, Katsuki," Tenya stuttered in reply. With a grumble, Katsuki bowed his head, "Thank you for protecting Snowball. If she'd really died like we thought she had, we don't know what we'd do. Our family is in your debt, Tenya." Himiko continued as Katsuki's face went red. "When we were tricked into believing you and Arie had died, it broke all our hearts and drove Izumi insane with grief. So thank you, both for saving Arie and for living yourself," she finished, bowing her head too. Tenya, becoming choked up, felt he didn't truly deserve the praise considering what his classmates had gone through, but he didn't have the heart to turn their gratitude into a confession of his own guilt, so he replied with a bow of his own, "You are both very welcome. Arie is precious to us all, as a hero and student of Class 1A, protecting her is my duty and my pleasure." Himiko and Katsuki straightened up, then looked to Arie. "Your mama is going to give you the biggest hug when she gets back." Himiko smiled. Arie nodded seriously. "Mama thought I died, and turned into a demon because of that, right?" Katsuki frowned grimly. "Yeah. It would have been almost cool if the reason wasn't so horrible." The little girl's red eyes shone with determination, like little burning rubies. When Mama turned into a demon before, she was really sick and sad afterwards. She needed lots of hugs to feel better. This time it's even worse, so I'll work really hard and make her happy again. I can use Sunrise now, so I'll turn her back to normal." The conscious students grinned, both motivated by her declaration and captivated by her cuteness. A moment later, All Might shouted, "Look alive everyone. They're coming back." Everyone looked down to the plaza with bated breath as a cloud of darkness appeared from the spot Kurojiri had vanished. It was time to end this. Next chapter, Unforeseen Situation Finale. To be released, February 27, 2022. Well, only one more chapter to go before the long saga of the USJ is finally over. This chapter was fairly light on action, but let's face it, we all knew how All Might vs. Nomu was going to go. The Kurojiri battle with Izumi happened off-screen for various reasons, but you'll see why in the next chapter. As for Izumi herself, like Ishiko said, simply removing the source of her corruption wasn't enough to purify her once she'd fallen that far, so Izumi isn't fully out of the woods yet. She isn't quite a Kuro anymore, but she isn't her normal self either. The loss of her memories is going to be very important at the beginning of the next arc, though she will eventually remember everything. Next chapter will finally end the USJ incident as we see the results of Izumi vs. Kurojiri, and an unexpected hero turns the tide. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Friday 1/4th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The entire U.A staff watched with bated breath as a black fog began to flood into the USJ Plaza from what appeared to be a hole in reality. The thick smog, blackness contrasted by wisps of deep purple, coated the ground like clouds on a mountaintop, briefly looking like storm clouds. The appearance of the cloud-like fog briefly made Eraser and present Mike scowl as a distant memory came to the forefront of their minds, though the two heroes quickly shrugged it off. The overbearing stench of rot and decay filled the complex, forcing most of the heroes and remaining students to cover their noses. All Might scowled furiously. If this demonic smoke was appearing, then Kurogiri must have won the battle against the weakened Izumi. After all, if he'd lost, he'd have been purified. Don't think this fog will hide you from us. All Might bellowed, clapping his hands together with full force to create enough wind pressure to blast the fog away and reveal the origin at the center. The moment the heroes and students laid eyes on the two figures that emerged from the fog, they turned as white as ghosts, before screaming with rage. Bastard! Katsuki swore the loudest, drowning out Ishiko and Arie's horrified screams and the gasps of the others. All Might began grinding his teeth, and his fists began cracking and popping as he clenched them tightly enough to crush coal into diamonds. Kurogiri stood there casually, in the very spot he'd disappeared from. His body of mist completely whole and his metal neck brace shiny and pristine, without a scratch on it. He didn't even appear winded. Izumi, still in the form of a black wolf, was at his feet. Her condition had the hero's blood boiling. She appeared to be unconscious, and was taking shallow, ragged breaths. Her black fur was matted with blood, so much so that her divine markings couldn't be distinguished beneath it all. All four of her legs had a serious puncture wound that skewered right through them, and they were slowly leaking blood. One of her rear legs was bent to the side at an angle that was painful to even look at, and her tail looked a few inches shorter than it should have been. Her torso was littered with rounded puncture marks, as if she'd been gored by a horn or tusk, and she was bleeding profusely from her mouth and nose. Several of her claws and fangs were broken or missing, and one of her ears had a nasty tear through it. She also appeared to be missing an eye. In short, she looked like she'd come straight out of a torture chamber and then been hit by a truck. The sight of their student and colleague in such a critically wounded state was almost enough to have the heroes raging for Kurogiri's blood. If Izumi didn't have rejuvenation to heal her, the injuries she suffered today might have crippled her for life and even ended her career as a hero. Step away from Amaterasu, villain. All Might roared, slowly walking down the steps to the plaza, radiating as much of a terrifying presence as he could. Kurogiri shuddered for a moment and attempted to activate his warp gate quirk, only to find it wasn't working. He looked irritably up at Eraserhead, whose eyes shone red with the erasure quirk. I truly wish Nomu had managed to kill you, Eraserhead. Your constant gaze is becoming an irritant. Kurogiri said darkly. Eraser didn't reply, and the U.A heroes specializing in combat began to make their way down to the plaza too, following All Might while the rest were guarding the students and restraining the furious Katsuki. Many looked like they were hoping Kurogiri would try to fight, so they would be able to fight back and get some vengeance for Izumi and the other students. Surrender now, or we will use force. All Might shouted, about to sprint at the villain at top speed. Before he or the other heroes could react, Kurogiri slipped a concealed blade from out of his mist and pressed the edge to Izumi's throat. Come no closer. If you do, I will kill Amaterasu. The heroes stopped in their tracks, seeing a tiny trickle of blood on Kurogiri's knife. Nizu, who'd previously stayed back with the students, began to slowly walk down the stairs with his hands up to show he wasn't going to try anything. Now, we've avoided fatalities so far, it would be nice to ensure that remains the case. Let us calmly negotiate. Kurogiri shook his head, don't try anything. Come no closer than the fountain. The rest aren't to move, he said, speaking cordially despite his cautious body language. Nizu complied, but once he reached the fountain he wrinkled his nose at the Nomu blood inside and put on a faux pout. Come now, this spot is rather disgusting. Why not allow me to come closer? My quirk grants me intelligence, nothing more. I'll even disrobe to prove I'm not hiding any support items. I'm an animal after all, such a thing doesn't bother me, he offered. If he could just touch Kurogiri or his weapon, the threat would be over. The villain was smarter than that though and gripped Izumi's intact ear and twisted it, eliciting a whine of pain from the beaten wolf. Nizu immediately backed off a step and Kurogiri's glowing yellow eyes narrowed. Do you think me a fool? The League of Villains stole information from your school during the press invasion earlier this week. Among that information was the fact you, Principal Nizu, received the overhaul quirk from Amaterasu. You've avoided using it in public to keep it a secret, but not from your own staff. If I allow you to come closer, you'll attack me, the villain said. Nizu frowned, just how much information did the League get on them and their students? Without knowing what the villain did, he couldn't afford to use deceit here, lest Kurojiri hurt Izumi. Alright, I'll talk from over here. We only want you to stop hurting Amaterasu and hand her over. That will not be possible. You will order Eraserhead to return my quirk, and you will not interfere as we leave. Refuse and Amaterasu dies. Kurojiri threatened. That would only ensure your capture and the failure of your mission. You came to capture Amaterasu and kill All Might, correct? Well, you failed in the latter. Your Nomu was blasted to who knows where. Failing the former too and being captured by some very angry heroes wouldn't be good for you, would it? Nizu offered, sitting on the edge of the fountain and calmly folding his hands where Kurojiri could see him, while keeping his feet pressed against the side of the fountain, ready to use overhaul if he had the chance. Kurojiri shook his head. Capturing Amaterasu is the preferable outcome, but killing her would cripple you far more than us. The League simply needs her out of the way. Killing her would force her to reincarnate. It will take 9 months for her to be born again, and then she'll be just an infant, stripped of her brush gods. It would take another 15 years for her to reach her current level, more than enough time for the League to achieve all its goals. Nizu stroked his chin, so we refuse and Amaterasu loses her life, assuming we can't subdue you quickly enough, of course. I could also use overhaul to fix her before she bled to death while All Might and the other heroes crush you. In fact, your actions today and your threat to a young hero would more than warrant lethal force. Attempting to murder Amaterasu would ensure your capture and potentially your death without even guaranteeing hers. The heroes shuffled uncomfortably upon hearing that, and Nizu couldn't blame them. The principal was bluffing. He'd never used overhaul on a person before and wasn't familiar enough with Izumi's current anatomy to fix her properly, so there was only a small chance it would even work. It was a gamble that could potentially cost the world their one chance at avoiding the evil one's conquest. Nizu knew this, and unfortunately so did Kurojiri. The villain called his bluff. The odds are in my favor. Kurojiri said, I could always return myself and Amaterasu to the astral plane and kill her there. I'll return with her decapitated head for you to give to her family, he said coldly. I can survive there thanks to my demonic power, and you will not have Eraserhead here at all times to stop me escaping. I am a patient man, it would be no trouble for me to wait. Nizu grimaced, and behind him the other heroes were struggling with what to do. Arie and the students were panicking, terrified they were about to see Izumi's murder. Kurojiri could see them struggling, and repeated his final ultimatum. My master would prefer Amaterasu live, but her death is an acceptable compromise to him and his partner. I will say this once more, call Eraserhead off and allow me to leave with her, or I shall kill her. Her astral resurrection has been used already, so there will be no coming back. Izumi Midoriya will disappear forever. The cold confidence and finality with which Kurojiri spoke filled the heroes' veins with ice. They could all tell with complete confidence that he was telling the truth. They had two options, refuse and hope they can get to Izumi before Kurojiri can cut her throat, something even All Might wasn't confident he could do, or accept Kurojiri's conditions. With a great deal of reluctance, Nizu conceded. It was just too risky. He looked back to Eraserhead inside, deactivate your quirk. Nizu. All Might exclaimed with disbelief. We have no choice, All Might. At least if she is captured, we have a chance of saving her at a later date. We cannot save her if she's dead. Nizu said evenly, knowing that this was far harder for All Might than it was for him. No one else could argue, each having come to the same conclusion as Nizu, or at least believing his superior intelligence meant he was correct. Even Katsuki, Himiko, and Ishiko were forced to swallow their emotions and accept this course of action. Eraserhead frowned furiously as he continued to look at Kurojiri for several seconds, receiving only an impassive look in return, before he obediently deactivated Erasure and closed his eyes. Kurojiri immediately opened a large warp gate beside him and hooked an arm around Izumi's torso. He hauled her up, half carrying her and half dragging her towards the gate while keeping his eyes on the heroes and his knife at Izumi's throat. At that moment, Tamura Shigaraki poked his head out from inside the warp gate, a huge smile on his face as he saw Kurojiri holding the wounded black wolf. We did it. We weakened Akuro enough to tame her. Finally, he grinned excitedly. Yes, but our operation was only partially successful. All Might is unharmed. Kurojiri said. Tamura scowled and looked to the furious number 1 hero. That hero scum. He beat Akuro and Nomu. It is a long story, and one we should save for later. The heroes will not interfere so long as I am threatening Amaterasu's life, but I would rather not test them when we are so close to victory. Kurojiri said. Sure, we can do the recap later. Come on, I want to get her to Sensei so we can make sure she's restrained and tamed. Don't you heroes worry. Once she's nice and trained up, we'll bring her back and have her tear your guts out. Tamura boasted gleefully. The heroes grit their teeth and bit their tongues to keep silent, not wanting to risk aggravating the unstable villain. Katsuki in particularly was biting hard into his own hand to gag himself. Everyone on the hero side kept repeating the same things in their minds. Endure it. Better captured than dead. She can be saved later. We'll get justice. Just endure. But many of them had forgotten a crucial detail, a wild card they hadn't considered. The U teachers were all heroes and adults. The U students were aspiring heroes and had the level of maturity needed to understand. Ishiko was also an adult, despite her short size, and understood the necessity of holding back at the moment. But Arie wasn't. She was a little girl, without the maturity that came with time or the understanding that sometimes heroes had to make hard choices. All she saw was her mama about to be taken away from her. "Mama," she cried, startling the students that surrounded her. Their moment of surprise allowed the little girl to slip their grasp and run to the stairs, transforming into her wolf pup form mid-stride and practically galloping to her mother's side. "Arie! Stop!" several of the heroes and students screamed. A few tried to chase her or grab her, but Kurogiri shut them down. "Not a step, heroes. Or she dies," Kurogiri threatened. Those trying to stop Arie froze and she charged past them, completely unaware of what they or Kurogiri were shouting as she was focused entirely on her single-minded attempt to save her mama. Kurogiri allowed the girl to move as she wanted, knowing she was no threat, and Tamura was ecstatic. With the girl in their clutches alongside her mama, they'd have an incredibly easy time ensuring Amaterasu remained corrupted and under control. Once she was only a few paces away from Isumi, Arie turned into her demigod form and threw herself at Izumi's injured body. The heroes looked on in horror as they saw their last hope of purifying Isumi fled into the villain's grasp, while the villains couldn't believe their good fortune. None noticed that Arie had begun to produce golden ink from her arms, painting a shimmering collar around Izumi's neck as she embraced her. "I won't let anyone hurt Mama." "Sunrise!" Arie screamed, before flooding the makeshift mark of the sun with every bit of power her little body possessed. The entire USJ was blinded as the incredibly bright light shone out from both Arie and the mark of the sun she'd made around Izumi's neck, and the effects were immediate. Tamura yelped as his eyes were stung by the light, and Kurogiri screamed in agony as his evil nature was burned by the holy power, forcing him to drop Amaterasu entirely and stagger away, losing his knife in the process. Arie, who was the only one still able to see thanks to her sun demigoddess immunity to being blinded by sunlight, witnessed as her mama's pitch-black fur began to lighten until it was back to its original pure white color, signaling that Izumi had been fully purified and was no longer a demon or half-demon. Her horrible injuries and the blood coating her stood out even more starkly against Izumi's white fur, upsetting Arie greatly. With all the strength she could muster, which was a decent amount in demigod form, Arie pulled her mama away towards the fountain, where Nizu was. The diminutive principal hadn't yet recovered his sight, but he could smell the girls and immediately used overhaul from his feet to put up a protective wall between them and the villains. Hound Dog could navigate by smell too, and quickly dashed to pick up the girls and flee back to the entrance where the rest of the students were. By the time most of the USJ had their vision back, the tables had been turned. Izumi was back to normal, though still critically injured, and both she and Arie were in the custody of the heroes, while the villains had lost their one bargaining chip. All Might grinned widely. If the villains hadn't gotten greedy or hung around to boast, they might have succeeded. As always, their own sins ended up holding them back. "Well done, young Arie," the number one praised, looking at the girl with a thumbs up and a massive toothy grin. "You did it. You actually saved Izumi. You were amazing." Himiko gushed, hugging Arie tightly while Katsuki did his best to pick up Izumi. The brutally hurt wolf was slowly healing, her wounds glowing with the power of rejuvenation. Now that she'd been fully purified, Yamagami was able to use her remaining stamina to fix the worst of her wounds. The other heroes and students shouted similar praise to the girl, while Tamura was left to grab Kurogiri, who was still writhing in pain from the sudden light, and drag him back into the warp gate. Nizu shouted for Eraser to shut off the villain's quirk before they could escape, but the underground hero's eyes were the more sensitive than the others, so he still couldn't see properly after being blinded by sunrise. Kurogiri disappeared into the warp gate and it began to close, shrinking down until it was just barely big enough for Tamura to keep his head poked through. Nearly frothing with rage at once again having his victory snatched away, Tamura screamed out at the heroes, "Don't think you've won. We may have failed today, but the next time we meet, you're dead, All Might. I'll turn you to dust, and both Amaterasu and her little puppy will be ours. You can count on it." All Might held his fist up as he wore his signature smile, "We will be waiting, and we will be ready. Run back to your nest, little rat, the symbol of peace will never fall to you. And neither will the goddess of the sun." With that final declaration, All Might watched as Tamura retreated fully into the warp gate and it closed behind him, finally ending the USJ incident once and for all. It had been a long and harrowing afternoon for the students, most of whom were injured and/or unconscious. In only their second hero lesson, they had been thrown into the real world of heroes and faced the kinds of threats that the pros themselves were up against. The teachers looked at the students with worry, they had been forced to face all this far too soon. It was a miracle no one had died. With the danger finally past, everyone began to relax and get to work on the aftermath. What in tarnation is going on? Snipe sighed, adjusting the brim of his cowboy hat. We got here too late and the enemy fled. We never expected such a dramatic invasion. Midnight commented as she kept an eye on the few students still in the USJ, who were gathered around Isumi and Arie. Izumi's leg and ear were back to their healthy states now, and her puncture wounds were slowly closing up while Recovery Girl watched. We were caught completely off guard. Nizu said as he made his way back to the teachers, even with the zero-pointer sabotage and the press invasion, we never expected this group to be so brazen as to attack the students during a lesson after using an attack on Tartarus itself to draw All Might away. Cementos nodded, it certainly is worrying. I have a lot of work to do as well, repairing the damage to the USJ. That last part was said with a sigh as he looked at the decimated downpour zone and the numerous holes in the floor and ceiling. But this confirms an important detail, the evil one that Amaterasu and President Kanahana are after is working with the League of Villains, and is behind these attacks. Unless I'm forgetting something, this is the first lead they've had on that monster's location. Hound Dog pointed out. Nizu nodded, I suppose we must look at the silver lining. Eraser, you and Amaterasu worked hard to keep everyone safe. Thanks to the two of you and the students' own skills, we avoided what could have been a terrible tragedy. Plus, young Arie managed to save her mother. We can consider ourselves the winners of this skirmish. Now we must prepare for the next one, after seeing to the well-being of the students of course. All Might looked around the USJ, looking at the damage to the building, the piles of unconscious villains, and the few injured students still grouped together with Arie and Izumi. Today could have gone a lot worse for them, but while he was proud of his students, the number one couldn't help but feel there was a great deal of luck involved when it came to averting the worst outcome. If Akuro really had been completely feral, then she might have successfully killed him, and if Shigaraki really had murdered Arie, then Izumi would likely have been lost to them forever. With all that in mind, All Might couldn't feel good about their victory, or the inevitable next encounter. Still, for the sake of his students and colleagues, he kept a smile on his face. I'm going to have to explain all this to Inko. He muttered under his breath, not looking forward to that conversation. Nizu caught what he said with his superior hearing, and chuckled, you handle Inko and I'll handle Sakuya. If we split the task, there might be some of us left after they calm down, he said jokingly, before saying, I'm canceling classes for tomorrow and all of next week. School will resume back on the 24th, that will give us time to get the USJ repaired and meet with the students affected by this, as well as their parents. We have a lot of work to do. Today really was a shit show, and I have a feeling there is more to it than we think. Eraser chimed in, walking over to join the two, with present Mike fussing him. He looked even sleepier than usual, thanks to Recovery Girl fixing his leg. Ah. Eraserhead, how are your eyes? All Might asked. Still seeing spots. Honestly, I'm not sure if we should be praising or scolding Arie. She saved her mom, but almost got herself captured in the process, the tired hero said, taking some eye drops from present Mike and leaning his head back to apply them. He blinked a few times as the spots in his vision began to fade, then looked back at his colleagues. Honestly, that girl's going to be a problem child, just like her mother. All Might and Nizu both chuckled in amusement. They could hear sirens from outside the building, signaling that the police had finally arrived. They also heard Sakuya shouting orders to various people, as she and the commission arrived too, accompanied by both Hawks and Endeavor. Himiko and Katsuki were pleased to see Hawks. Shoto was less pleased to see his father. Sakuya was already fuming, but her expression turned murderous as she saw the state Izumi was in. The heroes were not looking forward to explaining all this to her. With the police was Detective Tsukachi, who immediately made a beeline for All Might. You've had a hard day, he said, offering his old friend a pat on the shoulder. The students had it far harder. All Might replied. The detective nodded grimly. President Kanahana is certainly on the warpath over what happened to Izumi. Still, it's a good thing she was here. I saw the students outside. If Eraser, Amaterasu, and you hadn't put your lives on the line, then they likely wouldn't have escaped with such relatively light wounds. All Might shook his head. You are wrong about that, Naomesa. In this fight, it was the students who put their lives on the line. In only their second class, these first-year hero students have been faced with some of the worst aspects of being a hero. They've faced the terror of the world and survived. I believe the villains picked the wrong class. These students will grow up to become amazing heroes. The small group looked over to the students that were now being fussed over by Sakuya. Each had relief on their faces, but fire in their eyes. The villains hadn't broken their spirits, but galvanized them. Without intending to, the League of Villains had helped forge the very weapons that would take them down. All Might was sure of it. He, Eraserhead, and Amaterasu would make it so. Meanwhile, League of Villains base. Kurojiri watched with pained eyes as a good chunk of his bar, which served as the face of the League, was decayed to dust by Tamura in the middle of a tantrum. The temperamental man-child wasn't taking his defeat well, and was ranting and raving like a drunken lunatic, slapping his hands against everything in reach and decaying it all. The only reason Kurojiri, who was slumped on the floor while recovering from the light of Arie's sunrise, had survived Tamura's wrath was because he was too useful as a warp gate and brush demon host. After several minutes of this tantrum, the TV at the end of the bar switched on by itself, and the voice of Sensei filled the room. Calm yourself, Tamura. We have enough messes to fix without adding repairs for the bar. Obediently, Tamura stopped his reckless destruction, but he was still seething. He marched over to the TV's static-filled screen and slumped in front of it. We were crushed, Sensei. The cannon fodder and demons didn't manage to take out a single one of the brats. They all got taken out, and that Rappa bastard betrayed us. The brats took down the spider Nomu, and All Might defeated the other one. The symbol of peace was in perfect health. You were wrong, Sensei. There was a brief silence as Sensei thought over his disciple's words. I suppose I was when it came to All Might. I suspected the commission would have Amaterasu heal him eventually, but I'd also expected them to have him pass it down to her or another successor by now. I expected him to be fighting with only embers, like his master before him. Still, we didn't lose much of value. Those villains and demons came cheap and are easily replaced. Kurojiri groaned as he finally gathered the strength to stand back up. Did the evil one not warn you of All Might's power? Or the other events that would occur today? Alas, they did not. That creature cares nothing for humans. Killing All Might is solely our objective. They would not waste their limited glimpses into the future on him. We should thank them though. They were the ones that requested I summon you back here, Tamura. Sensei revealed. Tamura scowled. Why? They used that crystal ball of theirs to witness your fate. If you had remained at the USJ to witness Nomu's defeat and the partial purification of Amaterasu, then you would have gone into a rage that would lead to your capture. Our ally saved you from that fate by having you summoned back here. The hand villain growled viciously and decayed another barstool. Sensei didn't bother to reprimand him, instead merely sighing before addressing Kurojiri. Are you wounded, Kurojiri? Your health is necessary for our organization. I am, sir. I was exposed to a close-range burst of sunrise, but it did not make direct contact with me, so my power and occupant was not purified. Kurojiri replied, bowing his head. He and Tamura couldn't see Sensei thanks to the static on the screen, but he could always see them. Good. And what of the Nomu? Can you retrieve them? The mist villain shook his head. I'm sorry, but no. They were both launched into the sky, and unless I can ascertain the coordinates of their landing point, I cannot open a warp gate to their location. I apologize. Sensei sighed, and after all the work we put into making that anti-All Might Nomu, we wasted a perfectly good sample of hyper-regeneration and shock absorption, not to mention the strong host body in the demon essence. At least our ally will be able to lead us to subject NSQ. Thanks to the Spider Queen power placed inside it. We don't want to lose a demon of that caliber. Tamura nodded seriously. Speaking of powerful demons, your plan to corrupt Amaterasu worked perfectly, too perfectly. The blood and hair got her riled up, and that fake horn you gave me was the icing on the cake. She turned into a massive monster at not even Nomu and All Might could stand up against. Called herself the Kuro Amaterasu, and tortured Nomu so badly that she taught it to be afraid. Oh. Sensei replied, an unidentifiable emotion in his voice. To Kurojiri, it sounded like a combination of excitement, morbid fascination, and worry. Tamura, not noticing or not caring, continued on, she was amazing. But the demon-taming power you gave me didn't work on her at all. She would have killed me if Nomu didn't keep her so entertained. If All Might hadn't shown up and revealed that the little girl was still alive, she'd probably still be tearing Nomu to bits. I see, to think she could become something so powerful, even without all her brush gods and powers. I suppose it is true then, the darkest shadows are cast by the brightest light. The stronger Okami hero, Amaterasu grows, the stronger a Kuro Amaterasu will become. You say learning of the child's survival purified her? Sensei asked. Not exactly. Kurojiri answered, before going into details about what happened after Tamura had been recalled. When he was done, the odd tone was once again present in Sensei's voice. Remarkable. Amaterasu's child was able to successfully cast Sunrise. And enough to purify Amaterasu herself. This opens up all manner of new possibilities. I will have to discuss this with our ally and decide what to do next. Until then, Arie Midoriya is to be considered a priority for capture, should the opportunity present itself. She is not to be killed. Kurojiri bowed his head obediently, while Tamura looked into the screen with an unusual expression. Amaterasu isn't allowed to be killed either. This girl. I turned her to dust and she came right back. Then I touched her again and she healed herself faster than my quirk could decay her. She's a part of this world that will never disappear, even if I touch her. I want her. She's going to be ours, he demanded. Sensei chuckled darkly, finally having your first crush, Tamura. And on the sun goddess. Ha. Very well, my boy. If that is the case, I leave the full responsibility of her capture to you. Be sure to treat her well, neither wolves nor lovers take kindly to being mistreated, so tread carefully, he said, a hint of warning to his jovial response. Kurojiri personally thought that Sensei sounded a bit too eager at the idea. He also doubted Tamura had a crush on Amaterasu. It was more like a possessive obsession with her. Someone like Tamura was incapable of genuine love, at least in Kurojiri's mind. Regardless, Tamura grinned and nodded eagerly while Sensei finished addressing them. As things are, those of us living in the darkness can't live freely. If those in the light have All Might as their symbol of peace, then we need you, Tamura, to be the darkness's symbol of fear. We have sown the seeds of that fear, now let us give them time to grow while we plan our next move. Rest well, gentlemen, the next battle will be soon. And with that, the transmission cut off and left Tamura and Kurojiri in the silence of the bar, pondering their next attack on the heroes. Meanwhile. Unknown location. A lone figure sat in the dark, reclining in their chair with a soft sigh. With unseeing eyes, the figure groped out in the darkness until their fingers found the familiar edges of an old photograph. The figure could no longer see the faces on the paper, but they rubbed their thumb over the image, tracing the outline of the people within from memory alone. The figure smiled with nostalgia. Ah, Izumi, you've grown so much. I hope to see you soon. End of Arc 10, Darkness of the USJ. Next arc, Gods and Monsters. First chapter, Rest and Relief. To be released, March 5, 2022. And so ends the long saga of the USJ. It's been a long and pretty traumatic day for the students of 1A, and their teachers. Despite injuries, some mild and some severe, everyone pulled through alive and the League of Villains lost all the assets they brought, excluding Tamura and Kurojiri, so I think we can call this a win. Still, there are consequences. The students have been exposed to demons, Izumi has suffered her first major loss against a villain, and the shadow of Akuro will continue to haunt her. Her secret won't hold for long, especially when her classmates and students begin asking questions. Things will soon have to change. Also, a note on Tamura and his weird affection for Izumi. His feelings for her are threefold. He views her as a part of the heroic/divine world that he wants to dominate, an immortal toy that he can touch and hold without it disappearing, and a powerful girl capable of the kind of carnage that excites him. It is probably as close to a normal crush as Tamura can get in his current state, and it is as uncomfortable and twisted as he is, so in a way both AFO and Kurojiri are right in their opinions. I should say that his desires aren't sexual in any way, his development is so stunted that he thankfully has no thoughts of that. He is quite literally a child in the body of an adult, at least development-wise. Next chapter will have Izumi awaken after her long ordeal, but with her memories of the USJ still muddled, and only the image of Tamura and a bloody horn in her mind. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Chapter Notes. Trigger warning, self-harm and an aborted suicide attempt. This occurs in roughly the first third of the chapter. Skip to if you want to avoid it. Monday 1/7th April 2282. Recovery Girl's Office, Udata High School. After 2 full days of unconsciousness, Izumi finally began to awaken. She felt weak and lethargic, despite the sun streaming through Recovery Girl's window, and her head was full of fog, making it hard to think and remember where she was or why she was there. Izumi knew immediately that she wasn't in her own room, the bed beneath her feeling different from her usual futon, but her eyes were still blurry so she couldn't see very well. As usual when experiencing such a thing, Izumi shifted into her demigod form to take advantage of her greater hearing and sense of smell. The moment she changed form, Izumi knew something was wrong. Transforming was usually as easy as breathing, and felt as natural as opening and closing her fist. This time however, it had felt like trying to wade through swamp water. Ugh. What's going on, she muttered to herself, rubbing her eyes and sniffing her surroundings. The familiar scent of medical supplies, clean sheets, and Recovery Girl allowed her to distinguish she was in Recovery Girl's office, but Izumi couldn't remember why. She was completely alone, without even Ashiko for company, and her brush gods were curiously silent. Izumi could sense their presence within her, but they felt distant and didn't answer her call, even though their powers did. Beginning to worry, Izumi finally worked the bleariness out of her eyes and looked down at herself, finding she was unhurt and dressed in her own sleeping kimono. Next she looked to the clock on the wall and found it was about lunchtime, which explained why she'd woken up alone. Why am I here, she said to herself, relaxing a bit. Did she overwork herself and that's why her powers felt sluggish? She sat up properly and crossed her arms and legs as she tried to focus and recall what happened. I remember, we went to the USJ for 1A's first rescue training. There was something waiting for us. Villains. Izumi gasped, piecing her memories together. That's right, they'd been attacked by villains and demons. The class had been split up by that mist villain, and Izumi had backed up Aizawa-sensei in the plaza. They'd been winning, but then the villain leader disappeared. And when he returned? No. Izumi suddenly gasped. She remembered Tamura Shigaraki returning with blood, hair, and a horn. He had bragged about murdering poor Arie. The blood and hair he'd held. Izumi would never mistake that scent. It had been real. Shigaraki had really. Izumi's eyes widened as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She could barely breathe, and her heart hurt so much that the girl wanted to rip it out just to make it stop. She actually lifted a clawed hand to her chest, almost acting on that desire while her other hand went to her mouth. The revelation of Arie's death was her most recent memory. There was nothing else after that. She saw only darkness, smelled only her daughter's scent, heard only her own pained howls, felt only agony, and tasted only blood. This miasma of dark feelings and sensations began to swim in the grieving girl's head and Izumi started to hyperventilate. She vaguely remembered a voice in her head, but that voice was absent at the moment. Without that voice leading her into the dark, Izumi did not become a demon and instead remained a heartbroken and grieving mother. Completely lost to the grief, Izumi broke down completely, sobbing loudly between desperate cries of Arie's name. She clawed at the sides of her face, her shoulders, and her forearms, carving deep wounds into herself and staining the bed with blood, all while crying her heart out in a desperate attempt to create a new pain that would distract her from the pain in her heart. After several minutes of this, Izumi lost the strength to keep going, helped by the loss of so much blood, and slumped back almost lifelessly in the bed. She looked down at her bloody claws with wet, dead eyes and acting on some dark, desperate desire to see her child again, Izumi slowly raised one of the claws to her own throat. She relished the slight sting in her flesh as she pressed the tip of the claw into the side of her neck, feeling the trickle of warm blood flowing through the broken skin. All it would take is one more push and then a long pull to the side, and Izumi would be done. She'd be gone from this world, and be with Arie again. Astral resurrection wouldn't work if Izumi refused to return, it would be so easy. It was what she deserved for failing to protect Arie, and for sending poor Tenya to his death. If she did this, perhaps she would redeem herself for her sins. She pressed the claw slightly deeper, but then she stopped. With quiet, tremoring sob, Izumi withdrew her claw and allowed her hand to drop to her lap. I can't. As much as I want to, I can't abandon everyone else. If I die, the evil one will be able to do whatever they want. I can't doom the entire world for my own selfishness, she cried, before shakily using rejuvenation to heal her self-inflicted wounds. Hurting herself had felt good, but she couldn't do that now. Izumi existed for the sole purpose of defeating the evil one, so she couldn't do anything to jeopardize that. In the middle of her grief and misery, Izumi came up with her final plan. She would leave U.A and devote her time entirely to training and hunting down the remaining brush demons. Once she was at full power, she would hunt and destroy the demon generals, purge the world of dark god Yami, and then put down the evil one for good. Nothing else mattered, she would do her duty, and when the evil one had breathed their last, only then would Izumi indulge her final desire and end her own life. Arie, my beloved pup, please rest in peace, and wait for me just a little longer. Mama has some work to finish, but then I'll come and be with you again. I promise. I hope you and I can be reborn together, and you can be my child again. I won't fail this time. Izumi said, speaking up at the heavens. Izumi hoped Arie didn't hate her for failing her. Deep within her, Izumi felt the brush gods pulsing with power. She was sure they were trying to speak to her, but she couldn't hear them. It was like she'd become deaf to their voices. No doubt they hated her plan and would try to talk her out of it. Izumi tried to transmit her thoughts to them, reassuring them that she'd take care of them. Perhaps Sakuya could find willing hosts for them after she died, so they'd be safe until her fourth incarnation came for them. Izumi didn't want to think about her mothers, or her siblings. They'd never accept her plan, not that she blamed them, and Izumi hated herself for inevitably causing them more grief, but she couldn't continue on now that Arie was gone. Not only that, but Izumi had no memory after learning of her daughter's death, so for all she knew, the villains could have killed more of her classmates/students. They could have killed Eraserhead and 13, or perhaps even All Might. They could potentially all be dead because Izumi blacked out. Before Izumi could spiral any further into depression and despair, her nose twitched as some familiar sense began to approach. As she was still not feeling 100% and her nose was stuffy from crying, Izumi lifted her ears to listen for the voices of the people. She could hear both her mothers, chatting quietly with Recovery Girl, while the voices of Katsuki, Himiko, Fumikage, Kigo, and Ishiko followed a few paces behind the women. Izumi could also vaguely smell Toshinori and Aizawa-sensei as well, so they were likely coming along too. Izumi sighed and rubbed her eyes. She was about to get several visitors and she looked a mess. Her eyes were raw, her nose was running, and both her face, arms, and bed were covered in blood from her recently healed self-inflicted injuries. Izumi didn't want to imagine their reactions, but that thought was wiped from her mind when another voice reached her ears. It was soft and shy, barely audible even to Izumi's ears, but it was painfully familiar. Eyes widening, Izumi quickly got out of bed and almost fell as her legs were still partially asleep. She slapped them to get the blood flowing and began desperately staggering for the door as a new hope bubbled up within her. That voice, she dared not believe it. Izumi feared it was all a cruel trick of her imagination, but she had to see it for herself. She had to see the source of the voice for herself. She stumbled as she reached the door and struggled to open it as her impatience and desperation grew. Eventually, she growled ferociously and slashed the door to pieces with a few power slashes, before turning into a wolf and fleeing into the hallway. She ran like a hound of hell, weaving through the empty halls towards the source of the voice. She skidded around a corner and was suddenly faced with the crowd she'd heard coming. Her mothers, Sakuya and Inko, looked at her with worry and relief. Recovery Girl looked ready to scold her, as did Aizawa-sensei. Toshinori and Kigo waved, smiling brightly as they saw her awake. Katsuki and Himiko gasped at the sight of her and began to run towards her. Fumikage gave a small smile of his own, and said something to an excited Ishiko, who was jumping up and down. But Izumi didn't care about any of it. She turned back to her demigod form, paralyzing her friends and family as they looked at her bloody arms, and the almost insane look in her silver eyes. Izumi took one shaky step forward, eyes firmly on the person she'd thought she'd never see again, the person whose horn Ishiko was currently hopping up and down on. Fresh tears began to flow thickly down Izumi's cheeks, and the most unbelievably relieved and overjoyed smile split her face. "Ia," she cried, before running towards her child. Arie was right there, completely intact. Not a hair out of place or the slightest scrape, exactly as she'd been when Izumi last saw her. In the blink of an eye, Izumi had passed by most of her friends and family without even a second glance and gathered Arie up in her arms, holding the child to her chest and hugging her as if afraid she'd suddenly disappear. Toshinori was impressed, that was the kind of speed his All Might form could reach. "Arie! Oh Arie! You're here! You're alive! Oh my God, you're really alive! I was so terrified. I thought you were really... Oh my child!" Izumi cried, sobbing her heart out even as she smiled brilliantly. Not once in her life had she ever felt this happy. Nothing could beat the joy she felt in that moment. Izumi's family and teachers looked at her with sad smiles. They hadn't realized that Izumi's memories had been impaired by what happened. If they had, they never would have left her alone. Deep within Izumi, the huge amount of light flooding her soul allowed the brush gods to finally reopen the connection with her, and each began to softly comfort their mistress and reassure her that everything was okay. Arie simply smiled and cuddled deeper into her mother's arms. "I'm okay, Mama. The bad guys lied. Me and Tenya got to the school and got help from Nizu-sensei. I wasn't hurt at all. See," she said cutely, pulling up the sleeves of white blouse to show her unblemished arms. Izumi reluctantly pulled away from Arie and held the little girl at arm's length. With the critical eye of a mother, Izumi looked Arie up and down for even the smallest hint of something amiss, then began to gently pat her arms and sides, almost like she was doing a frisk search. Once she was satisfied, Izumi gently cupped her daughter's face and rubbed a thumb over her cheek as she leaned down to kiss her forehead. "My precious pup. You have no idea how grateful I am that you're still alive. I owe Tenya one heck of a debt for getting you to safety. Izumi said, smiling lovingly at Arie before gently hugging her again. The rest of the small group stayed quiet for a bit longer, allowing Izumi to enjoy her reunion with Arie, but as they waited, the reality of what they'd just seen began to kick in. Izumi genuinely hadn't known Arie was alive, and considering the blood on her arms and claws. Izumi, darling. Inko said softly, putting a hand on her daughter's back. Oh, Mama. I'm sorry, I've been ignoring you and the others. That was rude of me. Izumi apologized. Now that Arie was with her again, everything was okay as far as Izumi was concerned. She felt like everything was right with the world. Unbeknownst to her, these feelings were partially because the brush gods were flooding her with their own positive emotions, having been terrified by how close to death Izumi had been due to her previous depression. It's alright, Izumi. You've been through such a horrible ordeal. What do you remember? Inko asked. Izumi frowned and held Arie a bit tighter. The last thing I remember before waking up was Shigaraki showing me Arie's blood and horn and telling me he'd murdered her. I don't remember a single thing after that, other than echoes of something dark and painful. The rest of her family gasped, while Recovery Girl and Aizawa-sensei shook their heads with pity. So when you woke up, you truly believed Arie was dead? Himiko asked. Izumi nodded, shuddering at the memory. With that fact confirmed, everyone began to look at Izumi's bloody arms with dread. Sakuya slowly knelt beside Izumi and gently took her daughter by the chin, tilting her face so they were looking one another in the eye. Izumi, please tell me the truth. When you woke up, thinking Arie was dead, did you harm yourself? Is that why there is blood on you? Sakuya asked, speaking softly yet seriously. Yes. Izumi whispered, unable to speak any louder at that moment. She felt shame burning in her cheeks. Sakuya's eyes widened and she swallowed hard, before asking the most difficult question she had ever asked, Izumi, did you attempt or consider attempting suicide? Biting her lip, the greenette nodded reluctantly. Her family's reactions were immediate. Holy shit. Izukan. Katsuki breathed. Lil pup, you really. Kigo said, his usual casual expression replaced by horror. To feel such anguish that you would end your own existence, it is beyond my understanding. Fumikage muttered, mostly to himself while Dark Shadow nuzzled against his side for comfort. Oh my god, and we were off having lunch while you were going through that. Himiko yelled, openly sobbing at the revelation. She only held back from hugging Izumi because she didn't want to squish Arie, and Inko and Sakuya had taken all other sides. I'm so sorry. I should have stayed by your side. It was my duty but I. Ishiko almost began crying there and then. Unlike Himiko, she was small enough to hug against Izumi's neck without trouble. Inko and Sakuya couldn't say a word, at least not until embracing their daughter as tightly as they could. They murmured comforting words of love to their daughter, which quickly had all three of them crying in each other's arms, with a mildly confused Arie in the middle. Arie did the only thing she could think of, which was to turn into her puppy form and give plenty of puppy kisses to her mama and both grandmas. Recovery Girl tooted sympathetically and reached for her phone, using it to send some texts to Hound Dog. Izumi would be spending a great deal of time with him in the future, along with most of 1A. Aizawa remained silent off to the side, feeling out of place in the familial scene. His heart went out to Izumi. In the past he'd been in a similar place emotionally, and his arms had the scars to prove it. When things calmed down a bit, he'd approach Izumi and offer some support of his own, but for now he'd leave it to the girl's family. Toshinori was the last of the group to react, and he genuinely had no idea what to do or say. Izumi had been completely broken by Shigaraki's little trick. He'd played with her feelings all to turn her into a monster, no, a tool. He and his league of villains had done one of the cruelest things possible to the girl, and very nearly drove her to take her own life. That was completely unforgivable. Toshinori, who was still in his All Might persona since Fumikage was present, clenched his fist. He would make the league pay for doing this. Seeing Izumi's tears of sorrow burned the hero to the core, and he would ensure every single one of those tears was repaid. Once Inko and Sakuya finally released Izumi, All Might walked over and scooped the girl up, carrying both her and Arie in his arms. Arie burst into giggled as All Might declared it the All Might taxi service, while Izumi couldn't stop herself from giving a bashful smile, even if she was blushing crimson. Having her idol All Might carry her like a princess was another thing she could tick off her bucket list. All Might began carrying the girls back to Recovery Girl's office, with the rest of the group following closely behind, feeling slightly better now that Izumi was smiling. When they arrived, Izumi briefly looked down in shame as everyone gasped at the bloody sheets on her bed. it looked like a murder had taken place, not to mention the destroyed door, but Recovery Girl quickly stripped the sheets away and had All Might place the girls on the other bed instead while a pair of robots took the bloody sheets and replaced them with clean ones, all while ignoring the door, which Katsuki and Fumikage picked up and put off to the side for Izumi to fix later. Izumi and Arie were gently placed on the other bed, and Recovery Girl brought over a basin of water and some clean towels. Use these to wash that blood off yourself, dear. You're a hero, young lady, we can't show you to the rest of the students all covered in blood. They'd be terrified. Recovery Girl said gently. Izumi nodded and began to carefully wash off the blood, with Arie doing her best to help. As she worked, she looked to Eraserhead and her siblings. Can you please tell me what happened? After my memory stopped. Ishiko hopped onto Izumi's shoulder. I'll tell you. I saw it all. Just remember that no one is dead or seriously hurt. Most of the injured were treated by Recovery Girl and are fine now. You've been unconscious for 2 days, the punkle said. She needed to tell Izumi that first, or else she'd be worried again. Considering her reaction to Arie, it was best to make sure she knew they were safe. Izumi nodded, sighing with relief that everyone was alive and well. With that, Ishiko told the full story: Izumi's transformation into Akuro, the battle with the Nomu that possessed the Spider Queen's power, the defeat of most of the class followed by the defeat of the Spider Nomu, All Might's arrival and revelation about Arie and Tenya, Izumi's partial purification, the defeat of the anti-All Might Nomu, the revelation that Kurogiri had a brush demon, Izumi's defeat by that demon and subsequent capture, and the arrival of the heroes, Arie's saving of Izumi. And finally the escape of Shigaraki and Kurogiri. After the story was finished, Izumi was completely horrified. I became a demon like that. The Akuro we were warned about, it was me. It was a pretty big shock for all of us. You were huge, and you could transform parts of your body into giant black versions of the brush gods to use the brush demon powers. It was scary, but even while transformed you were crying and looked so miserable. Everyone in the class was determined to save you. Himiko said, stroking her little sister's back. Izumi shuddered at the thought and turned to All Might with an expression of guilt. All Might, I'm so sorry. I attacked you and could have really hurt you. The number one just smiled and patted her head, scratching behind her ears since she was still in demigod form. There's no need to apologize, you weren't yourself, and even while mad with grief, I don't think you were truly trying to kill me. With all your powers and those claws of yours, not to mention the speed I saw you move at. I think if you truly wanted to kill me, then I'd have died. It's hard to admit, but Akuro Amaterasu was stronger than me. That was worrying for all of them, the idea that Izumi could turn into a demon stronger than the number one hero. No one present doubted Izumi's strength, but only Arie genuinely thought Izumi was stronger than All Might. No one else believed the girl was even close yet. Akuro, something about this whole thing is worrying me. I thought I turned into a demon before, but it was totally different. With the Shai Hasaikai, I didn't change shape and only my hair and eye color changed, but this time I gained an entirely new form. I don't understand what the difference was. Izumi frowned, trying to focus on analysis so she didn't lose control of her emotions. She was no fool, she knew she'd be in therapy for a while after this, so she wanted to save her emotional outbursts for then. Izumi was good at compartmentalization by this point, she'd had enough trauma to practice a lot. Ishiko told us that it was because Akuro Amaterasu is your true demon self, like Akumayomi was Yamagami's demon self. The forms you took before were only half-demon forms, like the dark counterpart to your demigod form. Kigo explained since Ishiko was taking a drink after telling the long story. The wing hero was angry that he hadn't been able to help with the USJ until it was all over. He'd been in the middle of stopping a bank heist in the next prefecture and hadn't even learned of the attack until Sakuya called him on her way to the scene. By the time he arrived, it was all over. Izumi nodded and pulled on her lip in thought, there's still so much we don't know about my nature. I'm the only confirmed human-divine hybrid, so we don't know exactly which rules apply to me and which ones don't. Putting that aside for now, I want to know about the others. You said there were no serious injuries, but how is everyone in class? She asked, subtly looking over Katsuki, Himiko, Fumikage, and Aizawa-sensei for signs of injury. Recovery Girl answered her, there were some injuries, but most were relatively minor. Over half the class was knocked unconscious during the fight with the Spider Nomu, and both Kurishima and Yayorozu had their arms broken while defending their classmates. They have all been completely healed by my quirk after a day's rest. They're back at the dorms right now. The only one still injured is 13, who had her quirk reflected back at her by the mist villain. She's currently resting in her apartment on campus until she has enough energy for the next dose of healing. There is trouble brewing though. Fumikage said, his arms crossed. The rest of the class don't know the truth about you, but they witnessed and heard everything. They're asking questions, and have been speaking to the students of 1B. Not only that, but those powerful third years, the big three, have been helping everyone out, and have picked up enough to be asking questions too. The others frowned, wondering how they were going to deal with this. Izumi's secret had virtually already been exposed. Disguising all her powers as a single quirk had already been difficult, but how were they going to brush off her demon transformation, or her connection to the other, real demons? They all put their heads together to think of a way to deal with this. Recovery Girl and Aizawa-sensei planned to leave it all to Nizu, seeing as he was the master strategist and manipulator. Ishiko, All Might, and Inko were trying to come up with a believable lie that would explain everything. Himiko, Kigo, and Fumikage were wondering if they should just explain it all as, quirks are crazy, and hope that worked, while Katsuki was planning on just telling everyone to mind their own business. Meanwhile, Sakuya was trying to remember if she had an employee or hero in her Cherry Blossom Corps that had a memory manipulation quirk. Ironically, the only ones not concerned were Izumi and Arie. Izumi had already made up her mind on what she'd do, while Arie just trusted her mama. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to talk about what happened properly, the attack, the League of Villains, and my corrupted form. I want to get a better idea of everything that happened, so we can make plans. Izumi said, having calmed down greatly after reunited with Arie and having a moment to process everything. Truthfully, the nature of Akuro worried her greatly, but the girl needed to keep it together for the moment. Going mad with anxiety would only cause problems. The others agreed, though they all looked worried for her. Izumi smiled brightly at them to ease their fears. Everyone, I'm not going to lie and say I'm completely fine, but I've cried enough for now. I'm sick of wallowing in negative emotions. I am the sun goddess, OkamiAmaterasu. I need to act and make up for my mistakes at the USJ. Izumi said determinedly, before looking to her teachers and mothers, I'll go to therapy later. For now, I want to go heal 13 and get to work on preparing a counter to this League of Villains. There was a moment of silence as Izumi's friends and family exchanged looks, before they smiled and nodded. Izumi was accepting her own issues and was promising to address them, so they would trust her. 13 should be at her apartment. Shall we go together? Toshinori asked. Izumi nodded and hopped out of bed. Her hero costume had been cleaned while she was sleeping and was waiting for her in a cabinet beside her bed in Recovery Girl's office, so the wolf girl took it and slipped into the bathroom to change. Arie followed closely behind, neither girl wanted to be away from the other for even a moment. The moment Izumi was in the bathroom, the faces of her friends darkened. Sakuya summed up all of their thoughts. Izumi was truly willing to die because she believed she'd lost Arie. We must protect them both with all we've got. If we lose either one of them, then the evil one will prevail. They all nodded at Sakuya's declaration. The sight of Izumi's broken expression and the sounds of her cries would haunt many of them for years to come. They never wanted that to happen again. Unaware of this quiet pact, Izumi returned a moment later and handed her bloodied sleeping kimono to the laundry robots from before, then joined the others as they left the room. Since all classes were cancelled until the following Monday, the main building was almost completely empty. The students were either at their dorms, or in Valor Village, so Izumi wouldn't be running into her classmates before she was ready to face them all, something she was very nervous about. As they headed to the teachers' dorms, Inko smiled as she watched Izumi walk hand in hand with Arie, remembering when she had once done the same with a little Izumi. The parents of most of your 1A classmates have come to visit and check their children are alright after the attack. Your Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru were here this morning, but couldn't stay thanks to their work. Only a few couldn't make it, but poor Shoto wasn't too happy to see Endeavor. He was part of the hero team that arrived with the commission after the incident was already over. Inko explained. Izumi bit back a scowl. He didn't cause trouble, did he? No. Once he saw Shoto wasn't injured and the villains had all been captured or escaped, he left. Even without knowing what we do about him, I'd still dislike him. He was very rude and boorish. Inko huffed. Within Izumi, Bakugami snorted with amusement. My lady, please tell your mother that we boars have much better manners than that walking sparkler. Izumi giggled and passed along the message, making the others laugh. Even Eraserhead and Recovery Girl gave wry smiles. Few people who knew or worked with Endeavor could say they liked him. Which parents couldn't come? Izumi asked. My parents didn't come, but I asked them not to. I thought it was best to not add the complications of the Raven clan to everything that happened at the USJ. Fumikage informed her. I did assure them I was alright though, and we had a video chat so they could see I was fine. Ochako and Hitoshi's parents didn't show either. Ochako's parents were super busy with a construction contract and couldn't afford to come. They tried, but Ochako talked them out of it. I'm not sure about Hitoshi though, he just said his folks weren't going to come and refused to say more. Himiko added. The situation with Hitoshi's parents made Izumi frown as she wondered what the story was there. The situation with Ochakos just made her sad though. Izumi knew Ochako wasn't well off, but to think her parents couldn't even afford to take a day off to visit her. Izumi hummed and thought, maybe she should consider using some of her money to have a property built, and hire the Urarakas to build it. A vacation house somewhere on the coast would be a great place to take Arie. Putting that idea on the back burner for now, Izumi and the others reached the teacher's building and followed Aizawa to 13's apartment. There was too many of them to use the elevators, so they took the stairs. Speaking of parents, Froggy's folks are sticking around for a few days. Brought their other kids with them too. Katsuki said. Izumi smiled. Tsuyu's parents? And her little siblings? That's right. They heard that you saved Tsuyu's life at the cost of your own at the USJ, and now they're refusing to leave until they've spoken to you. Principal Nizu is allowing them stay in one of the unoccupied rooms at the 1A dorms, beside their daughter's room. Aizawa explained. They're good people. They'll be happy to see you. Yeah. Arie cheered. Tsu has a little brother named Sami, and a little sister named Satsuki. They're both really nice and play with me. Sami is older, but Satsuki is the same age as me, she chirped happily. Izumi smiled happily, while Himiko whispered that Sami's real name was Samidare, but Arie couldn't pronounce it properly. Izumi was happy her daughter had made some friends. She'd have to ask Tsuyu and her parents if the children could visit each other from time to time. They soon arrived outside 13's door, and before they could knock, it opened to reveal a smiling Nizu. I knew you were coming. I've been watching. Nizu said with a mysterious smile, holding up his phone. The principal really did have cameras and bugs in all public areas. The principal allowed the group inside, and they were welcomed by 13, who was wearing her spare hero costume since her first was still damaged. 13 looked at Izumi inside. I'm guessing you're here to heal me, the rescue specialist asked. Izumi nodded. I am. You've not been awake more than an hour, have you? I've been awake long enough. More importantly, I've been asleep far too long. Healing is a part of my job, so please allow me to heal you and make up for my mistakes at the USJ. Izumi begged, bowing deeply. 13 frowned behind her helmet. You didn't make a mistake, Amaterasu. What the villains did to you dash. That is no excuse. Izumi cut 13 off, looking at her with fiery eyes. I am a hero. A hero can't lose control like I did. 13 was shocked into silence, while Nizu was pleased by the fire in Izumi's eyes. He'd watched the recordings from the USJ cameras, and had seen Izumi's dead eyes before she transformed. It warmed his heart to see the girl had bounced back. Ultimately, 13 couldn't refuse in the face of Izumi's determination, so she merely nodded. I'd like to do this in my room, preferably in the dark so you can't see me. I know your nose will be enough, she said, getting to her feet and leading Izumi to her room. The space hero was surprisingly shy when it came to her appearance, though Izumi wasn't sure if that was normal or if she wanted to hide her bad injury. As Izumi passed Nizu to follow 13, she paused and spoke to the mouse, bear, dog thing. Principal Nizu, please gather all the other teachers and ask them to meet us down in the lobby of the teacher dorms. We need to have a meeting, all of us. Nizu raised an eyebrow. I can do that, but wouldn't the meeting room from before be better? Izumi shook her head. We won't be having the meeting in the lobby, I just need everyone in one place. The thing I became at the USJ. Akuro Amaterasu, there are questions we need to ask about that. So for this meeting, we're going to the astral plane. It's time for all of you to meet my brush gods. Next chapter, Astral Debriefing Part 1. To be released, March 7, 2022. And there goes the last of the depressing stuff for now. We have a few chapters before anything sad and traumatic happens. To those who messaged me during the last few days, I'm sorry I didn't reply, but I was on vacation, so I didn't see most until I was already half asleep. I'll get back to everyone I can. I hope everyone who decided to read the first few paragraphs aren't too upset by it, and to anyone who has harmed themselves, attempted suicide, or had the urge to do either one of those things, remember this, the world may be a pretty shitty place, but it would be worse without you in it. No one has to suffer alone, so if you feel like you need help then reach out for it. Believe me, I've been there so I know how hard it is. Now on to more cheerful subjects. Well, partly. For those wondering why Izumi didn't turn into a demon again since she thought Arie was dead, the answer is that now that she's awakened Akuro, she can only become a demon if her Akuro side desires to be free, and her Izumi/Okami side desires to hide away from the world. While Izumi was overcome with despair, Akuro still remembered what happened and had no desire to transform, so they remained human/divine. Akuro and Izumi also have a kind of mental wall between them, which is why they are two distinct sides of the same person and why they don't necessarily share memories normally. Next chapter, the U staff meet the brush gods. The group discuss how the USJ attack happened and some of the consequences of it, good and bad, and Izumi points out an unfortunate truth that hides something far more sinister. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Monday 1/7th April 2282. Teachers' Dormitory, U High School. There was a great deal of excitement among Izumi's family and the teachers of U.A as they waited in the lobby of the teachers' dormitory. Nizu had gathered them all as Izumi had requested, and upon learning they would be visiting the astral plane to speak with her brush gods, the teachers were all excited and fascinated. Detective Tsukachi was also invited along, seeing as he was currently visiting U.A with information relevant to the USJ. Izumi's family had joined them in the lobby too, waiting for Izumi to finish healing 13, who was the only one still injured after the USJ. 13 had wanted privacy, so Izumi had asked the others to leave and turn out the lights so she could heal 13 in darkness. Only Arie was allowed to stay, since Izumi refused to be parted from her for even a moment. Not long after the last of the teachers had arrived, Izumi, Arie, and 13 came down to the lobby. 13 was now fully healed and had a bit more pep in her step. Izumi was wondering why exactly 13 was against being seen, but she didn't ask in case it was embarrassing and had instead healed away with her eyes closed even in the darkness, using her nose to find and heal the injuries. Joining the others, Izumi bowed respectfully to her teachers. Good afternoon. I'm sorry to have called you all away from your work during such a busy time, but I believe it is important. Izumi said. The teachers smiled and waved off her concerns. We could use a break anyway. The press and the USJ rebuilding has been a pain. Power Loader said kindly. Are you doing okay, Izumi? You had a much harder time than the rest at the USJ. Midnight asked with some concern. Between dying, turning into a Kuro, and the beating she got from Kurojiri, Izumi had been the most badly injured person involved in the attack. Izumi smiled. I'm fine. Now that I know Arie is alive and well, I feel wonderful, she assured them, squeezing Arie's hand lovingly. You're one tough girl. Keep on rocking, Ami. Present Mike cheered. Izumi giggled, feeling warmed by the use of her nickname. Ishiko hopped over from Himiko so she could sit on Arie's horn again, then looked up at her partner. So, are we all going into the astral plane then? The punkle asked. Yes. I hope this isn't inconvenient for all of you, but there are things we need to discuss regarding the USJ, and the brush gods will have a unique perspective, especially involving Akuro and my transformation into her. Izumi explained, I feel it would be best if all my allies took part in the meeting. She looked around, mentally checking off all the teachers and her friends and family from her mental checklist, frowning slightly when she noticed that neither Dabi or Jean were present. Seeing her expression and guessing the reason for it, Hawks and Himiko explained. Dabi is stuck at college. He's doing important extra credit work so he can take the final license exam early and be a full hero faster. He was really mad that Endeavor was the one called to back me up at the USJ, even if neither of us did anything. Hawk said with a small smirk. Jean wasn't allowed to come. The doctors at the hospital said it would be bad for his mental health to let him come to what was probably a high-stress environment, because of the attack. Himiko explained. Izumi nodded in understanding, disappointed that two of her biggest allies and friends wouldn't be present, but decided not to dwell on it and instead visit them on Sunday. None of the Kanahana household servants were present either, but Izumi hadn't expected to see them there, so she didn't mind. Alright then. We've got all the U teachers, excluding Lunch Rush, as well as Mom, Himiko, Kaken, Fumikage, Kigo, Arie, Ishiko, and Detective Tsukachi. That's everyone. Are you ready to go to the astral plane? Izumi asked. She was met with an enthusiastic cheer, so Izumi smiled and focused on her light. Her inner light rushed forth, shining out of her body until it appeared Izumi was made of shining gold, and she gave off warmth that made each of the others feel as if they were standing in the light of a pleasantly warm sunny day. The light eased their stress and calmed their minds, filling them all with a sense of immense relaxation and relief. They all closed their eyes, unable to stare directly into the living embodiment of the sun, and felt the world around them shift. The ground beneath their feet became spongy and soft, and when the light dimmed to a safe level, everyone opened their eyes. Izumi smiled as those who hadn't visited before gasped at their new surroundings. Welcome to the astral plane, the realm of gods and spirits, she said, waving an arm out towards the scenery. Ishiko, Sakuya, Katsuki, Himiko, Kigo, and Arie, who had all visited the place before, smiled contentedly at the familiar peaceful surroundings while enjoying the reactions of the others. To think, I have entered such a holy place even as a creature of the dark. I am humbled. Fumikage breathed, dark shadow looking around inquisitively beside him. Curiously, the light of the astral plane and the light used to bring them there hadn't bothered the shadowy being, at least not as much as expected. This place is beautiful. It would be a wonderful place for a picnic. Inko gushed, holding on to Toshinori's hand. Yes, it would be quite wonderful. But there is a time limit on how long normal humans can be here, correct? All Might asked, blushing profusely. Even after dating Inko for quite a while, he was still easily flustered by her. Fascinating. I would love to study this place one day. Amaterasu, would you consent to bringing me back here one day? Nizu asked excitedly. Izumi nodded, of course. It's mostly just a sea of clouds that connects the different godly realms, like an ocean connecting continents. Or space dividing planets. Different realms. We sure ain't in Kansas anymore, right Toto? Snipe asked, elbowing Hound Dog. You realize that makes you Dorothy, right? The dog hero scowled, but this really is mind-boggling. Life is never boring with the Midoriyas. I wonder if this place is the inspiration for depictions of heaven. Recovery Girl mused. She was getting on in years, but she wouldn't mind spending her afterlife in a place like this. 13 raised her hand to get Izumi's attention. Do you think my suit would allow me to survive here for longer than the others? It can survive extreme temperatures and has its own oxygen supply. Izumi shook her head, sorry, but the lack of air wouldn't be the problem. Humans are material beings, so you can't survive outside of the material plane for long. The space hero bowed her head in disappointment, wanting to explore this vast ocean of clouds in hopes of finding other lifeforms. They couldn't be the only ones there after all. The other heroes were all silently taking in their new surroundings. Power Loader was digging at the clouds curiously, wondering how deep they went. Cementos and Ectoplasm were watching him, while Ectoplasm sent a few of his clones running in different directions to see if he could find something interesting. Unusually, Aizawa-sensei, Present Mike, and Midnight were silent too and watching the clouds with wistful expressions. He'd have loved this place. Mike whispered, just barely within Izumi's hearing. She wondered who he was. By the looks on the trio's faces, it was someone who had passed away. Izumi decided not to ask about it. Having experienced the grief of loss for herself now, she had no intention of upsetting them further with unnecessary questions. After a few minutes, Detective Tsukachi, who'd been watching Toshinori's flustered answers to Inko's questions with great amusement, turned to Izumi. This place really is incredible, but we should get to the meeting. If our time here is limited, then we shouldn't waste any. Izumi nodded, good point. Allow me to summon out the brush gods. Focusing on the presence of the brush gods within her, Izumi allowed her light to shine freely once again, causing the orbs she had once absorbed to gain their powers to re-emerge from her chest. The process drained her, but Izumi remained standing and soon there was a collection of glowing orbs around her. They were marked with the kanji, Yomi, Baku, Tachi, Saki, Heisu, Suda, Mo, and Newer, and they floated around Izumi in a ring, with the 3 orbs representing the Hanagami also spinning around one another. The orbs floated away from Izumi, then began to grow in size until they were large enough to contain the brush god's physical forms, then shattered to reveal the shining white bodies of each god. Yamagami roared as he soared over the amazed heroes, joined by Moegami in the trails of flame he left with each wing flap. Sakigami, Hajigami, and Tsudagami began to play a beautiful song that sent flowers flying around their audience. Bakugami and his children threw their explosives high above them to create an amazing fireworks display, while Nuregami, still inside her water bottle, manipulated her water out into the shape of butterflies and birds, which mingled with the Hanagami's flowers. Lastly, Tashigami leapt up and unleashed a flurry of sword slashes, splattering Nuregami's water constructs and causing the resultant water droplets to catch the light Izumi was still giving off, creating a rainbow. Izumi giggled at the antics of her brush gods, who all came to stand or float grandly behind her now that their display was finished. The others were looking at the gods with awe, while Arie was giggling and clapping enthusiastically, which made the brush gods puff their chests out proudly. We are the celestial brush gods, vassals born from fragments of the sun goddess's power. Gaze upon our glory and praise the name of the great mother, OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Yamagami declared, his voice rumbling like thunder as he gazed down upon the humans, plus Ishiko and Nizu. Ishiko, Sakuya, Katsuki, Himiko, and Kigo, who'd known Izumi and the gods the longest, tried to stifle their laughter as Inko and the Udata heroes looked worriedly between themselves, wondering they were supposed to bow or applaud. Seeing that Present Mike was about to throw himself to the ground in worship to appease her brush gods, Izumi quickly put her hands up. Everyone, it's okay. You don't need to bow or worship, they're just showing off. The heroes looked relieved, while the brush gods pouted. Ah, great mother. Couldn't you have let them grovel at least a little bit? Hashigami whined. No, now stop putting on airs. You're my friends the same as they are, so you don't need to act superior. Izumi said, crossing her arms. The brush gods looked at one another for a moment, then Bakugami spoke. In that case, may we have permission to act in a less formal manner, he asked. Izumi tilted her head in confusion. Sure. You know you guys can act however you want around me, right? Bakugami and the others nodded. Thank you, great mother. With that being the case. Each and every brush god's eyes began to sparkle with affection, before they all rushed forward and grabbed Izumi and Arie with a loud cry of Mistress! Nuregami freed herself from her bottle and then wrapped herself around the two girls, binding them together while nuzzling against Izumi's cheek. Tashigami leapt onto Arie's shoulder and nuzzled her other cheek, seeing as Arie and Izumi's unoccupied cheeks were currently squished against one another. The Hanagami monkeys surrounded the girls and joined the group hug with cheers and cries of joy and relief. Bakugami and his children rubbed against Izumi's unbound legs as if they were affectionate cats, while Moegami added another layer to the hug by wrapping his wings around them. Lastly, Yamagami wrapped around all of them with his own serpentine body, essentially trapping them all in one big divine hug. Mistress! We worried for you and your pup. Yamagami declared loudly. My children and I cried when we thought the little mistress had been stolen from us. We cannot properly express how happy we all are. Bakugami cried, his children oinking and squealing with agreement. We ended up locked inside your heart again to stop ourselves being corrupted. Forgive us, but there was nothing else we could do. Tashigami apologized. But because of that, we also remained trapped until you were purified, so we couldn't tell you when we discovered the little mistress was alive, the Hanagami monkey said, switching which was speaking with every alternate word, making it a bit hard for Izumi to understand them. Moegami gently lifted a tail feather to tickle Arie's face. Little mistress, we must thank you as well. You saved your mother and perhaps the entire world when you cast sunrise and purified her. Without that, we wouldn't have been free to leave her heart either. We are all truly blessed to have you both alive and well. We are so sorry we couldn't reach you to inform you of the truth earlier, mistress. The fog in your mind after your corruption and purification prevented us from connecting our minds to yours, leaving us essentially mute. Nuregami explained. Izumi smiled with tearful eyes as she enjoyed the embrace of her brush gods, while Arie giggled at being held by so many different creatures. Nuregami was smooth and cool, Tashigami was soft and fluffy, Moegami was warm and comfy, and the others, who weren't directly touching her, felt strong. Since the brush gods were arguably the children/fragments of her mama's first incarnation, Arie liked to think that they were like her cousins. She liked having a big family. You guys. I'm sorry. You all suffered too. I bet I scared you earlier, acting like I was going to commit suicide. I'm truly sorry, but I'm also really grateful to have you all with me. You're all my precious friends and family. Izumi declared. The brush gods promptly burst into noisy tears, which naturally had Izumi sobbing right along with them, crying away more of their stress and replacing it with familial love. Ishiko, Nizu, and the humans watched with amusement and amazement at the display. Katsuki couldn't resist making a joke either. TCH, these brush gods cry almost as much as Izuken. They're definitely honorary Midoriyas. That earned a few chuckles from everyone, including the brush gods. After calming down, the brush gods ended the hug and separated. Izumi then asked everyone to sit so they could finally begin the meeting they'd come to the astral plane for. Once they were all seated in a rough circle, with the brush gods behind Izumi, the girl cleared her throat. Alright, now that all the greetings are out of the way we should begin, she said. Midnight raised her hand. Sorry to interrupt already, but I just thought about something. All the U-Data staff members other than Lunch Rush are here in the astral plane, where normal people can't reach us. What if something happens and we're needed? We won't get visitors or hear alarms here, she pointed out. The other teachers nodded in agreement, looking worried. Izumi simply smiled however and gestured to Yamagami, who lifted one of his claws to reveal one of his 4 crystal spheres. This is a part of my personal divine instrument, the dragon orbs. While they don't possess much in the way of combat potential, they can be used as windows between the material and astral planes. So long as we remain in this spot, we will be able to witness what is happening in the corresponding location in the material plane, which would be the human realm, or planet as your people call them. Should an alarm sound or someone come looking for you, I will be able to see and hear through this orb. Nizu smiled. I see. A very useful tool for spying. Can you also use it to scout locations? For example, if you were to move to another spot, would you be able to see the human realm equivalent? Yamagami nodded, indeed. However, as I said, this ability merely acts as a window, and like any window, it can be covered or obscured. I cannot use it in areas with too much demonic power. Mistress and I already tried to use it to find demon hotspots in the past. Thanks to the evil one's presence casting a darkness over all of Japan, it didn't work very well, the dragon admitted reluctantly. Only the cities of Mizutofu and Korosanto are unobstructed thanks to our mistress's power holding more influence there than the rest of your nation. Nizu looked disappointed, but he'd half expected that answer. If Izumi had such a useful spying method in her back pocket, she'd have told them about it sooner. I suppose that makes sense. Now we know that we'll have a warning if things go wrong at the school. Let us get on with the meeting. Izumi nodded, right. We need to go over everything that's happened with the League. Now that we've had confirmation that they're working with the Evil One, we have to go over every encounter we've had with them with a fine-tooth comb. She was met with murmurs of agreement, and Himiko raised her hand. The first encounter was the entrance exam, right? That's right. After seeing him with my own eyes and connecting him to the bizarre, stitched together demonic energy I sensed before the entrance exam, I can say for certain that Kurogiri was behind that incident. He used his warp gate quirk to get inside the heads of each zero-pointer and plug in the USB drives containing the viruses that overwrote the robot's combat programming. Thanks to that, we have an answer as to how that was done. Izumi said. The heroes had guessed that much already after learning of Kurogiri, especially as Izumi had identified him to Eraserhead as the source of the strange energy during the USJ incident. Inko frowned worriedly. What exactly was the point of that attack though? Did the villains know Izumi and All Might would be involved in the exam somehow? She asked, quickly correcting herself before spilling All Might's real name in front of Fumikage. Yeah, and how did these villains know about the zero-pointers and how they worked? Katsuki asked, correcting his language after remembering Arie still held in her mother's arms. We already discussed this among the teachers after the attack. Nizu said, we believe that initial attack was just intended as a declaration of war, a way to spread some fear and chaos among us and our future students. Perhaps also to discourage some candidates from attending here. As for how they got the information, Kurogiri may have broken in before, or got the information from an examinee from the last exam, the principal explained. The principal quickly went over everything that had been said during the meeting after the zero-pointer attack, for the benefit of those who hadn't been there. Now that they'd seen the villains themselves, they knew that the declaration had been intended for both All Might and Izumi. Since Kurogiri and the League were working with the Evil One, the heroes now knew why Izumi was one of the targets, and considering Tamura's vitriol regarding All Might, it seemed the villains themselves targeted him. Detective Tsukachi frowned. We tried tracking Kurogiri and Tamura Shigaraki via their quirks and names, but came up with nothing. Neither of them cropped up in any records. The last person with the Shigaraki name died over a century ago, and we've had no records of a Kurogiri as either a real name or an alias. Their quirks also weren't registered. We could potentially connect Kurogiri to dozens of crimes involving the sudden disappearance of people, but we've no way of confirming it since Amaterasu wasn't present at those crimes, so her senses didn't identify him. That was another lead cut short. If neither of the escaped villains had any records, then chances are they were either using aliases and demonic power disguised as quirks to hide their true identities, or they didn't exist in the records for some reason, which would imply an unnatural origin. Considering Kurogiri had given off the same feeling as Nomu, only more refined, it made sense for him to be artificial too, though Ishiko pointed out that he'd claimed that wasn't the case when he confronted Izumi directly. In addition, Tamura had given off a huge amount of evil and malice too, but it had all been the same kind rather than the chimera-like feeling of Kurogiri and the Nomu, and Izumi hadn't sensed anything demonic in it. Seeing as they weren't getting anything more out of the first attack, the heroes moved on to the second, the press invasion. Regarding the media incident last week, the villains confirmed they were behind that too. They used the presence of the media as a distraction while Kurogiri or someone else snuck in and stole information from us. Eraserhead stated, remembering the villains bragging about it when the USJ attack began. The damage to the U-Data barrier was identical to the effects of Shigaraki's decay quirk too. Izumi pointed out. The others didn't like to think about that. Izumi had been turned to dust by that power, only coming back with astral resurrection. If that hadn't happened, Izumi wouldn't have recovered her energy and might have been too weak to transform into a Kuro after fighting for so long, and would have had a safety net when Kurogiri threatened her life at the end of the attack. Again, the heroes shared what they'd learned/discussed directly after the invasion with those that hadn't been a part of the conversation, so they were all on the same page. If I understand it correctly, Kurogiri opened a warp gate that allowed Shigaraki to touch and destroy the gate. If neither came through the gate completely, that would explain why Izumi didn't sense anything. Fumikage said, his fist against the bottom of his beak in thought, then the press invaded and the villains used the distraction to warp into the staff room and steal a schedule. That's how they got what they needed to plan the USJ attack. That's correct. Nizu agreed. But in addition to our schedule, they somehow got info on the principal having overhaul, and Hitoshi's brainwashing too. Himiko said. Midnight and Present Mike looked guiltily between each other, before the former confessed something. It's our fault they knew about the principal's quirk. She admitted ashamedly, Mike and I were exchanging memos with one another about how we'd convince him to stop popping out of the vents with overhaul. Kurojiri, or whoever he warped into the staff room, must have seen the memos. Eraserhead facepalmed and the other heroes looked moderately amused. Principal Nizu simply chuckled in response, oh my friends, there is no way you can convince me to stop. It is simply too amusing. However, that does explain how they knew that. I am worried that they seemed to exclusively know Shinso's quirk however. Considering the slapdash way they sent the other students to the various disaster zones, Kurojiri clearly didn't know the quirks of any but Shinso. That was an uncomfortable thought, as there weren't many possible explanations. Hitoshi wasn't well known and hadn't been involved in any incidents before, Nizu checked as he did with all new students, so it was unlikely Kurojiri heard about it through rumors and the like. Either one of Hitoshi's old schoolmates had spread the nature of his quirk and the fact he was in 1A and that had been enough to warn the villains, or someone who knew intentionally informed the villains. But it would have to have been someone who knew Hitoshi and not the others, or else they'd have passed along all of 1A's quirks. It had to be someone connected to Hitoshi, or perhaps Hitoshi himself. Moegami looked to his mistress, Great Mother, forgive me for casting doubt on your friend, but is it not possible for this Shinso to be an enemy or spy? Perhaps unintentionally through demon possession? Himiko looked indignant at the implication, but Izumi was unable to dismiss the theory. Upon seeing her younger sister's expression, Himiko gasped. Izumi. You can't possibly suspect Hitoshi. He'd never betray us. It makes no sense, why would he only inform the enemy of his own quirk and no one else's? Perhaps he has been unable to contact his allies in the League. Humans can track communications through those phones of yours, correct? Nuregami asked. Nizu nodded, we can, but we don't. It would be a gross invasion of privacy to wiretap someone's personal phone, not to mention illegal without a warrant and a very good reason. I don't believe Shinso is a traitor. His life was at risk at the USJ and he actively did everything in his power to disrupt the enemy. Uraraka and Kirishima would likely have died in the flood zone without his help, and he also assisted in defeating the Spider Nomu. Eraserhead said firmly. He didn't like aspersions being cast on his students. I don't believe he's a traitor either. Izumi agreed, having thought about it a bit more, Himiko and Aizawa-sensei make good points, and Hitoshi is definitely smart enough to be able to contact the villains if he was really on their side. I'll check him for demon possession when I have a chance, but I trust my friend. Thank you, Izumi. Himiko smiled with relief, while Aizawa and the U. teachers nodded with approval. From what I was told of the attack, we don't even have solid proof that Kurojiri knew Hitoshi's quirk anyway. Inko pointed out. As a lawyer, she was trained to spot potential holes in testimony, and situations where people are making assumptions and presenting them as fact. At the look she was getting from the others, Inko elaborated, the only proof we have is that Hitoshi attempted to use his quirk and Kurojiri looked at him without answering, right? While that may well imply he knows, it's also possible that he was simply unimpressed with Hitoshi's attempts to goad him and his reaction was nothing more than a show of disdain. A kind of, I won't dignify that with a response, look. Believe me, I saw a lot of those in law school when people asked stupid questions. No one could deny that. Aside from Izumi in the Pro Heroes, Kurojiri hadn't directly spoken to any of them. He'd addressed them as a group, but that had been while he was warping them away. Was it all a coincidence? Izumi's instincts were telling her that it was her mama who was incorrect here, but seeing as she trusted Hitoshi and no other information they had could explain the situation, Izumi decided to put that thought aside. I'll keep the Hitoshi situation in mind, but I don't think we'll glean anything new from it right now. Let's move on to the USJ incident itself. Izumi said. All Might frowned, that began with the attack at Tartarus. Kurojiri warped most of the remaining Shai Hasaikai members past the first line of defenses and they began to cause chaos while trying to break out their lieutenants. That was just a distraction to get you and Amaterasu separated though. The villains knew that if you both fought their invasion together, they'd never stand a chance. Sakuya pointed out. I have no memories of you coming back from Tartarus, All Might. Can you tell me what happened there? Izumi asked. The others already knew, but Izumi had been unconscious for 2 days. All Might nodded and told her what happened. Truthfully, there wasn't much more to say. The prison had called for help from him after they discovered the Shai Hasaikai trying to sneak past the second layer of security after seemingly ghosting past the first. Since each line of defense is supposed to be foolproof, the guards were rightfully worried they were dealing with real elites and so had called for help. By the time All Might arrived, however, most of the Shai Hasaikai had already been beaten and captured, and the guards were confused how such low-level thugs had gotten in. From what the captured Yakuza had screamed as they were arrested, they hadn't known they were merely a distraction and seemed to think the League of Villains was genuinely helping them bust out their imprisoned bosses. They hadn't known about the attack on U.A either, otherwise All Might would have returned a lot faster. Izumi tilted her head in confusion. Is that truly the case? Rappa implied that he and the 7 Yakuza that joined Tamura at the USJ had been at Tartarus too, and that demons had been assisting them. All Might shook his head. It appears to have been a lie. No signs of demons were spotted anywhere within Tartarus. Rappa and his 7 subordinates from the USJ had apparently been there, but disappeared at some point. Detective Tsukachi nodded. I interviewed them myself. The 7 from the USJ had been intentionally kept at the rear of the group with Rappa. Rappa himself said that Shigaraki told him the truth about the Tartarus attack and he went along with it and hung back so he and the other 7 could be warped away when it was time. But then why did Rappa say the demons had been at Tartarus? Himiko wondered. I believe it was part of an attempt to rile Amaterasu up and make her more willing to fight him at full force, the detective speculated. The important parts are that the demons were never there and Rappa was the only one to know the attack was fake, proving he has no loyalty to the gang. So they were just pawns, sacrificed to keep us apart. Couldn't have happened to a better bunch of scum. Izumi grinned viciously. She'd never forgive the Shai Hasaikai for what they'd done to Arie. Including Rappa and those arrested at the USJ, we now believe we've captured 99% of the remaining members. Tsukachi smiled. The final few stragglers likely went into hiding and gave up crime altogether. Good. Justice for Arie. Izumi said, petting her daughter's hair. These conversations were too serious and high-level for the little girl, so she was currently making flower crowns with the Hanagami and giving them to Bakugami's piglets. Speaking of Arie, we discovered something sinister. She was never supposed to be at the USJ, the villains set it up so she would be there. Nizu said. Izumi bared her teeth as an involuntary growl rumbled out from her throat. Immediately, the brush gods were on guard and both Nizu and Hound Dog scooted back a bit, their ears flat against their heads as their animal instincts warned them to be careful. Izumi alone was enough to make most animals and those with animal quirks nervous, due to her wolfish mannerisms and divine presence, but the brush god's presence magnified this tenfold. Seeing the effect this was having, Sakuya used her own powers to create a soft, sweet-smelling breeze that gently ruffled Izumi's hair and filled her nose with the smell of flowers. While the smell had no actual calming properties on its own, Izumi associated it with quiet, comforting afternoons spent with her mom and that was enough to calm her down. Taking a deep breath, Izumi exhaled slowly. I'm sorry about that. Please continue, Principal Nizu, she requested, bowing her head apologetically. Nizu straightened up and smiled. Think nothing of it. As I was saying, the enemy plotted to have Arie present and managed to hack into our communications to arrange it. Eraserhead tells me he showed you a message from me. Izumi thought about it, vaguely remembering the man doing that after she'd asked if taking Arie to the USJ was a good idea. She nodded, and Aizawa-sensei showed her his phone again with the message. It was a fairly simply text informing Aizawa about Tartarus, All Might's departure, and the need for him to take over for All Might as the teacher for 1A's rescue class. At the end was the postscript, please take Arie with you to the USJ for her lesson, it's no problem. Okay, I remember you showing me this. So it was a fake message, she asked. Not entirely. Nizu said, offering his own phone to show Izumi what he'd actually sent. It was the same message, but without the postscript. There was no mention of Arie at all. Izumi furrowed her brow. Someone was able to hijack the message and add to it before letting it go. Not once, but twice. Aizawa said, showing Izumi a second message. It was a simple, got it, he'd sent to Nizu, but on Nizu's phone the same message read, got it. I'll take Arie with me to the USJ. The sun goddess sat back with a frown. Is that the work of a quirk, or a skilled hacker? I don't know a ton about how tech stuff works. It was the work of the villain that was responsible for jamming communications at the USJ. Tsukachi informed her, he was captured by your siblings. In the interrogation room, he explained that his quirk allowed him to intercept and freely edit all forms of digital communication. It's how he was able to change the contents of the texts, jam communication within the USJ, and stop the signals that set off the intruder alarms. According to him, Kurojairi dropped him off in the USJ's control room in the early hours of the morning and he was there the whole day. While it wasn't a part of his quirk exactly, that villain was also good with technology. He used the USJ's systems to close the gate after you killed the imps, and lock us all in, as well as activate the various disaster simulation systems in the conflagration, downpour, and flood zones. 13 added. Izumi sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, and all that was to ensure Arie ended up at the USJ. I'm guessing it was so the plan to corrupt me would have a higher chance of working and so Shigaraki could trick the shy Hasaikai members he brought along, as their goal was capturing Arie. There was so much meticulous planning behind this attack. Which means whoever Shigaraki's sensei is, they're formidable. Sakuya frowned deeply. That person is the partner of the evil one, which means he is likely responsible at least partially for the demon possessions of Torikeigo, Katsuki, Himiko, Jin, Dabi, and Muscular. We all know the rest of what happened. Kigo said, the villains attacked when 1A arrived. The jamming guy sent the signal to let them know you'd all turned up and summoned the League. The appearance of the League had been the heroes' first face-to-face meeting with their adversaries. Thanks to Kurojairi, the students and teachers of 1A had been divided between the 6 disaster zones, the central plaza, and the entrance. The students had defeated the demons and villains sent to kill them, which led to another question. When the scrubs showed up, they were possessed by the weakling demons. But the demons popped out to fight directly instead of making their host stronger. Why do something like that? Katsuki asked. Possession is not as simple as you think. Tashigami squeaked, while any spirit, demon, or god can use any human as a vessel, the compatibility of the vessel is important. Poor compatibility makes it hard for both the possessor and the possessed to move and utilize their talents. Even if both sides are fully cooperative, if their compatibility is poor then they'll be stiff and weak, as if they were resisting each other. Wait, does that include you brush gods too? Midnight asked curiously. Yamagami nodded his massive head. Indeed, we brush gods are more compatible than most, as we can sync with those who possess our powers or our inverted powers while we're brush demons. Bakugami with the power of explosive force became Akumabaku and possessed Katsuki Bakugu with the explosion quirk. Tashigami with the power of blades became Akumatachi and possessed Himiko Midoriya who has an affinity for blades. The Hanagami who are one being in 3 bodies became the Akumahana and possessed Jin Babaigawara who is multiple beings in one body. Moegami with the power of fire became Akumamo and possessed Dabi with the cremation quirk. Lastly, Okami Amaterasu herself, with overflowing love and light, possessed the little mistress Arie Midoriya who was also filled with love and light for her mother. In each case, the result was a being with more power than either of the individual parts. The entire group's eyes widened with realization. No wonder the brush demons sought out hosts with similar powers to their brush god equivalents. They'd previously believed it was solely so they had both their normal and inverted powers at once, but it turned out the reason was deeper than that. Even Izumi's possession of Arie made more sense now, and it explained why Izumi hadn't been able to repeat the process with anyone else. But wait, what about yourself and Nuregami? Inko asked. Nuregami hissed quietly, there was no special reason for my demonic form to possess that thug Muscular. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have worked at all, but my flexible and adaptive nature as both a serpent and a god of water allows me to work with almost any host. It was a pain to deal with him though, it is the one thing both my god and demon selves agree on. As for me, Yamagami said, it is actually a fairly mundane reason. Torikeigo's first name, Ryuko, is written with the kanji for Dragon Child. Names carry power among spiritual beings, that's the reason I was chosen to possess her. Bakugami nodded, he's right you know. Under normal circumstances, Katsuki Bakugu would have made the ideal host for me due to both our shared power and the Baku in his name, but his willpower was incredible even as a child. His wrath was also incredible, which is actually the antithesis of my own calmer temperament. Without those traits, Akumabaku would likely have been the strongest brush demon you faced, Great Mother. Izumi giggled, well now I can honestly say that Kaken's anger issues actually saved my life. That had Himiko and the rest of Izumi's family laughing, while the teachers tried to hide their own smirks and smiles. Katsuki rolled his eyes and huffed good-naturedly. Hardy haha. Very funny. Can we move on now? Katsuki asked. His wolf sister eventually calmed herself down, enjoying the laughter after such a stressful afternoon. She nodded, briefly highlighting the last 3 things that needed to be discussed, Akuro, how the League had Arie's blood, and the brush demon within Kurojairi. Himiko also offered a 4th important piece of information. Something unusual happened in the mountain zone when I was sent there with Jiro and Shoji, the blonde began. She gave a fairly detailed summary of the events of the Mountain Zone battle, including the encounter with the Dogu, the fact that she, Katsuki, and Arie had been ordered captured and not killed, and the strange circumstances surrounding the Dogu's demise. While Izumi, Ishiko, Sakuya, and the brush gods were impressed that Himiko and her comrades had defeated a Dogu, which was a fairly powerful demon, they were far more interested in the idea that the Dogu had released a soul upon dying. Nizu added fuel to that fire by stating, "During the reconstruction at the USJ, we've captured and restrained every demon there. The only ones that didn't reform after being killed by the students were the crab demons that Akuro devoured, and this Dogu creature." "Wait, are you saying Himiko was able to permanently kill a demon?" Inko asked, "But I thought you needed to have either divine or demonic power to do that." Izumi nodded, "You do. The soul released from the Dogu must have been the Dogu's own soul that had been purified upon death. I often see things like that when killing demons," she explained. "When a demon is slain, the soul of the demon is fully purified and returned to the cycle of reincarnation. If another demon kills them, then I think they can recapture and corrupt the soul again to birth a new demon, but I've never seen that myself." The closest Izumi had come to seeing such a thing was in Orochi's memories, where souls were torn away from the cycle of reincarnation and intentionally corrupted so the resultant demons could be harvested for materials. Before anyone could ask her how she did it, Himiko revealed the odd purple crystal fong she'd been holding onto, the same one that had dealt the final blow to the Dogu. The instant they saw it, all the divine and spiritual beings, other than Izumi and Arie, gasped in surprise. "That's a demon fong," Sakuya exclaimed, gently taking the crystal from Himiko. "What, like a demon's tooth?" Power Loader asked. "No. A demon fong, contrary to its name, is a crystal that forms in a demon's body on occasion. They are formed when a demon accumulates enough darkness and corruption that it begins to condense within them, eventually crystallizing. They are usually destroyed when the demon containing them dies, but it is possible to coax them out by using special techniques that differ from demon to demon." Moegami explained, "These fangs are literally crystallized demonic power. Using one as a weapon would definitely slay a demon." Ishiko looked excitedly at the crystal. "Oh man, Isan wrote about these in his journals. The Ami of the past would gather them and trade them to collectors for all kinds of rare goodies. I've never seen one before and I've killed a lot of demons," Izumi said, eyeing the crystal but not getting too close. She could sense the demonic power and her instincts urged her to destroy it, so she stayed back in case the thing could be of use. "Unless you use the special techniques Lord Moegami mentioned, there is an astronomically low chance of a demon fong surviving the destruction of its host. One of the demons dispersed by Himiko, Shoji, or Jiro must have dropped it. We are very lucky." Sakuya smiled. Nizu nodded enthusiastically, "That is an understatement. Previously we needed to rely on Amaterasu to kill the demons, with some backup from President Konohana and perhaps Arie, once she's older. Now we have a weapon that can potentially kill any demon permanently. What's more, we have a whole facility full of captured demons to extract more fangs from. Do you think I could experiment with this one and try to reshape the material? Making anti-demon weapons would take a huge load off your back, Amaterasu." Power Loader asked, looking eager to get his claws on the demon fong. Izumi looked to the brush gods for confirmation, and received a nod from them all. "It shouldn't be dangerous, but I'd recommend experimenting only with our mistresses present," Bakugami stated. Power Loader looked ready to dance with joy as Sakuya handed him the demon fong, and Izumi promised to find the time to observe his experiments with the fong, as well as bring him more. The rest of the group were giddy too. Finally they had a way to deal with demons that didn't require Izumi's intervention. The villain's attack had borne a very pleasant fruit for the heroes, and essentially taken the burden off of Izumi's back. She was no longer solely responsible. She could have assistance that was more than distractions and moral support. Izumi intended to make the USJ her first stop tomorrow, to gather the necessary fangs. She wanted her friends, family, and classmates all armed with anti-demon weapons at the first opportunity. While everyone was excited by this development, Eraser cleared his throat. He hated to be the buzzkill in this case, since he was genuinely glad about these potential new weapons, but he wanted to get back to Utada soon to look after his students, and make Izumi get some real rest before she inevitably threw herself back into work. "We're on a time limit in this realm, remember? We should get a move on and discuss the things we need to," he said. No could really disagree with that. They'd already spent about an hour recapping and going over everything, so the effects of the astral plane on normal humans was starting to set in. The air was beginning to seem thinner, and every movement was taking more effort. With that in mind, Izumi decided to move on to what she considered to be the most important subject. "I have to ask, do we have any clues or theories as to how Shigaraki got a hold of Arie's hair and blood?" Izumi asked. Arie shifted uncomfortably, knowing her blood had somehow been stolen without her knowledge. We believe they were able to get some from the remnants of the Shai Hasaikai, perhaps even before Chisaki was defeated. Detective Tsukachi said, the Shai Hasaikai was backed by Orochi, who despite his attempts at rebellion, was still subservient to the Evil One, who oversees the League of Villains. The blood and hair used in the attack was likely taken and preserved, ending up in the hands of the League. Everyone nodded, having heard this theory already. It had been everyone's biggest worry after all. However, their confidence soon vanished as they saw the look on Izumi's face. She was scowling hard and not directly looking at anyone. For a few moments, the air in the astral plane was tense, before Izumi finally spoke. You're wrong. Izumi said seriously, remember, I destroyed the samples of Arie's blood that was in the Shai Hasaikai's lab. But if it had already been smuggled out ectoplasm began, only to be cut off by a shake of Izumi's head. That's not what I mean. I know that more samples could exist from that time. My point was, I was exposed to a lot of that blood when I destroyed it. I remember the scent very well. The blood Shigaraki used was different, it was the blood of the current Arie. Izumi darkly revealed. That was met with some confusion. Before Nizu realized what she was getting at, the blood at the lab was from before you possessed Arie, and her blood changed after you essentially mixed DNA with her. So the blood of Arie Chisaki and the blood of Arie Midoriya would be different. Izumi nodded seriously as the others looked horrified by the implication. It was definitely Arie Midoriya's blood in Shigaraki's hands, which means it had to have been obtained after she was rescued. Considering the villains had far more blood than I've ever allowed to be taken by a doctor, we're left with one of two options. The wolf girl raised a finger. First, the villains were able to recover some tiny amount that wasn't destroyed at the hospital and used a quirk or similar power to replicate more of it, or... Izumi's eyes flashed silver as she raised a second finger. They were given it by someone from the Konohana household or Udata staff, the only people with enough access to Arie to potentially take blood without us knowing. Izumi may not have been in her Akuro state, but at that moment she was giving off an aura of fear that was almost comparable to the demonic wolf. Her silver eyes, with pupils like slits, carefully scanned the faces of those present, which means we may well have a traitor among us. Next chapter, Astral Debriefing Part 2. To be released, March 10, 2022. Dun dun doin'. Sorry to end it on a cliffhanger again, but the astral debriefing section was getting long enough that I had to split it into two, and this was the best spot to do it. A lot of stuff happened in this chapter, and most of it was admittedly exposition, explaining how things happened in the recent arcs and how the League's plans have been working out. Next chapter will be exposition heavy too, but the stuff in it is important for later. Not much more to say here since most stuff was spelled out in the chapter itself, so I'll leave it with the next chapter preview. Next chapter, Izumi and her friends discuss the possibility of a traitor, the Udata teachers get a crash course in the nature of the soul and spirits, and the brush gods theorize on what Akuro truly is. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come.